A brutal gale tears across the frozen wasteland, whipping sheets of snow through the endless black night like torn curtains. In that dead, icy world, almost nothing seems to breathe anymore. The only sounds left are the sharp, painful cracks of ice splitting under the cold and the deep, monstrous roars rumbling from somewhere far below the darkness. Right in the middle of that frozen slaughter field, hideous monster corpses lie scattered across the ice, their bodies twisted and still. Among them, one beautifully crafted sword remains planted upright in the frozen ground. It stands there without moving, like a silent marker of the violent battle that has only just reached its bloody end. Far above the endless white plain, a single bird rides the freezing wind alone. Its pale wings stretch wide and steady against the storm, while its sharp eyes sweep over the lifeless, snow-buried world beneath it, searching through the cold silence below. Across that vast field of snow, one lone figure continues to push forward. He leans into the wind with every step, forcing his body through the biting cold, and each heavy footprint he leaves behind cuts a fresh path into the untouched white silence. That figure is Adrian Leonberg, the first prince once known as the magic sword Gruhorn. His eyes remain fixed straight ahead, calm and unshaken, without even the faintest flicker of fear. His face carries the hard, weathered look of someone shaped by every merciless trial this frozen world has forced upon him. Wrapped in his unmistakable armor, the young prince advances with quiet, disciplined strength. Nothing about his stance shows panic, and not a single movement is wasted. He walks like someone who has already accepted the next nightmare waiting in the frozen wastes and is ready to meet it head-on. Then, without even a heartbeat of warning, a savage roar tears through the icy air. From the darkness ahead, an enormous red-skinned monster bursts forward, its blazing eyes locked on Adrian as its massive body charges through the snow like a living disaster. But Adrian does not step back. The moment the beast closes the distance, he throws himself into battle, lifting his sword in a deadly upward swing to meet the monster's attack directly. Against the cold shine of the frozen wasteland, a blood-darkened blade catches the faint light. Thick, ugly stains cling to its edge, silently telling the story of the brutal clash that just unfolded there. Even without words, the weapon makes the violence of that fight impossible to ignore. At that very same moment, deep inside the surrounding darkness, an unstable pulse of energy begins to stir. It twists and flickers like something alive, gathering in the shadows with a restless motion, as if some dreadful force is slowly preparing to take form. For an age so long it feels impossible to count, a terrifying red monster with a single burning eye had snarled from the deepest corners of the world. It stood as a reminder of ancient horrors that had never truly been erased. Calamity returned again and again, and each time chaos swallowed the land, Adrian Leonberg, armored in brilliant light, was the one who charged straight into the heart of it. One war after another consumed the world without mercy, yet Adrian carved his way through every battlefield with frightening precision. His sword moved through the darkness like a raging storm given shape, and from the ruins left in his wake, countless heroes began to rise. Even among all those legends, Adrian Leonberg burned brighter than the rest, his entire body wrapped in a fierce blue aura that shone like a beacon in the ruin. But even after one victory followed another, evil never disappeared completely. No matter how many times it was struck down, its hideous face always crawled back into the world. This time, it returned as a green-skinned beast, its red eyes burning with the hateful glow of something that refused to remain buried. That evil had sunk its roots deep into the very foundation of the world, reaching places no ordinary sword could ever cut. And still, the prince stood before it without wavering. His body remained steady, his resolve firm, and his spirit sharpened for the battle that waited directly in front of him. Across the broken world, Adrian charged through ruined lands and empty, desolate fields. Again and again, he placed himself in the path of the spreading darkness, throwing his body into danger as if battle itself had become the destiny he was never allowed to escape. At the center of that long struggle, he finally stopped before a blade burning with brilliant golden light. The radiance spilled across his armor and reflected back onto him, almost as though the world itself was revealing the legendary existence he had carried through endless war. Because before he ever stood there with a human body, before he walked as a prince, he had been the magic sword Gruhorn. He was a living legend, forged through heat, blood, screams, and countless merciless wars that had tempered his existence again and again. Now, the snow-covered wasteland stretches endlessly around him, bitterly cold and painfully silent. The land is still marked by conflicts that never seem to truly end. Among the frozen corpses of the enemies he has cut down, the prince stands completely alone, his figure powerful and stark against the merciless white horizon. A low, quiet sound escapes Adrian as he slowly extends his hand. There is no celebration in the gesture, no pride in the way he moves. It feels heavier than that, a grim, silent acceptance of the chaos, bloodshed, and slaughter spread out around him on every side. His eyes move slowly across the wide, silent battlefield, taking in the snow, the fallen bodies, and the terrible emptiness that remains after the fighting. Then, at last, his gaze comes to rest on the distant fortress hidden beyond the icy haze, standing cold and unmoving like another witness to his endless struggle. But this battle has not truly ended. Ahead of him, through the freezing mist, new monstrous shapes begin rushing forward one after another. Their numbers swell across the snow, shadows growing larger as they charge toward Adrian, eager to be the next ones to drag him down. With a strike powerful enough to shake both bone and armor, Adrian drives a crushing blow straight into his enemy. His armored body blurs with focused force, and in that single instant the attack becomes something overwhelming, brutal, and impossible for the monster to endure. The creature collapses under the devastating impact, its grotesque body folding beneath the force of Adrian's strike. A heartbeat later, blood and viscera burst outward in a violent spray, staining the pale snow with a gruesome red mark that spreads across the ice. From the center of a swirling blood-red vortex, more distorted monsters begin to crawl into view. Their crimson eyes burn with pure hatred, each one locking onto the same target. And behind them, even more grotesque abominations pour out, rising together like an unstoppable tide of terror. But Gruhorn does not yield beneath that pressure. He does not bend, and he does not break. His will stays firm, his focus sharpens beyond steel, and one absolute truth echoes through him with crushing certainty. He is not merely a sword. Then a burst of electric blue light explodes around him, and Adrian launches forward at terrifying speed. His blade cuts through the air like a flash of lightning, while his eyes blaze with fierce determination. As the sword in his hands flares with a brilliant azure glow, his conviction becomes clear: he will stand his ground as a knight. With one enormous sweep of his weapon, Adrian unleashes a vast crescent of blue power across the battlefield. The force surges outward like a catastrophe breaking free, tearing through everything before it and ripping open the frozen ground beneath its path. His eye shines with an intense electric blue brilliance, fierce enough to feel unshakable. In that sharp glow, the full strength of his unbroken will is reflected clearly, as bright and dangerous as the edge of a drawn blade. He stands above snow-covered mountains and frozen valleys, like a solitary force of nature watching over the bleak world below. Nearby, ancient walls stained with old blood rise through the cold, towering in silence like monuments left behind by carnage from a forgotten era. Blue energy flares around Adrian's body, surging from him in fierce, powerful waves. The light spreads outward across the snow, cutting through the frozen air and making his unstoppable determination impossible for anyone to overlook. Adrian looks over the devastation with calm, unwavering eyes. His expression reveals almost nothing, but his focus is absolute. He stands as though he has already accepted that something else will crawl out from the ruins, and he is already prepared to face it. Then, through the freezing stillness, the deep sound of a war horn suddenly splits the air. Its heavy cry rolls across the snow like an order carried by the wind, signaling the beginning of a relentless charge beneath the coming dawn. Out of the cold, a new figure appears, a battle-worn man with dark hair and a harsh scar cut across him. His face is set with iron determination, the kind of grim resolve that belongs only to someone who has survived war and been shaped by it. And this man is not standing alone. A powerful squad has gathered beside him, including the scarred warrior himself and a striking woman with long white hair. Each of them is armed and ready, their rigid postures and focused eyes making it clear that war has already arrived. Another formidable presence steps into view, a woman with long, wavy brown hair flowing around her as intense blue energy crackles over her body. Her eyes shine with unmistakable resolve, giving the impression that she has already accepted the fight waiting ahead. Then a golden-haired knight strides onto the battlefield, carrying a different kind of brightness with him. His vivid blue eyes gleam with confidence, and the powerful radiance surrounding his body makes his entrance impossible to miss. A chilling burst of blue light suddenly erupts across the battlefield. It pours over the wide blanket of snow, transforming the frozen world around them into something strange, luminous, and almost unreal beneath the icy air. Adrian Leonberg stands firm in the center of a sea of fallen warriors. His iconic red cape cuts boldly against his shining plate armor, and his massive greatsword is driven into the frozen ground before him. Around the silent bodies of the defeated, electric blue energy still crackles faintly, lingering like the last ghostly remnant of a brutal war the world has almost forgotten. Even with death and ruin spread out all around him, Adrian remains upright like a living beacon of resolve. His eyes stay fixed forward, burning with a determination so intense that no battlefield, no loss, and no amount of destruction can force it to fade. The frozen ground has turned into a graveyard of blades, with swords stabbed into the ice like markers for ancient heroes whose names have long since disappeared from memory. One battered hilt remains gripped in an armored hand, a quiet remnant of struggles no one can fully remember. Then Adrian Leonberg steps into view, the faintest confident smirk touching his lips as his cross-shaped sword erupts with brilliant golden light. The snow-covered wasteland stretches endlessly in every direction, silent like a frozen monument to epic battles that time has nearly erased. But that stillness is suddenly torn apart when a grotesque green-skinned monster bursts onto the scene, red energy blazing in its eyes and sharp fangs exposed as it roars with raw animal fury. Adrian Leonberg reacts the instant the threat appears. Without a trace of hesitation, he rushes forward, his radiant cross-shaped sword slicing through the frigid air toward the hideous beast. A sharp metallic shing rings across the battlefield as the blade connects, cutting through flesh and sending a violent spray of gore spilling into the cold. The monster reels backward from the force of the attack, fresh blood bursting from the wound Adrian has carved into it. But Adrian is already moving again before the beast can recover, his body becoming a blur of lethal purpose as he closes in for the next strike. All at once, a surge of raw emotion crashes through Adrian. He drives his fist into the frozen ground with enough force to split the ice beneath him, the impact echoing through the cold. In that brief eruption of memory and pain, one truth cuts through his heart more sharply than any weapon. All of them had been his friends. But in the middle of battle, grief is a burden Adrian cannot hold on to for long. He forces himself forward again, clad in steel and wrapped in blazing blue energy, his sword burning like a comet as it comes crashing down toward the next monster, blocking his path. A deafening clang tears across the battlefield as Adrian's blade strikes true again and again. He cuts through the monster horde with furious precision, every slash carrying the crushing weight of everything he has lost. Inside him, the memory of myths reduced to ash screams like something precious has been torn away completely. A sickening thud follows as another monster slams down onto the frozen ground. Its body lies motionless in the snow, yet its eyes remain wide open, locked in one final expression of stunned disbelief that never has the chance to fade. For one brief moment, silence settles over the battlefield again. Adrian stands victorious, his glowing sword still radiating raw power as the only figure left upright among the defeated monsters. But before that silence can fully take hold, he unleashes another swift and devastating strike. With fallen enemies surrounding him on every side, Adrian remains standing in absolute victory. His posture is solid, his shoulders stay steady, and his gaze remains fixed straight ahead, as if he is already seeing the next enemy before it even appears. Within his eye, a small flicker of grim resolve sharpens into focus. It is subtle, but impossible to miss, like the final spark flashing in the dark before the battlefield is consumed by another storm. Then a bone-rattling growl tears across the desolate landscape, shaking the frozen air itself. In this age of tribulation that has finally arrived, a colossal, monstrous enemy bursts from the wasteland, towering over everything in its path. And even before that overwhelming presence, Adrian does not move back. He stands firm, refusing to retreat even a single step. The colossal creature throws its head back toward the frozen heavens and releases a roar so low, savage, and overwhelming that the entire wasteland seems to split beneath it. The sound rolls over the snow in heavy waves, like the cry of something that had been created for only one purpose: to crush, devour, and destroy everything before it. But even under that terrifying pressure, Adrian does not so much as flinch. His body stays firm, his stare locked straight ahead, and in the very next instant his eyes flare with fierce electric blue brilliance, crackling as though a violent lightning storm has been trapped behind his gaze and is now trying to break free. Then all of that power bursts out from him at once. A bright blue aura erupts around Adrian's entire body, surging through the icy air in fierce, violent waves. The force of it spreads across the battlefield so intensely that even the bitter cold around him seems to tremble. His cross-shaped sword answers that awakened power immediately, pulsing with the same overwhelming energy as if the blade itself has come alive in his grip. Adrian then descends hard onto the frozen battlefield, his crimson cape snapping around his shining armor as he stands amid the carnage like an unbreakable beacon in the snow. In front of him, another nightmare begins to rise out of the storm. Its jagged face twists into an expression of pure hatred, and its burning red eyes glare through the freezing darkness. The creature looks less like a living beast and more like raw malice wrapped in monstrous flesh. Even as that horror presses closer, the prince refuses to give up even a single step. Bathed in explosive blue light, Adrian plants himself against the swelling darkness, and though he says nothing, his very presence roars with defiance louder than any shouted challenge ever could. There was once a time when I had no body at all, no hands to grasp anything, no voice to speak with, and no flesh to call my own. I was nothing more than a drifting, ethereal mass of pure energy, existing beyond shape or form, until that strange, formless existence was finally given a new life. Slowly, piece by piece, my essence began to gather. It tightened, condensed, and pulled itself together until a clear shape finally emerged. And when that mysterious rebirth was complete, I opened my new existence not as a human, not as a living creature, but as a sword. For hundreds of long years after that, I moved from one wielder to the next. Countless masters wrapped their hands around my hilt, carried me into battle, and entrusted their hopes, their fears, and even their lives to the edge of my blade. Across one blood-soaked battlefield after another, I lent my strength to those who wielded me. My edge carved through enemy after enemy, and with every struggle my masters endured, every battle they survived, those memories became woven deep into the core of my own existence. With my power at their side, I helped ordinary warriors rise beyond their limits and become legends' heroes whose names would echo through history. And after what felt like an endless age of passing from hand to hand, I finally met the one person I would come to call my comrade. That comrade was Adrian Leonberg, the first prince. When he stood before me, he carried the dignity of royalty in the way he held himself, and there was an unshakable presence around him, the kind that belonged to someone who would never bow his head to fate. And yet, even someone like him could not keep every danger away from us forever. Far in the distance, a new and terrifying threat had already begun to gather. But long before that shadow ever appeared, when I first found him, he was still only a child from a forgotten village. Together, we fought the monsters that threatened his home, the village of Leonberg, and many other places beyond it. Every time another snarling beast fell beneath our strength, his resolve seemed to grow harder, sharper, and colder, becoming something far more difficult to break. Before long, the two of us were traveling across the world side by side. No matter what battlefield we stepped onto, we became a terrifying pair, standing shoulder to shoulder against every form of darkness bold enough to block our path. His road was never a gentle one. It was carved through hardship, pain, and a courage that refused to bend, no matter how heavy the burden became. Step after step, battle after battle, he achieved feats no ordinary man could ever hope to reach, until his name rose beyond humanity and became legend. But even legends are not allowed to rest forever. Somewhere beyond the desolate peaks buried deep beneath the snow, an enormous shadow began to stir like a great dragon slowly waking from an ancient sleep. And from that movement in the darkness, a new threat finally emerged. The glowing blade, wrapped now in dark energy swirling around it like smoke, waited for the next hand worthy enough to claim it. Then, without warning, Adrian Leonberg was caught completely off guard. A massive crimson explosion detonated around him, tearing through the air, and before he could react, a razor-sharp white claw flashed through the chaos and struck him with devastating force. The impact hurled him backward, forcing a choked cough from his throat as blood splashed across his cheek. But even wounded, shaken, and thrown off balance, Adrian was not finished. Moving on instinct, he raised one hand and forced blue energy to flare desperately in front of him, trying to meet the unseen enemy's attack and keep himself alive. But that desperate shield could not hold against the pressure for long. The relentless attack smashed through his guard and drove him down to his knees, leaving his once proud armor battered and torn while debris whipped around him like a violent storm. Blow after blow crashed into the battlefield, splitting the ground and sending broken fragments flying in every direction. Blinding white energy kept raging across the battlefield, carving destruction into everything it touched. Then, from the very center of that violent storm, the true nightmare finally came into view, a monstrous shadowy dragon beast, its massive form wreathed in darkness and its eyes burning with a hellish blood-red glow. Its enormous jaws opened wide, and deep inside its throat a dreadful red light began to blaze. In the next instant, the creature unleashed a roar so powerful and soul-shaking that it thundered across the frozen wasteland like a curse-given sound. Adrian planted his feet and braced himself as the colossal dark entity attacked, lashing out with shadowy tendrils and crashing waves of raw power. Each strike slammed into him with brutal force, yet even while enduring that crushing assault, he spotted an opening and swung his blade in a desperate counterattack driven by sheer determination. But the monstrous enemy answered that resistance with an even more devastating surge of crimson energy. The blast erupted all around Adrian, swallowing his figure completely inside a blinding explosion of red light and destructive force. That overwhelming magical power swept over the landscape like a tide of pure destruction, threatening to bury the entire battlefield beneath its force. But from somewhere deep within the raging darkness, a brilliant blue light suddenly broke through, pushing outward with incredible strength. Adrian refused to slow down for even a moment. He pressed the attack with everything he had. His sword moving so fast it became a blur as he unleashed strike after strike in a relentless barrage. Then he gathered all that force into one final, overwhelming wave of azure energy, blasting the colossal entity backward and leaving it reeling, defeated for the moment. As dust, snow, and shattered ice slowly began to settle, a new voice rang out across the ruined battlefield. A man stepped forward with a confident smile and offered his aid, calling out to Adrian, "Let's go, my friend." And with those words, a new ally entered the fight. The blue energy in the air slowly faded, revealing broken earth, shattered ice, and the bitter cold left behind by a battle powerful enough to shake the entire field. Then, just when silence seemed ready to settle over everything again, the very air split apart with a deafening crack. Adrian Leonberg unleashed his power once more. His face twisted with a primal roar of determination, and the force inside him erupted outward with terrifying intensity, refusing to remain contained for even another second. The monstrous dark entity roared in pain and staggered backward as Adrian's blue energy slammed directly into it. A cataclysmic burst of azure light exploded across the battlefield, throwing ice shards in every direction and drowning the entire scene in violent brilliance. Through the smoke, flying snow, and storm of debris, Adrian emerged once again without yielding. His sword burned like a beacon of crackling blue power, and the impact of his strike had carved deep, jagged fissures into the creature's scales, scales that had seemed almost impossible to pierce. At last, the monstrous creature glared down at him, its eyes blazing with ominous, blood-red fury. But Adrian's glowing blade had already found its mark, buried deep in the entity's leg and opening a wound far more serious than the beast had ever expected. Then an ancient memory surged back into focus, and the power of a forgotten age appeared before us as clearly as if it had never faded. Back in the era when legends were still being forged, we had overcome enemies that should have been impossible to defeat, especially when we brought down the white dragon of the Frost Mountains. After that legendary victory, my comrade rose even higher than before. His glory spread far beyond the battlefield, reaching across the land until he became the ruler of an entire kingdom and finally claimed the crown as his own. But my own path remained tied to that legendary blade, the very symbol of the victory we had achieved together. Within that sword lived the legend of the Dragon Slayer, carrying the proof of every battle, every triumph, and every impossible feat we had shared. That blade carried a name no one could forget. Gruhorn, and with the solemn request that I protect his descendants, I was handed down through my comrade's bloodline, passed from one generation of his family to the next. Suddenly, a piercing metallic shriek ripped through the air, sharp enough to make the entire space seem to tremble. It felt as if something extraordinary was about to awaken. A voice grumbled at the overwhelming surge of power, demanding to know why it had become so loud, while the legendary Gruhorn blazed with a blinding, otherworldly radiance. The glow exploded outward even further, growing so intense and distracting that the irritated voice snapped at it in frustration. At the same time, another voice, furious and heavy with authority, thundered through the chaos, demanding to know who dared place a hand on such a sacred artifact. Then the young wielder answered with a declaration powerful enough to shake the room itself, shouting that from that moment on he was the one and only master of the sword. A furious bearded official stared in stunned disbelief, then roared as he realized the defiant youth before him was none other than His Highness. The official's voice rang out with the weight of authority as he declared that the sword was a sacred relic, something only the king himself had the right to touch. Leaving no room for argument, he demanded that it be returned immediately, with no excuses, no hesitation, and no delay. The legendary blade Gruhorn pulsed with wild, untamed power. Its golden hilt shone brightly, and its razor-sharp edge trembled under the force of the awakened energy, almost as if the sword itself were crying out. But the young prince only tightened his grip around Gruhorn, holding on with stubborn, iron resolve. He sneered at the official, spat out the insult pig, and then silenced him completely with a thunderous command to shut up. An arrogant smirk spread across Adrian's face as he declared that there was nothing in this world he was forbidden to touch. The sheer boldness of those words left the official frozen in shock, as though he could hardly process what the young royal had just dared to say. Adrian then pushed his power outward, almost as if he were testing the weight of his own authority against the world around him. In response, the legendary blade pulsed fiercely, and the force hidden within it revealed its true nature, authority, and judgment. That overwhelming power belonged to Adrian Leonberg, a level 999 monarch whose very presence overflowed with kingly arrogance. Around him gathered immense strength, merciless resolve, fearless confidence, not even the faintest trace of empathy, and an almost limitless sensitivity to mana. The moment the name Leonberg appeared, the voice recognized him as the rightful descendant meant to inherit the sword. And yet, even with that recognition in place, a faint shadow of doubt remained, lingering quietly and refusing to disappear completely. Nearby, a white-haired warrior clenched his own blade until his grip tightened with frustration. He could barely accept that this reckless prince had inherited the power of the Sword Saint, and in his irritation he wished he could simply ignore the royal decree altogether. But that irritation only burned hotter, because he understood the truth all too well. No matter how much he disliked what was happening, and no matter how strongly he wanted to reject it, he could not simply turn his back on the Emperor's command. Adrian's thoughts cut sharply through all the shouting and tension around him. To him, the man's outrage sounded completely ridiculous, nothing more than pointless yelling, empty noise, and meaningless babble. Then, unable to hold back his boiling resolve any longer, the white-haired warrior cried out to his own blade. He begged the great dragon slayer to lend him its strength, and his plea burst into a furious shout as he demanded to know whether Adrian had truly lost his mind. At last, the white-haired warrior's fury burst out of him completely, roaring through the room like thunder powerful enough to shake the walls. He snarled that a god like him would never hand his strength over to some arrogant little brat, his voice dripping with the pride of someone who believed the entire realm should bow at his feet. And then all that rage sharpened into one desperate, furious shout that ripped through the air, Gruhorn. The power packed into that roar exploded outward in heavy, crushing shockwaves. The force slammed through the space, rattling the guards where they stood and making the air itself feel unstable. Panic seized them almost instantly, and as they staggered back in alarm, they cried out for His Highness to calm down before the situation collapsed into complete disaster. But the warrior had already gone far beyond the point where anyone's warning could reach him. His eyes burned with a terrifying, almost unholy brightness, and he snapped back at the guards with vicious anger. His voice tore through them as he screamed for them to shut their mouths, demanding how they dared try to give orders to him. Adrian, however, showed not even the slightest trace of fear. Instead, a cold, fearless smirk slowly spread across his face as he looked straight at the enraged warrior. Then he threw out a chilling challenge, asking if the man really wanted to start something and daring him to reveal whatever strength he still had left. Before the white-haired warrior could even begin to understand what Adrian was about to do, Adrian vanished from where he stood. In a single blink, his figure transformed into a streak of golden speed, flashing across the distance like lethal steel slicing through the air. A violent impact slammed into the warrior before his mind could even catch up with Adrian's movement. The blow landed with such sudden, crushing force that it knocked the air straight from his lungs, leaving only a stunned, disbelieving sound caught in his throat. Adrian's blade had already found the exact place it needed to strike. The slash was clean, ruthless, and utterly devastating, carving deep across the warrior's hand, and in that one humiliating moment, the proud man was forced down onto his knees before the calm prince standing over him. For a brief moment after Adrian's overwhelming strike, the entire room seemed to freeze in stunned silence. Then an attendant's face twisted with pure terror. Her eyes widened, her hands flew up to cover her mouth, and she barely managed to hold back the scream rising from her chest. Even so, a raw gasp still escaped her lips, and a second later it broke into a frantic cry for His Highness. The white-haired warrior lay sprawled across the cold floor, completely broken by the attack, while a horrifying crimson stain spread across his chest where Adrian's strike had landed. The attendant dropped to her knees in panic and screamed for someone to bring the royal physician immediately. But through the thick haze of pain blurring his senses, the warrior could barely form a single clear thought. Only one stunned realization settled over him with brutal weight. He, of all people, had been pierced by the sword. His thoughts spun wildly, unable to settle, yet one furious question burned even brighter than the pain tearing through his body. How could someone like Adrian, a scoundrel in his eyes, possibly command a blade of such terrifying caliber? Then the world around him began to bend and distort. The room tilted strangely before his eyes, and the figures standing in front of him blurred together, melting into a dizzy, disorienting haze that he could no longer force back into focus. A cold realization struck him with painful clarity. If this continued, he was going to collapse right there, and for a swordsman who had spent his entire life living by the blade, the humiliation of fainting for the first time felt almost more unbearable than the wound itself. Across the entire kingdom, tension had been building for a long time around one terrifying belief. If Prince Adrian ever ascended the throne, disaster would fall upon everyone. In the public eye, he was nothing more than a talentless royal, yet his greed had grown so notorious that it had become an ugly legend of its own. To the people, Adrian was the perfect image of a foolish, lazy, cruel pig of a prince. That was the reputation attached to first Prince Adrian Leonberg, and it was so rotten that even the names of infamous villains seemed almost reasonable when compared beside him. The future of the kingdom seemed to hang by a thread, like helpless prey trapped beneath the shadow of a hawk circling overhead. From the very day the prince was born, frightening rumors had spread like wildfire, whispering that some strange demon had appeared to mark his existence. In the shadows, two figures began to whisper quietly between themselves. One of them hesitated, uncertain of the latest court gossip, and asked whether Adrian Leonberg was supposed to be the second prince now. The other scoffed at that immediately, replying that he had already been pushed down again to third prince. Another confused voice quickly joined in, asking why that had happened when Adrian had not even done anything this time. But someone else dismissed the concern as if it barely mattered, saying there was no need to worry, because sooner or later, Adrian would surely go back to his old habits anyway. The strangest part was that Prince Adrian himself did not care about those rumors at all. He simply stared downward in silence, his mind weighed down by a far heavier realization. A bitter thought began to settle inside him, that he, of all beings, had somehow ended up in this place. The truth, or perhaps the curse, screamed through his skull with merciless force. He had killed the descendant of his own comrade, and even worse than that, he had stolen that person's body and was now living inside it. Inside the luxurious royal chambers, the guard captain lowered himself onto one knee before the king. His posture was formal, but his voice carried clear concern as he carefully asked whether His Majesty had already heard the newest whispers spreading through the palace. Then the captain revealed the shocking news with careful urgency. First Prince Adrian Leonberg, who had barely appeared before anyone for months, had suddenly been stripped down in rank and reduced to the position of third prince. Nearby, a royal maid stood with a smile that never truly reached her eyes. Her face remained calm and composed, but her words carried a sharp edge as she warned a masked guard to be more careful about what he said. From his throne, the king observed the exchange with a sly glint shining in his eyes. He remarked that Adrian had supposedly returned from the very brink of death, and yet, judging from the rumors, his infamous reputation had apparently not changed at all. With a cold, dismissive motion of his hand, the king waved the maid away. There was no warmth in his tone as he told her she could leave, making it clear that, in his eyes, she was of no use to him anyway. Then the king's expression sharpened into a sneer as he demanded to know what kind of pig Adrian was supposed to be. The captain shifted uneasily and attempted to explain something about a strange demon, though it was painfully obvious that he was pretending to understand far more than he actually did. Once Adrian Leonberg was finally left alone, he stared forward with blank confusion clouding his face. A quiet thought passed through his mind as he wondered whether that man was truly meant to be his teacher. He heard someone address him as Your Highness, but his mind felt almost hollow, as if most of his memories had been wiped away. Or perhaps not all of them. With his gaze lowered in thought, Adrian hesitated, wondering if he had been wrong to believe that enough time had already passed. Then a guard suddenly shouted that the king had arrived. Adrian's eyes snapped open immediately, and the word king rang through his thoughts with sharp force. In that instant he wondered whether His Majesty had known the truth from the very beginning. A quiet sound slipped from Adrian as the realization slowly settled over him. Against his own expectations, he found himself admitting that the king might be far sharper and more perceptive than he had first assumed. His thoughts continued to race. He had honestly believed that enough years had gone by for the rumors surrounding his bloodline to fade away, becoming nothing more than old whispers buried beneath the passage of time. But the moment the king stood before him, that fragile hope was completely crushed. Those rumors had not disappeared at all. They were still alive, still breathing, and still waiting for the right moment to rise around him again. The king fixed his cold, piercing gaze on Adrian and asked whether his own son could not even greet his father properly. He added that even brushing against death had apparently failed to change Adrian in the slightest. Later, after Adrian had been confined to his bed, the captain of the royal guard stepped forward with worry written plainly across his face and told His Majesty that he was concerned about Adrian's memory. The instant those words were spoken, the king's eyes narrowed as he repeated the phrase, "memory loss." The captain urgently ordered that the royal physician be summoned at once to examine His Highness. Adrian lay motionless and unresponsive on the bed, while his father and the guards stood over him in heavy silence, the uncertainty of his future hanging over the room like a dark storm cloud. Adrian found himself standing before the king, the man who was supposed to be his father, while that same man pressed him again and again about the empty spaces in his memory. The king's questions came one after another, steady and relentless, asking whether Adrian truly remembered nothing at all. Inside, Adrian's thoughts were moving in a frantic rush. A cold dread tightened around him as he struggled to deal with the blank gaps in his mind, desperately hoping the king had not realized just how severe his memory problem truly was. The king's stare cut into him like the edge of a sharpened blade, and his voice carried the weight of deep disappointment as he pressed the issue even further. If Adrian could not even remember the things he had done, then perhaps those actions had never meant anything to him in the first place. Adrian's expression twisted under the force of that brutal honesty. His face tightened, and for a moment it looked as if the king's words had struck him more painfully than any physical blow could have. But the king had not finished speaking. He continued laying out the harsh truth, saying that a person could only grow by admitting their mistakes and learning from them. Yet now, because Adrian remembered nothing, even that path had been taken away from him. The king's voice hardened until it sounded like cold steel as he delivered the cruelest point of all. Adrian had forgotten everything. The regal chains across the king's body caught the light as he spoke, silently reinforcing the absolute authority behind each word. With one final crushing declaration, the king made the situation unmistakably clear. Adrian's past was gone, and because of that, he had no path left except to move forward from the broken present still lying before him. Adrian Leonberg knelt beneath the king's icy stare, humiliation burning through him from the inside out. Deep in his mind, frustration screamed wildly, desperately wanting to escape the suffocating pressure pressing down on that moment. Then the king's next words struck him like a hammer. He told Adrian to forget the dignity that came with being the first prince, and said he should be grateful he was still being treated as a human being at all. Adrian's face twisted into a furious, bewildered snarl. His thoughts roared with disbelief as he wondered what in the world the original owner of this body had done to deserve treatment this harsh. The shock hit him so heavily that he could barely keep his thoughts steady. He was left reeling beneath the sheer brutality of the king's judgment, unable to immediately understand the full weight behind it. The king's voice cut through the present while a brief, fleeting memory surfaced, an image of a younger Adrian being held in his father's arms. In that same cold tone, the king declared that he had heard everything and told Adrian to accept it, before asking whether his memories would return soon. Another painful image flashed through Adrian's mind, showing a young Adrian sitting quietly on his father's lap. But in the present, the king's words remained merciless, brushing aside that small and tender past as if it were barely worth mentioning, while his gaze seemed to linger on what remained of his son's once beautiful face. Adrian's expression twisted with pure agony as those cruel words burned themselves into him. The king spoke as though his poor son had withered away into this miserable condition, leaving Adrian to wonder bitterly where exactly that so-called loss had even happened. The king of Leonberg smiled with an unsettling calm that made the room feel colder. He said he was pleased that Adrian had finally opened his eyes, but the words carried a heavy, chilling weight, nothing like simple relief from a father. But even that supposed joy disappeared almost as quickly as it came. The king then gave Adrian a warning cold enough to sink into his bones, telling him never to touch such dangerous objects again. His words grew even heavier as he quietly wondered what might have happened if something had gone wrong and Adrian had never awakened at all. Adrian was still caught inside his father's arms, but there was nothing gentle about that embrace. There was no warmth in it, no comfort, no sense of safety a child should have felt from a parent. Under the king's steady, unreadable stare, Adrian's face slowly sank into despair, as though that icy gaze alone were pressing down on his chest and stealing the breath from his lungs. Deep inside his mind, Adrian screamed against the reality closing in around him, desperately wishing he could rip that truth away before it crushed whatever remained of his soul. But no matter how fiercely he tried to reject it, the same cold thought kept echoing through the darkness again and again, impossible to silence. He was already dead. Outside the chamber walls, the great castle rose beneath the pale moonlight, its towering spires cutting sharply into the frozen night sky. In that quiet, distant view, the whole fortress seemed to loom over Adrian's fate, standing like a cold monument to the impossible burden that had now fallen onto his shoulders. At last, the king left him with one final chilling dismissal, saying he would return later, and ordering Adrian to rest well, as though everything that had happened could be set aside with a few calm words. Adrian could not give a proper answer. All that escaped him was a low, strained sound, heavy with pain. That tiny sound trembled in his throat for a moment, before breaking apart into a single shattered gasp. His face twisted with complete hopelessness, and the despair he had been trying to force down finally rose to the surface, too heavy and too raw for him to hide any more. Adrian's thoughts drifted back to the life he had once lived, to those bitter days when even after cutting down one of his own, he was still expected to clean up the chaos left behind. Yet, somewhere deep inside, he understood the painful truth with absolute clarity. The real problem had never been only other people. He himself had been the one who ruined his own life. But even despair could not keep its grip on him forever. Slowly, from the darkness pressing against his chest, a fierce resolve began to burn through. Along with it came a stubborn determination to take back everything he had lost, starting with the memories still buried somewhere beyond his reach. Now he had been reborn inside a heavy, talentless body, forced once again to clean up after others, even after already defeating those who had stood in his way. A fat body, no natural gifts, and endless problems waiting for him at every turn. Every part of this situation was miserable. But even all of that was not enough to make Adrian stop moving forward. He curled his hand into a tight fist, feeling the urgent need to rebuild his strength flare inside him like the first spark of a fire. And then, right in the middle of that hardening determination, one strangely practical question slipped into his mind. Just how many children had his old comrade left behind? Then, from deep within the fog of his fractured memories, a single name flickered faintly into view. It surfaced for only an instant, distant and uncertain, like a broken fragment fighting its way back to him from the depths, Rezu. But no matter how many unanswered questions still circled around him, Adrian's path had become painfully clear. Before anything else, before reclaiming his former strength or understanding the limits of this body, he needed to forge a mana heart. With sharp determination burning in his eyes, Adrian began drawing in the raw energy lingering around him. The first faint spark of power gathered under his control, small but unmistakable, marking the beginning of the long, brutal road back to the strength he once possessed. Without hesitation, he threw himself into ruthless training. Raising one hand before him, he watched as blue energy sparked across his palm. Mana began to flow inward, spinning and tightening above his hand until it slowly formed into a condensed orb of glowing light. The electric blue glow surrounding his palm grew brighter, wilder, and harder to stabilize. Restless waves of mana circled his hand, twisting together bit by bit, gathering above him like a violent storm being forced into the shape of a single sphere. But the strain struck his body almost immediately, pushing it dangerously close to its limit. His eyes burned with painful blue light as the unstable mana resisted his control, and with one sharp gasp, the gathered power suddenly burst outward before he could hold it together. Frustration surged through Adrian as the scattered mana slipped from his grasp and faded uselessly into the air. That failed attempt confirmed exactly what he had feared from the start. This current body was still far too weak to contain power that violent. Even so, Adrian refused to let one failure bring him to a stop. If anything, his resolve only hardened further. With the stubborn decision to try again burning through him, a vivid blue aura erupted around his body like fire blazing against the cold air. His eyes shone with fierce determination as the mana surged around him even more violently than before. Energy exploded through the space in wild, unstable waves, but Adrian forced himself to push past the limits of his fragile body anyway. Gritting his teeth, Adrian commanded his body to obey him again and again, refusing to surrender no matter how fiercely it resisted. At last, the blue energy began gathering properly, expanding into a massive, stable form that wrapped around both of his hands. The powerful mana continued spiraling, becoming clearer, denser, and sharper until it looked almost solid in the air before him. It was proof that his will had not broken. Then Adrian slammed his hand down against the ground, a raw cry tearing from his throat as the pressure of the mana threatened to rip him apart from within. His face twisted into a desperate scream, sweat flying from him as he forced himself through the pain. Rage and disbelief burned through his mind as he cursed the weakness of this body, demanding to know what kind of pathetic frailty could resist him this badly. Adrian jolted awake, as though he had been hurled straight back into a brutal snow-covered battlefield, surrounded by bodies scattered across the white ground. Frustration roared through his skull, furious and disbelieving, as he demanded to know what in the world was wrong with this body. A low, irritated groan slipped from him as the memory of his former power pressed painfully against his mind. Back then, if Adrian wanted something, he could simply take it, buy it, or force the world itself to bend and move according to his will. Then a soft knock at the door cut cleanly through the tension filling the room. From the other side, the respectful voice of the Royal Guard captain called out to him, addressing him with careful formality as His Highness. Later, Adrian sat at a table, while a royal maid cautiously offered him a compliment, even clarifying that her words were meant as sincere praise and not some special flattery reserved only for him. But Adrian's attention had already drifted elsewhere, his thoughts quietly judging that even this was still nowhere near enough. The maid's expression slowly grew more serious as she continued speaking. With careful politeness and the restraint of someone trying not to provoke him too strongly, she asked him to please take Queen Margarita's feelings into consideration. Adrian remained seated in silence, listening to her words without letting much show on his face. Across from him, a quick flicker of fear passed through the maid's eyes as she silently prayed he would not throw the bowl at her the way he had done before. Her gaze stayed fixed on him, cautious and tense, as though every tiny movement Adrian made might decide what happened next. She waited in stiff silence, watching carefully for even the faintest sign of anger or sudden violence. Then Adrian's eyes suddenly snapped wide open. It was as if a sharp realization had pierced straight through his chest, dragging his full attention toward the bowl sitting in front of him on the table. The glowing blue liquid before him was not ordinary at all. It overflowed with raw mana so dense, vivid, and unmistakable that Adrian could practically feel the power radiating from its surface before he even touched it. The royal maid carefully presented the bowl to him, still watching his reaction with nervous attention. Adrian took it immediately, snatching it up without even the slightest pause or trace of hesitation. He drank the entire contents in one go, tipping the bowl back and swallowing the mana-rich liquid with startling speed. In almost no time at all, every last drop disappeared down his throat. The maid stared at him in complete shock, her mouth falling open before she could stop herself. Worry quickly spread across her face as she struggled to understand the sudden, intense way he had consumed the strange liquid. With a quiet clink, Adrian set the empty bowl back down on the table. It had been drained so thoroughly that the glowing blue liquid seemed almost as if it had never existed there in the first place. Adrian dismissed the moment as though nothing unusual had happened, casually asking whether she was free to go. The maid quickly stammered that she was, "Your Highness?" Then a faint smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth as he ordered her to bring him one more, only this time with fire. The air around Adrian began to crackle, faint pulses of blue light flickering through the room like sparks gathering before a storm. Even inside this new, heavier body, he now radiated a vivid blue aura, and his eyes burned with intense magical power. A closer look at those glowing blue eyes revealed the fierce determination blazing behind them. Adrian admitted to himself that the mana was undeniably effective, but even with that advantage, the amount was still far from enough. Worse, whatever he consumed scattered too quickly, fading away after only a single day. Adrian turned sharply toward the royal maid, his attention locking onto her with sudden intensity. His focus became so direct that the atmosphere shifted instantly, and his voice cut back into the room as he called out to her again. Without wasting even a second, he demanded to know whether she had any more of that potent mana-infused liquid. His tone made it clear this was no casual question. He had discovered something useful, something that could help him rebuild himself, and now he wanted more. Only a few days later, Adrian had changed so dramatically that he almost looked like a different person. His body seemed leaner and more mature, his white hair framed his face with a sharper edge, and his glowing blue eyes shone with dangerous intensity as energy crackled around his hand. A confident, almost predatory smile curved across his lips. He had repeated the process again and again, refining each attempt through countless trials until his control finally began to take proper shape. And now, at last, he could feel it with absolute clarity. The moment had arrived when he could truly forge a mana heart. With that foundation finally within reach, Adrian understood exactly what it meant. If he succeeded, he would be able to create something far stronger than anything this weak, unprepared body should have been capable of holding. But just as his eyes flared with an unnatural blue light, a searing pain tore through him without warning. It slashed across his body from the inside like fire, sharp and merciless enough to make even Adrian's focus waver. Then he remembered the truth behind the process. This was never meant to be gentle, simple, or easy. From the very beginning, forging a mana heart was something built on agony. The pain intensified until it forced Adrian down onto his knees, his body buckling beneath the pressure. Inside his chest, the gathered mana swelled with such violent force that it felt as if it might tear him open and make him explode from within. Even then, Adrian forced himself to endure instead of letting the power go. His hands radiated intense blue energy as he continued shaping the mana heart, refusing to let the unstable mana scatter and vanish like it had before. Through the pain, he reminded himself that creating a mana heart had never been supposed to be simple. And in a body this damaged, this weak, and this unprepared, the process was naturally bound to be even more brutal. But Adrian could not afford to lose consciousness now. Not after coming this close, not when the core of his strength was finally almost within his grasp, and not when a single mistake could ruin everything he had fought to build. So he pushed straight through the agony, forcing himself deeper into the process as raw mana exploded all around him. The violent surge swallowed the room in overwhelming power until the entire world around him seemed to fall into complete darkness. Adrian clenched his jaw so tightly it looked painful. his electric blue eyes blazing through the suffocating pressure building inside him. Every passing second felt like it was trying to tear him apart from the inside, but he forced himself to stay awake, stay conscious, and endure every bit of it. Adrian dropped down onto one knee, his entire body shaking beneath the unbearable strain, but he still refused to collapse. He forced himself to stay upright and dragged together whatever fragments of concentration he had left. With such unstable mana raging all around him, he knew exactly how dangerous this moment was. One tiny mistake, one careless slip in control, and the entire process could shatter apart and wipe him out completely. His hand erupted with brilliant blue light as he thrust it straight into the violent storm of mana and seized the raging current by force. He pressed that wild power down beneath his will, warning himself not to move too quickly. Every unstable flow had to be guided carefully, every motion had to stay precise, because even the smallest rush of impatience could make everything explode. Then, one after another, thin streams of blue energy began to spark into existence. They moved slowly through the air, almost like delicate threads of light, tracing careful paths around Adrian as he shaped the foundation of a new mana heart inside his own body. At last, the new mana heart flickered into existence. It was still fragile, but there was no mistaking the life inside it, a glowing sphere crackling with raw blue power. Its energy spread through every part of Adrian, seeping into him from the inside out, while a deep hum vibrated across the room. And when the creation finally completed, a small orb of intense light remained shining before him. Completely drained, yet undeniably victorious, Adrian stayed seated in silence. His breathing was heavy, his body worn down to the edge, but his eyes never left the incredible mana heart before him. He stared at it as if he could hardly believe he had actually created such a thing with his own two hands. Even after the worst of the ordeal had passed, Adrian did not allow his focus to loosen. Mana still crackled around his body in restless bursts, alive and unsettled, as though the newly formed core inside him was still struggling to settle into its proper place. A strong thrum pulsed from deep within his core, rolling through Adrian like a second heartbeat. Slowly he lifted his head, his eyes burning again with renewed determination, and a new vow formed inside him. Next time, he would forge a mana heart for an entirely different purpose. But beneath that thought, his true ambition surged forward first. A swirling blue orb gathered in his hand, glowing with unmistakable power, and the answer became impossible to deny. This mana heart was not something meant for another person. This one belonged to him and him alone. Adrian forced himself back onto his feet, exhaustion still clinging to every part of him. Even so, his chest lifted with pride, and a victorious grin spread across his face. Unable and unwilling to hide the excitement burning inside him, he shouted out his triumph for the room to hear. Then a blinding golden aura burst out around his entire body, flooding the room with radiant power. Under that overwhelming light, the unstable mana heart finally settled completely, revealing its finished form in full. For one short moment, Adrian froze exactly where he stood. His eyes widened, and a flash of surprise crossed his face as something completely unexpected suddenly appeared before him. A clear message revealed itself in front of his eyes, announcing without hesitation that the mana heart had been successfully created. Right after the mana heart was forged, a strange status window suddenly appeared in front of him. Adrian stared at it with open confusion, trying to understand what was happening and why securing the origin was being treated as something so important. He questioned why this strange power would choose to appear now, of all possible moments. But before Adrian could sort through the meaning of it, the status window began restoring a vital connection to the origin, stopping him cold in complete disbelief. The connection snapped into place all at once. A powerful instinct twisted deep in Adrian's gut, warning him immediately that this was not some ordinary event he could simply undo, ignore, or walk away from. Then an absurd new authority unlocked before him, the third eye. But the message made the warning clear at the same time. He could only use it for an extremely limited period. Adrian was left stunned, not only by the gift itself, but by the dangerous restriction attached to it. Even with that limit, the ability was anything but ordinary. For the short time it remained active, it promised to sharpen his sight and hearing far beyond the range of normal human senses, pushing perception into a realm most people could never imagine. In a single instant, Adrian's vision expanded with violent force. Details flooded into his mind with such piercing clarity that it felt as though the world itself had suddenly split open right in front of him. His sight stretched far beyond the walls of the room, reaching outward toward a distant forest. Trees, branches, patches of shadow, and the spaces between them all came into focus with impossible sharpness, as if Adrian were standing right there among them. Then his focus settled on a pure white flower. Every delicate petal stood out with breathtaking clarity, so vivid and close that it almost felt as though the flower were blooming directly before his eyes. His hearing sharpened just as dramatically, catching even the faintest sounds with unbelievable precision. And yet, even with his senses stretched wider than they had ever been, Adrian still could not fully grasp just how far this new authority could truly reach. Outside the room, the maid quickly hushed the guard, lowering her voice as she reminded him that the king hated unnecessary commotion. Then, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, she mentioned that she could clearly hear Queen Margarita's voice through the door. The very next moment, searing pain tore through Adrian's body without warning. A guttural cry forced its way out of his throat as the overwhelming rush of power began crushing his senses from every direction at once. His mana was gone, completely drained. The message warned him that his internal mana had been fully depleted, and immediately after that, the use of his authorities was forcibly terminated. Even as the power faded away, Adrian understood the warning with chilling clarity. So that was what extremely limited truly meant, an authority so powerful that using it even once could empty him completely. Still, during that one fleeting moment he had seen everything. His senses had reached outward in every direction without leaving even a single blind spot, as if the entire world had opened itself and been laid bare inside his mind. But the one thing he wanted most, the origin itself, still remained far beyond his reach. No matter how powerful that brief glimpse had been, it was still too distant, too untouchable for Adrian to grasp. For now, Adrian understood the only path available to him. By using magic power again and again, he could slowly strengthen his eyesight and improve what he was able to perceive, even if each small gain came one step at a time. A mischievous grin slowly crept across his face as a glowing orb appeared in his hand. His thoughts were already racing ahead, turning toward the next problem, because before anything else, he needed to find a way to expand his mana pool. Piece by piece, the plan began turning inside Adrian's mind. Quietly, without letting anyone else see what he was aiming for, he started assembling the next step forward and shaping the path he would take from here. His eyes burned with steady, unwavering resolve in the dim light. That look alone made the answer clear. Adrian had no intention of stopping after such a small beginning. Then a powerful declaration rang out, carrying a weight that felt almost as though it were descending from the heavens itself. The voice announced that it would now be brought forth. Inside the sprawling grandeur of the castle, however, Adrian's mind had already fixed itself on his first true mission. Before anything else could happen, before any larger ambition could begin, he had to master this unfamiliar human body. A voice filled with admiration praised his determination, calling it truly admirable. Soon after, a breathtaking woman dressed with elegant grace stepped forward, a radiant smile resting on her lips as she extended her hand in a clear invitation. Yet Adrian, sprawled across a luxurious couch, looked anything but impressed by the moment. A firm voice pressed down on him, insisting that he needed to learn how to properly value the body he now possessed. A formidable figure stood over him, casting a heavy presence across the room. With every passing second, the air seemed to tighten under that man's silent pressure, making the space feel smaller and harder to breathe in. His gaze was sharp, steady, and impossible to ignore. It remained fixed on Adrian with a severity that left no room for excuses, no place to hide, and absolutely no patience for childish defiance. As the man studied Adrian carefully, his expression darkened with a grim realization. Adrian truly had lost his memory. Then Queen Margarita's voice came from the side, ordering her brother to help this child, and the man muttered under his breath that he had been wondering who she meant. The man stood before the royal guard captain as the unseen voice made the situation perfectly clear. This was Adrian, the king's own son, and at the same time, the captain's only nephew. Queen Margarita continued pressing the matter, pointing out just how strangely quiet Adrian had become. The captain looked visibly irritated and considered the entire situation a waste of his time. But even so, He decided that taking one quick look would not be enough to damage his reputation. That so-called quick look left Adrian gasping on the floor. His body trembled under the overwhelming force that had just been used against him, and he struggled to steady himself after the impact, barely managing to gather himself from the shock. Standing over him, the scarred royal laid out the rules with merciless clarity. Vale Balarhard declared that Adrian would begin receiving a proper royal education immediately, and if Adrian ever forgot his place, Vale himself would make sure the prince never woke up again. A chilling smirk spread across Vale Balarhard's face as he threw down the challenge. He dared Adrian to give everything he had, saying that no one could know what might change if the prince truly struggled with all his strength. With defiance blazing fiercely in his eyes, Adrian even considered flipping the entire situation around and teaching his uncle a thing or two about swordsmanship. But almost immediately, he dismissed the thought as ridiculous, grudgingly admitting that for an imperial prince blessed with absurd talent, being forced into a harsh situation like this was probably unavoidable. Vale Balarhard's smirk widened as he watched Adrian's anger and resentment simmer just beneath the surface. He could clearly see how badly the prince wanted to snap back at him, and from the look on his face, Vale seemed to enjoy every single second of it. Then, with a predatory gleam flashing in his eye, Vale Balarhard offered a new challenge. His voice stayed calm, but there was danger coiled beneath it as he suggested that the two of them make a bet. Adrian's eyes burned as he boldly declared that he would surpass Vale Balarhard in only 6 months. His uncle watched him in silence, and behind that calm expression, he could only hope the prince would not come to regret such reckless arrogance. With that same fierce fire still blazing in his gaze, Adrian laid out the stakes for his uncle. If he lost, he would obey Vale completely. But if he won, then Vale Balarhard would have to grant him one powerful wish. Vale Balarhard, calculating as ever, simply watched Adrian with the faint smile of a seasoned strategist. He listened to every word without showing even the slightest sign of being shaken, as though he were already measuring the outcome in his mind. Then Vale Balarhard accepted the bet with cool, unshaken confidence. From the look on his face, he was clearly relishing the thought of watching Adrian struggle, fight, and claw his way through the brutal challenge waiting ahead. But the small burst of confidence that had risen inside Adrian vanished almost the moment it appeared. That heat in his chest, that stubborn push forward, was quickly smothered when reality came crashing back down on him. Even Adrian had to admit it now. He had judged his own condition far too generously. Sweat gathered across his brow, his breathing turned rough and uneven, and the terrible weakness of this body pressed down on him harder than any enemy standing in front of him. Adrian clenched his teeth so tightly that pain ran through his jaw, fury boiling beneath his skin as he cursed this wretched body in silence. His willpower was still sharp, fierce, and unbroken, but that meant nothing when the strength holding him up kept failing him again and again. Being trapped inside such fragile limits was starting to grind away at his patience, and the frustration was becoming almost unbearable. Then, as if Adrian's sheer refusal to collapse had finally taken physical form, a dazzling blue light suddenly burst to life around his leg. Mana crackled into place with a fierce glow, coiling around his lower body before gathering near his foot, bright and compressed, like a spark packed with enough force to explode at any second. In the very next instant, that condensed power hurled him straight upward. Adrian shot toward the open sky, not because he was chasing some noble victory or glorious achievement, but because one simple, humiliating goal stood in front of him. Before pride, before reputation, before anything else, he needed to clear that miserable little fence. Vale Balarhard's playful expression was wiped away in a single breath. His eyes snapped wide, and the easy amusement on his face cracked apart as real shock took its place. Because right there in front of him, Adrian was beginning to show a kind of potential Vale had never imagined he would witness. The mana surrounding Adrian continued to thrum through the air in deep, steady pulses, and with every wave the blue radiance wrapped around him burned even brighter. Vale Balarhard stood frozen, staring with widened eyes, until he finally managed to force Adrian's name out of his mouth, as though the disbelief itself was choking the words before they could leave his throat. Adrian, though, showed no sign that anything extraordinary had just happened. His expression stayed calm, almost unnervingly so, and his eyes remained fixed straight ahead with quiet concentration. The way he carried himself made it seem as if this sudden display of power was hardly worth getting excited over. Vale Bellerhard's mouth dropped open, and his voice burst out with raw disbelief. He stared at Adrian as if the sight before him simply could not exist, unable to tear his eyes away. Then he demanded to know if Adrian had truly succeeded in creating a mana heart. Adrian answered with a faintly smug expression, acting as if the brilliant power gathering around him was nothing especially remarkable. With an almost maddening calm, he glanced down at the mana surrounding his body and casually asked if Vale was talking about this, before admitting that he had only created it recently. A confident grin slowly spread across Adrian's face, giving his expression a sharper, more provocative edge. Then, fully embracing the moment, he turned the pressure back on Vale Bellerhard and asked if his uncle was finally beginning to regret making that bet. Vale Bellerhard looked so stunned that his eyes seemed like they might leap out of his head. For that brief moment, the calm certainty he usually wore so easily shattered completely, leaving him able to make only a strangled, confused sound of utter disbelief. Then his uncle's face twisted with irritation, and he quickly cut off his own first reaction before it could go any further. No, that was not the real problem here. What Vale Bellerhard truly wanted to know was where Adrian had learned how to create a mana heart at all, and even as he asked, a faint, incredulous laugh slipped into his voice. Vale Bellerhard's thoughts spun wildly while he kept staring at Adrian, trying to force what he was seeing into something that made sense. But no matter how hard he looked at the boy standing before him, the explanation refused to fit. A mana heart should have been completely beyond Adrian's ability to create. Adrian's eyes widened slightly, and a tense breath caught in his throat as Vale Bellerhard's voice suddenly thundered through the space. His uncle demanded to know how Adrian had learned a technique that in this era only the weakest and most desperate people would even bother trying to master. The force of that shock seemed to rip through the sky itself. A sharp crackling sound rolled across the air, and from the nearby trees, startled birds burst upward in a panicked storm of wings, scattering in every direction as though even nature had recoiled from the revelation. The entire castle seemed to tremble when Vale Bellerhard's thunderous cry erupted from within, his disbelief crashing through the walls with overwhelming force. Adrian kept his expression calm on the surface, but behind that controlled look, his thoughts were already racing, colliding and spiraling like a storm he could barely keep contained. Even so, Vale Bellerhard eventually pushed through the tension and began explaining the truth. He went straight to the core of the matter, making it painfully clear that a mana heart was not the impressive source of power Adrian seemed to think it was. Adrian's mouth fell open as the truth hit him far harder than he expected. The mana heart technique he had depended on, the very method he had treated as a vital foundation for strength, was apparently considered in this age to be nothing more than a crude method used by low-ranked mages. He stared at Vale in disbelief, unable to accept what he had just been told. His eyes narrowed, his voice grew sharper, and he immediately challenged the claim, demanding to know what his uncle could possibly mean by saying something that absurd. Vale Bellerhard did not bother wrapping the answer in a long explanation. Deciding that a direct demonstration would make the difference much easier to understand, he ordered Adrian to watch carefully. Then he flicked his wrist, and from the center of his palm, a dazzling turquoise aura bloomed into the air. The raw mana twisted and streamed forward like a living current, curling inward with astonishing precision. In only a few seconds, the scattered radiance pulled itself together, tightening into a perfect shape until it hardened into a flawless ring of mana, shining with polished and controlled power. The turquoise ring pulsed again and again, every bright wave of light making Vale Bellerhard's refined control even more obvious. Adrian could only stare silently at that vivid blue energy, his mind catching on a single question that burned hotter with every passing second. What exactly was he looking at? The blue energy continued to beat with a terrifying pressure, condensing in the air until it almost seemed alive. Then, without even the slightest warning, a violent crackle snapped from inside it, sharp enough to make the surrounding atmosphere jolt. All at once, the ring burst apart, scattering into countless glowing pieces like shattered glass thrown through the air. Adrian's eyes widened as he took in the impossible scene. Mana should not have been able to break apart like that. For one brief instant, it almost looked as if Vale Bellerhard might also be using a mana heart, but his uncle quickly made it clear that this method was not merely stronger, it changed the very rules behind power itself. That explanation cast the old Eli family in a painfully humiliating light. They had once been the pioneers who introduced mana hearts to the world, yet 100 years ago they had already fallen into obscurity. Their collapse had become proof that the era of mana hearts was long over, and in the present day no sensible mage or knight would willingly depend on such an outdated technique. As Adrian struggled to absorb everything, he leaned over a document titled Mana Chaining Basic Theory, studying the pages with a sharp and focused gaze. Line after line, the realization settled over him in silence. The world of magic had moved forward far beyond anything Gruhorn, from his ancient age, could ever have imagined. The text explained the modern method with a clarity that was almost startling. Mages no longer relied on mana hearts in that old, primitive way. Instead, they guided their mana through glowing orbs, using them as far more refined and efficient channels for power. Knights, however, displayed their strength through an entirely different structure. They formed their power into complex chains of mana, and the number, density, and intricacy of those woven chains became a visible sign of just how far they had advanced. Mana chaining began with a single glowing strand curling around the sword, wrapping the blade in a clean, controlled line of energy. Then, in the next moment, that one chain split into two, then three, then four, the luminous patterns multiplying so quickly they seemed to dance across the weapon until a fifth chain snapped into place and completed the breathtaking formation. Adrian looked down at the strange, almost untamed diagrams with a serious expression, carefully tracing each formation with his eyes. And even though he did not like admitting it, the theory was not useless at all. The longer he studied it, the more he realized it held far more value than he had first expected. Eventually, his eyes stopped on the section labeled Basic Theory, written by a man named Ernest Altringen. The moment Adrian saw that name printed on the page, something deep in his memory stirred, a faint familiarity echoing at the back of his mind like a distant bell from long ago. Then recognition struck him all at once. Adrian's eyes opened a little wider, and his expression sharpened with sudden interest as the name finally began connecting to a memory buried far back in the past. Long ago, in an era already swallowed by history, a legend had once stepped onto the stage. A powerful voice called out to a swordsman holding a blade with a brilliant blue gem embedded in its hilt, demanding to know if he truly was the famed sword saint. The hooded swordsman held his weapon with calm, overwhelming strength and answered without the slightest hesitation. His name was Ernest Altringen, with his eyes gleaming in an eerie light. He declared that he had come to decide who was truly worthy of bearing the title of Sword Saint. And in the old records, he was remembered as a man who mastered strange arts that blurred the boundary between swordsmanship and magic. A flash of understanding sparked through Adrian's mind, so that was why the name had felt so familiar. Ernest Altringen was not merely some forgotten scholar whose name had ended up in an old book. He was a legendary figure tied to memories even Gruhorn still carried. A knowing smirk slowly pulled at the corner of Adrian's mouth. He settled back into his seat, letting that old memory sink in with quiet amusement, as though he had just found a forgotten piece of the past hidden carefully inside the present. And once a legend like that resurfaced, one question naturally followed. After all the stories, all the fame, and all the mystery surrounding Ernest Altringen, what had actually become of him in the end? Not long after, the scene shifted into the refined halls of the royal palace. Within that elegant interior, surrounded by the grandeur of the palace walls, Adrian stood facing the royal guard captain and a maid, while a quiet tension slowly gathered in the air between them. Adrian turned his attention toward the captain, his gaze carrying a sharp, testing edge. With the book close at hand, he challenged the man directly, asking whether the royal guard captain would truly dare to read it for himself. The royal guard captain held Adrian's stare and refused to back down, snapping out a firm warning as he ordered him not to open the book. But Adrian ignored the caution entirely, holding the forbidden tome in his hands as if the captain's words meant nothing. The captain's voice rose in disbelief, unable to hide his shock at Adrian's nerve. A defiant smirk slid across Adrian's face. He looked aside as though the captain's warning was barely worth his attention, letting out a low, amused sound that made his refusal perfectly clear. As Adrian's eyes scanned the ancient writing, he remarked that he could not find even the faintest trace of what he was looking for inside these quarters. The pages were packed with old words and the weight of history, but none of it held the answer he truly wanted. The captain's expression hardened into stern disapproval, and it was obvious his patience was beginning to run thin. With a sharp click of his tongue, he demanded to know whether Adrian truly failed to understand just how dangerous the situation had already become. Then, as though the room itself was responding to the captain's warning, a heavy sound suddenly tore through the air. Brilliant blue energy surged out from the book in Adrian's hand, engulfing the old tome in a fierce, unnatural glow. The power pouring from the book seemed to carry a hidden truth inside it. Not every human heart was merely a mana heart. Some were shaped for a specific purpose, a specific class. Adrian lifted his gaze, his eyes blazing with the same blue light, and his intense stare left a pointed question hanging heavily between them. The Royal Guard captain stood visibly shaken by the pressure radiating from both Adrian and the glowing book. His eyes widened as he seemed to understand the meaning behind Adrian's unfinished words, and then he completed the question himself, asking whether he had ever heard of such a thing. There were times when people appeared who resembled the ancient mercenaries, reckless fools who convinced themselves they were heroes born from forgotten centuries. And now, before the Royal Guard captain, stood a golden-haired youth whose burning gaze carried a fierce intensity as he delivered a question heavy enough to change the entire atmosphere of the room. He demanded to know if the captain understood what happened to those who failed to choose a side between two warring kings. As his words rang out, images of ancient warriors wrapped in glowing power flashed like broken pieces of a brutal battlefield, their blades clashing in the chaos of war. The blond youth's eyes shone even brighter as he pushed the captain further. He asked whether the man truly believed he was somehow different from those conflicted souls of the past, then laid down a direct challenge, daring him to try bringing down a double-chain knight. The Royal Guard captain answered with an unreadable smirk resting calmly on his face. Without showing fear, hesitation, or even the slightest crack in his composure, he coolly declared that he would become Adrian's guardian exactly as Queen Margarita had always wanted. But the blond youth's proud expression didn't hold together as perfectly as he wanted it to. For the briefest instant his eyes wavered, and that tiny crack in his face revealed the doubt he had been desperately trying to hide. His voice dropped lower, losing some of its sharpness, as he admitted that he still couldn't say with certainty whether that promise was something he could truly believe in. That uneasy atmosphere carried over into a much smaller chamber, one buried in shadow and tight enough to feel almost like a prison room beneath the palace. The air there felt heavier, more enclosed, as if the walls themselves were pressing in on the conversation. The Royal Guard captain kept his steady eyes fixed on the mysterious blond youth, while the youth stood among the others without backing away, drawing every bit of attention as the captain's words landed on him with increasing weight. The Royal Guard captain's voice sliced through the cramped room with the sharpness of a drawn blade. He turned straight toward the young prince, refusing to soften his tone or hide his displeasure, and challenged him openly. Was Adrian really questioning whether he was qualified enough to stand beside him as his guardian? At that moment, a commanding figure stepped forward, and a fierce blue glow flared to life in his eyes. The instant he moved, the entire room seemed to tighten around his presence, as though everyone there could feel the weight of a battlefield veteran entering the space. With the authority of a man accustomed to leading soldiers, he declared himself a count of the kingdom and the commander of the Black Spear cavalry. The Royal Guard captain's voice followed after that introduction with the weight of an official declaration. Each word seemed to place even more authority behind the man's identity, making it unmistakably clear to everyone in the chamber that the figure before them was none other than the master of the Black Spear cavalry. And the captain was not finished. He went on to emphasize that this man also belonged to the 5 Silver Lions, who had sworn their loyalty. As those words filled the shadowed room, the knight's body erupted in a suffocating blue aura, and raw power began rolling off him in dense, oppressive waves. Then the captain's tone became even more severe, because this was the part that mattered most. This man was not merely a famous knight or a powerful noble. He was someone who had pledged himself to Adrian's own bloodline, and the fierce light burning in his eye made that oath feel absolute, as if nothing could break it. Finally, with unmistakable force, the captain spoke the name that completed the entire introduction. Double-Chain Knight, Vale Ballarhard. The name settled over the chamber like a verdict, leaving no room for misunderstanding. This was the kind of guardian now standing before Adrian. Vale Ballarhard's presence seemed to fill every corner of the room, his armor catching the dim light as though he had stepped directly out of a battlefield and into the royal palace. Yet Adrian did not shrink beneath that pressure. Instead of backing away, he met it head-on and threw the question right back at him, asking whether that title alone was really supposed to be enough to prove his qualifications. Count Balerhard did not answer with a single word. He simply lowered one hand toward the hilt of his sword, and that quiet movement alone carried a deadly weight. The gesture was calm, almost effortless, but it spoke louder than any threat shouted across the room. A faint smirk appeared on Count Balerhard's face, and the sharp light in his eyes showed absolute confidence, as though defeat was not even a possibility he had ever considered. But just before the tension could break into violence, the Royal Guard captain lunged in, grabbing Adrian and shouting urgently for Count Balerhard to stand down. Even then, Count Balerhard's smirk did not disappear. His piercing blue eyes stayed locked on the captain, calm, steady, and almost impossible to read. There was not the slightest hint of worry in his expression, not even a flicker of hesitation, as if the entire situation remained completely under his control. Adrian, meanwhile, only allowed his grin to stretch even wider. There was something unsettling in that expression, something almost dangerous, especially with that strange, eerie light still burning deep in his eyes. Not long after, Adrian was down on the ground, his body bruised and battered, but his spirit nowhere near broken. Injuries marked him visibly, yet that chilling smile still clung stubbornly to his face. Then a brutal impact rang out, followed by the horrible sensation of something being violently ripped away. The force of it folded his body forward, and Adrian clutched his stomach as a rough groan forced its way through his clenched teeth. The pain drove the truth into him with terrifying clarity. He had not merely been hurt, he had been standing dangerously close to death. Even so, the sinister figure with glowing eyes only looked down at him, a mocking curve resting on his mouth. The entire scene almost felt arranged to stir sympathy, like some twisted performance meant to make Adrian appear smaller, weaker, and more pitiful than he truly was. Back in the present, the heavier Adrian stormed through the palace corridors, every heavy step carrying the heat of his irritation. His thoughts kept circling around that scheming bastard, that devilish bastard, and each time the memory replayed in his mind, his anger burned hotter. Then, as if fate had chosen the most irritating possible moment to mock him, the very man Adrian had been cursing appeared directly in his path. He greeted Adrian in a voice that was polite, cold, and perfectly controlled, which only made his sudden appearance feel even more infuriating. Adrian's eyes nearly bulged out of his head the moment he realized who stood before him. The royal physician lowered himself into a formal bow, his voice dripping with false humility as he thanked Adrian for remembering someone as insignificant as him. Adrian immediately demanded to know why the man had shown up, but the royal physician's reply only made the situation more troublesome. Queen Margarita herself had ordered him to use healing magic, and with that single explanation, the quiet power struggle hidden beneath the palace's polished surface began to reveal its teeth. Adrian's anger flared up instantly, darkening his face as open contempt colored every word he threw at the man. More than anything, he wanted to drive the royal physician away before the man could meddle any further in whatever was happening around him. He snapped that he had no need for healing and ordered the physician to leave at once. But even as he rejected the offer, Adrian's mind flashed back to a harsh memory, his younger, sharper warrior's self falling through a deadly blizzard. A freezing reminder of the strength, danger, and battlefield instincts he had once carried. Back in the luxurious present, Adrian stared down at the extravagant feast spread across the table in front of him. The dishes were rich and excessive, but instead of being impressed, he only grumbled about how wasteful it all looked. His irritation barely contained behind his tense expression. The royal physician, however, remained perfectly composed. He did not interrupt, did not argue, and did not let even a hint of emotion show. He simply watched from where he stood, his calm gaze carrying a cold, calculating depth that made it impossible to tell what he was truly thinking. Suddenly, the thick silence inside the grand hall shattered as Gillian Leonberg entered, accompanied by a maid and a guard. His voice cut sharply through the room as he called out for his brother, and with each powerful stride he immediately pulled every eye in the chamber toward him. Gillian's relentless footsteps carried him deeper into the hall, making it obvious that he had come searching specifically for Adrian. And there Adrian was, seated alone at an enormous table, completely occupied with tearing into the feast laid out before him. The body that had once belonged to a lean, battle-ready warrior now looked almost unrecognizable. To put it plainly, Adrian clearly had not been skipping any meals, and the gap between his present appearance and his former self was so dramatic that it was nearly shocking to look at. Just as Adrian was in the middle of eating, a snide voice slipped into the quiet of the room. The comment carried open disbelief, as if the speaker could barely process what had become of him. Then Gillian was suddenly standing over him, his presence polished, sharp, and imposing. He greeted Adrian by saying it had been a while, but the greeting barely lasted a moment before turning into a cutting jab, asking whether Adrian still thought of himself as the strongest. Gillian looked over Adrian's changed body without even trying to hide his reaction. He said he had already heard about the little accident, but seeing Adrian in person made the whole thing look even worse than the rumors had suggested. Adrian's face twitched at the insult, but Gillian only pushed the knife in deeper, letting a cold and mocking "what a shame" hang between them. Finally, Adrian shoved his plate aside and snapped back, demanding to know what Gillian wanted, whether he had only come here to provoke him, and if a prince truly had nothing more useful to do. A dark, furious glint sparked in Adrian's eyes as he glared upward at him. His jaw tightened, and the irritation he had been trying to keep under control began rising dangerously close to the surface. Gillian's own thoughts were merciless. For someone who had supposedly stabbed himself with a sword, Adrian certainly still had a lot to say. With the faintest smirk tugging at the corner of his lips, Gillian finally revealed that he had heard a rather interesting piece of news. Adrian's expression tightened as Gillian continued speaking. Gillian said he had heard about the bet Adrian made with Count Balerhard, and as he taunted him for daring to challenge a double-chain knight, a small wicked blade flashed briefly in his hand, catching the light like a quiet threat. A cold smirk spread across Gillian's face, making his already arrogant expression look even sharper. His eyes burned with a silent challenge, and it became clear that he had not come here simply to trade polite words with Adrian. Adrian lowered his gaze for a short moment, his thoughts churning beneath his calm exterior like a storm gathering under dark clouds. Then his head snapped back up, his eyes blazing with defiance, and he fired back with a challenge of his own, asking how Gillian would feel about facing him as an opponent. By morning, Adrian was already seated at the table, prepared to deal with whatever trouble the day had decided to throw at him. Across from him, the Royal Guard captain began speaking, his tone serious enough to make it clear that this was not some casual conversation. Adrian let out a scoff, plainly irritated by whatever the captain was telling him. The captain, however, only laughed at that reaction, wearing an expression that made it seem as if he found the whole situation much more amusing than Adrian did. Adrian still could not understand why every legion commander seemed to behave this way, especially when even the King of Leonberg had praised their mastery of both swordsmanship and magic. His thoughts then drifted to that one punk who had somehow managed to weave 2 black chains at only 14 years old, showing off a level of speed that was honestly absurd. Elsewhere, the royal physician was completely absorbed in his own work, far removed from Adrian's irritation and the tension around him. Raw magic crackled around his hands as he focused with unnerving precision, carefully weaving together the pieces of an intricate spell. Back with Adrian, he shot the captain a look full of disbelief. Just then, a royal maid hurried into the room, bowing low as she apologized for being late, while carefully carrying a stack of letters in her hands. The maid handled the letters with formal care, clearly aware that every single one was addressed to Adrian himself. Holding them out with both hands, she presented them respectfully, her posture cautious and stiff with proper palace etiquette. Adrian took the letters, but confusion immediately crossed his face. He muttered under his breath, wondering why people who had never bothered writing to him before were suddenly sending him so much mail all at once. The papers rustled softly between Adrian's fingers as his eyes narrowed over the contents. Line by line, his focus sharpened, and with every word he read, the suspicion in his gaze began to burn brighter. He remained seated at the table, while the captain and the maid stood nearby, both waiting in tense silence. From the look in Adrian's eyes alone, it was obvious that his mind was already breaking down the strange flood of letters piece by piece, and the contents were outrageous. One letter overflowed with apologies and practically begged for some kind of arrangement. Another came from a guildmaster caught in serious trouble. A third all but pleaded for the prince himself to step in and offer help. Taken all together, the letters carried the exact same stench of desperation. People were suddenly reaching out to Adrian from every direction, acting as if they needed him now, but he did not believe their sudden sincerity for even a moment. Then a sly grin slowly crept across Adrian's face as he spotted the perfect opening. This was a chance to legally beat that scoundrel into the ground. Adrian turned a knowing look toward the captain, who could only stare back in alarm before blurting out a startled protest. After that, Adrian shifted his attention toward the maid, who could only answer him hesitantly. She looked away with visible unease, as if the full weight of what he had just implied had finally settled over both of them. With one final rustle of the letter in his hand, Adrian's expression hardened into a look of cunning determination. Whether these letters were a trap, an opportunity, or something caught somewhere in between, he was already prepared to seize the situation and turn the whole thing upside down. The wooden sword came crashing down with brutal force, smashing into the training ground hard enough for the sound to split through the open air like thunder. For one sharp moment the impact seemed to shake everything around them, leaving the space trembling under the weight of that single strike. The wooden weapon bounced once from the sheer force of the blow, then spun away across the damp stone beneath their feet. It scraped loudly over the broken floor, clattering through the cracks already carved into the training ground, and each sharp noise echoed like a reminder of how rough the lesson had become. As Adrian reached out his hand to pick up the fallen sword, Vale Balorhard stood over him like a wall, his stare cold enough to cut. His voice came down from above Adrian's head, blunt and unforgiving, telling him that if he was struggling this much already, then there was one truth he needed to face first. He lacked even the most basic foundation of swordsmanship. Vale Balorhard continued without leaving Adrian any chance to argue back. His tone stayed hard, not softening for even a second, as he admitted that he had not wanted to believe it at first. But the thing Adrian had lost because of his own weakness was not something as minor as a single duel or one embarrassing defeat. Then Vale's words struck even deeper, landing exactly where Adrian would hate hearing them most. He said that if Adrian's personality had been even a little better, then perhaps he would never have fallen into this humiliating situation to begin with. Before Adrian could fully force out a response, a sudden kick slammed straight into him. The blow landed fast and heavy, pain ripping through his body so sharply that whatever angry complaint had been rising in his throat was cut off on the spot. Adrian's eyes flashed with a sharp blue gleam as his body curled around the impact. He grabbed at his stomach, his face twisting in pain while he shouted about the agony tearing through his muscles. Above him, Vale Balorhard paused, looking down at him with a new flicker of suspicion in his eyes. Then Vale's expression shifted just a fraction, as if a missing piece had suddenly clicked into place in his mind. A trace of surprise entered his voice as he asked whether Adrian had truly not received any healing magic at all. Even after realizing that, Vale Balorhard did not make the training any softer. His voice carried the heavy authority of a commander who had survived real battlefields, and he told Adrian that any true knight understood one thing better than anyone else: the foundation always came first. Vale grabbed Adrian by the collar and dragged him close, forcing the prince to listen to every word without looking away. These techniques were not pretty decorations meant to impress an audience. They were the essential building blocks Adrian would need if he ever hoped to recover the strength he had lost. A low, dangerous growl rolled from Vale's throat as his eyes locked tightly onto Adrian. That fierce stare pinned the prince in place, making it clear that Vale would not tolerate him treating this lesson lightly, nor would he allow Adrian to turn away from the truth. Looking down at Adrian, Vale made his decision with complete certainty. Whether the prince resisted, complained, collapsed, or had to be dragged back up again 100 times, Vale Balorhard was going to teach him properly from the very beginning. With Adrian still down against the floor, Vale hammered the lesson in one more time. This technique was not some optional trick to show off when the mood struck. It was the firm bedrock every knight had to stand on before they could even begin to call themselves strong. Then, with a sudden surge of pressure, a blinding blue-green aura burst out around Vale Balorhard. His armor and sword were swallowed by raw magical light, and as he raised the glowing blade high above him, he named it as the kingdom's training sword. The sword brightened with every passing breath, its edge trembling under the power packed inside it. The glow grew sharper and more intense until the weapon seemed almost alive, crying out beneath the pressure as its brilliance built toward a dazzling flash. As the gathered energy reached its peak, Vale Balorhard's eyes ignited with the same electric blue radiance. The force pouring out of him made the air feel thick and heavy, turning the entire training ground into a charged space alive with pressure. Then Vale moved. His speed was so sudden that his body nearly vanished into a blur, and the sword carved downward in a clean, ruthless arc, while a stream of blue-green light followed behind the blade. Every muscle in Vale's body seemed to move in perfect sequence, tightening and releasing with flawless timing. Power rose from his stance, drove through his legs, gathered across his core, and flowed into his arms before being poured completely into that one devastating strike. The air itself twisted around the glowing blade as it descended. The pressure of the attack warped the space in front of it, giving the terrifying impression that anything caught in that path would be crushed before it could even resist. Vale's eyes flared brighter still, burning with vivid blue light as the power coursing through his body moved in perfect harmony with the sword gripped in his hand. That radiance proved the technique had fully awakened. It was no longer just the blade blazing with power. The knight holding it had become part of the same force, moving as one with the weapon. By the time the swing reached its final stretch, the sword's path was almost impossible for Adrian to follow. All he could catch was a streak of radiant force slicing through the air in front of him. It was concentrated power given physical form. A single motion refined so completely that it no longer felt like ordinary swordsmanship. It looked less like a man swinging a weapon and more like a natural disaster being released through a blade. Then the strike finally landed. A deafening crash exploded across the training ground, booming through the air like lightning, tearing open solid stone. The ground beneath them erupted from the force. Chunks of broken stone blasted outward as the shockwave tore through the floor, sending cracks racing in every direction like veins spreading through shattered rock. Adrian was hurled backward by the concussive force, his body thrown across the ruined training ground. Around him, fresh cracks split open across the stone, as if the strike was still ripping through the earth even after the blade had stopped. He stared with his eyes wide and frozen, unable to force even a single word from his mouth. The power he had just witnessed was so overwhelming that, for a brief moment, even his thoughts seemed to stop completely. As the dust slowly settled back down, the destruction remained carved into the ground like a massive scar. Vale Balorhard stood untouched and utterly unfazed, while Adrian could only stare at the ruined floor, his mind still caught in the terror of that one impossible strike. That level of raw power was absurd. It went far beyond anything Adrian had expected to see from something that was supposedly being treated as part of an ordinary training session. Vale watched Adrian take in the sight with cold, steady composure. Then he let the weight of the demonstration sink in, making it clear without needing to over-explain that the strength of a true knight was never as simple as merely swinging a sword. A sly smirk slowly spread across Vale's face, as if he could already tell that Adrian had only begun to understand the surface of what he had just shown him. The power behind that demonstration was probably too enormous for the prince to fully grasp all at once. Adrian's stunned expression slowly began to change, and a wicked smirk crept onto his lips. His eyes glittered with sudden realization, while the shattered ground still glowed with faint traces of blue energy, clear proof of the magical destruction Vale had unleashed. From inside that swirling, crackling residue of power, a legendary name seemed to burn into existence in brilliant blue light: Dragonslayer. Adrian's expression shifted from simple shock into sharp understanding as the true weight of the technique finally struck him. Adrian's eyes burned with power as his thoughts rushed ahead. If he could master this technique, then it could mean far more than winning a single fight. It might give him enough strength to lead an entirely new knight order, or perhaps, just perhaps, learning this one skill alone would be enough to win the bet. But before that ambition could swell any further, a cold voice cut straight through it. The speaker shut the idea down with one simple declaration, saying there was no need, dismissing even the thought of Adrian leading a new knight order after mastering such power. Caught completely off guard, Adrian turned toward the voice, his thoughts stumbling over what had just been said. Lead another knight order. Was that really all they were thinking about? As if mastering Dragonslayer alone would already be enough. The casual way the idea was brushed aside felt almost insulting. A scarred and unyielding man had been standing off to the side, silently watching the entire exchange unfold. His expression barely changed, but a contemptuous huff escaped him, carrying enough judgment to replace a full speech. With one hand already resting near his sword, the scarred man finally gave in. His answer came out short, rough, and impatient, telling them to do whatever they wanted, and that curt permission was enough to settle the matter. Then, before anyone could properly react, the man moved. His speed was unreal, and his blade flashed through the air so quickly that it looked less like steel and more like a phantom streak cutting past their eyes. He dropped into a battle-ready stance, and Adrian's gaze locked onto every detail of the movement. The ground cracked beneath the force of the man's step, displaying raw power in its simplest form. And yet, people still dared to call this royal sword style nothing more than basic training. Adrian clicked his tongue, bitterness and frustration burning behind the sound. As much as he hated admitting he was impressed, he could not deny what he had just seen. That force was too smooth, too natural, and too overwhelming. It felt less like a technique and more like a phenomenon created by the world itself. In a blinding flash, brilliant blue energy erupted along the sword, humming with power packed tightly into the blade. This was the legendary Dragon Slayer sword style, and yet, ironically enough, it was not truly a technique created for slaying dragons. The fools who had inherited it in this era had forgotten the very thing that once made the technique so terrifying. The swordsman moved like a blur, blue power streaming behind each precise motion, as he unleashed a style that, at least in name, had been reduced to nothing more than training. The blade came crashing down with devastating force, striking so heavily that the impact seemed to shake the space around it. For one brief instant, the entire training ground appeared to bend beneath the weight of that single blow. The sound rolled across the ground as the scarred swordsman lowered his weapon, his hard gaze fixed on the mark carved by the strike. Adrian watched in silence, his expression caught somewhere between reluctant awe and deep, simmering frustration. The scarred swordsman was clearly a master who understood every inch of what he was demonstrating. He continued the lesson not only through words, but through the weight of his movements and the lingering power each action left behind. He laid the truth out plainly. Real strength was not created by simply cramming as much energy as possible into the body and then calling that power. What truly mattered was control, guiding that power with absolute precision, allowing it to surge through the body with the sharp, direct force of lightning racing through the veins. He pushed the lesson even further, explaining that strength had to rise from the bones, pass through the core, and flow all the way into the blade. A real strike could never be reduced to something as simple as swinging an arm. Adrian absorbed every word, every motion, and every lingering trace of power carved into the air and ground around them. Then, with his gaze steady and his expression turning serious, he gave a firm nod, showing that this time he understood. The scarred swordsman let out a tired sigh, the kind of breath that made it obvious the topic annoyed him before he even finished speaking. In a low, bitter mutter, he said that the legendary emperor's sword style, once praised as the absolute peak of battlefield technique, had fallen so far that people now treated it like nothing more than a warm-up exercise. Its real power had been buried under the dust of history, forgotten by the very people who had inherited it. A fierce fire began to burn in Adrian's eyes as those words settled deep inside him. The more he thought about it, the more firmly his resolve took shape. He would bring Dragon Slayer back with his own hands, and he would make the world remember that this technique was not some lifeless relic abandoned in the past. His fingers tightened into hard fists, anger blazing in his chest at the thought of such a legendary skill being dismissed like useless scrap. Driven by that new purpose, Adrian took his first real step forward, and from that day on, time began to blur into one long, relentless march toward the goal he had chosen. He threw himself into training without saving even a fragment of strength for later. From the first light of morning until the day finally died, Adrian forced his body through the same harsh motions again and again, grinding himself down until every muscle screamed and shook at its limit. A full week passed in a haze of sweat, bruises, aching limbs, and endless repetition. But no matter how painful the training became, and no matter how many times his body was pushed to the edge, Adrian's determination never once bent beneath the pressure. Then an entire month slipped away, each day marked by exhaustion that seemed to sink all the way into his bones. Yet, by the time that month came to an end, Adrian was no longer the same man who had first taken up the sword. His body had begun to change in ways even he could clearly feel. All that brutal effort finally started to show real results. Adrian could feel his progress accelerating at an almost absurd speed. And at last, after struggling toward it for so long, he reached the difficult chance stage that had once seemed just out of reach. Even better than that, the clumsy trait that had once weighed down every movement and made his body feel awkward was finally gone. In its place, true general dexterity had taken root, giving Adrian a level of control over his motions that he had never been able to rely on before. Adrian stood tall with his sword held ready in his hand, and there was a grace in his posture that had not existed there before. He looked like someone reforged through stubborn will and pain, his entire presence sharper, steadier, and far more dangerous than it had been a month ago. He drew in a slow, deep breath, filling his chest before letting it out in a controlled exhale. Then Adrian gave himself a quiet nod, silently acknowledging how much this body had changed after all the suffering, effort, and relentless training he had forced it through. Blue energy flickered alive in Adrian's eyes. As his fingers tightened around the sword hilt through the weapon resting in his grip, he could feel raw mana surging with startling clarity, pulsing beneath his palm like something alive that had finally started responding to his will. He had finally reached a point where that power no longer felt like some faraway, impossible thing. He could sense it now with undeniable certainty, and as that confidence settled deep in his chest, Adrian declared that he was going to swing the sword. His body moved with a smoothness that would have been impossible for him only a month earlier. Each motion connected more naturally than the last, and the sword seemed to begin following the rhythm of his body as if the two were finally learning to move together. But just as the movement gathered strength and the strike started to take shape, a sudden voice rang out from somewhere beyond his line of sight. The command cut sharply through the air, ordering him to stop before he went any further. Adrian ignored the warning without even a moment of hesitation. Instead of pulling back, he pushed forward harder. And in that instant, he understood something clearly. He had already moved past the version of himself who had existed only the day before. The voice shouted again, this time louder and filled with even more urgency, ordering him to stop. Adrian still refused to listen. He forced the technique onward, letting it grow cleaner and sharper with every breath, until the unseen speaker finally lost patience and yelled at him for ignoring the command. In the middle of that powerful swing, Adrian gripped a wooden sword already glowing with strange, otherworldly energy. Cracks ran through the practice blade from end to end, and yet it somehow held together, pulsing faintly from within as Adrian's hands crushed down around the hilt. Then the hilt exploded with a thunderous crack. The broken weapon burst apart in Adrian's grasp, and a torrent of raw energy erupted outward, tearing through the moment with violent force as splinters and power scattered at once. Somewhere else, beneath a merciless downpour, a younger man stood beside an older figure dressed in heavy armor. With a rifle held in his hands, the younger man stared downward without speaking, rain streaming over his face until his expression became almost impossible to read. Back with Adrian, his hand tightened around the hilt of another sword. A sharp crack split through the air as the weapon fractured violently. Unstable mana glowing along the break before another burst of power exploded outward from his grip. On the rain-soaked ground, a crimson pool spread slowly through the falling water. The younger man stared down at the gravely injured older figure before him, frozen where he stood as blood mixed with storm water around his feet. His voice came out so faint and broken that it was barely more than a whisper. With his eyes wide in horror and disbelief, the younger man choked out a single word, calling to the fallen man as his uncle. Adrian now stood before a colossal, cracked sword buried deep in the ground, its overwhelming power bursting outward in a blinding wave of gold. At the same time, the sharp sound of splintering wood tore through the overlapping storm of memory and training, blurring the past and present together. The training dummy was wiped out in an instant, shattered completely by the force released from Adrian's strike. It was destroyed so thoroughly that, for a moment, it looked as though it had never been standing there at all. But the true storm was written across the young man's face. Tears ran down through the rain as he clenched his jaw, and a furious shout tore out of his throat as he called the fallen man a stupid fool. He dropped to his knees over his uncle, grief and anger twisting together until he could barely separate one from the other. Desperate and shaking, he demanded to know why, of all days and all moments, his uncle had chosen to go out and train in weather like this. His rage climbed even higher, boiling over through his trembling voice. If that had truly been all there was to it, then his uncle would not have ended up lying there on the ground, struggling helplessly and unable to breathe. Then, like a miracle breaking through the middle of the storm, the blood-soaked hand began to shine. An eerie, otherworldly glow spread out from it, cutting through the darkness, the rain, and the despair surrounding them. In that desperate moment, the truth finally revealed itself. The hyper-focused trait could only be born under the crushing weight of extreme concentration, and there, inside that crucible of pain, terror, and fear, the legendary ability awakened at last. Still shaken to the core, the young man let out a bitter laugh that sounded almost like he was challenging fate itself. With emotion caught tightly in his throat, he wondered if he could really be fooled by the same kind of miracle a second time. But that forced defiance collapsed almost as quickly as it appeared. His face twisted into a raw grimace of agony, every bit of pain exposed beneath the rain that continued to pour down on him without mercy. Then a towering familiar figure appeared above him, casting a heavy shadow through the rainfall. The young man barely had time to register the King of Leonberg standing there before his anger flared again, his fists tightening as if he was ready to fight even with a guard nearby. Yet under the King of Leonberg's cold and unwavering stare, that defiance slowly began to fall apart. The young man lowered his head, and the fight drained out of him in a silent, crushing display of defeat. Rain streamed down his face, hiding the emotions he could no longer keep under control as he shut his eyes in pain. From above him, the King of Leonberg's voice cut through the downpour, delivering a brutal judgment aimed directly at his heart. Then consciousness returned in a sudden flicker. Adrian's eyes snapped open, and instead of rain, blood, and muddy ground, he found himself staring at the rich luxury of a lavish room, confusion clouding his gaze as the memory broke apart. A heavy wave of disorientation rolled over him. For a moment, Adrian could only lie there, breathing and trying to understand where he was, while the uncomfortable question surfaced in his mind: had he actually lost consciousness? He pushed himself upright, and the realization struck him with an unpleasant force. Even now, after all his training and all his progress, Adrian still did not truly understand the limits of this new body. In his former life as the living sword Gruhorn, he had already reached and conquered every height there was to master. He had been the nameless war hero, the ultimate swordmaster, whose legend was carved into history, and the founding force behind an entire kingdom. His old path had been nothing but conflict, a crimson road paved with endless battles and enemies cut down in his wake. Gruhorn had led wars to complete victory, pushed past every limit through sheer will, and sharpened both body and soul into something terrifying enough to guide heroes and shape destinies like a blade carving through fate. He had been a wise advisor and an extraordinary teacher, someone who always stood close to greatness and helped raise it higher, and yet, in the end, he had still remained a third party, helping others seize glory while never fully claiming that glory for himself. Now, as Adrian stared down at his own hands, the reason finally became painfully clear. He understood why he had kept swinging the sword over and over again until this body could no longer endure it. For the first time, he had become intoxicated by the feeling that every bead of sweat, every bit of effort, and every result carved out through pain belonged entirely to him. This was not someone else's legend, not someone else's victory, it was his own. He knew he had to reclaim both his strength and his control over this body. Only then could he stand once again as someone capable of declaring that whatever he desired, he would seize it without hesitation. More than a month had already passed since Adrian obtained the mana heart, and during that time he had gathered an enormous amount of mana inside himself. The next stage now felt close, almost as if it were waiting just beyond his fingertips. His eyes burned with raw power, bright and intense enough to make the air around him feel charged. But even Adrian understood one thing with painful clarity: the body he possessed now was not something without limits. The problem was obvious, and there was no way to ignore it. His current body still could not fully keep up with the ridiculous amount of mana gathering, swelling, and surging inside him. He needed only a little more to break through to the next level. Then, all at once, the change came violently. The mana heart inside him expanded, swelling outward with a massive surge of power that rushed through his entire body. With that breakthrough, electric blue mana erupted around Adrian's hand. The energy crackled vividly as it wrapped around his fingers, bathing his hand in fierce, unstable light that pulsed with the force now rising within him. It was a clear sign that his body was finally beginning to climb toward the insane power coursing through him. Little by little, flesh and mana were starting to move in the same direction, closing the gap that had been holding him back. The mana heart pulsed again, stronger and deeper than before, and a glowing alert flashed in front of Adrian's eyes. It confirmed what he could already feel inside his body. His flesh was evolving alongside the explosive surge of power. Raw power churned through the air around Adrian like an untamed storm, twisting and folding in on itself without any clear form yet. Sparks of mana snapped violently in every direction, flashing around his body one after another, and every crackle made the space around him feel heavier, sharper, and far more dangerous. The instant Adrian felt that surge rise inside him, his gaze turned razor-sharp. His eyes followed the movement of the power flowing through his body with intense concentration, as if, for the very first time, he could actually make out the shape of his own strength beginning to form. Under the crushing pressure of that mana, Adrian's body began to swell, his muscles tightening as though they were being forced beyond what flesh should normally endure. Then, across his chest, a radiant symbol suddenly blazed into existence, glowing like undeniable proof that he had finally broken through the barrier that had been holding him back. But Adrian quickly forced himself to calm down, steadying his breath before the wild pressure could overwhelm him. The mana was still pressing hard from within, but his expression settled into firm determination, and a confident smirk tugged at his lips as he said they might as well see what came next. His fingers closed more firmly around the sword hilt, tightening with quiet and deliberate confidence. There was no trace of hesitation in that grip anymore. Adrian looked like someone prepared to test his newly awakened power for himself with his own hands and his own blade. A glowing status window flashed into view in front of him like a triumphant announcement. It declared that Adrian had officially reached the rank of sword learner. And before that message could even fully sink in, another line appeared, revealing that he had unlocked a new ability and could now release the most basic form of aura. A faint blue glow began spilling from the blade, thin and ghost-like at first, before gradually sharpening into an electric aura wrapped along the sword's edge. The energy gathered with a soft hiss, and as it grew clearer, Adrian's confidence rose with it. His smirk deepened as he admitted that, at the very least, he could finally handle the basics. Elsewhere, the scarred swordsman spoke with a grim look on his face, his expression darkened by irritation. He told the younger man beside him that rumors had already spread across the entire kingdom. The younger man blinked in surprise, clearly thrown off by the sudden subject, and asked what rumors he was talking about. The veteran knight clicked his tongue, sounding annoyed before he even finished explaining. It was as if the very thought of those whispers was enough to wear him out. He said the rumors were about the younger man's little group, and from the heaviness in his voice, it was obvious that he was already sick of hearing people talk. Trying to steer the conversation towards something more practical, the younger man offered a cleaner solution. Instead of letting the rumors keep spreading and getting worse, he suggested they find a proper duel opponent and settle the matter clearly, in a way that everyone would have to recognize. Meanwhile, a powerful knight wearing a knowing smirk considered who that opponent should be. In his mind, there was already one suitable candidate, and Adrian, standing there with unshakable confidence radiating from him, made it perfectly clear that he had already chosen exactly who he wanted to face. But who could that opponent possibly be? That question opened into the image of a brutal wasteland buried beneath snow, where Vale Balarhard, the double-chain knight, stood among the fallen with his weapon humming in his hand. Then he revealed that he had brought the person Adrian had asked for. For a brief moment, Vale Balarhard looked genuinely caught off guard. Surprise flickered across his face so quickly that he almost managed to hide it, but not quickly enough to stop it from being noticed. After regaining his composure, Vale Balarhard handed Adrian a scroll and corrected his earlier wording with proper respect. He confirmed that he had indeed brought what Adrian requested, the complete list of everyone who wished to challenge His Highness to a duel. Adrian merely smirked, wearing the expression of someone who had expected things to turn out exactly this way. Vale hesitated, clearly preparing to give him a warning, but Adrian spoke first and cut him off, asking if his uncle meant he should simply hold practice duels with them, and what exactly would be wrong with that. Vale Balarhard's expression grew heavy as he finally revealed the real reason for his hesitation. From what he had heard, these challengers were not coming at Adrian like ordinary opponents at all. They were practically gathering against him like crusaders, and many cared far less about an honest duel than about using the fight to win someone's favor. Adrian did not seem bothered in the slightest. His smirk stayed firmly in place, and with calm certainty in his voice, he made it clear that he already understood exactly what those people were truly after. Vale still looked deeply uneasy, and he tried one final time to make Adrian take the danger seriously. That was precisely why Adrian needed to listen to him, he insisted. His armored figure stood there in stern silence afterward, gleaming with the heavy presence of a man who understood what kind of danger was waiting ahead. Elsewhere, a blond-haired figure held a knife firmly in his hand and gave one simple but crucial order. During the duel, they only needed to make absolutely certain that no one died. Then, with a challenging smirk curling across his face, he pushed the demand a step further, asking whether granting him that small favor was really so difficult. Several days later, the first duel finally arrived, and Taylor Talheim made his way toward the imposing palace with deep concern written clearly across his face. The first prince's palace rose before Taylor in all its grandeur, its elegant walls and overwhelming splendor towering above the path ahead. But that beauty only made the turmoil in his chest feel sharper, standing in cold contrast to the resentment and old anger storming inside him. His footsteps echoed across the ornate floor as old anger burned through his thoughts. This was the first prince's palace, the place where that scoundrel lived, and the one walking inside now was Taylor Talheim, the formidable son of a mere baronial family. Then his memory snapped back to a few years earlier. Taylor stood there with a crumpled paper clenched tightly in his hand, rage simmering beneath the surface of his controlled expression as the humiliation of the past rose before him once again. As Taylor stared ahead, silent fury boiled within him. In his eyes, that man was arrogant only because he had seized power before everyone else. And someone who became emperor through cheating was not a ruler to respect, but an unforgivable disgrace. His family's legacy had been stained by a humiliation that could not simply be washed away. His grandfather had suffered an insult from the Prince of Leonberg that could never be forgiven, and his father had been crushed by that same prince in front of the entire world. Their honor had been shattered so completely that nobles and servants alike treated them as a joke. Taylor's eyes burned with a fierce red light as his hatred rose all the way to his throat. Through clenched teeth, he snarled the name that had haunted his family's disgrace for years: Adrian Leonberg. Looking up toward the storm-darkened sky, Taylor made a cold vow that today, Adrian would finally pay dearly for what had happened back then. This, he thought, would be his formal greeting to His Highness, First Prince Adrian Leonberg. And as the memory flared, two armored figures stood in a stark courtyard, their eyes fixed on the confrontation about to unfold. The younger Taylor stood firm and introduced himself with clear, disciplined resolve. He declared that he was Taylor, the second son of the Talheim family, and as his hand tightened around the hilt of his sword, he added that he was a single-chain apprentice knight trained in Talheim swordsmanship. Around him, the gathered crowd began whispering among themselves, their murmurs spreading quietly through the courtyard. Some wondered why Taylor still had not received a proper title, while others speculated in low voices that he might even be close to losing the title he already had. Taylor faced the prince directly, and Adrian was already looking down at him with that same rude, arrogant expression. The prince's sneer made it painfully obvious that he found the young knight's very existence amusing. Then Adrian spoke, his tone filled with cutting amusement that turned every word into an insult. He said it was interesting that all the common sense he had heard so much about still had not managed to make its way into the young knight's head. His voice carried loudly across the courtyard, drenched in sarcasm and false respect, as he addressed the young man with mock formality as Lord Talheim. Somehow, Taylor forced himself to keep his composure. Even with humiliation pressing down on him from every side, he answered in a formal tone, saying that it was an incomparable honor to meet the prince. Adrian brushed off that polite greeting with a casual wave of his hand, acting as though Taylor's courtesy was hardly worth acknowledging. Then he sneered that someone really ought to inform him that the prince had arrived. Taylor's expression darkened when he was told that he should have behaved better in the past. Adrian's words struck exactly where they were meant to land, and Taylor flinched inwardly, bitterly thinking that the prince always had a way of dragging old matters back into the open. Now, standing alone beneath the enormous castle, Taylor thought about the children of this era. His eyes hardened with fierce and stubborn resolve, as if he had already decided that he would not allow the past to repeat itself. His hands tightened in readiness, prepared for whatever came next, as he declared that they should begin. Across from him, Adrian Leonberg narrowed his eyes with cold disdain, his voice carrying a sharp promise that he would teach Taylor exactly what happened to those who dared disrespect authority. Power crackled to life around Adrian as brilliant blue magic ignited from his body, gathering into a storm meant to deliver that lesson by force. Complex runes flared inside the swirling energy, locking into place one after another as they formed the structure of a devastating spell. A cold resolve settled across Taylor's face as he stared straight into the prince's rising power. His voice rang out with chilling steadiness, still formal, yet completely unshaken, as he addressed Adrian as Your Highness. Then the attack was unleashed. Taylor's eyes widened as a desperate warning rang out, telling him to be careful, and in that same instant, Adrian struck like lightning, sending the spell screaming forward in a streak of concentrated force. A phantom bird formed from pure energy tore through the space between them. It moved without hesitation, silent and deadly, shooting forward like a magical missile aimed directly at its target. Taylor met the attack head-on instead of retreating. His own azure power erupted outward in a fierce counterblast, crashing against the incoming spell with defiant force and shattering it before it could swallow him whole. Adrian watched his spell get deflected, and irritation flickered across his face. His voice turned cold and dismissive as he muttered that there were far too many useless soldiers getting involved. Adrian Leonberg's devastating blue magic slammed into Taylor Talheim's shimmering azure shield, and the collision erupted outward in a violent burst of raw power. The impact shook the space between them, filling the battlefield with blinding light, crushing pressure, and crackling magical force. Taylor's gaze sharpened as the fierce blue glow of his defense washed over his face. Protective energy surged around him in a steady pulse, revealing the truth behind the strength he carried, a true mana heart. The unyielding force of Taylor's counterattack sent Adrian reeling backward. He was thrown violently off balance as the ground beneath his feet cracked apart, spiderweb fractures spreading through the stone while he barely managed to catch himself and recover his footing. Disbelief flashed across Adrian's face as he struggled to understand what had just happened. He demanded to know how a simple mana heart could create such an insane mana chain, wondering aloud whether this impossible power came from Taylor possessing only one chain. Taylor, still wrapped in the fading glow of leftover power, felt a strange tingling ripple through his body. And just as that sensation began to fade, the hilt of the sword in his hand suddenly erupted with a blinding burst of blue light. His eyes flew wide open as the blade roared to life in his grip, filled with a force he had never expected. For one stunned breath, Taylor could only stare at the weapon in disbelief, silently wondering what in the world had just happened. At the same time, Adrian and his knight both heard the strange sound coming from the sword. Their expressions tightened with growing alarm, because the weapon's bizarre reaction had just made the duel feel far more dangerous and unpredictable than it had been only moments before. Adrian's thoughts spun so violently that for a moment he could barely hold on to a single clear idea. Everything he was seeing, every pulse of pressure coming from the blade, every instinct in his body pointed toward one horrifying answer. This was not just some ordinary overflow of unstable power breaking loose. No, the truth was far more dangerous than that. What was happening between him and the sword was unmistakably sword resonance. The light bursting from the sword suddenly exploded outward in one savage flash, swelling so fast and so brightly that it felt less like radiance and more like something alive. Waves of raw, untamed force rolled through the air again and again, heavy and violent, as though the sword itself had lost all restraint. The sheer scale of that power was so overwhelming that the entire scene looked impossible to believe. In the very next instant, Taylor Talheim launched himself forward like a shadow snapped loose from a bowstring. his glowing blade carved through the empty space in front of him, dragging a brilliant blue trail behind it, almost like a blazing comet had been fired straight toward its target with terrifying speed. Adrian could do nothing but stand there, completely frozen, his eyes wide and his mouth slightly open as the spectacle unfolded in front of him. The power rising from Taylor and the sword kept climbing layer after layer until it far surpassed anything Adrian had imagined he might have to face. At that moment, Taylor Talheim no longer resembled a normal swordsman at all. He looked more like a violent storm forced into the shape of a man, his body and blade swallowed inside a twisting vortex of electric blue energy. His eyes stayed locked forward with terrifying concentration, and the pressure roaring out from him was so intense that Adrian could only stare in silence beneath the thunder of that sword. A fierce, almost instinctive roar tore from Taylor Talheim's throat as his blade flared with a blinding blue shine. Without the slightest pause, he charged ahead, closing the distance at frightening speed, each heavy step scraping across the ground while a crackling trail of blue mana ripped along behind him. The instant the blow landed, the impact struck with such overwhelming force that the air itself seemed to shudder. A brilliant explosion of light erupted from the point of contact, flooding the area in a blinding glare as the target vanished beneath a brutal surge of raw power. Only after that overwhelming brightness began to fade did Taylor Talheim come back down toward the ground. He descended with controlled precision, landing cleanly on his feet, his posture calm and balanced, as though even that devastating attack had been measured and executed with perfect calculation. The strike was already over, but the weight of it still hung heavily in the air. Adrian and the scarred swordsman both remained fixed where they stood, their faces frozen in stunned disbelief, as if neither of them could fully accept the unbelievable power they had just witnessed with their own eyes. The scarred swordsman looked deeply shaken, his expression making it clear that his thoughts had crashed into one impossible contradiction. He had believed that forming a monoheart should have guaranteed success, or at least brought them close to it, but what he had just seen shattered that belief completely, because this outcome was far beyond anything ordinary. Adrian tightened his fingers around the pulsing orb in his hand, feeling its unstable force beat violently against his palm as though it wanted to rip itself free. He could tell the mana resonance was swelling closer and closer to a dangerous breaking point, but underneath that wild reaction, a far more serious truth was beginning to reveal itself. A sharp wave of fury surged through Adrian, twisting his expression with anger he could barely keep contained. The arrogance in that voice, the way it questioned his very existence, struck directly at something inside him. For one brief moment, he looked ready to answer back with pure rage before he could even think. Even with anger burning beneath his skin, Adrian's focus suddenly snapped into a colder, sharper clarity. His eyes darkened like storm clouds gathering, and almost by instinct, his hand drifted toward his sword. But before he could fully give in to that impulse, the voice continued, pushing him to calm himself and pull his thoughts back under control. The world around Adrian began to blur, stretch, and smear away from his senses as though reality itself was being pulled out of shape. Yet inside that strange distortion, his awareness became frighteningly clear, locking onto something buried deep within him. A powerful vibration hummed through his entire body, and in the silent depths of his mind, a massive figure floated motionless beneath glowing blue liquid. Small bubbles drifted upward around that submerged figure, rising through the blue glow like fragments of a dream Adrian could almost remember. Then, all at once, Adrian's eyes flew open, blazing with electric blue light, as the sealed energy inside him broke loose and surged through every part of his body. A commanding voice thundered through the empty space, ordering Adrian to awaken. Whether the blade was known as a demon sword or called a holy sword no longer mattered, because those titles were only different masks placed over the same terrifying power. As Adrian's awakening tore open a vast cosmic void, a fragment of his soul burst outward and took the shape of a spectral dragon. That powerful voice cut through the endless darkness with absolute certainty, declaring that even if Adrian himself had lost his memories, its own memories remained perfectly intact. And whether Adrian accepted it or not, the voice made its decision clear. It would force him into awakening, even if it had to drag him there against his will. The command slammed into Adrian like a shockwave, striking straight into his soul. One of his eyes flared with fierce blue brilliance, and deep inside his iris, a complex magical symbol ignited, shining as though it had been branded directly into the core of his being. The released power erupted outward in a violent surge, and the demon sword Gruhorn roared back into consciousness. Ancient memories were dragged up from the deepest darkness, and along with them came the revelation of the true purpose the sword had carried all this time. Gruhorn's true form ripped its way into reality as a towering armored figure surrounded by a ferocious red aura. It was not merely a weapon built for battle. It was the living essence of a heart forged to kill dragons, a memory given shape by the will of the ultimate dragon slayer. Crimson energy washed across Adrian's face, casting his features in a dark and sinister glow. His eyes burned with the hellish power of the sword, as if Gruhorn's ancient will had poured directly into his body and taken root deep inside him. Adrian and the manifested sword were both pulled into the crushing memory of dragon slaying. Their figures stood beneath the enormous shadow of a spectral dragon, its vast presence stretching behind them like a nightmare rising from an ancient battlefield. The sword's purpose became brutally clear, leaving no room for doubt. It had been forged for slaughter, honed for the act of killing, and now that merciless power was flowing straight through Adrian, as though his body had become the vessel meant to carry it. The true power of the dragon-slaying sword erupted inside Adrian, ancient strength roaring through him like a legacy carved by countless battles across generations. That force, shaped by endless memories of dragons being cut down, now rushed through his veins after being awakened by dragon blood itself. And then its terrifying real form emerged, a monstrous skeletal dragon head wrapped in crimson energy, its glowing eyes promising absolute destruction. The spectral beast grew heavier, sharper, and more overwhelming with every passing second, towering above Adrian like a primal force finally given shape. Adrian was completely swallowed by the impossible sight unfolding before him. He could not pull his eyes away from the dreadful form taking shape in front of him, and all he could do was stare in stunned disbelief as one desperate question slipped from him. What in the world was he even looking at? Taylor Talheim stood frozen after witnessing something that defied all reason, his face drained of color in pure disbelief. Even the scarred swordsman, a man hardened by countless battles, could not keep his composure. Panic broke through him as he shouted a desperate warning, trying to stop a force that was already beginning to slip beyond anyone's control. But that warning came just a moment too late. Adrian's hand blazed with the same violent crimson energy, and the transformation surged forward even more rapidly. His eyes burned a fierce red, his expression hardened into terrifying resolve, and the power coiled around him as though it had finally claimed him completely. Then, in a single instant, a desperate shout tore through the heavy silence. The voice rang out with urgent force, demanding that everything stop before the situation could go any further. A sword hilt pulsed with a dangerous pink light, the glow beating from it like an alarm warning everyone nearby. At the same time, Gruhorn released a dark, twisting aura, and the raw power spilling from the blade pressed down on the air until the entire space felt heavy, suffocating, and difficult to breathe in. The voice cried out in fear, warning that the sword was dangerous. But Gruhorn showed no fear at all. Instead, he turned his focus toward his uncle and calmly said that before their spar began, there was something he needed to ask. Vale Balarhard, clearly drawn in by the sudden seriousness in his tone, looked back at him and asked what it was. Gruhorn's eyes suddenly snapped open, glowing with a frightening red light. Then, in a voice that sounded chillingly calm despite the danger pressing around him, he made his request. If it ever looked like he was about to kill his opponent, then, before the full weight of those words could settle, he burst into motion, his entire body already prepared for a relentless attack. Gruhorn lowered himself into a battle stance with silent intensity, every line of his posture aimed straight at Vale Balarhard, as the spar hovered on the very edge of beginning. With a cold declaration, he challenged his uncle to stop him before things went too far. Vale Balarhard accepted instantly. Without even a flicker of hesitation, his eyes blazing with fierce blue light as a surging aura rose around him. Gruhorn stood ready as well, his own eyes burning crimson, while ominous red energy curled around his body. Then the two forces collided in a violent burst. Crimson and blue energy slammed into each other head-on, as Gruhorn drove his sword straight forward, only for it to crash against Vale Balarhard's fist, which was already wrapped in roaring blue power. Vale Balarhard did not fall back, not even by half a step. He rooted himself firmly beneath the impact, his resolve completely unmoved, while the blue energy around him pulsed with even greater force. A thunderous quang ripped through the air, echoing across the battlefield. When the violent force of the clash finally began to settle, Vale Balorhard was still standing tall, making the victor unmistakably clear. With overwhelming strength, he had fully repelled the prince's furious attack and stopped it dead in its tracks. The force of the counterattack was so powerful that Adrian was thrown backward, skidding harshly across the ground as he struggled to regain control. Shock flashed across his face, his body thrown off balance as he tried to process just how completely he had been overpowered. The spar came to an end in a violent burst of force, and for one brief moment, a heavy silence settled over the entire area. Nothing moved, and nothing was said, until only the sharp metallic echo of a blade cut through the stunned stillness. A furious accusation suddenly broke through the tension, demanding to know what Count Balorhard had done. Adrian was down on one knee in defeat, surrounded by knights, while Vale Balorhard stood over him with steady, unshaken composure. From somewhere within the watching crowd, a panicked voice cried out that the commander would be punished for what had happened to Adrian. Vale Balorhard did not flinch, even as the uproar began rising all around him. His expression remained cold, firm, and perfectly steady as he cut through the chaos with a single command. He ordered everyone to stand back and made it absolutely clear that Adrian himself had asked for this. Adrian was still trying to recover from the impact. His teeth clenched so tightly that both humiliation and anger showed in his eyes. With visible effort, he forced himself to speak, admitting that he had indeed asked Vale Balorhard to do it. But Vale Balorhard simply looked down at him and delivered the harsh truth without softening it at all. He had never promised that he would knock him out gently. A low beast-like growl rumbled from Adrian's throat, his crimson eyes flaring as raw power burst around him, and his jaw tightened with barely restrained rage. One nearby knight stammered in terror, struggling just to get the words out as he addressed the prince. At that same moment, electric blue energy erupted into the open, crackling wildly before gathering into a ghostly, almost human shape, a vivid remnant of the overwhelming force Adrian had just endured. Adrian lowered his gaze toward his own hand, where a faint blue glow still clung to his skin. As he stared at that lingering light, the realization slowly settled over him. His own magic had truly come close to cracking beneath the force of that impact. The image of Vale Balorhard, wrapped in that terrifying aura, stayed burned into Adrian's mind. He understood now, with no room left for doubt, that his uncle's strength existed on a completely different level, far beyond what any ordinary chain user could ever reach. He could still clearly remember taking that direct hit, blue energy swirling around his chest as he judged just how dangerous the blow had been. Fortunately, when he checked the glow around his hand, there did not appear to be any lasting side effects. Still, the margin had been far too close to feel comfortable. A victorious grin slowly spread across Adrian's face as the faint blue light continued to shine from his hand. Even after everything he had just endured, his confidence rose proudly, and he declared that, in the end, he had still won the duel. Across the room, Vale Balorhard watched him with obvious suspicion, unable to ignore the smug smile forming on Adrian's face. After a moment, he finally spoke up and asked why Adrian was grinning so widely. Then the scarred swordsman stepped forward, his face hard and serious, as he demanded to know what had brought them all the way there in the first place. At the same time, Adrian's uncle was still visibly unsettled, pressing him for an answer about what kind of ridiculous move he had just used. Adrian looked down at the mysterious glow still flowing from his hand, questioning the true nature of the unrighteous sword he had just unleashed. A faint power continued to radiate from him, but Vale Balorhard was in no mood to accept any of it calmly. With disbelief written across his stern face, he insisted that he had never taught Adrian anything like that. Adrian, however, did not look shaken at all. He answered with cool confidence, saying that he had simply followed the true essence of the blade. His words carried absolute certainty, and as he stared ahead with unwavering resolve burning in his eyes, he looked fully prepared to face whatever came next. Vale Balorhard stayed silent for a short while, letting Adrian's words hang heavily in the space between them. His stern gaze never left the prince because he knew exactly how significant that answer was. A person could only understand a sword's essence that directly if they possessed the instincts of a true warrior, and in this case, that essence had nothing to do with justice, honor, or any shining ideal. At the very center of that blade, what waited was cold, ruthless killing intent. All at once, a brilliant crimson flash tore across the area, bathing everything nearby in a fierce red glow as Adrian's power surged again. The force gathering around him felt raw, violent, and almost unreal, swelling with such intensity that anyone watching might have forgotten how to breathe. And yet, no matter how dangerous it felt, the sight was so overwhelming that it pulled every eye toward him. For the first time, Vale Balarhard's iron-hard expression truly cracked. His eyes opened wider, and a look of open astonishment spread across his face as he stared at Adrian. Even someone like him, a veteran who had survived countless battlefields, could not hide how shaken he was by the prince's sudden and drastic transformation. Adrian did not seem completely ready for what had awakened inside him either. His gaze dipped slightly, and his eyes narrowed as if he were trying to look inward and understand the power that had just surfaced. For once, that usual calm confidence around him faded, replaced by a quieter, more thoughtful stillness. At first, Vale Balarhard had been prepared to scold his nephew without mercy. He had planned to lecture him about what the path of the sword truly meant and force that harsh battlefield wisdom into him, whether Adrian wanted to hear it or not. But after seeing such an unbelievable display, even the words he had lined up seemed to die in his throat. In the end, the old warrior could only say what he knew in the simplest way possible. He was a soldier, not a scholar who could decorate difficult truths with elegant language. Deep concepts and complicated explanations were never his strength. What he understood was winning, surviving, and standing at the end. And if victory required throwing away the clean image of righteousness, then to him, that was simply the path a warrior had to accept. Adrian answered without even a flicker of hesitation, his voice so steady that the words sounded almost obvious. The one who had taught him that lesson had not been a teacher, a commander, or any living master standing beside him. It had been the sword itself. Vale Balarhard's expression hardened once more, becoming grave and unreadable as he issued Adrian a serious warning. Killing intent that deep was not something anyone should admire carelessly. It might look like strength on the surface, but it was also a trap, and if Adrian let his guard down for even an instant, that very power could consume him completely. Adrian let a small, knowing smirk tug at the corner of his mouth, showing that he had heard every word while still refusing to look afraid. Then, with the same sharp confidence in his eyes, he turned the warning back toward his uncle and asked whether all this seriousness meant Vale Balarhard was actually trying to correct him. Vale Balarhard's eyes narrowed, and his stare grew heavier, pressing down on Adrian with quiet intensity. He made it clear that from that moment forward he would be observing the prince closely. He wanted to see which side would prevail, whether Adrian would be swallowed by the sword's hunger, or whether his own strength would be enough to resist it. 3 days slipped by in a haze of relentless practiced duels, with every clash pushing both men closer to their limits. By the time it finally ended, Taylor Talheim stood in front of Adrian, his blade still carrying a faint hum of leftover power. Looking at the prince, he asked for his name once again, as if he needed to hear it directly to confirm the person standing before him. Adrian stood there in calm silence, his back straight, his posture steady, and not a trace of panic in his bearing. The sword in his hand no longer seemed like a weapon he was simply carrying. It looked almost like it belonged there, connected to him as naturally as an extension of his own will. Then, in a rare and quiet shift, Adrian's expression softened with the faintest hint of a smile. He looked toward Taylor Talheim and offered a simple but meaningful acknowledgement, telling him that he had done well over the course of those 3 hard days. For 3 full days, Taylor Talheim had been forced to stand against a sword that gave off nothing but pure killing intent. Every exchange placed him directly in front of that suffocating pressure, and each time he had to hold his ground while the blade's murderous presence bore down on him again and again. Taylor Talheim looked genuinely impressed, though a thin trace of frustration still lingered beneath his expression. After everything they had endured, after every brutal exchange, and every moment spent testing each other, he could only let out a quiet comment that it was a shame. Then he followed that remark with a teasing jab, pointing out that Adrian could have claimed a clean victory if he had managed to defeat him even once. But no matter how fiercely Adrian had fought, the simple result had not changed. He had never actually brought Taylor Talheim down. Taylor Talheim paused for a moment, and the playful tone in his voice faded into something calmer, steadier, and more respectful. With a small nod, he told Adrian to bring it over. He then revealed a magnificent treasure chest, its polished surface and reinforced metal edges showing at a single glance that it was far from ordinary. Addressing Adrian formally as Your Highness, Taylor Talheim declared that he would accept it. After those intense duels, Taylor Talheim faced Adrian with a more serious expression, clearly carrying the memory of everything that had happened between them before. He held out the carefully made wooden chest, its surface bound with intricate metalwork, and asked whether this offering would be enough to make amends. There was a slight uncertainty in his voice, as if even he did not know whether such a thing could truly compensate for the past. Then Taylor Talheim told Adrian that the chest should be delivered to Baron Talheim instead. He explained plainly that there was nothing especially extravagant inside it, only a certain amount of gold and silver prepared within. With the chest now in his hands, Adrian turned away and prepared to leave. Behind him, Taylor Talheim offered one final farewell, wishing the prince a safe journey as he headed out from the place where their duels had ended. As Adrian left the castle behind, he silently turned the whole situation over in his mind. He knew very well that he was not obligated to clean up the messes created by other people, and yet, despite that clear understanding, a quiet thank you still slipped from him. Restoring someone's dignity was never free, and now that his commander's practiced duels had become a subject spreading through the kingdom, that price had become impossible to overlook. Elsewhere, inside a breathtaking palace filled with cold elegance and overwhelming grandeur, an unseen voice drifted through the space while looking back on the past. The speaker admitted that their arrogance had once crossed far beyond reason, and that they had lived far too freely, as if nothing in the world could ever restrain them. High above the palace grounds, on a towering balcony overlooking the estate below, a man and a woman stood beside one another. The woman's voice carried a chilling edge as she wondered aloud how much more suffering Adrian would still be forced to endure. But even after several days of waiting, the news everyone expected never truly exploded into the open. When the subject finally came up, Taylor Talheim did not avoid it or soften his words. He looked directly at Adrian and asked if he was talking about the duel. With a faint smirk, Adrian pointed out the new title now attached to his companion, and acknowledged the result everyone seemed so eager to discuss. The first prince had been defeated by the double-chain knight, but he quickly made his real meaning clear. Both sides had fought with everything they had, and his intention had never been to threaten anyone. What Adrian had truly wanted to test was the sincerity of the first prince himself. In another place, three nobles stood staring in stunned silence, their faces stiff with disbelief. One of them could barely manage a faint gasp, as though the news they had just heard had stolen the air straight from his lungs. They began whispering among themselves, trying to understand what the situation really meant. If the royal family had buried the story, then surely the person at the center of it must have been furious. A fist clenched tightly with rage, and in the next moment one noble roared out, demanding to know why they were talking about him. The portly noble was practically shaking with anger, his face twisting in irritation as he worked himself into an even greater fury. To him, the reason was painfully obvious. The first prince was simply too humiliated to admit that he had been defeated. When Adrian heard the petty rumors spreading around, all he could do was scoff in disbelief. These nobles, he thought, truly had far too much free time if this was how they chose to spend it. Then his gaze sharpened, and his attention shifted firmly toward the knight standing before him. A low, guttural sound rumbled from deep in Adrian's throat as his expression hardened. The air around him seemed to tighten with his irritation, and in that heavy silence it became clear that he was about to give a command. As the knight prepared to leave, Adrian ordered him to make absolutely certain that the true result of the duel was spread properly. The knight immediately straightened, snapped into attention, and bowed low before answering with firm obedience that he would carry out the command exactly as instructed. Later, Adrian stood with his arms crossed over his chest, his brow faintly furrowed as the same thought continued to bother him. Surely, now that the truth had been sent out clearly, those ridiculous rumors would finally start to quiet down. Even so, a small flicker of unease crossed his face. It was brief and subtle, but still clear enough to notice. Even after taking action, something about the whole situation still did not feel fully settled. Just then, a maid hurried in with alarming news, her urgency immediately breaking through the tense quiet around him. According to the newest rumor spreading outside, His Highness had supposedly threatened his opponent and forced him to fake the results of the duel. Adrian's face slowly fell into shadow, hiding his expression from view. Whatever crossed his mind in that instant, anger, disbelief, exhaustion, or all of it at once, he kept it buried behind that dark, heavy silence. Frustration burned sharply inside Adrian, but he forced himself to push past both the sting of his earlier defeats and the irritation caused by the rumors. Instead of wasting more time chasing useless gossip, he decided there was only one real answer left to him. He had to train harder and become stronger. With that resolve settling into him, explosive blue energy surged from his body and crackled through the air. Adrian launched himself forward with incredible speed, moving so fast that a bright trail of azure light streamed behind him. His body cut across the space like a flash of condensed power, turning every movement into a sharp streak of blue. The energy surrounding him continued to swell, becoming denser and heavier with each passing moment. It pulsed with a deep, resonant hum that seemed to vibrate through the air itself, and every beat of that power felt alive, thick, and dangerously controlled. He kept driving forward at a blistering pace, every motion sharper and more forceful than the last. With each step, each turn, and each swing, more of that incredible blue energy burst outward around him, filling the space with the force of his training. Then Adrian unleashed a devastating sweep, carving a massive arc of energy through the air in front of him. The blue wave exploded outward in a violent surge, tearing across the space with enough force to leave the surroundings trembling after it passed. And then, almost as quickly as it had roared to life, the raw energy began to fade. The brilliant surge thinned into the air, leaving behind only a faint pressure that lingered quietly, as if the space itself still remembered the force that had just torn through it. A perfectly shaped sphere of raw power glowed steadily in Adrian's hand, bright, intense, and under his control. He stared into it with fierce determination burning in his eyes, quietly hardening his resolve before swearing to himself that he would not lose again. Later, with Taylor Talheim standing beside him, Adrian asked about the duels that still remained. Taylor Talheim answered in a straightforward tone, explaining that the opponent scheduled to arrive that day would be the final one. By then, Adrian had clearly grown stronger, and no one understood that change better than he did. At his current level, ordinary apprentice knights could no longer serve as proper opponents for him because they simply could not push him the way he needed. Even so, Adrian had not forgotten the final challenger waiting ahead. This last opponent was not some common trainee still struggling with the basics, but a sword master, a true knight whose skill with the blade had already been refined to an entirely different level. She was the kind of knight who had never been satisfied with ordinary swordsmanship or simple training. A genuine prodigy, she had entered the knighthood not to chase comfort, reputation, or status, but because she wanted to push herself further and sharpen the limits of her own strength. Her name was Arwen Kirgayan, a probationary knight of the Iron Lion Knights, and even that title alone carried enough weight to make one thing clear: she was not an opponent Adrian could treat as ordinary. Then, at last, she appeared inside the opulent hall, standing there with a presence that immediately drew attention. Her calm, formidable figure seemed to radiate quiet strength, filling the space around her without the need for a single wasted movement. Adrian's eyes narrowed the moment he recognized her. The emblem of the Iron Lion Knights gleamed clearly on her armor, unmistakable and impossible to overlook, confirming that the final opponent had truly arrived. Among the knights, Arwen Kirgayan was known by a title that sounded graceful at first, but carried a dangerous meaning once people understood the story behind it: the Flower of the Cliff. She was compared to a rose blooming high on a jagged cliffside, beautiful enough to make anyone stop and admire her from afar, yet far too thorny for any foolish man to reach for without being wounded. Those who approached her with shallow confidence and romantic arrogance only ended up with their pride and hearts broken, and that reputation followed her wherever she went. Two powerful figures stood watching in silence, and somehow that quietness made them even more intimidating than if they had shouted. Neither of them needed to move or raise their voices. Just by standing inside the hall, they seemed to seize control of the atmosphere, their presence weighing down the room as they observed the situation unfolding in front of them. Vale Balorhard, the double-chain knight, fixed his eyes on the unexpected visitor and muttered a low comment under his breath. He could not completely hide the disbelief in his voice. For someone of Arwen Kiergaon's caliber to come all the way here on her own was not merely surprising, it was bold to the point of being almost absurd. Then Vale Balorhard's tone changed slightly, carrying just the faintest trace of admiration beneath his bluntness. In a strange and ridiculous way, he admitted, the prince really did possess a remarkable kind of talent. Somehow, without even trying, Adrian had managed to drag someone like Arwen Kiergaon directly into his orbit. And standing there before them was Arwen Kiergaon herself, the woman people called the Thorny Rose. Her eyes were clear, sharp, and steady enough to hold anyone's attention, while her posture remained calm and perfectly composed. But the pressure around her made the truth obvious at a glance. No matter how elegant she looked, she was anything but delicate. Arwen Kiergaon stood prepared for battle, and in that instant her presence almost felt unreal. A heavy aura of raw strength shimmered around her armor, deepening the imposing weight she carried just by standing there. Watching from the side, Vale Balorhard threw out a sharp, provocative remark, wondering how entertaining it would be if the prince ended up being humiliated by a woman like her. When it came to the Iron Lion Knights, even Vale Balorhard could not dismiss their reputation. They were known for crushing strength, brutal discipline, and warriors who had been forged through relentless training. And even among people of that terrifying standard, Adrian was a prodigy whose abilities stood out so clearly that no one could simply ignore him. Among the rising talents in their ranks was Arwen Kiergaon, a probationary knight who had already proven she was more than worthy of attention. Even before her position had been fully secured, her skill with the sword made it obvious that she belonged among the Iron Lion Knights, not as decoration but as a genuine warrior. But Adrian was not focused only on her reputation. His thoughts were tangled in confusion, because he could not understand why a genius like Arwen Kiergaon would personally go out of her way to challenge him to a duel. Seeing the doubt on his face, his attendant hurriedly stepped in, trying to soften the matter by claiming that there had only been a small misunderstanding in the past involving Sir Arwen. Adrian immediately scoffed at the weak explanation, making it clear from his expression alone that he did not believe a single word. In his eyes, there was no way someone like Arwen Kiergaon would draw her sword without a proper reason behind it. He flatly rejected the idea that the entire situation could be brushed aside as nothing more than a simple misunderstanding. Then Adrian turned the pressure directly onto his attendant, his gaze sharpening until there was nowhere left to hide. If something had truly happened between him and Arwen Kiergaon in the past, then he wanted the truth. Not a polished excuse, not a softened explanation, but the exact details of what had taken place. The attendant froze under Adrian's stare, suddenly looking as if he had been trapped in a corner with no path of escape. His mouth opened as though he was about to speak, then closed again without producing a proper answer. No matter how hard he tried to steady himself, the words refused to come out cleanly. Inside his mind, however, the memory rose back up with painful clarity. The truth was so ugly that even remembering it made his whole body tense. The only thought he could form was that Adrian had harassed Sir Arwen. A strained gasp slipped out of the attendant before he could stop it. The memory was so outrageous, so difficult to confront directly, that even taking a normal breath suddenly felt impossible for him. As the full weight of Adrian's past behavior came crashing back over him, the attendant could only scream silently inside his own heart. With all the frustration and anger he could never say aloud, he cursed the prince as an unbelievable madman. The memory flashed before him so vividly that it felt as though it had happened only moments earlier. Adrian, wearing that arrogant smirk of his, had looked straight at her and asked if her name was Arwen. Then, without showing even the slightest trace of shame, he had pushed even further, saying she truly was as beautiful as the rumors claimed before asking whether she wanted to become his personal maid. When the attendant finally returned to the present, the anger from that memory was still burning fiercely inside him. But no matter how badly he wanted to explode and say everything he felt, the only thing he managed to force out through clenched restraint was a strained address to the prince. Deep inside, his fury was roaring. The Iron Lion Knights were not Adrian's private possessions, and Arwen Kiergaon was absolutely not someone he could treat as though she belonged to him. A person of her standing could not be casually claimed, insulted, or reduced to something so disrespectful. Since he could not speak his true thoughts out loud, the attendant could only curse Adrian silently in his head. In that boiling inner voice, he called the prince an ugly, shameless creature, pouring all his suppressed frustration into words no one else could hear. Vale Balarhard stated the matter plainly, his voice steady, blunt, and completely unshaken. At least according to what he had heard, that was exactly what Adrian had said back then. Adrian fired back without even the smallest pause, saying that only someone who had never seen a truly beautiful woman could speak that way. In his mind, no one could look at Arwen Kyrgyzstan and honestly call her ugly, no matter what kind of insult they were trying to throw around. Vale Balarhard stood there in his dark armor, like an immovable wall, his presence heavy enough to make the room feel colder. A faint smile touched his lips, but there was nothing warm or gentle about it. Hidden inside that smile was a sharp, icy edge that made the air around him feel dangerous. Adrian addressed him with calm familiarity, greeting him by saying it had been a long time, Your Highness. Then, with that same composed tone, he added that Vale Balarhard had not changed at all. But beneath those polite words, Adrian's expression tightened with unmistakable distaste. The person standing before him might have looked exactly the same on the outside, yet something about the one inside felt completely different from what he knew. In the next instant, Vale Balarhard's eyes ignited with fierce yellow energy. He did not need to say another word. That blazing stare alone carried all the pressure of a challenge about to erupt. Adrian slumped slightly, as though he had finally accepted just how absurd his situation had become, and muttered that this had to be karma catching up with him. Then the attendant's booming voice rang through the hall, formally announcing Count Balarhard's arrival as Vale Balarhard made his grand entrance. Vale Balarhard's intense gaze locked straight onto Adrian, sharp, steady, and completely unblinking. He did not have to explain himself or issue a formal challenge. The look in his eyes already said more than enough. Adrian did not shrink back beneath that pressure. Instead, he met Vale Balarhard's stare with calm composure, his expression steady as he acknowledged the arrival of the new Iron Lion Knight. Then Arwen Kyrgyzstan stepped forward, every motion crisp, controlled, and perfectly measured. With the formal bearing expected of a knight, she gave Count Balarhard her own sharp greeting, her posture remaining flawless from beginning to end. The arena fell into a tense silence, and every gaze in the hall turned toward the fighters gathered at the center. Then a declaration rang out, clear and final, slicing through the stillness like a drawn blade. The duel was about to begin. From the darkness near the edge of the arena, a cloaked warrior stepped into view with a blade already gripped in hand. Their stance was low, coiled, and ready for battle, every part of their body held tight as if they could spring into motion the instant an opening appeared. Adrian watched the figure carefully, his interest sharpening with each subtle movement. As someone who never overlooked the way a warrior stood, breathed, or carried their weapon, he was eager to see what kind of ability this promising knight of the Iron Lion Knights would reveal. Without any warning, the cloaked figure exploded forward. One moment, they were standing still inside the arena, and in the very next, their body became a streak of motion tearing across the ground at terrifying speed. Adrian's eyes flashed with electric blue light as he followed every movement. Even though the fighter was moving at a pace that seemed almost impossible, his gaze locked onto those hyperspeed maneuvers, refusing to let even the smallest motion slip past him. A violent burst of blue energy erupted from the attack, flashing outward with raw force. The strike connected cleanly, smashing into Vale Balarhard with a brutal impact that arrived faster than lightning. Vale Balarhard was thrown backward before he could fully respond, his body overwhelmed by the sudden force crashing into him. The attacker's speed was so unnatural that it almost looked as if they had stepped outside the normal flow of movement altogether. He barely had time to recover from the first hit before the cloaked figure was already closing the distance again. A sword flashed out from beneath the cloak, its edge angled with frightening precision for another devastating blow. There was no space for Vale Balarhard to breathe, reset his stance, or gather himself. The next strike came crashing in like a bolt of lightning, slamming into him with enough force to shake him all the way through, and before he could properly regain his balance, a brutal kick drove straight into his body. The impact sent him flying once again, shattering the stance he had only just managed to rebuild. The sword descended in a blur, and Vale Balarhard barely managed to raise his arm in time to stop it. The force of the blow rattled through his entire body, shaking him down to the bone. Then, before he could recover, a crushing kick slammed into his chest and hurled him backward, leaving him breathless and dangerously exposed. Watching from the side, Adrian could hardly believe the speed and power unfolding before his eyes. The mysterious fighter's strength was far beyond what he had expected, and his shock slipped out before he could fully hold it back. But the duel was nowhere near finished. As Vale Balorhard struggled to rise, the cloaked figure's eyes suddenly burned with an intense blue glow, and a powerful aura burst outward around their body. That blue energy changed almost instantly, twisting and exploding into a terrifying crimson force. The red power crackled violently as it gathered around the fighter's leg, and right before Adrian's eyes, a blazing message appeared. Dragonslayer's heart had been activated. The fighter's eye now burned with a fierce crimson glow, bright and dangerous enough to make the surrounding air feel tense. That single flash marked the awakening of a new power, one far more frightening than anything shown before. He unleashed a merciless storm of red-tinged slashes, driving Vale Balorhard back again and again under the relentless assault. The sword in his hand hummed with a cold blue energy, and the strange, terrifying nature of that weapon was finally beginning to reveal itself in full. Another heavy blow landed with a deep, resounding impact, so brutal that it felt as if bone itself might crack under the force. Vale Balorhard was forced even farther back, his body reeling beneath the crushing pressure of the assault. The assailant moved with deadly, fluid grace, his entire body blurring beneath streaks of crimson energy. He gave Vale Balorhard no chance to recover, pressing the advantage with ruthless timing and precise, merciless control. From a distance, Arwen Kirgayan watched the duel unfold without taking her eyes off it for even a second. Her attention was fixed completely on the assailant's weapon, studying the blade with a sharp and focused intensity that missed nothing. Adrian took in the overwhelming display and understood the truth almost immediately. This swordsman was moving on a level completely different from the opponents he had faced before. What he was witnessing was not ordinary skill. It was something far more dangerous. Then Adrian's own eye began to glow with blue light, and another message appeared before him. It revealed that the authority of judgment could only be used under limited conditions, making the timing of that power more critical than ever. At last, the identity of the mysterious attacker was revealed, and the truth came out as sharply as a blade being pulled free from its sheath. But what everyone saw was far more shocking than anyone on that battlefield could have expected. The woman charging toward Adrian Leonberg had once been nothing more than an ordinary female apprentice knight, yet now her entire body moved with deadly purpose. Her eyes were fixed on him, her killing intent unmistakable, and in her hands a sword shone with an eerie blue light. This was no ordinary weapon. It was Taylor Tailheim's legendary sword, glowing with a sinister brilliance as she rushed straight for Adrian. The moment Adrian recognized the sword in her hands, disgust spread across his face almost instantly. Even if she was only pulling out a tiny trace of that weapon's real power, the fact that she could hold it at all was enough to make his expression harden with contempt. His eyes lowered coldly, as though the sight itself offended him, and a quiet scoff slipped from him, carrying the sharp bite of someone who found the whole scene deeply unpleasant. Then Adrian's eyes shifted. A dark, violent crimson glow flared to life inside them, burning so intensely that the air around him seemed to grow heavier. At the same time, red energy surged up from his body like a living flame, wrapping around him in a fierce aura. The pressure continued to rise as he steadied himself, preparing for the clash that was about to decide everything between them. The attacker made the first move, launching herself forward with such explosive speed that her figure nearly blurred out of sight. The blue light around her sword streaked through the air like a deadly flash, aimed directly at Adrian. But Adrian's eyes never lost track of her. In that brief instant, he followed the angle of the blade, the weight behind her swing, and the flow of power moving through her body. And once he understood it, the truth became clear to him. The strength she carried was not true strength at all compared to the overwhelming power buried inside him. It was only a thin fragment. In the next breath, their swords crashed together. The sound of metal against metal shrieked across the battlefield, sharp enough to cut through the chaos around them. Adrian met her attack directly, taking the strike head-on without backing away. His blade caught hers in place and stopped it cold, refusing to let the blue-lit sword push even a step closer to him. Wrapped in a violent rush of red energy, she let out a roar and threw herself completely into the fight. That was the moment the real battle exploded. Their swords slammed together again and again, each collision sending bursts of crimson and blue power tearing through the air. Shockwaves cracked between them like flashes of lightning, and the space around their blades seemed to rip open under the force of their furious clash. By then, Adrian had already pushed his body far beyond the point where training should have stopped feeling manageable. Sweat rolled down his face, and his shoulders rose and fell heavily as he fought just to keep his breathing steady. Every breath dragged painfully through his chest, his lungs burning from the strain. But even with his body screaming at him, he refused to lower his sword and continued the punishing training. Even though every muscle in his body seemed to be begging him to stop, Adrian would not allow himself to give in. His feet stayed firmly planted against the ground. His fingers tightened around the sword hilt, and through sheer stubborn willpower, he forced his exhausted body to keep moving forward. His sword swept out in a clean, decisive arc, cutting through the air with such speed that the motion almost became invisible. All of Adrian's attention narrowed onto the training dummy in front of him, as if nothing else in the courtyard existed, and the blade rushed straight toward its target with absolute focus. But just before the strike could land, a sharp voice cut through the air and shattered his concentration. Adrian stopped mid-swing, his whole body freezing with the blade still held in position. In an instant, the momentum around him snapped tight, leaving the unfinished attack hanging in the air. Taylor Talheim, who had been watching every movement in silence with a trained and disciplined eye, finally stepped forward. His voice carried the firm authority of a master ending a session, and he ordered Adrian to stop. Today's training was over, he made clear, and whatever remained would have to continue tomorrow. Adrian was still breathing hard, his chest rising and falling as he struggled to pull himself back under control. But the moment he heard those words, disbelief flashed across his face. He snapped back immediately, unable to accept the decision. Tomorrow, in his mind, he had been right there, only a single step away from completing the strike. Taylor did not answer him right away. For a moment, he only stared at Adrian in silence, his expression tightening just enough for a faint frown to appear. It was a small change, barely more than a crease on his face, but it said everything. He was not impressed by Adrian's protest in the slightest. Then Taylor finally responded, and his answer was as blunt and cold as it could possibly be. He offered no comfort, no encouragement, and no attempt to soften the blow. There was no point in continuing, he told him plainly, not while Adrian was still this weak. Suddenly, a commanding voice ripped through the silence with one forceful shout, "Enough!" The word struck the scene like a hammer blow, cutting through the tension so sharply that it felt as if everything around them had been forced to stop. For one suspended moment, even time itself seemed to obey that order. But the weight of what came next was even heavier than the command itself. No matter how powerful that shout had been, it had arrived too late. The critical moment had already slipped past them, and the situation had gone beyond the point where it could simply be stopped. Even while down on his knees, Adrian still refused to let go of his pride. He raised his voice and challenged her authority directly, demanding to know what gave her the right to act as if she were so privileged. But she did not hesitate for even a second. She fired back with the same force, making it clear that his words and orders were not the final law of the world. Only then did Adrian finally notice the bruise marked on his own body. The dark patch stood out clearly against him, fresh and painful looking, a visible reminder of the relentless pressure and strain he had forced himself to endure. He raised his hand, and a green orb began to glow softly in his palm. The light pulsed between his fingers in quiet waves, not like a sign of surrender, but more like a wordless challenge. Without saying anything more, he let that small green glow speak for him. Her eyes narrowed as she looked at him. The expression in her gaze turned sharp, cold, and impossible to read. She said nothing, yet the way she examined him made it feel as though she was measuring him piece by piece, judging every detail, and confirming something she had already suspected. For a brief moment, both of them remained completely still. The silence between them grew heavier with each passing second, thick with stubborn pride from both sides. Even without either of them taking a step, It felt as if their wills were still colliding in the empty space between them. Then, without giving him another word, she simply turned away and began to walk off. Adrian was left behind in the tense silence, watching her back as she moved farther from him. But with every step she took, the flame inside her only seemed to burn hotter. Her vow strengthened in her chest, brighter and more unshakable than before. No matter what happened, she would absolutely not lose. Beneath a wide golden sky, the fortress walls rose high and solemn, towering over the grounds with an imposing presence. Down in the broad courtyard below those massive stone walls, two figures stood facing each other. Against the scale of the fortress, they looked almost small, yet the tension between them filled the entire space as they prepared for their next confrontation. Across the open courtyard, Adrian quietly studied the opponent standing before him. Somewhere in the back of his mind, he found himself hoping that today's match would end without either side gaining a clear victory. As he weighed the situation, he wondered if this really was already their third duel, and the strange direction things had taken surprised him more than he wanted to show. He had already heard the rumors about her swordsmanship. People spoke of her skill as something fearsome, the kind of ability that was difficult to face directly, and yet the First Prince's own strength had developed enough by now that those rumors no longer made the match feel completely one-sided. On the opposite side of the arena, the former apprentice knight stared back at him without the slightest tremor in her eyes. In her heart, she wanted this duel to finally end with a clear result. Both of them held their positions, weapons ready, while near Adrian's armored foot, the tip of a sword rested close to the ground. The air between them grew heavier with anticipation. Before the duel could truly begin again, Adrian lifted one hand and stopped the moment from moving forward. His posture stayed composed, but his voice carried a firm seriousness as he announced that there was something important he needed to say first. The former apprentice knight fixed her gaze directly on him, suspicion tightening across her face almost immediately. Her expression hardened as she questioned him, asking if he was seriously trying to apologize only now, right when they were about to cross swords again. Her eyes burned with a fierce red light, and before Adrian could even properly continue, her answer was already clear from the look on her face. Whatever apology he thought he might offer, she had no intention of accepting it, not now, and not like this. With those blazing red eyes locked firmly on him, her desire was impossible to miss. She wanted to reclaim her pride through strength, and through strength alone. That kind of determination was undeniably worthy of respect, but even so, sheer resolve by itself might not be enough to give her the outcome she was chasing. Adrian, who always seemed to be thinking several steps ahead, suddenly shifted the entire direction of the duel with one daring suggestion. Instead of simply fighting under the same terms as before, he proposed a dangerous wager between them. Whoever lost would have to grant the winner one wish. He kept his eyes fixed on her, carefully watching how she would respond to the gamble he had placed before them. But she did not shrink away from the pressure. Instead, she answered with fierce defiance, declaring that no matter what order was given, she would never kneel, and she would never bow her head. Her expression remained hard and unyielding, as if carved from stone. Every line of her face carried the same silent message, leaving no room for misunderstanding. Her will was not something that could be bent by threats, wagers, or anyone's authority. At that moment, an attendant standing off to the side could no longer stay silent. Alarmed by Adrian's reckless proposal, he cut in sharply and warned him that a royal could not speak so carelessly. He demanded that Adrian take back his words at once, then turned his irritation toward the nearby outsiders as well, snapping at them and questioning why they were interfering in the matter at all. Adrian did not appear especially bothered by the attendant's outburst. He brushed the warning aside with little concern, as though it barely deserved his attention. Then his gaze shifted toward Arwen Kirgayen, and in an almost casual tone, he asked her directly what she thought about the matter. Even after the wager had been rejected, the former apprentice knight revealed something that stunned everyone who heard it. She, too, was a knight of the Leonberg royal family. The unexpected truth changed the atmosphere instantly, and the moment Vale Ballarhard heard it, he reaffirmed his loyalty without hesitation, declaring that he would never show disrespect toward His Highness. A confident smirk curved across Adrian's lips as he responded smoothly. If His Highness allowed it, then he was more than ready to continue. And he did not stop with that. He pressed the matter even further, making it obvious that he was already thinking about exactly what he would demand if he came out as the winner of the wager. Vale Balarhard gave a firm, steady nod, showing that he fully supported his lord's decision. There was no hesitation in his approval, not even for a moment. His posture and expression made it clear that in his eyes, Adrian's judgment was completely acceptable. With that, Adrian fixed the terms of the duel in place through a forceful declaration. Once the fight began, neither side would be allowed to take back what they had said. As the agreement settled over the courtyard, Arwen Kyrgyne shifted into a ready stance, her sword catching the light while fierce determination burned in her eyes. Adrian met her intensity without the slightest hesitation. He drew his own sword with the calm confidence of someone who welcomed the challenge instead of fearing it. Across from him, the former apprentice knight steadied her weapon, her red eyes glowing as she prepared for the violent clash that was about to erupt. Arwen moved first, launching forward without warning and exploding across the arena with frightening speed. Her sword flashed blue as it cut through the air, and the attack slammed into Adrian's defense with such force that the duel felt dangerous and desperate from the very first blow. But Adrian did not look frightened at all. Instead, a dangerous smirk slowly pulled at the corner of his mouth. His eyes flared with a hellish crimson glow, as if the fight had finally become interesting enough for him to give it his full attention. A devastating wave of red power erupted from Adrian and crashed straight into his opponent. The force struck with brutal impact, blasting her backward as it tore through the air. For a moment, even the space around them seemed to tremble under the violence of that surge. Arwen was left completely speechless. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she struggled to understand what had just happened in front of her. The impossible speed Adrian had revealed in that single overwhelming movement was far beyond what she had expected. Vale could only stare in stunned silence as a spectral red dragon seemed to take shape around the first prince. The sight sent a chill through him, and a single thought rose in his mind before he could stop it. Had Adrian been hiding this much strength the entire time? Then Adrian moved once more, and with one final overwhelming strike, he seized complete control of the duel. In that instant, he crushed his opponent's momentum entirely, leaving her with no chance to recover her footing or turn the fight back in her favor. The blow landed too fast and too violently for her to resist. With a single explosive impact, Adrian shattered the enemy's sword into countless fragments, sending broken pieces scattering through the air. At the same time, the apprentice knight's body was thrown backward, unable to withstand the brutal force that had been unleashed against her. Her face twisted with a mixture of terror and pain as Adrian's terrifying red energy swallowed her completely. The crimson force coiled around her like an inescapable storm, closing in from every side until there was no space left for her to break free. Adrian disappeared from sight in a single instant, then reappeared again in a sudden flash, his crimson aura burning even brighter than before. Without giving her even the smallest chance to recover, he drove forward and unleashed another devastating attack. A desperate scream tore from her throat as Adrian's overwhelming power came crashing down on her. The sheer weight of his strength pressed violently against her body, merciless and crushing, so intense that it felt as though the force might rip her apart completely. The crimson power detonated with terrifying force, bursting outward in a savage wave that devoured everything around them. At that point, it no longer looked like an ordinary sword strike or even a normal attack. It felt as if Adrian had gathered pure destruction into one compressed point, held it there for a single breath, and then unleashed all of it at once. Adrian's eyes burned with a hellish red glow as he drove the fight closer and closer to its inevitable end. Around his hand, wild energy crackled, twisted, and sparked without any sign of restraint, bending the rain-soaked air near his fingers. In that moment, his arm hardly seemed human at all. It looked more like a weapon forged only for the purpose of wiping out whatever stood in front of him. The apprentice knight crashed down hard, her body folding beneath the force of the blow as the last thin traces of red energy drifted away around her. But Adrian gave her no chance to breathe, recover, or even understand what had just happened. Before she could gather herself off the ground, he was already rushing in again, his figure blurring forward as another surge of crimson power gathered for the next attack. The following strike tore through the courtyard with brutal violence. The stone beneath them split apart, dust blasted upward in thick clouds, and the very air seemed to rip open from the pressure. A violent bloom of crimson energy spread across the area, swallowing everything caught in its path. The former apprentice knight was hurled backward, with no way to resist, her body thrown through the air as helplessly as a broken doll. Then, a heartbeat later, she smashed into a distant wall with a heavy, merciless crash, the sound of the impact making the defeat feel even more devastating. When the dust finally began to settle, Adrian was the only one left standing in the courtyard. His red aura slowly thinned around him, fading into the air like the last embers of a fire. With calm, unhurried steps, he started walking toward the defeated figure lying motionless on the ground. And by then, everyone watching understood that the duel was already over. From farther away, the people watching could do nothing but stare in stunned silence. Awe and unease mixed across their faces, because what they had just witnessed no longer felt like a simple duel between knights. It was something far beyond the limits of an ordinary contest. Vale Balarhard's brow tightened as his eyes stayed fixed on Adrian. His sharp gaze did not drift away for even a second. He was still trying to process the monstrous power that had just erupted before him, as if his mind refused to accept that such strength had been standing there all along. Off to the side, Arwen Kurgayan stood frozen in place, watching the aftermath unfold before her. Surprise flickered openly across her expression, but beneath that shock, there was something heavier. A tense, anxious concern settled over her face, one she could not completely hide. Adrian lowered his eyes toward the opponent, collapsed at his feet. His voice was calm, steady, and certain, as though he had known this result from the very beginning and never once doubted it. Then, without any hesitation, he declared, "I won the bet." As the victor, Adrian stood over the former apprentice knight, his shadow stretching across her defeated body on the cold courtyard ground. She had thrown every bit of strength and determination she had into challenging him, but in the end, even that fierce resolve had been crushed completely beneath his power. A confident smirk slowly formed on Adrian's face, edged with unmistakable arrogance. The wager was his now, and the look in his eyes made it clear that he understood exactly what that victory meant. He had earned the right to claim what had been promised. But from the sidelines, Arwen Kurgayan did not look relieved or comforted by Adrian's victory. Her expression tightened with visible worry as she continued watching the scene play out, unable to shake the uneasy feeling growing inside her chest. Sometime later, a new royal guard stepped forward to begin serving Adrian Leonberg, the infamous first prince whose name and reputation had already spread far and wide. As the guard stood face to face with him, Adrian looked him over and asked in his usual blunt, direct way, "You're the new royal guard?" Vale Balarhard answered without delay, giving a crisp and respectful nod. "Yes, I look forward to serving you, Your Highness." Adrian only responded with a short nod of his own before saying, "Right, I'll be counting on you." That brief acceptance was enough to surprise everyone around them, because no one had expected the prince to acknowledge him so easily instead of coldly pushing him away. After that short exchange ended, Adrian turned away and began to walk off. His steps were steady, firm, and controlled, carrying the unmistakable rhythm of someone used to giving orders and being followed, while the others remained behind him in silence. At first glance, Adrian could easily come across as arrogant, distant, and almost impossible for anyone to approach. His sharp attitude and cold presence made people assume they already understood him. But beneath that difficult exterior, the truth of who he was did not fit quite so neatly into the rumors surrounding him. Then, without warning, rain began pouring from the sky, draping the entire castle in a heavy gray curtain. Beneath that relentless downpour, Vale Balarhard stood alone, watching as the storm hammered against the grounds, the walls, and everything around him. The rain grew even harsher, beating down on rooftops, stone walls, and armor with merciless force. Nearby, the attendant's face tightened with strain and concern as he looked toward the storm. His voice carried clear worry for His Highness as he asked whether they should really continue under weather this dangerous. Through the deafening roar of the storm, a sinister call suddenly rang out, followed by one chilling command. Now, in that same instant, panic flashed across Adrian's face. A desperate warning tore through the curtain of rain, urgently telling His Highness to be careful. Before anyone else even had time to react, Vale Balarhard was already in motion. A blinding burst of power flashed through the falling rain as he intercepted the incoming danger. His body surged forward like a crimson inferno, forcing the attack back before it could reach its target. Adrian could only stare, rain soaking into his hair and running down his face as he witnessed Vale's raw strength with his own eyes. Vale's gaze stayed locked firmly on the threat ahead, his stance unwavering beneath the storm, because he had sensed the danger long before it arrived. Standing there under the relentless rain, he remembered how deeply he had once believed that His Highness was destined for greatness. Yet now that old conviction felt painfully distant. Later, Prince Adrian stood high upon the ramparts, his appearance somehow different and his presence even sharper than before. A young apprentice knight stood beside him, and the air between them grew tense and still. Then Adrian turned his powerful gaze toward her and said with startling directness, "I want you." The apprentice knight froze completely, as if those words had struck her right in the chest. A shocked gasp slipped from her lips, and her thoughts began spinning so wildly that she could barely collect herself. Flustered and overwhelmed, she stammered out, "H, how scandalous!" Adrian watched her reaction closely, studying every flicker of surprise and confusion that crossed her face. For a brief moment, even he seemed uncertain, and the thought passed through his mind that he might have completely misunderstood what kind of person was standing in front of him. But the tension did not end with her reaction. The former apprentice knight, her red eyes glowing with fierce intensity, had heard Adrian's words as well. Disbelief broke through her composure at once, escaping from her in a sharp, startled gasp. She stepped into the moment immediately, refusing to let the silence linger any longer. Her voice cut clearly through the tense air as she faced Adrian and challenged him directly. "Is that truly what your Highness desires?" Adrian did not flinch under her questioning stare. He met her gaze straight on and answered with cold certainty. "Of course, as you are now, then," without softening his words at all, he gave his judgment. At this moment, she was still only an ordinary apprentice knight, one who could not even defeat a goblin's thrall. But Adrian's true aim had never been to claim just any knight standing before him. With that piercing look in his eyes, he made it clear what he was really after. What he wanted was the tremendous future potential hidden within the legendary knight Arwen Kirgayen. Even at that moment, Arwen's presence naturally drew attention. There was strength in the way she stood, a quiet pressure surrounding her that made it obvious she was not someone who could be dismissed as ordinary, no matter what title she currently held. Adrian looked forward without hesitation, his decision already settled deep inside him. What he needed was simple, and to him there was no room for doubt. "I need a knight who follows me." Vale Balorhard immediately bristled at those words, his reaction sharp with agitation. To him, a true knight was not some disposable object that could simply be moved around at another person's convenience. A knight carried dignity, value, and loyalty, and above all else, a knight belonged only to the lord they personally chose to serve. Adrian's gaze moved across the knights before him, quietly measuring each person in turn. Behind his calm expression, his thoughts were already working quickly, weighing their abilities, their presence, and the future possibilities hidden within each of them. In Adrian's eyes, Arwen's talent stood out with almost absurd clarity. Her swordsmanship was already exceptional, her archery was far beyond what anyone would expect from an ordinary apprentice, and her sensitivity to mana was so sharp it was nearly frightening. More than that, her nature carried all the signs of a sword prodigy, a fierce competitive spirit, a surprisingly gentle heart, and a pure core that made her potential shine even brighter. That was why Adrian's conclusion did not change at all. Among every possible choice standing before him, the one person he had chosen was Arwen Kirgayen. Then Adrian placed the challenge directly in front of her, his words carrying the heavy pressure of an order. "Become my knight." The command struck the young woman in dark armor with unmistakable force, cutting straight through the noise and tension surrounding them. It was the very dream she had chased for her entire life. She had finally become the kind of knight she had once longed to be, but the reality waiting for her was nothing like the bright ideal she had imagined. On the battlefield, she moved like a storm of steel, tearing through enemies with her brutal scythe-like weapon while whispers spread through the crowd. "Is that the kid?" Yeah, the rumors were true. Behind that fierce gaze and her dark flowing hair was a life shaped by hardship and constant struggle. No matter how strong she became, and no matter how clearly she proved her ability, people still refused to truly acknowledge her as a real knight. So she pushed herself harder than everyone else around her. She trained twice as much, endured twice the pain, and forced her way through every wall placed before her with nothing but relentless determination and stubborn resolve. Now, the weapon in her hands burned with a strange, otherworldly glow. That light seemed to represent every brutal hour she had spent sharpening herself, every limit she had broken, and every hardship she had endured in order to stand where she was now. She moved with lightning-fast speed, her blade becoming a blur as it swept in and knocked her opponent's weapon aside. In the very next heartbeat, the force of her strike sent him crashing down to the ground, completely overwhelmed before he could recover. Then the announcement rang out across the arena, clear, loud, and impossible for anyone to challenge. Winner, Arwen Kirgayan. Even after defeating every apprentice who stepped forward to face her, Arwen's skill remained impossible to deny. When another attack came rushing toward her, she responded with calm, effortless precision, turning it aside as if the result had already been decided before the blade even reached her. Her sword met the incoming blade with a sharp metallic ring. The sound snapped through the air like a bold declaration, announcing her strength to everyone watching. Again and again, Arwen produced results that no one could honestly ignore. Every battle she endured and every opponent she defeated became another piece of undeniable proof that her ability was real. And yet, the cruel voices still refused to leave her alone. They echoed in her mind again and again. "Don't you dare call yourself a knight. Who could you protect when you're that weak? You're no knight." No matter how fiercely she fought, the title she wanted more than anything always seemed to remain just out of reach. But now, Adrian's offer shook her in a completely different way. A blush slowly rose across her face as his armored hand reached toward her, and deep inside her chest, hope tangled painfully with doubt. Was he truly recognizing her ability as a knight, or was he only seeing her as a woman? Adrian's expression remained serious, with no trace of teasing, mockery, or hidden amusement on his face. That only made the question hit even harder inside her mind. Could he actually mean what he was saying? In the wide courtyard, with Adrian's companions watching from nearby, the moment stretched thin and heavy with tension. The prince stood before her with his hand extended, and in that quiet, loaded silence, he asked for only one thing. At last, she gave her answer by stating her condition clearly. If Adrian truly wanted her to stand beside him, then he had to treat her not as a woman who needed to be protected, but as a real knight worthy of respect and recognition. The word knight rang through Arwen Kirgayan's heart like a bell she had been waiting to hear her entire life. For so long, that title had been the one thing she had chased, the one thing she had wanted others to truly recognize. And there, right in front of her, Adrian's armored hand slowly clenched into a solid fist. It was a small movement, but the meaning behind it was unmistakable. He had listened to her condition, understood exactly what she was asking for, and accepted it without trying to twist her words into something else. Adrian's eyes never shifted away from hers. He stared straight at Arwen with a sharp, unwavering intensity, his expression steady and unshaken. There was no trace of hesitation on his face, no casual flattery, and no empty promise meant only to calm her down. The firmness in his gaze made it clear that he was answering her as seriously as she had spoken. Then Adrian gave his response, and his voice came out calm, clear, and completely certain. There was no dramatic speech and no unnecessary explanation. He simply accepted her terms with words that left no room for misunderstanding. "Fine, I promise." Almost the instant Adrian's promise reached her ears, Arwen moved. Her body shifted swiftly and silently, cutting through the thick stillness that had settled between them. The motion was quick enough to feel almost like a blade flashing through the air, decisive and without a single wasted movement. A heartbeat later, Arwen was down on one knee before him. The metal of her armor gave a faint clink as she lowered herself, bowing her head with solemn resolve. In that posture, she offered Adrian not hesitation, not half-hearted obedience, but the full loyalty of a knight who had made her choice. Elsewhere, within the grand hall, Vincent Balorhard, the eldest son of the powerful Balorhard family, stepped forward under the watchful eyes of everyone gathered there. The air around him felt formal and heavy, but his expression did not falter. With solemn determination carved across his face, he raised his voice and declared, "I swear loyalty to Prince Adrian Leonberg." Vincent's vow carried clearly through the wide hall, reaching every noble knight and attendant who stood listening. But he did not allow the pledge to end with just those first words. He continued, offering not only the sword at his side, but the remainder of his life itself to His Highness. A deep and unwavering resolve settled over Vincent's face. His gaze sharpened, and every line of his expression grew more serious, as if the weight of his words had taken physical form. In that moment, his oath no longer felt like a simple ceremony. It felt like a decision he had already engraved into the deepest part of himself. His blade remained lowered toward the floor, held still and controlled in the hands of a man making an unbreakable promise. That quiet posture spoke louder than any flourish could have. It became the symbol of his commitment, marking the moment he truly stepped into his place as a knight of Leonberg. With Vincent kneeling before him, Adrian Leonberg spoke in a voice that carried the full weight of royal authority. "Rise, in the name of Adrian Leonberg, I dub thee a knight. Be brave." The words settled over the hall with solemn force, and Adrian did not let the ceremony's gravity fade there. He continued, commanding Vincent to be courteous and then to remain loyal. The prince's final command lingered in the air with quiet, heavy strength. It was not shouted, but it carried enough weight to press into the silence around them, and be loyal. When the ceremony finally ended, Vincent rose from his kneeling position as an official knight. The moment should have been one of simple celebration and acceptance. But not far away, the attendant watched everything without speaking, his eyes dark, thoughtful, and guarded, hiding doubts he had not yet chosen to voice. Inside the attendant's mind, one troubling detail kept circling back again and again. Arwen Kirgayen had only become a knight yesterday, and because she was an orphan with no powerful family standing behind her to protect her position, she had never truly been in a place where she could freely refuse the support offered to her. His brow tightened as suspicion slowly sharpened his stare. The more he thought about everything he had heard, the stranger the whole situation seemed. Why had Arwen joined the prince so abruptly? Was there something hidden beneath that decision? Had Adrian taken her in as a mistress, or perhaps as some convenient shield for another purpose? To the attendant, it felt unnatural that someone who had only trained beneath a subordinate knight could rise into such a position so suddenly. Meanwhile, Adrian found himself shaken by the disturbing direction those thoughts had taken. The realization struck him in a cold, unpleasant rush. For one horrible second, he could not help wondering whether, from the outside, he had somehow made himself look like the villain in this entire situation. Seeing Adrian wrestle with that uncomfortable realization, the attendant cut in without the slightest mercy. His remark landed with a cold, cutting edge, as if he were stating the most obvious conclusion in the world. Isn't that basically the worst kind of scum on earth? The attendant's face remained perfectly composed as he said it. There was no smile, no obvious teasing, and no visible sign of guilt in his expression. His calm, unreadable look made it impossible to tell whether he was joking, testing Adrian's conscience, or speaking with complete seriousness. Then the attendant turned toward Adrian with a grave look in his eyes, as though the matter had suddenly become even more serious. "Your Highness?" Adrian blinked back at him, clearly caught off guard by the shift in tone. Confusion crossed his face before he answered, "Huh?" The attendant was not done pressing him. Instead, he continued forward, dragging an old issue back into the light, one that Adrian had clearly hoped would stay buried, forgotten, and left behind with the rest of that troublesome incident. In Adrian's mind, the memory of the final duel flashed back all at once. He could hear his own voice from that moment, firmly declaring that he was not the sort of knight who would break royal orders. The recollection struck him so suddenly and so sharply that his eyes widened in alarm. Back in the present, the attendant kept pressing the point. He reminded Adrian that a royal decree was not something he could simply ignore whenever it became inconvenient. Then, as if deliberately twisting the blade a little deeper, he added that Adrian could always break the oath later if he truly wanted to behave like a fool. Adrian fell quiet, turning the problem over in his mind, and wondered whether anyone would even accept such an oath if he tried to make one. But Adrian rejected the idea almost as soon as it appeared. He made it clear that he wanted absolutely no part of that situation. There was no joy for him in the thought of that kind of marriage, not even a little. When the attendant let out a small chuckle, Adrian's eyes narrowed, and he silently questioned whether his serious words were being treated seriously at all. So Adrian repeated himself with even greater firmness. His voice carried a harder edge this time, as if he wanted to erase any possible misunderstanding. Every word he had said was sincere, and he wanted the attendant to understand that he was not joking, wavering, or trying to hide behind clever excuses. Then, without warning, Adrian found himself holding an official document containing news he had never expected to receive. According to the notice, Adrian Leonberg was being released from probation and ordered to attend a royal banquet. He stared down at the page in baffled silence, unable to understand what he had done to cause such a sudden and suspicious change. He could hardly believe the words written in front of him. His probation had been lifted a full month and a half earlier than originally planned, and the sheer timing of it made the situation feel even stranger. A memory of the King of Leonberg surfaced in Adrian's mind. He remembered the king's face, filled with such crushing disappointment that it had honestly seemed possible Adrian might remain confined forever. Now, sitting back inside the First Prince's palace, Adrian was trapped in confusion all over again, unable to make sense of his father's unpredictable decisions. The quiet atmosphere was suddenly broken by a loud growl from Adrian's stomach. Almost at the same moment his attendant appeared, as though the timing had been planned, and asked whether His Highness was pleased now that his probation had finally come to an end. Adrian only brushed the question aside with a casual shrug. His reaction made it seem as if the entire matter barely meant anything to him, as though gaining his freedom earlier than expected was not worth making a fuss over. After all, who exactly was he supposed to spend that newly freed time with? Inside the palace, Adrian was practically isolated. There were hardly any people he could meet casually, laugh with, or simply enjoy himself around, so freedom did not feel nearly as exciting as it should have. The attendant gave a short, awkward cough, as if trying to move the conversation away from that uncomfortable truth. Then he revealed the next piece of news. An invitation had just arrived for the prince. Adrian raised his head at that, his expression sharpening with mild curiosity. The words seemed to catch his attention more than the news about his probation had. An invitation? The attendant confirmed it right away and directed Adrian's attention toward the elegant seal stamped onto the letter. The way he presented it made it clear that the seal itself carried importance, as though that single mark already explained why the message could not be treated lightly. Adrian quickly took the letter into his own hands. His eyes moved over the page, scanning the writing, and as he read, they widened slightly with growing recognition and surprise. The letter turned out to be an invitation to a royal social gathering. But the most troublesome part became obvious almost immediately. This was not an event Adrian could politely decline or casually ignore. Whether he felt like attending or not, his presence was expected. With his probation suddenly lifted, Adrian's thoughts began moving quickly again. Was this connected to some recent achievement of his, or was it nothing more than a strange coincidence? No matter what answer he considered, he did not feel pleased. If anything, the timing only made him more suspicious. From the side, Vincent and Arwen quietly watched the situation unfold. Vincent seemed unable to understand what was happening at all, while Adrian found himself staring down yet another royal order, with no easy way to avoid it. Adrian read through the document again to confirm the contents with his own eyes. It really was a royal invitation to a high society gathering, the kind of mandatory social mixer he could not simply throw aside. In his head, he was already complaining bitterly that he had far too much training to do to waste precious time at some useless event. Then one specific name written on the invitation caught Adrian's eye. The instant he saw it, the irritation on his face faded. His expression sharpened, replaced by sudden focus, as though that single name had changed the meaning of the entire invitation. The sender was Bernardo of the Eli family. The moment Adrian recognized that signature, he immediately understood who had arranged for this invitation to reach him. Adrian's face turned serious right away, because that name was not unfamiliar to him. It carried a history he could not easily ignore, and the moment he saw it, old information began surfacing in his mind. He remembered the stories his uncle had once told him about the Eli family. They were the ones who had pursued the study of the Mana Heart all the way to its bitter end, only for their efforts to collapse into ruin centuries ago. In Adrian's mind, an image of electric blue energy seemed to twist and pulse like a mesmerizing current, carrying with it the weight of ancient power, failed ambition, and a legacy that had never truly been completed. After thinking it over for a moment, Adrian gave a decisive nod and changed his mind. "I suppose I should attend after all." His attendant responded immediately with respectful efficiency, saying that he understood and would begin making the necessary preparations. A thoughtful look settled over Adrian's face as he continued staring down at the invitation. Quietly, he hoped the Eli family had not fallen so completely from grace that there was nothing useful left to discover. If even a trace of their old knowledge remained, This gathering might not be a total waste after all. 4 months had passed since Adrian had taken over the First Prince's body. During that time, he had trained with relentless discipline, slowly stripping away the excess weight that had once slowed him down. Now, his careful attendant stood nearby and presented a new outfit before him, visibly eager as he waited to see how His Highness would react. Adrian looked over the clothing with a critical eye and gave a quiet sign of approval. The tailor had followed his instructions properly, especially when it came to choosing black. Even the decorations had been kept restrained and minimal, just as he had requested. The attendant practically glowed with pride as he confirmed that His Highness seemed satisfied with the result. As Adrian studied his reflection, he could not hide how pleased he was with the dramatic changes in his body. The attendant reported excitedly that his measurements had decreased by more than half, and Adrian, satisfied with the progress, decided to entrust him with preparing the outfit for the palace banquet as well. The attendant's eyes lit up immediately with fresh determination. Filled with enthusiasm, he straightened himself and vowed that he would begin making the preparations at once, ready to handle every detail without delay. But Adrian stopped him before he could rush off. He told him to wait a little longer because his body was still in the middle of changing. His training was not finished yet, and since his physique had not settled into its final shape, Adrian knew his measurements would continue shifting as he kept pushing himself. Only a few days later, Adrian was already on his way to a grand banquet, where he would have no choice but to face the attention of special young ladies. His royal carriage rolled through the crowded city streets, drawing eyes as it passed, while elite guards surrounded it on every side and escorted him toward the event. And riding at the very front of that escort was Sir Vale Balerhard. His armor gleamed as he guided his horse forward through the city, a confident smile resting on his face. He looked every bit like a knight prepared to face whatever danger or surprise might appear on the road ahead. But inside that extravagant carriage, with polished seats beneath him, expensive materials surrounding him, and the impressive sight of royal guards moving outside the windows, Adrian still could not stop muttering complaints under his breath. The luxury around him did nothing to improve his mood. In fact, every elegant detail only seemed to irritate him more, because the only thought circling through his head was how unbearably disgusting it felt to live as a prince. His loyal attendant remained nearby, as composed and diligent as ever, ready to answer at a moment's notice. Without stumbling over a single word, he delivered his report with practiced precision. Every order Adrian had given had already been carried out exactly as instructed, down to the smallest detail, and there was nothing left unfinished. Even after hearing that flawless report, Adrian's expression barely softened. The irritation lingering on his face did not fully disappear, and his eyes stayed distant, as though his attention had already drifted far beyond the carriage and the escort outside. He was no longer focused on the report at all. His mind had already moved ahead, searching for the next troublesome matter waiting to get in his way. Then, without any warning, Adelia Byron's eyes suddenly widened. A tiny gasp caught in her throat, and her hand lifted almost instinctively, settling against the bright fabric of her dress. She froze like that, her fingers pressing lightly into the cloth, while surprise slowly spread across her face and stole the calm from her expression. That small movement made one detail impossible to overlook. Along the side of Adelia's neck, a sharp scar stood out clearly against her skin, harsh, pale, and unmistakable. It looked like a wound the past had carved into her and refused to let disappear. Soon after, a voice pressed her for an answer, demanding to know where such a mark had come from. Adelia told Adrian that the scar was not merely some old injury left behind by chance. It was a brutal reminder of the life she had managed to survive, a wound given to her by someone so vile that even the ugliest insults in the world would still feel too weak to describe them properly. That grim confession struck Adrian harder than he had expected, adding yet another dark story to the pile of horrors he had already uncovered. Inside, he almost wanted to scream in pure frustration. Why did every step into the past seem to reveal another nightmare? Dark purple energy crackled around him as his anger boiled up, and he silently raged at how every buried secret he touched seemed to crawl back into the light covered in blood. Across from him, Adelia lowered her gaze, and her expression became quiet and withdrawn. Months had already passed since she had been separated from that painful part of her life, but the relief she had expected never truly came. Instead, something heavy still remained inside her, lingering like a shadow she could not shake off. Adrian settled into the seat across from her and cut straight through the uncomfortable silence hanging between them. He did not bother circling around the subject or softening the moment with polite words. His eyes stayed locked on her face, steady and direct, as he asked the question he wanted answered. Under the pressure of that intense stare, Adelia finally gave him the name tied to her bloodline. Her voice remained controlled, but the air between them still felt tight with tension as she answered him respectfully. "Bairn, Your Highness." Adrian repeated the name quietly under his breath, and the moment it left his lips, recognition flickered through his eyes. Bayern was not a common surname he could simply pass over without thought. It belonged to a noble family he had heard of before, one with a history that carried far more weight than it first seemed. He could hardly believe that such a name had appeared in front of him now, of all times. As the realization settled in, his thoughts began drifting backward, beyond the present, toward an era so old it existed long before proper cities spread across the land, back when wandering tribes moved across the continent among countless different races. In that ancient age, humans were born with mana, as naturally as they breathed. And among those humans, there were rare individuals whose power rose far above the rest. People strong enough to stand their ground against the monsters that terrorized the land and threatened everything around them. Then the Great War finally came to an end. And when the flames of that terrible era began to die down, the people of the continent gave a legendary title to 5 extraordinary figures who had shaped the new age. Those chosen few were remembered throughout history as the 5 heroes of the new era. And among those 5 legendary heroes, one name carried a weight that could not be ignored. Gruhorn. In that old memory, Gruhorn stood atop a jagged peak, his figure outlined against a battlefield soaked in an ominous fiery glow. Below him, chaos stretched endlessly in every direction. Flames, bodies, and destruction filled the land, and as he looked down over it all, a deep, burning question seemed to press against his heart. He remembered the terrifying scale of the enemy before him. A vast horde of tribal giants rampaged across the battlefield, their faces twisted with primal fury as they swung weapons powerful enough to shatter the earth beneath their feet. But the red-cloaked warrior did not hesitate for even a moment. He leapt from the heights, his sword flashing as he plunged straight into the towering body of a giant. For one brief instant, the image of Adelia Bayern flashed through his mind, her fiery hair, her steady gaze, and the promise tied to what they would do once the war finally ended. But that delicate memory was torn apart almost immediately by a blinding white slash of energy, followed by a devastating impact that thundered across the entire battlefield. And then there stood Gruhorn, victorious. Lightning crackled around his body as he rose above the collapsing form of a defeated giant, with the burning sky raging behind him. This was not the strength of an ordinary warrior. This was the power of a living legend, the kind of figure who carved his name directly into the history of an age. A golden fist pulsed with wild, immeasurable force, radiating such raw power that it seemed almost impossible for the mind to fully grasp. Standing before it was the king of giants, an overwhelming being said to have ended an entire era of conflict with his own hands. Wrapped in a blinding golden aura, that terrifying figure struck once more. The blow landed with impossible force, sending a colossal giant flying backward, as though even that massive body could not withstand the power contained in a single hit. Then a fiery red-haired warrior burst into motion, her blade already ringing through the air as she threw herself into the chaos of the battlefield. At the same time, the image of the ancient hero Gruhorn appeared as well, his tiger-skin cloak billowing behind him, while his eyes burned with fierce, unshakable resolve. The warrior cutting through the carnage was none other than the legendary iron-blooded Sword Angel. Her presence alone carried the pressure of a battlefield icon, and the moment her attack landed, enemies were crushed beneath a thunderous crash that shook the ground around her. Her eyes blazed with intense golden fire, shining so fiercely that it seemed impossible for anything to extinguish them. That gaze alone carried the will of someone who would keep moving forward no matter how many enemies stood in her way. Victorious, she stood tall above the enemies scattered and fallen around her. In that instant, she no longer looked like an ordinary person standing on a battlefield. She looked like a force of nature given human form, fierce, unstoppable, and impossible to ignore. Even after her enemies had fallen, the golden light in her eyes did not fade. If anything, it continued burning like a warning. It felt as though her next attack was already gathering inside her, even before anyone around her had time to catch their breath. With her blade still raised and ready, she charged forward again, without slowing for even a second. Her voice rang out across the battlefield as she declared that she would only grab something to eat after she finished beating down everyone who dared to stand in her way. The iron-blooded sword angel stood above a mountain of defeated foes like a storm of crimson fury. Her roar thundered across the battlefield as she spat down at them, saying they only ever thought about themselves like pathetic worms. Her fingers tightened around her sword, power surging through her grip, and she mocked the bodies they were so proud of as nothing more than tools suited for the lowest, ugliest choices. Her face twisted into a furious snarl, rage sharpening every part of her expression until even her gaze felt dangerous. It looked as though she wanted to crush more than just their bones. She wanted to destroy the pride they had clung to until the very end. A raw pulse of crimson energy surged from her hand as she crushed the hilt in her grip. The metal groaned beneath the terrifying pressure of her strength, as though even the weapon itself could barely endure the fury running through her body. The memory snapped back to Adrian, whose eyes glowed in the oppressive darkness around him. He let out a disgusted scoff and shoved the thought away as if it had contaminated him just by appearing in his mind. With clear revulsion, he muttered that even thinking about such things made his ears feel dirty. A low, rough growl rose from deep in Adrian's chest. His face twisted with open disgust, as though that unseen memory had left behind a foul taste and still clung to him no matter how hard he tried to brush it away. Adelia watched him carefully from across the carriage, concern gathering in her eyes. Seeing Adrian react with such obvious disgust, she could not help wondering what kind of memory had crossed his mind to make him look that repulsed. Adrian's eyes suddenly snapped forward as his focus returned to the present. Almost at the same moment, the carriage finally slowed and reached its destination, and the attendant announced that they had arrived. Adrian stepped toward the massive entrance with a steady, confident stride, his posture composed despite everything that had just passed through his mind. Beside him, Adelia walked quietly, her expression still carrying the faint trace of concern she had not quite managed to hide. Beyond the grand golden archway, two familiar figures were already waiting for him. When Adrian noticed them standing there, a faint smile tugged at the edge of his lips, and he remarked that their timing could not have been better. He glanced briefly toward Adelia and lowered his voice, making it clear that their conversation had not ended, only been delayed. Whatever had been stirred up between them would have to wait until later. We'll talk later. Between Vale Ballarhard and Arwen Kiergain stood a striking young woman dressed in a red gown. Her presence immediately drew the eye, and as Adrian approached, her gaze remained fixed directly on him, steady and impossible to miss. Vale Ballarhard stepped forward at once, his posture respectful and his voice carrying proper concern. Facing Adrian with the discipline of a loyal knight, he asked, "Your Highness, have you arrived safely?" Standing before Prince Adrian Leonberg now was a descendant of the Eli family, a bloodline many people believed had already disappeared into the dust of history. Yet here she was, very much alive, waiting for him in person. Relief overflowed in her voice as she looked at Adrian. She told him that she could not possibly put into words how happy she was to see him standing there safe and unharmed. Adrian narrowed his eyes as he studied her appearance more carefully. He immediately noticed how thin, worn down, and exhausted she looked, and his voice carried a sharp edge as he remarked that she must have pushed herself to the bone to end up in such a state. Then a low, confident chuckle slipped from him. Instead of being swallowed by the tense atmosphere around them, Adrian seemed almost entertained by it. If anything, the strange situation only appeared to sharpen his interest. Still worried, Adelia quietly pressed him and asked whether he was truly feeling all right. Adrian brushed aside her concern with effortless calm, answering coolly that the simple fact he had come all the way here was already a good thing. Then he made a small, suggestive gesture and added that, thanks to her, today was going to become very entertaining. His tone carried just enough mystery to make the words feel deliberate, as if he already knew something the others did not. Adelia could only stare at him in complete confusion. His cryptic remark left her unable to understand what he was implying, and the more she looked at his expression, the less sense his words seemed to make. Adrian drew her a little closer, a smirk playing faintly at the edge of his lips. Almost as if he expected her to witness something entirely new before the day was over, he wondered aloud how she would react when that moment finally arrived. His touch lingered just long enough for him to compliment her fine skin, and Adelia's face immediately flushed. Flustered by the teasing, she demanded that he stop, her embarrassment showing clearly in both her voice and the color spreading across her face. The scene then shifted into a lavish chamber where Adrian, Adelia, Vale Ballarhard, Arwen Kirgayen, and the mysterious Eli descendant had all gathered around a low, ornate table. The room was refined and elegant, but that polished setting only made the quiet tension between them feel even more noticeable. The Eli descendant closed her eyes, and a strange, almost unsettled expression crossed her face as though she had sensed something deeply unusual in the room. Her thoughts turned immediately toward Adrian, because under ordinary circumstances, a man like the first prince should already have been drunk, loud, and shamelessly flirting with everyone around him. But Adrian was nothing like the reckless, drunken prince the Eli descendant had clearly expected to find. Instead, he sat there with an almost unnerving calm, one hand loosely wrapped around a wine glass while the chamber lights caught the gold in his hair. As his quiet gaze drifted across the room, the difference became impossible to ignore, and someone nearby could only murmur that the presence surrounding him felt nothing like the Adrian they remembered. For just a moment, Adrian lowered his eyes. It was such a small motion, barely more than a subtle shift in where he was looking, but the air around him seemed to change with it. Something behind that calm expression felt like it had stirred in silence, hidden just beneath the surface. Then, all at once, Adrian's face broke into a wide grin. It was playful, sharp, and faintly mischievous, with his narrowed eyes gleaming as though he found the entire awkward situation deeply amusing. Whatever tension filled the room, Adrian looked like he was enjoying it far more than anyone there had ever expected. Adelia Byrne, however, was not amused at all. Irritation showed openly on her face as she snapped at him without bothering to soften a single word. She accused him of getting involved with the rich lion's daughter, speaking as if that rumor alone was enough to push her patience right to the edge. And the worst part was, those rumors had already spread much farther than they should have. With Adrian's outrageous history and the horrible reputation clinging to his name, people did not need much proof before twisting the whole situation into yet another scandal surrounding the first prince. With Adrian seated among Adelia Byrne, Vale Ballarhard, Arwen Kirgayen, and the Eli descendant, Adelia kept pressing the matter. She admitted there was still far more she could have told him, but at the time, her eyes had not been sharp enough to see everything clearly. If she had known the full truth back then, she said, she would have torn that woman's eyes out before anything else could happen. Adrian only smiled faintly at the intensity of her reaction, and a strange thought slipped quietly through his mind. Even covered in armor, that woman had been stunningly beautiful, the kind of beauty that would catch anyone's eye. But beauty or not, there was no denying what she truly was. She had also been an absolute monster. He stared ahead as a darker, more unsettling thought flickered through him, something about flesh so tempting it was difficult to look away from. Then, as if that bizarre thought had never crossed his mind at all, he turned the conversation in a completely different direction. Casually calling out to Vale Ballarhard, he asked him a strangely specific question, whether Vale had any siblings back home. For a short while, a heavy silence settled between them. Then Adrian tilted his head slightly, almost as if the answer should have been obvious from the start, and reminded Vale that he did, in fact, have a younger brother. A cold smirk touched Adrian's lips as he lifted his drink and took a slow, unbothered sip. Vale Ballarhard could only stare at him in complete shock. His eyes widened as he tried to understand what Adrian was implying, but the pieces refused to fit together in his mind. All that escaped him was a broken, confused sound, as if his thoughts had stalled before he could form a proper response. Before Vale could even finish processing those words, a blinding crimson flash tore through the room. Adrian's blade moved with terrifying speed and razor-sharp precision, cutting through the air so quickly that no one present could properly follow the path of the strike. The attack landed with savage force. Blood sprayed across Vale Ballarhard's face, and pain twisted his expression as the shock of the blow struck him all at once. There had been no time to defend, no time to understand, and no time to even realize that the blade was already upon him. Vale slammed down onto the floor with a sickening impact, his body folding beneath the violence of the strike. Above him, Adrian remained standing, without even a trace of hesitation in his posture, looking down as though this result had been certain long before his blade had ever moved. The entire room fell into a deathly silence. Adelia Byron, Arwen Kirgaen, and the Eli descendant all froze where they were, their faces locked between horror, disbelief, and the kind of shock that steals the breath from your chest before you can even scream. For one brief instant, even Adrian's own expression seemed to crack. The composed mask he had been wearing fractured under a sudden surge of shock and anguish, as if the true weight of what had just happened had struck him from the inside and shaken him to his core. Then a chilling voice cut straight through the silence. A new figure appeared, their eyes burning red as they spoke in a cold, unsettling tone. They said it was fortunate that the family line would not end there, and the words hung in the air like a threat disguised as relief. In the very next moment, a blinding burst of purple energy exploded outward. The force slammed through the room with a deafening impact, shaking the entire space as if a violent storm had suddenly been unleashed inside the chamber itself. In the harsh aftermath, Adrian stood in dark, imposing robes above Vale Balerhard's fallen body. The luxurious floor beneath them made the sight feel even more brutal, with Vale lying utterly defeated at the prince's feet while the elegance of the room turned cold around them. With his red eyes blazing and his gaze fixed forward in fierce determination, the young man raised his voice and declared that a new era was about to begin. His words carried the weight of someone who believed the world had already started changing. Then Adrian moved again without the slightest pause or hesitation. He threw himself into another devastating strike, advancing with such force that it seemed as if there was nothing in the palace, not even royal authority itself, that could stop him now. His fist crashed into the King of Leonberg with shocking power, snapping the king's head back from the brutal force of the blow. The act was so outrageous, so unthinkable, that it felt like open rebellion against the throne made physical in a single strike. Adrian grabbed his father by the collar and held him in place, fury burning violently in his eyes. Nearby, Taylor Talheim stood frozen, unable to move right away, too stunned by the impossible scene in front of him to react. At last, Taylor's voice tore through the chaos in disbelief. He shouted at Adrian, demanding to know what madness had taken hold of him and why he would commit something so unthinkable against the king himself. But before Taylor could even begin to understand what kind of answer might come, Adrian was already moving again. His leg flashed forward with frightening speed, and he drove a lightning-fast kick straight into Taylor's stomach. Taylor doubled over from the impact, gasping as the air was knocked violently from his lungs and his body collapsed downward. Even as his voice trembled with disbelief, and he tried to ask Adrian why, Adrian ignored him completely. His attention returned to the king, and he drove another brutal punch into his father's already battered face. The King of Leonberg staggered under the relentless punishment. His face smeared with blood and darkening bruises, Adrian loomed over him like a storm that refused to pass, pressing forward with terrifying force and giving him no room to recover. Then Adrian's gaze shifted downward toward Taylor, who was still writhing in pain on the floor. Even through the agony, Taylor forced out a protest, insisting that this kind of treatment could not possibly be accepted, no matter who Adrian was. Adrian Leonberg showed no restraint whatsoever, his fist blurred with glowing energy before smashing into the king yet again. And in a cold, merciless voice, he declared that his father still needed to suffer more. The impact sent the king flying backward with a strangled cry as blood burst from his face. Adrian barely spared Taylor Talheim another look. His attention stayed locked on the king, who had collapsed into a broken heap against the floor. Then another merciless blow came crashing down, the force of it ripping through the air with frightening violence. Adrian stared down at his father's ruined body, while Taylor could only watch from the side in horror. He had no way to stop the nightmare unfolding before him. All he could do was witness every brutal second as the prince continued pushing the impossible scene further and further. The king's face had been reduced to a battered mess of blood, swelling, bruises, and pain. His eyes were squeezed shut, his body limp and unmoving as he lay completely unconscious on the floor, stripped of every trace of royal dignity in that terrible moment. Only after the carnage finally came to a pause did Adrian drop down to his knees and lower his head. The room was suffocatingly silent around him, and into that heavy stillness he whispered one haunting name, Eli. He stood over the fallen knight with a chilling authority in his voice, making it painfully clear that from this moment forward he was the one giving orders. A sinister smile curved across his face, his eyes glowing an unsettling red as he declared that the day was about to become very interesting. The knight, still shaken by the violence and chaos that had just erupted, could only stare up at Adrian in terror. There was no understanding in his expression, only fear, as though he could no longer recognize what the prince standing before him had become. Then Adrian gave him a command so shocking that the air itself seemed to grow colder. He ordered him to bring the royal knights immediately. And once those words left his mouth, Adrian simply turned away and walked off without offering the fallen man so much as another glance. Even though Taylor Talheim was still shaken to his core, loyalty forced his battered body to move. Fighting through the pain, he pushed himself up from the floor and set out to obey the prince's terrifying command. The royal palace loomed in heavy silence, its towering walls standing over the chaos like cold, silent witnesses. Adrian then stormed into another chamber where several women and other figures were gathered around a massive circular table. He did not waste even a single breath on courtesy, greetings, or polite explanation. The moment Adrian entered, he cut straight through the atmosphere of the room and ordered every woman present to leave immediately. Meanwhile, the double-chain knight, Vale Balerhard, moved through the palace corridors with a serious and purposeful stride. His expression was set and unreadable, but the weight in his eyes made it clear that every step carried intention. Each step he took rang sharply against the polished floor. The steady rhythm echoed down the long corridor, sounding almost like a physical expression of the determination driving him forward. Back inside the chamber, Adrian Leonberg turned sharply, his eyes locking onto a man who had dared to remain seated. His voice came out cold and pointed as he reminded him, "I believe I said women." His expression hardened with icy anger as he continued. If the man wanted to leave, then he was free to do so. But before the man could properly react, Adrian's hand shot out and clamped down on his shoulder with crushing force. His voice dropped into a dangerous growl as he warned him that if he walked out now, then he would be leaving as a woman. A guttural scream of agony ripped through the chamber. Adrian slammed the man down onto the floor with brutal force, leaving him shaking, terrified, and broken beneath the weight of the prince's cruelty. The women in the room froze in horror, their faces draining pale as they stared at what had just happened. The men who remained sat trapped in stunned silence, too frightened to speak, move, or do anything that might pull Adrian's attention toward them. Then, one after another, the women hurried out of the chamber. Their footsteps were quick and hushed as they fled the room, desperate to escape the terrifying atmosphere Adrian had created before it swallowed them too. Once the women were gone, Adrian's piercing gaze swept across the men left behind, all of whom were now kneeling before him. His voice dripped with contempt as he snarled that not one of them had properly knelt before a prince. Then he pressed the accusation even harder, coldly demanding how they dared show him such complete disrespect. A dark-mustached man grimaced in fear as Adrian's accusation struck him. The prince made it clear that their offense was not some careless mistake. In his eyes, they had dared to mock him directly to his face. Adrian's eyes blazed with an electric blue light, so sharp it almost looked inhuman. His voice lowered into something dangerous as he revealed the insult he truly could not forgive. They had insulted his knight. He loomed over the trembling man, his presence filling the chamber so completely that the room itself seemed to shrink beneath him. No one dared to breathe too loudly, afraid that even the smallest sound might be enough to draw Adrian's attention. The man clenched his hand tightly, as though that tiny act of force might keep him from falling apart. But fear still cracked through his voice when he finally managed to speak. Barely able to form the words, he stammered out a question, asking what charges could possibly apply in a situation like this. Adrian's hand cut sharply through the air, the movement clean, ruthless, and so final that it seemed to silence every possible excuse before anyone even had the chance to form one. These nobles had not merely mocked one young prince standing before them. In Adrian's eyes, the moment they dared to sneer at a member of the royal bloodline, they had also trampled on the dignity of the crown itself. By looking down on him, they had dragged the authority of the entire royal family into the dirt. Not far from him, another man stood frozen where he was. unable to move even a finger. His purple hair made his already bloodless face look even paler, as if all the color had been drained from him the instant Adrian spoke. The accusation settled over him like a blade pressed to his throat, and there was no way left to dodge it. Adrian made the meaning brutally clear. Once they challenged the honor of the royal family, this stopped being a simple insult. With one armored hand resting near his hip, his voice dropped with the cold weight of judgment as he declared that such defiance was nothing less than treason. With that terrifying verdict hanging over the hall, Adrian slowly swept his gaze across the nobles who had been forced down to their knees. His eyes moved from one shaken face to another, steady and merciless, as if he were choosing from among criminals already standing at the edge of execution. Then, in a voice far too calm for the fear it caused, he asked which of them should be the first to receive the charge of high treason. Adrian Leonberg's eyes narrowed, and the pressure of what he had just set in motion began to crush the air around everyone present. This could no longer be brushed aside as a heated quarrel between arrogant nobles and a prince. 14 nobles, together with the retainers who had obediently followed behind them, had already been seized and taken into custody, pulled headfirst into the consequences of the pride they had shown so carelessly. He stood above them like a judgment given human form, armor gleaming as he looked down over the vast hall. Below him, countless people remained on their knees, their heads lowered, their former confidence completely stripped away. The grand chamber, once filled with noble ceremony, status, and polished arrogance, now felt transformed into a silent court of punishment, suspended in the dreadful moment just before the sentence was spoken. What had begun as a simple confrontation had now swollen into a crisis powerful enough to shake the palace itself, and Adrian understood that the decisive moment had arrived. Before him, the kneeling crowd waited in suffocating fear, none of them daring to raise their heads without permission. Behind him, the towering window and massive palace architecture framed his solitary figure, making him seem even larger, as though the entire hall had already bent beneath his command. Somewhere else inside the palace, the King of Leonberg received the alarming report of what had unfolded. As each detail was relayed to him, his expression grew heavier and darker, the words loyalty and treason pressing down on him with unmistakable force. Little by little, the full scale of Adrian's accusation revealed itself across the king's face, and the seriousness of the matter could no longer be ignored. Adrian, however, showed no sign that the storm he had created had shaken him in the slightest. His eyes stayed calm, sharp, and unwavering, without even a flicker of fear or regret. He looked like someone who had already measured the consequences from the beginning, and accepted them all before ever choosing to take this dangerous step. The King of Leonberg was not nearly as composed. His brow tightened as he murmured that by invoking the name of the royal family, Adrian had driven those men into a trap with no easy escape. And now that 14 noble families were caught up in the accusation, the king immediately understood the scale of the problem. This was not some minor disturbance that could be quietly buried behind palace walls or dismissed with a few convenient words. Adrian leaned forward just a little, and a faint, provoking smirk touched the corner of his mouth. His gaze did not waver from the crowned ruler seated before him. Instead, he looked directly at the king and asked whether His Majesty was truly afraid of the backlash this scandal would bring, as if daring him to admit it aloud. From his throne, the King of Leonberg tried to wave the issue away, saying those families were insignificant even within noble society. But Adrian did not allow that convenient excuse to pass unchallenged. Without the slightest pause, he pushed back and pointed out that those very so-called nobodies were the schemers who had been bold enough to use the king's own name as a shield for their plans. Adrian answered with only a cold scoff, his face hardening into an unreadable mask. The king's attempt to shrink the matter clearly did nothing to sway him. If anything, the look in Adrian's eyes made it painfully obvious that he found the excuse hollow, weak, and not even remotely convincing. When the King of Leonberg attempted to shift the conversation and asked about the letter, Adrian cut across him almost at once. He told him there was no point pretending ignorance, because matters like that were handled by the king's own people. And if the king's people had handled it, then they certainly knew exactly what had been written inside. Adrian then laid the truth out in plain, unforgiving terms. The letter concerned the brothers and sisters of those treacherous scoundrels, the remaining relatives and family branches now dragged under the same dark shadow. By naming them so directly, he left no comfortable space for denial, hesitation, or polite avoidance. The King of Leonberg remained seated, but a clear uneasiness slowly spread across his face. Adrian's blunt words had struck too hard to ignore, forcing the ruler to sit there and stare directly at the ugly reality now exposed before him. No amount of royal dignity could soften what had just been dragged into the open. By then, Adrian had already begun turning over his next move in his head, deciding there was no reason to let the conversation stretch on any longer. He gave a short, obedient "yes, sir," then turned as if he meant to leave the ornate hall behind. But before he could fully walk away, the king's voice sliced after him, sharp and needling, asking whether he truly had nothing more to say. Then, almost as though he were mocking Adrian's rigid composure, the king told him there was no need to be so tense. But Adrian did not relax, soften, or lower his guard. He stayed exactly where he was, meeting that gaze head-on without a single flinch, his posture making it clear that he had no intention of retreating from the position he had taken. A young woman stood before him with both hands clasped tightly together, her fingers pressed so hard that her distress showed in every small movement. Her face was strained with fear and desperation, and when she spoke, her voice trembled. She pleaded with him, unable to understand what her family could possibly have done to deserve such a cruel and merciless fate. Adrian looked down at her without the slightest trace of pity, softening his expression. Only a faint, chilling smile curved his lips, making his calmness feel even more merciless. In a voice that sounded almost too composed, he told her that the scoundrel she was trying so hard to defend had already made her choice, and by doing so had sealed her own fate. Adelia Bayern turned her face away, sorrow tightening her features as the burden of her family's history pressed heavily against her heart. For generation after generation, the Bayern family had offered their loyalty to the crown in silence with a devotion so deep, so patient, and so unwavering that even the royal family itself had never truly understood just how much had been given to them. His words seemed to twist that proud and loyal history into something bleak, broken, and desolate. It was as though a noble house that had once stood tall with dignity and strength had been reduced to scattered stones, empty corridors, and silent ruins, the last remains of something great after everything had finally collapsed. In that grim image, a fallen knight lay amid the wreckage, swallowed by the heavy shadows around him. The legendary arms that had once carried honor, pride, and overwhelming strength had been cut away completely. What remained was not glory, but the hollow shell of a power that had vanished, leaving only ruin behind. Adrian's smile widened, sharpening with an almost dangerous edge, as though he found a bitter kind of satisfaction in the irony before him. Their proud reputation, their arrogance, and the prestige they had clung to for so many years had not protected them at all. If anything, it only made their fall look even more complete in his eyes. Adelia's hands curled into tight fists at her sides, her grief slowly hardening into something much colder and sharper. The sorrow on her face did not disappear, but beneath it, a fierce resolve began to take shape. Deep inside, she swore that she would not simply stand by and let Adrian walk away after trampling over everything her family had carried for so long. A quiet sound slipped from Adrian as his eyes fixed on the glowing display before him. The information floating there did not line up in any neat or sensible way. In fact, the contradictions were so obvious and uneven that even Adrian had to stop for a moment, narrowing his gaze as he tried to take in just how strange the details really were. What appeared in front of him was the picture of a warrior steeped in blood and sharpened by battle. Someone marked with the traits of a butcher and a war maniac. She looked like the kind of person who might be pushed toward madness by the sight and scent of blood. Someone drawn terrifyingly close to violence and conflict. And yet, buried underneath all that brutality, there was something delicate and unexpected. A fragile, tender heart. The display went on, revealing even more contradictions layered on top of one another. She carried the qualities of a caregiver, someone naturally suited to tending to others and watching over them with care. But at the same time, she possessed a deeply ingrained slave mentality. She had spent her life struggling to restrain the enormous power hidden inside her, and now, as if fate were mocking her, she could not even properly control her own body. Later, inside a lavish chamber filled with the quiet, heavy elegance of palace luxury, the young prince scratched at his head with a troubled look on his face. Nearby, Adelia stood watching him closely, concern visible in her eyes and in the tense stillness of her posture. She waited in silence, clearly anxious about whatever conclusion he was about to reach. Adrian turned his back to the room and stared out through the grand window, his figure outlined against the light spilling in from beyond the glass. For a while he said nothing, letting the silence stretch. Then, with the question still weighing heavily on him, he wondered aloud whether it was truly all right to release someone like her into the outside world. Then his eyes sharpened, and the hesitation inside him began to harden into resolve. Turning away from the window and back toward the room, Adrian silently arrived at the answer he had been circling around all along. Whatever danger might be waiting ahead, whatever uncertainty came with this decision, he had no choice but to try. This S-rank talent was not simply powerful in the ordinary sense. It was strange, dangerous, and almost absurd in how its traits were combined. At the very top was exceptional mana sensitivity, an ability that alone would already be impressive. But beneath it were unstable. Alarming traits like Butcher, War Maniac, Fragile Heart, and Caregiver, all somehow existing together inside the same person. Yet among all those traits, one stood out as more unsettling than the rest: slave mentality. It was a nature built around absolute devotion to serving someone else. That meant she could find complete happiness in giving herself entirely to a master. And once Adrian understood that detail, it changed the meaning of everything he was seeing on the display. As all of that information settled into Adrian's mind, he was already standing directly in front of Adelia, his gaze locked firmly onto her. Adelia looked up at him from below, caught in the strange tension of the moment. Then he reached out his hand and told her to swear loyalty to him, making the already unbelievable situation feel even more intense and impossible to ignore. But the moment his words and the situation truly sank in, shock swept across Adelia's face. She faltered where she knelt, staring up at him in open disbelief. For a brief moment, she could do nothing but stammer, her voice catching as she struggled to understand what Adrian could possibly be saying to her. Adrian did not soften his expression, nor did he laugh it off as though it were some passing joke. With a completely serious face, he stated exactly what he meant. He wanted her to become his knight. His intense gaze remained fixed on her, without wavering, as he demanded that she swear her oath to him right there and then. Adelia, now down on her knees before him, could only let out a stunned gasp. The demand had struck her so abruptly that for a second she looked completely blindsided. It was as though the floor beneath her had shifted without warning, tilting the entire world and leaving her scrambling to understand where she stood. Fear, confusion, and disbelief all rushed across her face at once. Her eyes widened as she tried to process the impossible turn the conversation had taken. But the shock hit too hard and too suddenly. No matter how she looked at it, she could barely make sense of what was happening in front of her. Then, still visibly shaken, she threw Adrian's own words back at him. Her voice rose as the accusation finally broke free, carrying all the pain she had been holding in. It was as if the insult he had spoken earlier was still ringing in her ears, too sharp and too cruel to simply let pass. Only moments before, he had dismissed her family as insignificant, speaking as though their name, loyalty, and history meant nothing at all. And now, without the slightest hesitation, he was demanding an oath from her, acting as though that brutal insult had never crossed his lips in the first place. Even so, Adelia lowered herself before Adrian and made the ultimate vow. With her head bowed and her resolve forced into place, she declared that from that moment onward she would serve His Highness, Prince Adrian Leonberg, with unwavering loyalty. Her words marked the beginning of a bond she could no longer take back. Adrian responded with a single heavy word, and somehow that one word drove the oath even deeper. Adelia continued her pledge, her voice carrying the full weight of surrender and commitment. She offered him not only her sword and obedience, but her very life, dedicating everything she was and everything she had to his service. Another sharp good left Adrian's mouth, simple, firm, and filled with command. As he extended his hand toward her, the gesture felt like far more than the acceptance of a knight's vow. It was as though in that moment he was reaching out and taking hold of her future itself. A faint blue glow began gathering around Adrian as he stated the terms with absolute clarity. From that day forward, he demanded her unconditional obedience, leaving no room for hesitation, bargaining, or half-hearted loyalty. Adelia answered him without delay, accepting his will as her command with no visible trace of doubt. Her eyes slowly fluttered shut, and a soft blush rose across her face as the full weight of the pledge settled over her body and mind. The oath was no longer merely a set of words spoken aloud in a tense room. It had taken hold of her completely, sinking into her as something binding, intimate, and impossible to ignore. Adrian watched her quietly, the faintest smirk still resting on his lips, as he looked down at the knight who had just sworn herself to him. Yet even while the vow stood complete before him, a single uneasy question continued to linger in the back of his mind. Had he truly made the right choice? Before long, rumors began spreading throughout the palace and far beyond its walls. People whispered that the first prince had been strangely quiet for some time, and some even wondered whether Adrian had finally given up on the struggle surrounding the crown. But the truth was much more outrageous than anyone expected. He had not only pressured a young woman connected to royalty into swearing a knight's oath, he had also thrown noble children who refused to obey him into confinement. Those who resisted him were not handled with polite warnings, soft persuasion, or the delicate restraint usually offered to noble blood. Instead, they were sent straight down into the dungeon. Adrian acted as though family status, noble rank, and inherited prestige meant absolutely nothing if someone dared to defy him. From there, the rumors grew even wilder with every retelling. People began claiming that Adrian was obsessively searching for a personal knight, and many insisted that this so-called search was nothing more than a clever excuse. In their version of the story, he was gathering skilled warriors one by one, building a private army under his own command. Adrian himself could not understand why everyone had suddenly become so obsessed with him and this supposed hunt for personal knights. From his point of view, the whole matter had been blown completely out of proportion. One decision had somehow turned into a palace-wide fixation, with every whisper making it sound larger and more suspicious than it really was. He grumbled inwardly that he had only taken in one personal knight, nothing more than that, while Vale Balahard stood nearby with his usual steady loyalty. But before Adrian could fully settle the issue in his own mind, an older voice, unmistakably regal, cut through the air. The speaker told him that he had been causing trouble since the very day he was born, and that cleaning up the disaster he had just created was giving him a truly massive headache. The crowned ruler had obviously reached the very last thread of his patience. His eyes tightened into a cold, razor-sharp glare, the kind of look that did not need a raised voice or a slammed fist to make the entire room fall silent. Just from the way he stared, it was clear that Adrian had pushed him far beyond simple irritation. He did not soften his words or give Adrian any room to breathe. Instead, he pressed forward mercilessly, accusing him straight to his face of wasting his time chasing after women instead of paying attention to the matters that actually demanded his focus. Then, with contempt thick in his voice, he reduced the whole situation to one cruel word: pathetic. The air between them grew heavier as the older royal stood with his back turned, his posture rigid, and demanded to know whether Adrian had already thrown away their wager altogether. Adrian's only answer was a sly little curve of his lips, as if the king's scolding amused him more than it wounded him. There was not even the faintest trace of shame on his face. Instead, he answered with the same sharp tongue he always carried, mocking the old man for acting surprised that he would choose a maid as his knight. To Adrian, making a stubborn and outrageous decision like that was not some shocking betrayal of character. It was exactly the sort of thing everyone should have expected from him. That faint, teasing smile still lingered on Adrian's face as a thought passed quietly through his mind. He could not help wondering how rumors inside the palace managed to spread at such an absurd speed, but before he could even begin guessing who had carried the story from one room to another, a loud formal voice suddenly rang out from outside, announcing with perfect clarity that the queen had arrived. Adrian, who had been seated on the throne until that moment, stiffened the instant the announcement reached his ears. Soon after, Queen Margarita stepped into view, and her presence immediately changed the atmosphere of the room. She was elegant, composed, and unmistakably regal, carrying herself with the kind of authority that filled the space before she even spoke, while her maid followed closely behind her like a quiet shadow. Queen Margarita turned her sharp, irritated gaze straight onto Adrian, and one look at her expression made it clear that the rumors had reached her in the worst possible way. She told him that she had honestly believed he had finally started to change. But now, after hearing what had happened, it seemed to her as though he had simply fallen right back into the same old habits she had hoped he had left behind. Then the look in her eyes shifted. The irritation did not disappear, but it hardened into something more decisive, more dangerous. As if she had reached a conclusion right there on the spot, Queen Margarita declared that perhaps this entire troublesome situation had actually become convenient after all. Adrian froze where he was, his usual calm finally cracking under the weight of her words. For once, disbelief showed plainly on his face. Frustration surged through him so suddenly that he could only curse under his breath, unable to completely hide how badly this unexpected turn of events had thrown him off balance. Queen Margarita did not step back, hesitate, or soften her stance in the slightest. With a fierce glare that made it obvious she would not tolerate objections, she delivered her ultimatum directly to Adrian. This time, she declared, she herself would take charge of finding him a proper spouse. Adrian sank back into the throne as though every ounce of strength had been drained from his body at once. His posture collapsed into exhaustion, a long, weary sigh slipped from his mouth, and his eyes lost their usual sharp focus. With everything around him spinning into chaos, he muttered in helpless confusion that he honestly had no idea what was happening anymore. Somewhere away from all that suffocating royal pressure, Adelia Byron sat alone in quiet thought. Her face looked distant, her gaze unfocused, as though she was still trying to understand the strange and sudden path her life had been pushed onto. Everything had changed too quickly, and she seemed to be silently measuring the weight of it all. Eventually, Adelia turned toward Adrian and carefully asked whether she, too, would be able to receive mana. Adrian answered without the slightest hesitation, telling her firmly that she would. Then he looked at her with a knowing expression and added that the mana she received would not be anything ordinary. It would be something special, something unlike what others possessed. In the next instant, blue energy burst from Adrian's hand, curling and flickering around his fingers like a living flame made of mana. As that power gathered in the air and pulsed with quiet intensity, Adrian's thoughts moved toward one bitter truth. This world had completely forgotten the Sword Marquis, and with that forgotten name, it had also forgotten everything that legacy once represented. Adelia's eyes suddenly flared with brilliant golden light, shining so fiercely that they seemed to glow from deep within her soul. The uncertainty that had been lingering on her face began to shift little by little. In its place rose a new determination, as though the power awakening before her had called out to something buried inside her. A fierce red aura ignited around Adrian's body, wrapping him in a blazing radiance that seemed almost like visible heat. His voice rang out with absolute conviction as he declared that he had not forgotten a single thing. And the moment those words fell, a blinding golden light answered him, bursting forth and drawing out the essence of Adelia's past along with the path she had once walked. Inside that golden brilliance, the vision of a phantom sword began to appear. It was the very weapon that had once moved at her fingertips so naturally, as though it had been an extension of her own soul. One by one, the scattered fragments of that forgotten path gathered together, rising and swelling until they formed a vivid, living aura so intense that it almost felt unreal. That radiant power shimmered in the air, with a force too great to be captured by simple words. At first, it surged wildly, pulsing and thrashing, as if it might overflow beyond control at any second. But gradually the chaos began to settle. The violent flow found shape, guided into rhythm by a magnificent, resonant beat that seemed to echo through the light itself. And that powerful rhythm was not coming from the shining air around her, nor from the mana flickering between them. It was coming from Adelia herself. Deep beneath the storm of golden power, her own heart was beating steadily, becoming the center of the force now awakening inside her. The golden brilliance climbed even higher. Wild, overwhelming, and impossible to ignore, Adelia Byron could feel mana rushing through every part of her body, filling her from within like a current she had never truly known before. Her eyes burned with fierce light, as if the power had taken root deep inside her and was now finally answering her. Adrian watched the scene unfold in stunned silence, his gaze fixed on Adelia as the mana successfully carved its mark into her very being. The ritual had worked. There was no mistaking it now, because the transformation happening before his eyes was too clear, too vivid, and too complete for him to deny. Adelia's gaze was no longer the same as it had been before. A deeper and steadier light now rested in her eyes, giving them a weight they had never carried moments earlier. The mana had settled properly inside her body, and its presence could be seen clearly in the way she looked back at the world. A golden glow burst from her hand, bright, undeniable, and filled with raw force. Power surged up from within her as though it had been waiting there all along. Adelia could only gasp in astonishment, staring at the light answering her call as if it truly belonged to her, even though she herself could hardly believe it. As the full scale of her transformation finally struck her, Adrian stood above her with a firm and commanding presence. He declared that the ritual was complete, and from that moment forward, she was his warrior. That meant he would be the one to guide her, shape her, train her, and take responsibility for whatever she would become from here on. Adelia was so overwhelmed by the sudden force of his declaration that the words seemed to catch in her throat. Her mind was still trying to keep up with everything that had happened, and all she could manage to force out was his title. Her voice trembled with shock, disbelief, and emotion all at once. Then she noticed Adrian's exhausted eyes as he turned slightly away, and concern immediately crossed her face. Adrian released a heavy, drained sigh, clearly worn down by the effort of what he had just done. In a grumbling voice, he complained that going through all of that just to form one person's mana heart had taken far more effort than anyone would ever expect. Still shaken by the ritual and everything that had followed, Adelia looked directly at him and forced herself to ask the question weighing heavily on her heart. Her voice carried both confusion and vulnerability as she demanded to know why he would go so far for someone as lowly as her. For a brief moment, silence settled between them like a heavy curtain. The room became so still that even the smallest movement, the faintest breath, or the slightest shift in posture seemed louder than it should have been. Neither of them spoke right away, and that quiet made the question feel even heavier. But Adelia could not simply allow her question to disappear into that silence. She pressed him again, her voice trembling with a mixture of confusion, gratitude, and emotion that she could no longer separate. She asked why he was showing her such kindness in the first place, as if she truly could not understand what made her worth that much effort. Then, overcome by fierce resolve and deep gratitude, Adelia Bayern lowered herself into a profound bow before him. With her head bent low and her whole body expressing the weight of her decision, she vowed that she would serve Adrian with every part of herself for the rest of her life. A nervous drop of sweat seemed to cut through the seriousness of the moment, breaking the heavy atmosphere just enough to make Adrian's response feel awkwardly blunt. He quickly drew a clear line in his own rough way, reminding her not to forget exactly who he was to her. He was not merely someone who had helped her, he was her master. Adelia's eyes flew wide open the instant she heard him. Her response burst out with almost startling eagerness, as though she wanted to erase even the smallest possibility of misunderstanding. Again and again, she answered him, making it absolutely clear that she understood what he meant. Adrian turned away from her, leaving his back facing her in a posture that was quiet, firm, and unmistakably commanding. He did not need to say much for the atmosphere to change. Even in silence, his presence carried the weight of someone who expected his words to be followed without question. Then he glanced back over his shoulder, his eyes sharp enough to make the warning land immediately. He told her he was worried she might forget. Adelia's expression softened and lowered just slightly, and with a quiet, resigned reply, she accepted his concern as though she understood exactly why he had said it. A few days passed after that. Sir Vale Balerhard stood before Adrian with the steady discipline of a loyal knight, his posture straight and his tone formal. Addressing Adrian properly, he brought up the matter concerning Bernardo Eli, making it clear that this was not something to be ignored. Adrian listened without speaking, as Vale continued with the report. According to the information Vale had received, Bernardo Eli had been granted permission to see her, though only up until a certain point. The explanation was careful, but the meaning behind it was enough to draw Adrian's attention. The moment Adrian heard that, his eyes flashed with disbelief. He immediately demanded to know whether it was really true, irritation rising in his voice almost at once. Then, with obvious annoyance, he asked if he was seriously expected to go through the entire trial all over again because of this. In Adrian's mind, the idea was completely ridiculous. Royalty was not supposed to be dragged before trials like ordinary offenders, yet somehow this report had managed to make an already troublesome situation feel even more irritating. The whole matter struck him as absurd from beginning to end. Still caught in thought, Adrian sat with the cup in hand, appearing relaxed on the surface despite the irritation simmering beneath that calm exterior. Nearby, another man listened as Adrian spoke in a measured, almost casual tone about what it meant to be a man of proportion, though the edge in his mood had not fully disappeared. Then Adrian's attention shifted toward Adelia. He asked her directly how she was doing, and the sudden question made her flinch just slightly, as if she had not expected to be addressed. When she asked what he meant, Adrian did not bother circling around the subject. He clarified immediately, asking whether her mana heart had stabilized yet. Adelia answered with careful respect, confirming that everything was fine. Her posture remained composed and proper, with none of the earlier disorder showing in her movements. She addressed him formally as "Your Highness," her tone steady as she reported her condition. Adrian wasted no time at all after hearing her answer. Without any hesitation, build-up, or attempt to ease her into it, he told her plainly that starting from that very day, she would be joining his training. The decision sounded final the moment it left his mouth. He lifted his hand in a confident thumbs up, as if the matter had already been settled and there was absolutely no room left for debate. Then he ordered her to change clothes and come to the training grounds. His tone made it perfectly clear that excuses, delays, and hesitation were not part of his plan. And just as Adelia was still trying to absorb that sudden command, Adrian added one more instruction. He told her to leave the bag behind, pointing out that it was a knight's bag, not something she should continue carrying around as if she were still acting like a servant. Soon after, the scene shifted to the training grounds, where Adrian was already waiting for her. He stretched his body with practiced ease, loosening his shoulders and muscles as though preparing to push the coming session hard. His movements looked casual, but they carried the confidence of someone ready to test limits. Adrian Leonberg, looking sharp even in a simple casual shirt, snapped at his attendant with clear irritation in his voice. His eyes narrowed as he looked over, and he demanded to know what the man thought he was doing. The question came out sharp enough to show that Adrian was already in no mood for unnecessary interference. Then Adrian gave a confident smirk and clarified the situation himself. He was only warming up, nothing more. The relaxed certainty on his face made it clear that he did not see this as anything worth questioning, and that he was already prepared for whatever came next. But Adrian's attention quickly shifted to Adelia Byron, who had arrived in full armor and looked far more serious than she had before. He pointed out that he had been talking about her just as her armored boot came down against the ground with a heavy, solid thud that made her presence impossible to ignore. Then, right in front of Vale Ballarhard, Adrian made his announcement, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Without hesitation or ceremony, he stated that he intended to make Adelia a knight, dropping the decision into the open with complete confidence. Vale's face tightened immediately, disbelief and concern almost breaking through the disciplined composure he usually maintained. To him, the idea sounded reckless, beyond reason. He could not understand how Adrian could speak about granting the title of knight so casually, as if it were something that could be decided on a whim. Adrian brushed Vale's objection aside without giving it even a moment of serious consideration. He told him to back off, then asked when Vale had become so nosy, and as if tossing the challenge straight back into his hands, Adrian added that if Vale was so bothered by the idea, then he could try handling the matter himself. Adelia Byron marched right past them without slowing down for even a heartbeat, her armored steps striking the ground with a heavy metallic clank each time she moved toward the training grounds. Behind her, Vale Ballarhard could only call out anxiously to His Highness, his voice filled with alarm. It was obvious from that worried shout alone that Adrian's sudden decision had left him deeply unsettled. By the time Adelia finally stopped moving, nearly every bit of strength had drained from her body. She dropped heavily onto her knees, her shoulders heaving as she fought to drag air back into her lungs. Even so, through sheer stubborn will, she forced herself to speak and reported that she had completed all 10 laps. But Adrian Leonberg had no intention of letting her collapse there and treat that as the end of training. To him, that brutal physical workout had only been the first step, a way to wake up her body, test her stamina, and see how much she could endure. The part that truly mattered was only beginning now, putting a sword in her hands and teaching her how to wield it properly. Adelia lowered her head, her voice quiet and weighed down with shame as she apologized for how weak she had been until now. But even as those humble words left her mouth, her eyes were saying something entirely different. A new fire had begun burning inside them, bright and fierce, showing that she was ready to throw every ounce of herself into the training ahead. Adrian noticed that fresh intensity in her gaze, and a knowing smirk slowly spread across his face. Rather than rushing straight into advanced movements, he started from the very foundation of swordsmanship. He explained where her feet should go, how to anchor her balance, and how to build a stance solid enough to support every slash, step, and movement that would follow. Then Adrian's sword flashed through the air in a clean, decisive motion. His swing was smooth, sharp, and dangerously graceful, the blade cutting forward in a powerful blur before completing a flawless arc. In his hands, the movement looked almost effortless, as if his body had repeated that same motion so many times it no longer needed conscious thought. After showing her exactly how the motion was supposed to look, Adrian handed the sword over to her without adding another long explanation. He did not need to say much. The meaning behind that simple gesture was obvious enough. Now it was Adelia's turn to take the blade and try it for herself. Adelia attempted to copy the swing he had just demonstrated, but matching Adrian's movement was not nearly as easy as it looked. Her body moved with stiffness, her balance shifted unevenly, and the angle of her posture came out awkward. Compared to the smooth grace Adrian had shown, her first attempt clearly fell far short. Then, as Adelia concentrated more deeply on the movement, something strange began to stir inside her. A faint, unnatural green light flickered in one of her eyes, like a hidden power buried beneath the surface had suddenly opened its eye and started responding to her effort. From that moment on, Adelia's training grew sharper and more intense at a startling pace. Her sword cut through the air with a clean sound before striking with a ringing impact. As she pulled back, her armored foot slammed against the ground with a heavy thud, already shifting her weight into position for the next attack. Adrian watched every movement with narrowed eyes, studying her with the strict focus of a mentor who had no intention of missing even the tiniest flaw. His gaze traced the placement of her feet, the tightness of her grip, the line of her shoulders, and the way the blade traveled through the air. But what he saw left him genuinely stunned. One thought rose in Adrian's mind with such sharp clarity that he could not ignore it. After seeing the technique only a single time, Adelia had copied it almost perfectly. Adelia lifted her gaze toward him while still holding the sword carefully in both hands. Her eyes were eager, nervous, and searching for approval all at once. With a hopeful tremble in her voice, she asked whether the stance she had just taken was correct. For one brief instant, surprise flashed across Adrian's eyes before he narrowed them again and forced himself to regain his focus. Not even a full minute had passed since he had demonstrated the technique, and yet somehow Adelia had already reproduced it with a level of accuracy that should have been impossible in such a short time. At that moment, Adrian realized he could not afford to let his guard down around her, not even for a second. She was supposed to be the weakest training partner of the eldest royal, someone who needed to be brought up from nothing. But the talent she had just revealed threatened to overturn that assumption completely. Then that eerie green light flashed in Adelia's eyes once again, and a dangerous thought cut through Adrian's mind. At this pace, what if she did not merely catch up to him over time? What if she surpassed him right here, in the middle of this very training session? The realization struck Adrian like a sudden shock through his entire body. It came so sharply and unexpectedly that, for a brief moment, even he froze where he stood. The possibility was so outrageous that he could not immediately brush it aside. Adrian could only let out a low, unsettled sound as his thoughts raced, shaken by the raw talent unfolding right before his eyes. But before he could fully sort through what he had just witnessed, Vale Ballarherd had already moved in beside him and seized his arm with a firm grip. Vale's voice came out harsh, urgent, and heavy with warning as he demanded to know what Adrian thought he was doing. The strength of his grip on Adrian's arm made it clear this was not a casual complaint or a passing objection. Vale was seriously trying to stop him. Adrian's expression tightened, and a silent challenge settled over his face. He did not need to say anything for his answer to be understood. His eyes alone made it clear that he had no intention of stepping back, lowering his head, or allowing Vale to restrain him that easily. Vale's warning snapped through the air as he told Adrian not to even think about coveting Adelia. But Adrian did not flinch from the accusation or try to soften the moment. Instead, he fired a cutting question right back at Vale, asking what Vale could possibly offer that child in the first place. Vale scoffed, as if the answer should have been obvious to anyone standing there. In his eyes, Adrian was still nothing more than a beginner, someone who had held a sword for only a few short months. To Vale, that kind of novice had no right to speak with such confidence about guiding someone else. But as Vale's dismissive words hung between them, raw blue energy suddenly exploded around Adrian. It crackled and surged violently, wrapping his body in an unstable glow while his eyes burned with an unnatural light. Surrounded by that rising power, Adrian's voice turned cold and certain as he declared that Vale Balarhard would not be able to handle her. Adrian's eyes narrowed even further, and a fierce resolve settled deep within him. The weakness of the person he used to be was no longer something he was willing to accept. He would not let anyone drag out that old version of him and throw it in his face as though it still defined him. That former Adrian was already gone. The pressure radiating from him and the intensity in his gaze made that truth unmistakable. He had moved beyond that old weakness, and the power he carried now belonged to a level far different from the helpless person others still remembered. The blue light burning in his eyes grew even brighter as he braced himself for the real burden waiting ahead. If protecting Adelia meant facing a trial that ordinary people could never endure, then Adrian would take that challenge onto himself without a moment of hesitation. A massive blue aura burst outward from Adrian, swirling violently around him like a storm suddenly breaking loose. The force pouring from his body was so overwhelming that the very space nearby seemed to grow heavy, pressing down on everyone caught within its reach. With his eyes blazing fiercely, Adrian gave his answer in a way that left no room for argument. If Vale could not handle the burden, then no, Adrian himself could. His words carried the weight of someone who had already chosen to shoulder it. Because Adrian was not speaking from empty pride or shallow confidence. His mind flashed through one nightmare after another, dragging up memories of monstrous battles so terrible that ordinary warriors would have broken apart just from recalling them. What he had endured was far beyond simple training or noble swordplay. He had stood against the giant king, the mad dragon, and countless other terrifying beings that no single blade should ever have been forced to challenge. In those memories, a legendary weapon gleamed through blood, chaos, and destruction, proof of the brutal history he had somehow survived. That blade seemed to carry the echoes of endless battle within it. Every strike, every slaughter, and every merciless memory had been folded into its power over time. Eventually, that violent legacy had become something inseparable from Adrian himself, bound to him like a shadow made of war. The legendary sword known as Gruhorn pulsed with a dark, ominous red glow. It was as though the weapon itself still remembered every blood-soaked path it had carved open, every enemy it had cut down, and every battlefield it had survived in the past. Gruhorn was no ordinary weapon. A portion of its wielder's soul and mana had been transferred directly into the blade, binding power, memory, and existence together. And now that buried force was beginning to surface again, burning through the crimson tint that had appeared in Adrian's eyes. His gaze deepened into a blazing, infernal red, fierce, steady, and impossible to look away from. There was a terrifying resolve in those eyes, the kind of determination that would not bend, retreat, or waver, no matter who stood in front of him. Vale Balarhard could only stare at Adrian, stunned by what was unfolding right before him. For the first time, genuine concern flickered across Vale's disciplined face. The sheer scale of Adrian's transformation was too overwhelming to dismiss as mere arrogance or stubbornness. Adrian stood firm against the darkness of the night behind him, his figure framed by shadow and charged with a heavy, almost ancient presence. When he finally began to speak, his voice came out low, absolute, and filled with a certainty that made every word feel dangerous. She was. The red light surrounding Adrian flared even more violently, swelling outward with the full force of his conviction. Then he finished the thought with one single word, heavy with possession and impossible to misunderstand: mine. Adrian Leonberg, now carrying the ancient presence of Gruhorn within him, laid claim to Adelia in a way that felt far less like affection and far more like a warning. Crimson aura erupted from his body, silently daring anyone nearby to even consider reaching for the person he had chosen as his own. His eyes burned with a razor-sharp intensity that never wavered for even an instant. From his entire presence radiated a chilling hatred toward anyone foolish enough to challenge his will, interfere with his decision, or try to take away what he had already claimed. Then the prince turned, his armored figure shifting with quiet but undeniable force. Even that simple movement felt overwhelming, while the raw powers still coiled around him. It was almost as if the air itself had to move along with him, pushed aside by the pressure of his presence. One of his eyes flared with a dark, blood-red glow, ominous and heavy enough to thicken the atmosphere around him. Just looking at that eye made the moment feel dangerous, as if something ancient and violent was staring out from within Adrian himself. A soft, unsettling gurgle escaped Adrian, and his face suddenly twisted in distress. It was as though some invisible force had wrapped around him from the inside, tugging at his awareness and blurring the world around him until he could no longer hold on to it clearly. Adrian began to lose himself, unable even to cling properly to the feeling of being alive. His consciousness sank into a dark, watery abyss, where cold pressed against him from every direction. The deeper he fell, the more his senses slipped away, swallowed little by little into absolute blackness. Inside that darkness, his eyes lit with fear and recognition, as if some terrible possibility had finally taken shape before him. From deep within his mind, one dreadful question rose to the surface. Was this the dark prophecy finally beginning to unfold? His body drifted helplessly through the void, and a chilling realization pierced through him with brutal clarity. If this continued, he would be finished. But then, from the depths of that abyss, thorn-like energy burst outward around a spectral blade, and the true power of Gruhorn began to awaken. A monstrous presence roared through the darkness, its voice shaking the void with terrifying certainty. It declared that this pathetic body would be devoured by the soul of Gruhorn, as though Adrian's existence was nothing more than a weak shell waiting to be consumed. Shadowy hands with long, clawed fingers suddenly lunged out from the void, reaching toward Adrian from every direction at once. Horror spread across his face as they closed in around him, grasping for him, trying to drag him even deeper into the abyss where escape seemed impossible. Then Adrian's eyes snapped open, and one of them blazed with fierce crimson light. In that horrifying instant, the truth finally became clear to him. This was the real danger he had failed to recognize, the threat hidden behind the power he had been using. But Adrian refused to surrender to it. Instead of letting the darkness swallow him, he surged back with raw defiance, planting his feet on a glowing blue platform beneath him. With every bit of will he could gather, he roared for it to stop. That defiance erupted around him in a violent burst of furious blue energy. Spectral forms exploded into existence at his side, crackling with wild, untamed power as Adrian fought back against the darkness, trying to consume him whole. In that moment, he was no longer sinking helplessly. He was pushing back. In the heart of that crushing darkness, Adrian's gaze sharpened until it looked almost like a blade. Both of his eyes blazed with an unnatural blue light, cutting through the abyss around him. For that single moment, he barely seemed like a prince anymore. He looked more like something ancient, buried deep and feared for a reason, forcing its way back into the world through nothing but sheer willpower. His hand shot forward into the chaos, slicing through the raging storm as if he were not begging the power to obey, but commanding it directly. The blue energy roared around him in response, swelling with a deep, thunderous vibration that seemed to shake the darkness itself. Then, little by little, that wild force stopped scattering in every direction and began to take shape, bending beneath Adrian's control. Adrian stood at the center of the surging power like an unmovable pillar, his aura pouring outward in heavy waves that seemed strong enough to twist even the flow of fate around him. And in that moment, an old saying rose to mind: a single ordinary knight, placed in the right battlefield at the right time, could save the lives of 10 soldiers. Vale Balorhard silently turned that saying over in his head, his expression growing darker as the meaning settled deeper inside him. Those words were not some light proverb to him. They carried the weight of real battlefields, of blood-soaked ground, and of the countless lives that could be protected when one true knight stood firm in the right place. But Adelia Byron's belief reached far beyond that simple saying. To her, a knight of true worth was not limited to saving only 10 people. A truly exceptional knight, someone with talent, conviction, and the strength to stand at the center of chaos, could protect 100 lives and change the fate of an entire battlefield. Standing before the towering castle, Adelia's conviction rang out with unmistakable clarity. Her voice carried the weight of absolute belief as she declared that a child with that much potential could begin a revolution even now, right before the eyes of the royal family itself. As she looked across the frozen northern lands, Adelia held tightly to that belief without wavering for even a moment. The cold landscape stretched before her, silent and severe, but her resolve did not bend. For the commander of the northern frontier, the answer had already taken shape in her heart. She was convinced. Vale Balerhard's gaze sharpened as he began questioning what truly made a cause worth pursuing. The thought carried a heavy seriousness, settling between them like the weight of a drawn blade. But just as that solemn mood began to deepen, the direction of the conversation shifted sharply, pulling the moment away from grand ideals. Adrian cut straight through the tense atmosphere with blunt, stubborn defiance. He did not pause to consider his words, did not soften his tone, and did not bother wrapping his answer in anything polite or noble. He simply said he did not care. Count Balerhard refused to let the matter end with that cold dismissal. He pressed Adrian again, his words carrying the sharp weight of accusation. It was as though he could not believe that even the possibility of saving countless lives still was not enough to move Adrian from the decision he had already made. But Adelia's loyalty spoke more clearly than any argument the Count could throw at her. Her body, her heart, and the future she had chosen had already been pledged to His Highness. She remained firmly where she was, rooted by devotion, refusing to be swayed no matter how grand or reasonable the Count's words sounded. Even then, Vale Balerhard did not give up. His expression tightened with the intensity of a man reaching toward a future far greater than his own pride. He demanded an effort worthy of that grand path, as if he truly believed they were standing before a chance that should not be wasted. Adrian's answer came at once, sharp, immediate, and absolute. That single no cut through everything that had been said, rejecting the Count's argument, the grand future he imagined, and even the words Adelia had once remembered with such unwavering conviction. Then Adrian pushed the pressure right back onto his uncle, challenging him with a pointed question. Did Vale truly have nothing else left to teach? And beneath all those stern lectures, grand speeches, and heavy ideals, the Count's oddly simple motive finally slipped into view. What he had really wanted all along was to help Adrian lose some weight. Adrian drew a firm line for Vale Balerhard, making sure there was no room left for misunderstanding. If Vale wanted to keep staying in Adrian's palace, then he had to stop meddling in Adrian's personal affairs. Beside him, Adelia's devotion remained completely steady, her heart silently crying out that she would never go against His Highness's will. Vale Balerhard absorbed Adrian's words without letting much emotion break through his face. His expression remained controlled, almost blank, as though he were carefully locking every reaction behind a wall of discipline. After a short pause, he finally gave a brief response and accepted the condition. From that point onward, no matter what happened, Adelia never wandered far from Adrian's side. Her hand stayed close to her sword, her posture alert and ready. Her quiet presence became a silent promise that the instant danger showed itself, she would move to protect him without hesitation. Later, as Adrian walked with Adelia at his side, her devotion remained just as intense and completely unguarded as before. She even admitted honestly, without embarrassment or hesitation, that simply serving him, even if she did nothing else, felt strangely enjoyable to her. Before long, Adrian's attention drifted toward a sword that seemed to hum with quiet, contained power. He stared at the blade with growing curiosity, his eyes narrowing slightly as interest sharpened across his face. A small, thoughtful sound slipped from him, as if the weapon had caught his instincts before his mind could fully explain why. Golden energy began to pulse around the sword, spreading outward in soft, rippling waves of light. The glow brushed over the nearby armor and flickered across the ground at their feet, bathing the area in a warm radiance. For a moment, the weapon did not feel like a lifeless object at all. It seemed almost alive. Nearby stood a dark-haired man marked by scars, his presence sharp enough to silence anyone who dared meet his eyes. Authority radiated from every part of him, from the firm line of his shoulders to the fierce intensity in his stare. He looked like someone who did not need to raise his voice to make others listen. That piercing stare landed with enough force to make Adrian pull back slightly, caught off guard by the pressure behind it. Then the man turned his attention to the situation before him and demanded to know why Adelia, who had been assisting Adrian with the sword, was still standing there at all. Then, with a sudden clap that carried an almost mocking edge, the man shifted his focus toward Adelia instead. He praised her work, but the tone of it made the compliment feel less like simple recognition and more like another reason for Adrian to look like a problem. Adrian looked unusually sheepish as he admitted that perhaps he had pushed things a little too far. Considering how quickly Adelia had been improving, even he seemed to realize that the situation had accelerated faster than expected. What started as training had already gone beyond what most people would consider normal. But the older man's mood shifted in an instant. His face hardened, the earlier edge in his voice turning cold, sharp, and dangerous. He fixed Adrian with a severe look and asked whether he had taught Adelia that technique as well.
Adrian blinked in confusion, and a small flicker of unease crossed his expression as he confirmed that he had. Then, clearly unable to understand why the older man was reacting so strongly, he asked in a plain voice whether there was something wrong with teaching it to her.
The man's anger exploded immediately. He shouted that it was already bad enough for Adrian alone to master such a cheap trick, as if that by itself was an insult to proper training. But now Adrian had taken things even further and passed that same trick onto someone else. Adrian closed his eyes for a moment, the sudden wave of pressure clearly weighing down on him. The older man's anger crashed over him all at once, leaving him briefly silent beneath its force. For that short pause, even Adrian seemed to absorb the impact before responding. Then the older man, his face dark and thunderous, delivered his verdict without even the smallest hint of mercy. His command was short, cold, and final, leaving no room for discussion. He ordered Adrian to get out. Adrian remained where he stood as the furious count tore into him, insisting that there had been a better path, a greater potential, something far beyond what Adrian seemed able to grasp. With his eyes blazing red from rage, the count's anger finally erupted completely as he accused Adrian of ruining everything. Veiled Balorhard, still acting as Adrian's loyal knight, moved as though he intended to step between them. He addressed his prince with careful respect, trying to manage the situation before it worsened, but the count cut across him at once, his voice sharp and unforgiving as he demanded that Adrian leave immediately. Adrian had no intention of being chased out like a scolded child. He turned his back with his pride still intact, his posture straight and unbroken. If he was going to leave, then he would do it by his own choice, walking out on his own 2 feet rather than being driven away. A quiet, almost contemptuous sound seemed to linger in the air as Adrian strode away. Behind him, the count remained seething, his glare locked onto the prince's retreating back. Every step Adrian took only widened the distance between them, but it did nothing to cool the anger left behind. Veiled Balorhard followed after his prince, concern still impossible to hide from his expression. Meanwhile, Adrian's own thoughts churned uneasily beneath his outward composure. For one brief moment, he wondered if what he had taught Adelia truly had been nothing more than a cheap trick after all, but that doubt did not remain with him for long. Adrian quickly pushed the thought aside, refusing to let the count's accusation take root. Deep down, he knew the man was wrong, and that certainty was enough for him to keep moving forward. His loyal knight finally spoke up, unable to completely hide the worry in his voice. Cutting straight to the heart of what had just happened, Veil asked why the count would say something like that in the first place. The question hung between them, heavy and difficult to ignore. Adrian answered with a knowing look, saying that the count and everyone else living in this era simply did not understand. Even so, the count's furious words still echoed behind them, insisting that Adrian's teachings had completely lost sight of what mana was truly supposed to be. Adrian clicked his tongue at the accusation, clearly unimpressed by it. If those people had really understood what they were dealing with, they would never have discarded it like worthless garbage. Then, with a faint smirk touching his lips, he promised that they would understand soon enough. With that, Adrian turned and continued walking away from the city, his loyal knight following close behind. As he moved forward, one powerful realization settled even more deeply inside his mind. The mana heart contained a strength far greater than anyone around him seemed capable of comprehending. As if to prove that very thought, faint blue sparks began crackling around Adrian's body. A moment later, that energy surged outward in a silent but overwhelming burst, filling the air around him with raw force and making the power within him impossible to dismiss. Adrian stood with his arms crossed, his expression carved with unshakable resolve. He looked like someone who had already chosen the road ahead and would not allow anyone, no matter how powerful or furious, to drag him away from it. Then Adrian lifted his gaze and remarked almost casually that the other person had acted as if he would never come back. Behind him, his knight answered quickly and respectfully, saying that he had only been following His Highness's orders. The response was immediate, loyal, and completely without hesitation. The Count met Adrian with a hard, steely stare, making the challenge between them unmistakable. He declared that he was prepared to shape Adrian into a true king, but only if the prince could break through his defenses and prove that he had the worth to stand before him. Adrian already had his hand near the hilt of his weapon, his focus sharpening as the mood around them tightened. But rather than get swept up in the Count's grand, dramatic atmosphere, he cut straight through it and demanded to know what the actual wager was. He shifted into position, carrying himself like someone ready to strike at any second. Across from him, the Count's voice rang out with booming confidence, filling the space as he announced the stake of their confrontation. What they would wager was a wish. The Count laid out the terms without a trace of hesitation. If Adrian succeeded in breaking through his defense, then he would earn the right to make any wish he wanted. But if Adrian failed, then the price would be severe. He would have to surrender his mana heart. Adrian remained calm even after hearing the danger hidden in those terms. A smirk tugged at his lips, as though the risk only made the wager more interesting to him. For the time being, he accepted the conditions and agreed to put a single wish on the line. Their reflections shimmered as the tension between them thickened, like a blade drawn halfway from its sheath and waiting for the final pull. Adrian quickly clarified that this was not exactly what he had meant, but the Count's helmet gleamed beneath the light, and his voice thundered out, ending the discussion with one decisive command: fight. A sly grin spread across the Count's face, revealing that this confrontation had never been as sudden or spontaneous as it appeared. From the very beginning, he had already been preparing the next battle, waiting for the right moment to draw Adrian into it. Adrian was still absorbing the sheer audacity of the Count's challenge, but the venom tucked inside those words had already struck deep. This was no longer merely a test of strength, skill, or discipline. It had become a direct provocation aimed straight at his pride, and it was one Adrian could not simply ignore. But Count Balerhard gave Adrian no time at all to gather himself or settle his thoughts. Before the prince could even fully process the challenge, a storm of dark pressure wrapped around the Count's body, thick and suffocating. In the next instant, he lunged forward in a blinding rush, his spear driving ahead with terrifying force, as if it had stopped being a mere weapon and become the sharpened edge of his iron will. Adrian's blade flared to life in response, igniting with power as he raised it just in time to meet the incoming attack head-on. The spear and sword slammed together with a deafening metallic crash, the impact ringing through the air like the opening bell of a savage war. The force of that first clash made it clear that this would not be a simple exchange. Count Balerhard did not pause after that first collision. Instead, he surged forward with a merciless chain of attacks, each thrust and sweeping strike coming faster, sharper, and heavier than the one before. Adrian was forced onto the defensive, his body reacting desperately as he gathered every scrap of focus he had just to keep himself from being overwhelmed. In front of Adrian, the spear became a deadly blur. It flashed through the narrow space between them again and again, leaving bright streaks of killing intent in the air. The weapon moved so quickly that his eyes could barely follow its path before the next strike was already coming for him. But Adrian had no intention of letting himself be driven backward forever. With a sudden burst of strength, he forced his body forward and struck back with everything he could put behind the swing. His counterattack tore through the air so violently that the force rippled outward in a shockwave, briefly pushing against the Count's crushing momentum. Count Balerhard only grinned at the attempt, as though Adrian's resistance had done little more than entertain him. Dark power burned in his eyes, giving his expression an almost predatory edge. When he spoke, his voice dripped with contempt as he mocked the prince and asked whether that was truly all he had. The instant those words reached him, Adrian's expression hardened. Frustration flashed across his face, sharp and unmistakable, but beneath that irritation was something far more stubborn. His resolve did not break. If anything, the Count's overwhelming pressure only made Adrian's determination burn even stronger. Then Adrian kicked off the ground with explosive force. White energy burst around his body as he shook off the weight of the Count's relentless assault and hurled himself back into motion. He refused to let the fight end with him pinned down, cornered, and crushed beneath his uncle's spear. Count Balerhard watched Adrian move without the slightest change in expression. His face remained cold and solid, almost like it had been carved from stone. Then his voice cut calmly through the tension, merciless and composed, as he asked whether Adrian had already given up. Adrian held his stance, even though he fully understood just how monstrous the opponent standing in front of him truly was. Count Balerhard's strength was almost absurd, the kind of power that could make ordinary resistance feel meaningless. But even knowing that, Adrian could not allow himself to accept defeat. Then blue lightning began raging around Count Balerhard, and Adrian finally understood just how far beyond him his uncle really stood. This was a terrifying level of power, the kind that allowed the Count to pour out his full mana without holding anything back. Every surge seemed designed not merely to defeat Adrian, but to crush him in the most humiliating way possible. A pulsing blue mana core blazed to life with overwhelming intensity, beating like a second heart inside the storm of power surrounding the Count. With a mana heart that fierce now turned directly against him, Adrian could feel the danger closing in. The entire battle suddenly felt as though it had moved one step away from training and one step closer to a death sentence. Adrian's eyes widened as a strange chill ran through his thoughts. Something about this situation felt wrong, just slightly out of place in a way he could not ignore. Before he could push the suspicion aside, one question rose sharply in his mind. Wasn't all of this a little too strange? Count Balerhard's face remained locked in cold determination, while violent blue energy continued to coil around his body. The mana gathered, twisted, and churned around him like a storm moments away from breaking loose. Even the air nearby felt unstable, as though it might tear apart under the pressure. Long ago, centuries in the past, the world had been filled with countless mana heart knights. These warriors performed feats that looked impossible to ordinary soldiers, their armor pulsing with raw power as they carved their paths through battle. But then a revolutionary new method of mana manipulation appeared, and the entire direction of knighthood began to change. That new technique allowed knights to release their power across astonishing distances, extending their influence far beyond the reach of their own bodies. But the truth remained that the legendary knights of that earlier era had all been mana heart knights. The greatness people remembered, the legends they praised, had been built on the foundation of the mana heart itself. To Adrian, the so-called mana chain was not some superior path to true strength at all. In his eyes, it was only a clever trick, a technique used to stretch mana manipulation outward and control power from a distance. Impressive on the surface, perhaps, but not the higher road others seemed to believe it was. Hearing that idea placed before him, Adrian immediately challenged the meaning behind it. His eyes narrowed, his attention sharpening as he looked toward Vale Balerhard. He demanded to know what Vale was really trying to say about the mana heart, cutting straight past the surface of the explanation. Vale Balerhard offered an answer that completely overturned the usual assumption. The mana heart itself had never been weak, he insisted. The real failure lay with the people who had handled it poorly. Standing there with his sword gripped firmly in hand, Vale seemed to weigh the truth of those words even as he spoke them. Adrian fixed his gaze on the older man, cutting through the tense atmosphere between them with sharp impatience. He was no longer interested in vague explanations or roundabout lessons. His expression made it clear that he wanted the real point, the truth hidden beneath all this talk. Then Vale revealed something far more important, asking whether Adrian had ever heard of a martial spirit hymn. He went on to explain that the place where they were standing was known as a place of crossed swords, a legendary battleground tied to warriors and the paths they carved for themselves. Adrian, however, brushed the subject aside almost immediately, as if it had nothing to do with the fight happening before him. Adrian answered with a knowing smirk, the look on his face suggesting that he had already guessed where Vale was trying to lead the conversation. He seemed almost amused by it, as though the explanation had arrived exactly where he expected, and confirmed what he had already begun to suspect. Vale continued anyway, explaining that once the mana heart had been conquered, those who relied on it were forced into a lower position, almost like servants beneath a different system. Then he threw Adrian's own earlier words back at him, forcing the prince to confront the contradiction hidden inside what he had said. The information struck Adrian all at once, dense and heavy enough that it might have overwhelmed anyone else. When he was asked whether he needed a moment to breathe and absorb it, Adrian rejected the offer immediately. His face and tone made it clear that he was not shaken enough to stop. He could handle even more. For a knight, the path they walked mattered more than almost anything else. Every step forward, every battle survived, Every wound endured, and every mark they left behind became part of that path. It was proof of who they were, what they had overcome, and what kind of power they had truly earned. The image shifted to a brutal battlefield buried beneath snow and roaring wind. There, a young knight stood firm, conviction blazing through his entire body, despite the frozen world around him. Facing the storm, he declared that his 100 victories were the greatest source of pride he possessed. He went even further, claiming that those victories were not merely his pride, but the very source of his strength. Vale Balarhard's eyes narrowed as he absorbed the meaning behind those words, understanding that this was not simple boasting. A quiet sound slipped from him under his breath as the weight of it settled in. Then a blinding blue light erupted from the young knight, fierce and almost ethereal as it burst through the snowy battlefield. That was the moment a martial spirit hymn was engraved directly into his being. Shimmering energy gathered around his outstretched hand, taking shape with a force that could not be ignored. With that surge of power, the martial spirit hymn was granted to him. It settled into his body and spirit as a new kind of strength, not something borrowed from another source or handed to him by someone else. It was born directly from the path he had walked and the victories he had claimed. That newly awakened power flowed straight into the knight's sword, filling the blade from within until it began to hum with energy. But it was not some rare, exalted hymn praised above all others. The power revealed itself as a common-rank martial spirit hymn of sparring, simple in name, but real in effect. Vale's eyes lit with sudden understanding. What had appeared so grand and extraordinary at first was, in truth, only a small and ordinary achievement for someone who had not even earned the title of knight yet. Then the vision reached its peak, and the effect of the hymn of sparring finally activated. The vision intensified, revealing a young warrior with golden hair flowing around him in the rush of power. His eyes burned with electric blue light, fierce and alive, as raw energy poured into the sword held tightly in his hands. The blade shone violently, as though the weapon itself had become a vessel for his will. This was the true power hidden within the mana heart. A martial spirit hymn had been unleashed, surging through the weapon with unstoppable force. In that moment, it proved beyond doubt that the strength carried by the mana heart was not meaningless, weak, or outdated at all. A blinding blue aura suddenly exploded around Adrian as the hymn of sparring fully activated through him. The power roared to life, wrapping his body and blade in brilliant light. But Count Balarhard only looked at the display with arrogance in his voice, dismissing the entire thing as pointless. He kept taunting Adrian, pressing the insult deeper with every word. Without a mana core, the Count claimed, there was simply no way Adrian could win this battle. To him, the result had already been decided before the next clash even began. But Adrian had already stopped listening to the insults. He did not bother answering with words or wasting breath on an argument. Instead, he charged straight in, his sword flashing forward like a lightning-fast streak of blue power slicing through the space between them. Then their weapons collided once again. Steel crashed against steel in a violent burst of sparks, the impact exploding between them with raw force. The sound tore across the battlefield, sharp and brutal, as if the clash itself had split the air open. The ancient power of Gruhorn surged through Adrian's body, racing through the powerful rings and overflowing from the deepest core of his being. It felt as though the old weapon's legacy had risen inside him all at once, pouring into his limbs and blade with unstoppable intensity. Adrian forced himself through the pain, refusing to let his body buckle beneath the strain. Blue lightning erupted around him as the raw power seized hold of him, driving him forward even while it tore through him from the inside. Every second hurt, but he kept moving. Count Balarhard simply watched Adrian struggle, his expression cold and completely unmoved. Slowly, a smirk spread across his face, as though the prince's desperate effort had not impressed him enough to feel threatened. To the Count, it seemed only amusing enough to mock. Their weapons clashed again, steel screaming against steel as sparks scattered violently around them. Through the harsh metallic noise, the Count's voice cut in with a measured edge. He admitted that Adrian was quite good, though even that praise carried a dangerous weight. But the praise twisted into mockery almost immediately. The Count said Adrian was only good at stubbornly enduring, and nothing more than that. Yet, instead of breaking under the insult, Adrian's eyes burned even brighter, and the blue energy around him flared in fierce response. Adrian fired back in a voice that seemed to carry the weight of centuries behind it. He had not obtained this hymn through a few days of effort, or even a few years of struggle. To reach this point, he had spent more than 100 years pushing forward. The mana held within the rings had been forged over 1,000 years, shaped into a power meant to stand against the Knights of the Ring. Through countless climbs, endless challenges, and repeated trials, that strength had been hammered and refined again and again until it became something far beyond ordinary mana. Drawing on that ancient power, Adrian's sword erupted in blinding blue light. Then he unleashed the devastating 1,000 waves, sending a torrent of razor-sharp energy slashes tearing forward. The attack rushed out like a furious tide of destruction, each wave cutting through the battlefield with terrifying force. With his eyes burning in fierce resolve, Adrian poured everything he had into that strike. This was not merely a sword swing thrown out in desperation. It was the raw force of the hymn of sparring, brought fully to life through his blade, sharpened by will, pain, and ancient power. The ground exploded beneath the sheer force of the attack, breaking apart as the wave of power crashed forward. Count Balerhard, caught completely off guard by the sudden intensity, barely managed to utter a single word before the blow reached him. For the first time, it seemed as though the Count had been pushed just slightly beyond the limits of what he had expected. That calm, absolute confidence of his finally wavered, even if only for a fleeting instant. The attack had forced him to acknowledge something he had not planned for. A crushing impact tore through the air, heavy and violent enough to silence every trace of arrogance for a single breath. The force of Adrian's strike seemed to swallow the battlefield whole, turning the moment into one brutal eruption of power. A fresh gash opened across Count Balerhard's face, cutting through his confident grin and replacing it with pure shock. Across from him, Adrian's eyes still burned with unyielding determination, while his glowing blade vibrated with the raw power he had just unleashed. Adrian launches himself forward like an arrow snapped free from a bowstring, his body cutting across the battlefield with terrifying speed. For a moment, it almost looks as if the air itself is being torn open around him, and the sword in his hand vanishes into a streaking blur as he unleashes slash after slash, each one carving a blazing blue trail through the chaos. His golden eyes burn brighter, as if a fierce flame has been awakened somewhere deep behind them. Power surges through every part of Adrian's body, tightening his muscles and sharpening his movements, and instead of slowing down, he pushes the attack even harder, forcing his swordsmanship past its limit without giving Count Balerhard a single moment to breathe. Count Balerhard is visibly shaken by the sudden violence of Adrian's charge. His expression stiffens, his eyes narrowing with disbelief, because Adrian is still holding on, still standing before him, still fighting after reaching a point where any ordinary opponent should have already broken, and that stubborn endurance leaves the Count silently unsettled. The ancient sword in Adrian's hand screams with a sharp, piercing cry, almost as though the blade itself has come alive in rage. Wild mana coils around the edge in violent waves, crackling louder and glowing brighter with every passing instant, until the weapon looks as if it might burst apart from the overwhelming force gathering inside it. Then Adrian brings the blade crashing down with terrifying weight. The instant the strike lands, the force between them detonates like a violent explosion, releasing a brutal shockwave that tears outward and makes the very space around both fighters tremble from the impact. That single blow carries enough power to drive Count Balerhard back. His footing slips under the pressure, his stance shaking as the force rattles through his defenses, and for one tense heartbeat it seems like the Count's guard might finally be smashed apart completely. Even after such a savage exchange, Adrian does not collapse or retreat. He stays rooted in place with his sword lifted and ready, his posture steady and dangerous, showing both the precision of a trained blade and the raw strength of someone prepared to answer the next attack head-on. For the first time, Count Balerhard's calm mask truly begins to fracture. Disbelief spreads across his face as his thoughts stumble, because the Adrian standing before him does not match the judgment he had made, and he is forced to question whether he had misunderstood this opponent from the very start. A sudden burst of emerald energy flashes from Count Balerhard's hand, cutting sharply through the air. At that moment, a chilling realization settles over him. Not every mana heart is the same, still feeling the weight of Adrian's last strike. He fixes Adrian with a furious glare as a darker aura begins to rise around him, accusing him of being consumed by arrogance. But Adrian gives that accusation no room to settle. Before the words can fully hang between them, he answers through action, stamping his foot down with such force that the ground beneath him splits open and fractures outward. Using the broken earth beneath him as his launching point, Adrian hurls himself forward once more, his entire body wrapped in a brilliant blue glow. His sword sweeps upward in a powerful arc, and raw energy lashes around the blade like living lightning, snapping wildly through the air. Another thunderous collision erupts across the battlefield. The impact sends dust, shattered stone, and jagged fragments bursting in every direction, filling the space between them with debris, while the force of their clash shakes everything around them. Adrian's blue aura flares even more fiercely now, pouring out from him in violent waves as he makes it clear that he has no intention of holding anything back. Across from him, Count Balorhard remains standing amid the swirling dust, calmly studying the renewed resolve in Adrian's stance and even admitting that such determination deserves praise. Count Balorhard lifts his gaze toward Adrian, a faint glimmer of interest appearing in his eyes as he says that, at the very least, Adrian deserves recognition for coming this far. But that brief spark quickly fades into a heavier, more measured look, and he concludes that, just as he expected, an ordinary-grade martial spirit hymn is still far from enough. A crushing pressure suddenly drops onto Adrian from above, so heavy that it forces him down onto one knee. He drives his sword into the ground and leans his weight against it, using the blade as the only support, keeping his battered body from giving out completely. Even while trapped in that weakened position, Adrian's gaze remains unshaken. His eyes still burn with stubborn conviction, and through the strain twisting through his body, he declares that the knights made one unforgivable mistake. As if rising out of the depths of some ancient legend, the image of a red-caped hero appears, standing proudly on a mountain of fallen enemies like an unstoppable titan from a forgotten era. The legendary knights had failed in one crucial way. They left no real strength behind for the generations who would come after them. At the very beginning, nothing had been missing at all. The knowledge had been handed down properly, inherited in its complete form, and the brilliance and power of the original legacy had still remained fully intact. The old legend continues to unfold, revealing the hero as he refines devastating sword techniques and masters the profound martial spirit method meant to temper the heart, strengthen it, and polish it into something far greater than ordinary human will. There had even been martial spirit hymns that shone with magnificent, almost dazzling power. But time has always been merciless, and little by little it began eating away at those glorious achievements, wearing them down until their once blazing radiance slowly started to fade. The ancient hero, once surrounded by victory and blazing triumph, now seems weighed down by the burden of forgotten history. Those unbelievable feats gradually vanished into distant whispers, becoming no more real to the people of the present than stories of dragons that no living person had ever actually seen. There had once been an age when colossal kings and monstrous beings truly walked upon the world. But in the present, even the evidence that they ever existed has grown faint, reduced to thin rumors drifting weakly through the winds of history. In that forgotten age, even the greatest martial spirit techniques eventually slipped beyond human reach and became the stuff of myth. Humanity survived, of course, by adapting and creating new martial spirit hymns to fill the emptiness left behind. But when compared to the ancient arts, those newer powers were painfully limited. Back then, defeating 10 knights with a single hymn was already considered impressive, while cutting down 100 soldiers was treated as the absolute upper limit for a hymn made only to fight other humans. Those newer martial spirits simply could not compare to the legends of the distant past. They never reached the realm of myths or heroes, and when placed before even a basic holy strike, they proved far too weak and fragile to endure the force bearing down on them. Adrian sits alone inside a darkened room, his eyes fixed on the faint glow spreading across the wooden table in front of him. As his thoughts turn over and over, the truth becomes impossible for him to ignore. With martial spirits this incomplete, this broken and half-formed, reaching true power is nothing but an empty fantasy. From above, Adrian Leonberg looks down with sharp contempt in his eyes and throws out a biting challenge, asking whether the man below has been drinking dirt. He cannot even make sense of the nonsense being spoken to him, and with a sudden flash of blue energy, he moves quickly and almost dismissively. But the man standing in his path is Vale Balorhard, and Vale refuses to yield even a single step. His eyes burn with fierce defiance, his posture unshaken, making it clear that retreat is not something he is even considering. Adrian's power bursts outward around him in a brilliant blue aura as he snarls at Vale Balorhard, calling him an arrogant and foolish knight. He stomps down with crushing force, his voice filled with contempt, and demands that Vale understand just how precious and extraordinary the thing he threw away truly was. Then something horrifying begins to take shape around Adrian. A monstrous shadow swells outward, pulsing with a hellish red glow until its dreadful form can no longer be ignored, its eyes burning like twin sparks of crimson malice. Fully unleashed, the dark entity towers in front of Vale Balorhard, its voice echoing with a chilling promise to teach him a brutal lesson. A massive glowing hand stretches forward, making the threat feel even heavier and more impossible to escape. Dark crimson energy coils around Adrian's hand as the transformation ignites, releasing a pressure so dense and terrifying that no ordinary sword could ever hope to pierce through it. This is savage power, strong enough to tear through even the scales of a dragon. As Adrian rips a blade free from its sheath, his entire body becomes engulfed in a storm of shadow, red lightning, and violent pressure that seems to crush the air around him. A primal roar rips its way out from deep inside Adrian, raw, beast-like, and filled with pain and fury. His eyes ignite with infernal crimson fire, and the transformation around him explodes outward with even greater intensity. That overwhelming power detonates through Adrian's body and slams down into the earth beneath his feet. The ground cracks under the impact, while the savage force raging inside him feels as though it is howling for the blood of his enemies. Adrian understands that this monstrous strength comes from the ancient hymn of true dragon. But as his hand twists and his fingers sharpen into razor-like claws, the sheer force of the hymn begins turning against him, threatening to rip his current body apart from the inside. A guttural cry of agony bursts from Adrian's throat, and blood sprays from his mouth as chaotic crimson energy rampages across his body. At the center of his chest, a strange blue light fights desperately against the inferno, struggling to keep the power from swallowing him completely. Even then, one essential part of the hymn is still missing, leaving a hollow gap within the ancient chant. Because that missing piece has not been restored, Adrian remains dangerously exposed, while the dragon's ultimate power still hovers just beyond his reach. Adrian's body convulses violently as the force of the hymn of true dragon erupts from him in a savage crimson wave. The air itself seems to tear apart as the ancient incantation seizes hold, the power once said to split even the scales of a dragon. His eyes burn a furious red, and a raw scream tears free from his throat. He clenches both hands so tightly that the strain shows in every knuckle, desperately fighting to contain the unstable powers surging wildly through his body. Then, from within the darkness, a figure wrapped in heavy energy suddenly attacks. The strike flashes forward like a blade of azure light, cutting through the air before crashing violently into Adrian's raging crimson aura. The collision seems to shatter the space around them, sending brilliant fragments of blue energy bursting outward. In that fierce clash of forces, the azure power begins pressing in harder and harder, steadily overwhelming the red glow surrounding Adrian. Adrian's eyes widen with genuine shock as the terrifying truth finally hits him. If this continues, the violent power rampaging through his body will not simply hurt him, it will devour him from the inside out. Blue energy gathers in the air, twisting tighter and tighter until it forms a radiant vortex. It churns with wild, untamed force, pulsing violently as the pressure around it grows heavier with each passing moment. Then, with a deafening roar, the two opposing powers slam together in a catastrophic explosion. The ground beneath them is ripped open, and the clash blooms into a blinding golden-orange blast, as if the entire battlefield is being torn apart from the center. Adrian is thrown backward by the sheer force of the explosion, his body battered as the blast swallows the area around him. Somewhere through the chaos of dust, rubble, and ringing noise, a desperate cry of, "Your Highness," cuts sharply through the air. But even as smoke drifts, dust hangs thick, and broken stone scatters across the ground. The shadowy figure does not stop moving. They continue advancing step by step, dark energy crackling around them, showing no hesitation at all. Adrian clutches his injured arm tightly, pain twisting through his body as he stares ahead in stunned disbelief. In that moment, he is forced to accept that the battle has already slipped completely beyond his control. Count Balerhard stands over the defeated prince, his presence cold, heavy, and overwhelming. Looking down at Adrian from above, he delivers a sharp taunt, asking whether Adrian was not the one who claimed he would fight using only one ring. With his eyes glowing a cold blue, Count Balerhard twists the humiliation even deeper. He points out that Adrian still failed in the end, even after abandoning that boast and using all 4 rings. Count Balerhard remains standing in absolute victory, his blue aura radiating from his body like undeniable proof of the overwhelming strength that crushed Adrian's challenge. Looking down at the broken prince before him, Count Balerhard delivers the final insult with merciless calm, telling Adrian that, in the end, he could not even protect his own sword. Adrian lay collapsed across the frozen ground, his body spread out helplessly as the cold bit into him from below. He was so battered that even the smallest movement looked impossible, and beside him, the shattered remains of his sword lay scattered in broken pieces. Standing above him, Count Balerhard delivered the last cruel truth without mercy, making it painfully clear that this defeat had been decided long before the battle ever had a chance to truly begin. Trapped beneath the full weight of his defeat, Adrian could not summon enough strength to lift himself back to his feet. All he could do was stare up from the icy battlefield, forced to watch as Count Vale Balerhard towered over him, his overwhelming presence turning the outcome of their fight into something Adrian could no longer deny. Those sharp, electric blue eyes remained fixed on the fallen prince, steady, cold, and utterly without pity. But what cut Adrian the deepest was not the look itself, it was the scarred count standing before him, crimson light burning in his gaze as he spoke the words that landed harder than any sword strike Adrian had lost. From somewhere deep inside the void, a terrifying beast in the shape of a dragon suddenly bursts into view, its enormous jaws opening wide as fury blazes through its eyes. Black energy twists around its body like a raging storm, but Gruhorn moves the very instant it appears, raising his blade in a flash and stepping forward to face the monstrous threat, head-on. But the pressure crashing down on Gruhorn is far beyond anything ordinary willpower can withstand. His hand trembles around the hilt of his sword, barely keeping his grip as dark energy splashes and surges through the air around him. A raw, desperate shout of no tears from his throat, yet even under that crushing force, his spirit refuses to give in. The struggle grows even more violent as Gruhorn screams into the swirling abyss, begging for the nightmare to stop. Then, powered by nothing but sheer determination, he reaches forward and seizes a glowing blue crystal, its light cutting through the darkness like a final beacon of hope, while he roars for everything to end and wild power crackles uncontrollably around him. Adrian suddenly jerks awake, his eyes flying open as though something has violently dragged him out of the nightmare. Fear and pain twist across his face at the same time, leaving him breathing hard, as if the darkness he escaped is still clinging to his body and clawing at him from the inside. Before Adrian can even steady his thoughts, his hand moves on pure instinct. His fingers clutch the fabric over his chest in a tight, desperate grip, as though he is trying to hold himself together before something inside him breaks apart. Soft morning sunlight pours into the quiet room, spreading gently across the bed where Adrian lies. After the violence and terror of the vision he has just escaped, that peaceful brightness only makes the silence around him feel colder and more painfully clear. His fingers tighten even more around his clothes, pulling the fabric hard against his chest. Under the force of that desperate grip, the strained cloth gives off a faint tearing sound, small but sharp in the stillness of the room. Slowly, Adrian forces his battered body upright, still unsteady after everything he has endured. He lowers his gaze to his trembling hands, and one chilling thought echoes through his mind with painful clarity, the true martial spirit hymn. A cold realization settles over him, quiet and heavy, like a whisper rising from the dark. The agony tearing through him is the price he paid for forcing that power open, the consequence of using the terrifying strength known as splitting the dragon's scales. A sharp, twisting pain suddenly rips through Adrian's chest, making his entire body seize up. The truth becomes even harsher in that moment, because the martial spirit's very foundation was a hymn connected to a dragon, and that meant Adrian's own body had been turned into the vessel forced to carry its enormous burden. Even with that dangerous power shaking through him and leaving every part of his body marked by the transformation, Adrian understands one thing with absolute certainty. No matter how reckless it was, no matter how close it brought him to ruin, taking that risk had still been worth it. This was the first martial spirit hymn Adrian had ever created with his own hands. It had not been handed to him by someone else. It was born from his will, shaped through his strength, and forged along the path he had chosen for himself. To Adrian, those 100 victories were never just memories of battles he managed to survive. They were his pride, his proof, and the foundation of the strength that allowed him to keep standing tall, no matter how many enemies rose before him. Across 100 duels, Adrian had endured trial after trial, each hardship crashing into him like another merciless wave, and with every challenge he survived, every wound he carried forward, he was hammered into someone even harder to break. Now, even larger waves were waiting somewhere ahead of him, but Adrian's resolve did not waver. His efforts had not been meaningless because the grade of his dragon's sacrifice had risen ever so slightly, showing the first clear sign that a new level of power was beginning to open before him. As Adrian slowly returns to himself, a worried attendant hurries to his bedside. Anxiety is written plainly across her face, as if she is desperately hoping that the new strength he gained will be enough to face the crisis surrounding them, and she addresses him with urgent concern as His Highness Prince Adrian. Her voice trembles with relief as she tells him how grateful she is that he has finally regained consciousness. All the worry she had been holding back seems to spill out at once now that Adrian is awake in front of her. Then she quickly explains just how terrible everything became while he was unconscious. The situation had fallen into complete chaos, the castle itself had collapsed, and she had never seen him in such a humiliating state before, so, with fear still clear in her expression, she can only ask him what happened. Once Adrian is fully awake, the attendant wastes no time giving him the next piece of troubling news. Count Balarhard left a message behind, ordering that he be informed the very moment His Highness regained consciousness. A low, pained groan slips from Adrian's throat as he absorbs those words. His gaze gradually sharpens, focus returning to his eyes little by little, but beneath that renewed clarity a faint trace of unease begins to surface. His hand clenches again, though this time the motion is quieter and steadier, carrying a more controlled determination. Whatever is waiting for him next, Adrian understands that, before he can face any of it, he must first allow his body to rest. The ugly scar carved across his chest makes it painfully obvious just how violently that power tore through him. If he fails to properly heal the spirit damaged by pushing the martial spirit hymn beyond its limit, the consequences will not be something he can simply endure. Adrian knows that what follows would not be ordinary pain or the kind of suffering a person can grit their teeth through. It would be a merciless reckoning, brutal enough to pull his entire world down into darkness. His current reality and the memories of his past would begin crashing into one another without restraint. Everything inside his mind would twist together, tangling into a chaos so unbearable that even Adrian might no longer be able to control it. And if that collapse were allowed to continue, the world around him would eventually shatter completely. In the end, Adrian would be reduced to a raving madman, forever imprisoned inside his own martial spirit with no way to escape. That thought strikes him with an icy chill. He would be dragged back into that blackened world once again, and this time there might be no return at all, because the possibility of losing his mind forever sends a cold shudder through him. Agnes Byrne appears like a legend brought into human form, a powerful swordswoman whose very presence carries both elegance and overwhelming strength. Her auburn hair burns vividly, almost like a living symbol of the extraordinary bloodline she left behind. Back in the present, Adelia reveals the truth to Adrian. Agnes Byrne was a legendary swordswoman, and because Adelia is descended from her, there may be a chance that she carries the potential to inherit the incredible martial spirit hymn Agnes left for later generations. Adrian is visibly stunned by the revelation, his expression tightening as his mind struggles to accept what he has just heard. Adelia's ancestor was not merely someone skilled with a blade. She was a legendary swordswoman powerful enough to leave a martial spirit hymn behind for those who came after her. But Adelia does not let that sense of wonder linger for long. She draws the conversation back to the reality standing in front of them, warning that if she truly wants to wield a hymn of that level, she will have to grow far beyond the limits of who she is now.
When the conversation shifts toward Adrian's thoughts on the hymn, he hesitates. The words seemed to catch in his throat, and behind his eyes, countless thoughts moved too quickly for him to give an answer right away.
His gaze drops, and a troubled expression settles across his face. Adrian struggles to find the proper response, faltering over his words before he can fully say what is weighing so heavily on his mind. Adelia lowers her eyes as she considers the path waiting ahead of her. Her voice is quiet, almost thoughtful, but there is clear determination hidden underneath it as she wonders what might happen if she could truly become a knight. Inside her mind, the image of a smaller, younger Adrian suddenly flashes into view. That memory strengthens her resolve even further, making her imagine more clearly what it would mean if she truly stood as a knight. Then Adelia turns with clear purpose, her red robes shifting around her as she begins to walk away. Before she leaves, she gives Adrian one practical piece of advice. If he cannot figure it out right now, then he should try again later. Adelia walks past Adrian while he remains seated in place, still trapped inside his own thoughts, with a half-finished glass of wine resting nearby. But just as she starts to move away, her steps suddenly slow, as though doubt or perhaps a new decision has caught her in place. She pivots sharply, her expression now filled with sincere conviction, and calls out to His Highness. Then she clasps her hands together in a gesture of deep respect and firm resolve, declaring with all the strength she can gather that she will become one. Adrian's eyes widen at once. The sudden force and sincerity behind Adelia's vow catch him completely off guard, leaving him frozen for a moment as he takes in the weight of what she has just declared. Before them, a magnificent ancient sword slowly begins to take shape, glowing with a soft, otherworldly light. It feels as though the very essence of martial deeds has been pulled into form right before their eyes. Martial spirit hymns often begin in grand, dramatic ways, like the powerful call of a trumpet ringing across a battlefield. But some legendary hymns are born from something much simpler and quieter, like a single firm step taken forward across an open field. Adrian can only stare in stunned silence. His eyes widen as the meaning behind what he is hearing crashes into him all at once, leaving him unable to find even a single word in response. Those extraordinary hymns often begin with a sincere and unshakable oath. It is just like the moment Adelia knelt before him and pledged her entire life to His Highness with every ounce of resolve she possessed. A vow like that is not simply a handful of words spoken in a heated moment. It is a binding declaration of loyalty, strong enough to change the direction of a person's entire life from that point onward. The prince looks down at his hand, still trying to understand the weight of devotion that deep. At the same time, he searches for the meaning behind the power such a vow may have awakened. Then a thought strikes Adrian with sudden force. Could this be something like Adelia's martial spirit hymn? The instant that question forms in his mind, a fresh surge of power erupts before him. Golden light bursts outward from a hand, pulsing with fierce, living energy. The air around it seems to tremble under the sudden release, as though the power itself is announcing that it has finally arrived. As that radiant energy gathers together and takes shape, a brand new martial spirit hymn is born right before their eyes. The oath made manifest rises like a glowing mystical tree, bright, alive, and undeniable proof that something truly powerful has come into existence. This was not the kind of martial spirit hymn that simply stirred quietly in the shadows and faded into the background. A clear confirmation blazed before Adrian's eyes as the newborn power finally settled into a recognizable shape. A normal-grade martial spirit hymn, the hymn of domination, had been forged. Adrian could only stare in silence at the glowing orb pulsing in his palm, its force so sudden and violent that even he was shaken by the way it had forced itself into existence. Taylor, however, did not shrink back from the power that had just been born. Still, kneeling where he was, his posture unwavering and his resolve unbroken, he accepted the emergence of this new martial spirit hymn without resistance, even though claiming such a power meant bearing the suffocating burden of absolute submission entirely on his own shoulders. Elsewhere in the city, Adelia drew in a sharp breath, the realization striking her so suddenly it felt like a blow to the chest. She could hardly make sense of it at first. A descendant of the Vale Marquis had actually created a hymn built around subordination, and the weight of that truth left her momentarily stunned. Adrian did not stay frozen in surprise for long. The shock in his eyes quickly faded, replaced by a sharper, more calculating look, because even though this situation had arrived without warning, He understood almost immediately that this newly awakened power might become a valuable card in his hand if he learned how to use it correctly. He lowered his eyes toward his hand, watching as a faint, almost otherworldly glow still lingered against his skin. Deep within himself, Adrian could feel the seed of that martial spirit hymn settling into place, slowly taking root inside his very being like something alive that had only just begun to grow. A knowing smile slowly formed on Adelia's lips, carrying a confidence sharp enough to feel almost wicked. Behind that expression, her mind was already moving, quietly calculating how Adrian's newly awakened power could be fitted into the larger plans beginning to take shape around them. When Adrian turned back toward Taylor, the harshness in his expression softened just a little, and he offered a simple but genuine word of thanks. Even so, the mystery of this strange new power still hung heavily in the air, while Adelia watched from across the table, her meal untouched before her, as a quiet tension settled over the room. Concern gathered openly across Adelia's face. Her eyes remained fixed on Adrian, studying him with careful intensity, as though she were trying to read every faint change in his expression and understand what kind of turmoil was moving beneath his silence. Adrian sat across from her, still clearly worn down by everything he had gone through. His thoughts kept circling without rest, because although he knew for certain that a new power had been born inside him, he still could not understand what purpose it held or how it was meant to help him. Several days passed after that, and beneath a clear, flawless sky, the grand castle stood in solemn silence. Yet, even as time continued to move forward, Adrian remained trapped in the same unanswered questions, unable to fully grasp the nature of the power now resting within him. He listened carefully to the voice speaking from somewhere outside his view, keeping his expression so perfectly controlled that not even the slightest trace of his thoughts appeared on his face. Standing before the majestic throne as Prince Ian, Adrian answered Queen Margarita with calm restraint, assuring her that he was fine. Nearby, Adelia remained at his side, watching the exchange closely and catching every word with sharp, silent attention. But inside Adrian's mind, nothing about the situation felt simple or calm. To him, facing a true enemy on a battlefield would have been far easier than trying to untangle the far more complicated question of who he really was. Queen Margarita was wrestling with difficult thoughts of her own. After all, dealing with people who believed they had some rightful claim over Adrian's very essence was far more troublesome than standing against an enemy she could see, name, and strike down. Then a question was set before Adrian, cutting cleanly through all the hesitation in the room and striking straight at the heart of the matter. Did he resent his uncle? Adelia seemed to understand the pain hidden beneath that question, and she made it clear that she was not asking because she wanted to wound him. She knew how harshly he had been treated. But Adrian answered with cool restraint, saying that he did not truly resent him. Adelia could not accept that answer so easily. She challenged him directly, asking how he could possibly feel nothing after enduring his uncle's constant severity and endless scolding, even calling his denial an obvious lie. Adrian, however, simply shook his head and repeated with steady calm that he truly did not resent him. With his gaze steady and unmoving, Adrian held his ground even more firmly. He insisted that those feelings simply did not exist inside him, refusing to let even the smallest crack appear in his answer. And yet, beneath that composed expression, something far more dangerous was stirring in silence. The inner demon planted within him on that fateful day had stripped away his pride and twisted the truth inside him, leaving Adrian to carry a monstrous burden that no one else in the room could see. That dark seed was a vicious gift left behind from that day, buried deep inside him like a curse waiting for the right moment to awaken. Adrian understood that if he failed to overcome it, the thing inside him would one day surge out and consume him completely. Even with that threat pressing heavily on him, Adrian forced himself to remain focused. He took in every word with intense attention, while beneath the calm mask he showed the room, a steady determination continued to burn. Adelia continued, explaining that Adrian's uncle had been deeply trusted by the emperor, even though he had always been rough, stubborn, and difficult by nature. In that sense, she said, he was entirely different from Adrian himself. She pushed Adrian to look at the situation from a broader angle. Without that harsh and rough edge, she argued, his uncle might have become a complete fool, the kind of reckless man who would even dare show disrespect to the emperor. A faint flicker of understanding passed across Adrian's face. He remembered how people said his uncle had possessed the emperor's heart more securely than any formal rank, official title, or public position ever could. But that fragile sense of calm could not last for long. The moment probation ended, everything collapsed into chaos, and a younger Adrian was dragged into the turmoil as orders came down to arrest him along with everyone else. Adelia wondered whether his uncle's impossible position had forced him into that twisted role, while the young Adrian's face tightened with visible anguish. Adrian raised a hand to his chin, his eyes growing darker as he turned those painful details over in his mind. But instead of giving an answer right away, he stayed silent, allowing the weight of the thought to settle fully inside him. Rather than speak, he turned his gaze toward the window and let out a heavy sigh, with his hands clasped together. Adrian remained lost in thought, while the conversation and the memories it had stirred continued to circle endlessly through his mind. One question burned in Adrian's mind more sharply than all the others. Why would that man, of all people, go so far for him? Before he could sink any deeper into that question, the old scholar Niccolo Marchiadel called out to the prince, his expression grave and serious, but Gruhorn's answer came immediately, sharp enough to cut straight through the room. Without the slightest hesitation, he interrupted Niccolo with open defiance, refusing to let the old scholar continue unchallenged. Nearby, Adelia Byron watched the tense exchange unfold in front of her, and the only thought crossing her mind was that the atmosphere around them was becoming more uncomfortable with every passing second. Niccolo continued to press the issue, his voice growing heavier as each word left his mouth. He warned that if neither side was willing to yield, then the fragile peace between humans and demons would be shattered. His voice rose almost into a shout as he asked whether the prince was truly prepared to face that outcome, reminding him that he had only just returned. The tension in the room climbed higher with every sentence, but Gruhorn refused to back down, snapping that he had not even begun yet and that no one should dare try to toy with him. Although Gruhorn still appeared young on the outside, his mind was already moving far beyond what his age would suggest. He had gathered more than enough information to understand the board laid out before him, as well as the pieces that were now being moved across it. For a brief moment, Niccolo looked almost defeated as he apologized, saying that he could not simply allow this matter to continue unchecked. But then his posture shifted and he offered a different path, telling Gruhorn that if the prince was truly determined to move forward, then he would stand with him. Niccolo then laid out his condition with perfect clarity. Gruhorn would first have to face a series of trials, and only after proving himself worthy would the old scholar lend him the full weight of his power. Gruhorn's expression curved into a confident, almost predatory smirk. His answer came smoothly, with a chilling ease that made his confidence impossible to miss, as he said that he liked the sound of that. Niccolo slammed a book down onto the table, the heavy impact echoing sharply through the room. Gruhorn's conviction burned in his eyes as he declared that humans always had to be watched carefully, because the moment they were shown too much leniency, they would begin exploiting it. Niccolo's eyes widened ever so slightly. Whether he wanted to admit it or not, he was forced to recognize just how coldly accurate the prince's judgment of humanity truly was. Then Niccolo pushed the book forward across the table, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. He promised that Gruhorn would find the book's cold economic analysis of human-demon relations rather interesting. The argument written inside the book was brutally direct. It claimed that the Mana Protection Act had been nothing more than a complete deception, one that benefited only the demons while turning them into idle burdens carried by humanity. Niccolo's words struck exactly where he intended, and the young prince could not dismiss the logic so easily. In the end, he conceded that every relationship, no matter how noble it appeared on the surface, was ultimately built on exchange between both sides. The scholar dug even deeper into the text, pointing out important sections with careful precision as he strengthened his argument piece by piece. Outside the room, the sun slowly sank toward the horizon, stretching long shadows across the magnificent castle. Niccolo turned his attention back to the prince, with the heavy book resting between them like silent proof of everything he had just explained. Its mere presence seemed to add weight to the conversation, as though the argument inside it was still pressing down on the room. Gruhorn let out a surprised breath, caught slightly off guard by the direction the discussion had taken. Niccolo, however, only smiled with calm patience and said that he would wait for the prince's decision. The prince lowered his gaze, staring quietly at his own hand as if the answer might somehow be written in the lines of his palm. Then the truth behind the entire exchange settled over him, and a dry laugh slipped from his lips. This had never been a simple lesson at all. From the beginning, it had been a masterful display of manipulation. That old man really was sly, Adrian thought to himself, and despite everything that had just happened, a faint smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. Meanwhile, Niccolo remained as cautious and calculating as ever, quietly considering what move the first prince would choose next. Niccolo Marchiadel stood within the lavish chamber, his expression calm enough to reveal nothing. Behind that composed face, however, his sharp mind remained hidden, turning over possibilities that no one else in the room could see. Inwardly, Niccolo reflected that this prince was nothing like the rumors had claimed. And as time continued to pass beneath the brilliant sun, that thought lingered in the air like the opening move of a far more complicated game. Once Adrian Leonberg finally returned to his own room, the tension in his body seemed to loosen all at once. His shoulders sank heavily, as if he had been dragging the entire palace on his back, and a long, exhausted sigh slipped from his lips, carrying with it every annoyance, every hidden scheme, and every troublesome matter that had been pressing down on him. Without even bothering to sit properly, Adrian let himself fall across the bed, sprawling out like someone who had run out of energy and patience at the same time. Niccolo Marchiadel remained nearby, quiet and attentive, and for a while the room stayed completely silent, until Adrian finally broke it with a dull, lifeless mutter, admitting that he was so bored he could hardly endure it anymore. No matter how reluctant Adrian was to acknowledge it, the truth was becoming harder to ignore. Niccolo was not the terrifying monster those vicious rumors had made him out to be. But even after realizing that, Adrian understood one thing clearly: acting as if nothing had happened, or covering everything up with flimsy excuses, would only make the damage from the past look even worse. And yet, after all that had happened between them, Niccolo was still standing there beside him. He did not rush Adrian, did not demand answers, and did not force the conversation forward. He simply waited with that calm, steady patience of his. For the first time Adrian could remember, a strange discomfort pressed lightly against his chest, a small, unfamiliar feeling of guilt that stubbornly refused to fade. Adrian slowly turned his eyes toward Niccolo, his lazy expression sharpening into something more focused. He asked what they were supposed to do next, and then, as if deciding there was no point in stretching out the silence any further, he gave the command in a clear, direct voice, telling Niccolo to bring the man inside. Several days had already passed since the last duel, and during that time, an uneasy calm had settled over everything. But Adrian could sense that the pause had finally run out. The moment he had been waiting for had arrived. Niccolo Marchiadel, always watchful and careful with even the smallest reaction, seemed to understand it too. This meeting had been postponed for long enough, and now there was no avoiding it. But the moment Adrian found himself directly facing the newcomer, something in his expression shifted. A faint uneasiness crossed his face before he could fully hide it, and for just a brief instant his gaze darkened enough to reveal that even Adrian was not completely unaffected by the person standing in front of him. The atmosphere inside the room grew heavier as the imposing figure stood there, motionless and unyielding, his cold gaze fixed straight on Adrian. There was no softness in those eyes at all. Adrian could see it immediately. The resentment had not disappeared. Beneath that quiet exterior, old hatred was still burning, the kind of hatred carved deep by a painful history that had never truly healed. The man did not speak a single word. He offered no greeting, no accusation, and no explanation. But that silence was anything but empty. It weighed on the room like a physical pressure, making it feel as though every unsaid complaint and every buried grievance was suspended in the air between him and Adrian. Under that wordless weight, Adrian felt his chest tighten. For once, the usual arrogance in his face softened, and his gaze lowered slightly. Then, with an expression gentler than anyone might have expected from him, he let out a quiet apology, simple, sincere, and unmistakably real. A sharp spark of fury flashed through the visitor's eye, as though every painful consequence caused by the prince's foolishness had surged back up in an instant. Looking down at Adrian, he spoke in a voice that cut cleanly through the still room, firm and unwavering. He declared that he regretted nothing, not a single decision, not one action, not even for a moment. Those ruthless words should have struck Adrian like a blow. Yet, strangely, instead of feeling wounded by them, Adrian felt a quiet sense of relief settle over him. Seeing that the man had not bowed, had not softened, and had not changed after everything that had happened, gave Adrian a strange satisfaction he could not fully put into words. Then his uncle's voice cut sharply through the room, forcing Adrian to face the memory of what he had done in the past, especially the capture of his own brother Andrew. But Adrian showed almost no reaction. Rather than flinching from that anger, he met it with a calm, composed look and simply asked what his uncle wanted from him. His uncle's scarred face remained completely rigid, as if it had been carved out of stone and left there unmoving. But his eyes told a different story. They burned with fierce, stubborn intensity, filled with anger and determination that showed no sign of weakening or softening any time soon. Then, with desperation barely hidden beneath his voice, the older man offered Adrian anything he might demand. His arm, his eye, or whatever else would be enough to satisfy him, he was willing to give it. But Adrian only waved the offer away with careless disdain, as though those sacrifices were nothing more than useless scraps, asking what he was supposed to do with junk like that. For a short moment, Adrian simply stared at him in silence. Then the corner of his mouth slowly lifted, and a small, knowing smirk appeared on his face, making it clear that he had already decided exactly how this conversation was going to unfold. With shameless confidence written plainly across his expression, Adrian leaned into the moment and announced that, whether they believed it or not, he was actually being generous this time. He made his position perfectly clear. From this point forward, the conditions would be decided by him and no one else. And before anyone in the room could cut in, object, or attempt to redirect the conversation, Adrian declared that he would be the one to state his demand first. Then Adrian turned his attention toward his uncle with a surprisingly casual air, as if the room had not just been filled with bitter tension moments earlier. Instead of pressing further into the confrontation, he brought up something no one seemed to expect at all, an outing beyond the palace. His uncle immediately stiffened, the tension from their earlier exchange still clear in his posture. Without the slightest hesitation, he pushed back against the idea and reminded Adrian that even if his probation had already ended, that did not mean he was suddenly free to wander outside the capital wherever he pleased. Adrian only gave him a confident grin, brushing the warning aside as if it were hardly worth worrying about. He explained that he was not trying to run off on some reckless journey to a distant region. All he wanted was to travel a short distance beyond the walls of the capital. He laid out the plan plainly, without making it sound more complicated than it was. Of course, the arrangements would take some time to prepare, but with the upcoming banquet drawing closer, that event would create the perfect opening for him to leave properly and avoid causing any unnecessary commotion. His uncle's face carried the tired expression of someone who already understood that this argument had been lost before it was even finished. After a heavy, reluctant pause, he finally nodded and promised that once the schedule had been settled, he would contact Adrian with the details. Adrian responded as if he were the one holding complete authority over the room, simply telling his uncle to make sure the arrangements were handled properly. Then his uncle, still wearing that unreadable look, kept his eyes fixed on Adrian for a moment longer. Studying him carefully, he asked what Adrian was actually planning to do with this outing in the first place. Adrian paused, his expression turning thoughtful, as though he were quietly deciding how much of the truth he should reveal. But before he could give a proper answer, his uncle hesitated first, beginning in a low and cautious voice with a drawn-out, uncertain, "Well." A sly grin slowly spread across Adrian's face, giving his expression a mischievous spark. He admitted that the idea had come to him suddenly, almost out of nowhere, but said he had simply reached the point where he could no longer ignore his curiosity about what lay beyond the palace walls. Even as Adrian said those words aloud, his thoughts were already turning in another direction. The Count's broken promise had unexpectedly handed him a useful opening, and Adrian had every intention of taking that chance and squeezing every possible advantage from it. Still, even while his mind drifted toward the next scheme forming in the background, Adrian could not completely ignore a faint trace of pity for the stubborn old man in front of him. After all, Adrian's own troublesome behavior had clearly dragged the man into far more problems than anyone would have wanted. Before Adrian could sink any deeper into those thoughts, his uncle's voice broke through and pulled him back to the present. He demanded to know what Adrian found so amusing, then pointed out that lately the prince had been looking a little too cheerful for comfort. Adrian answered with nothing more than a vague hum, keeping his expression loose and giving away almost nothing. His uncle, meanwhile, continued to address him with the proper respect owed to a prince, even though the tension between them had not fully disappeared. Then the older man finally delivered the news Adrian had been waiting for. The letter had arrived at last. A clean, untouched letter was brought before Adrian, neatly presented as though it had been handled with care from the moment it arrived. Its seal was pressed firmly shut, with vivid red wax, the bold emblems standing out at once, and making it clear that whatever waited inside was not ordinary. The message inside was brief, almost unexpectedly so, but the meaning behind those few words landed with real weight. The sender wrote that they had recently achieved a small accomplishment, a modest phrase on the surface, yet one that carried the unmistakable force of victory. And the one who had sent that message was a fierce woman with long, dark hair and brilliant blue eyes blazing with power. Her armored figure stood surrounded by raw, crackling energy, while electric blue light surged around her razor-sharp blade, humming like a storm gathered just before release. With those bright blue eyes burning intensely and her dark hair flowing around her, she declared that it seemed they would soon be able to meet Adrian. Until that long-awaited day finally arrived, she hoped he would stay safe and remain in good health. That powerful message had been sent by none other than Arwen Kurgan. As Adrian held the letter in his hand, a subtle smile appeared on his face. The timing was almost too perfect, and 5 days later his uncle came to him with news that suited his plans even better. Then, only 2 days after that, the long-awaited departure finally began. Carriages rolled forward in formation, guards rode out with thunderous force, and the entire procession passed through the castle gates with all the weight, order, and presence expected of a royal journey. From inside his carriage, Adrian leaned slightly toward the window and looked out at his uncle. He asked where they were actually going, reminding him that the original explanation had made it sound as though they were only stopping by to visit Ellen County. Somewhere nearby, his uncle stood with that same stern, knowing expression fixed on his face. In a dry tone, he remarked that Adrian truly was the kind of person who could not remain still for even a single moment. Adrian pressed him for a real answer, clearly in no mood to settle for vague remarks. He urged his uncle to stop circling around the subject, explain the details already, and then get back inside the carriage instead of standing there dragging things out. Ellen County was far from an ordinary territory hidden somewhere on the map. It was known throughout the royal court as the greatest center of weapon production, a land built around steel, skilled craftsmanship, and the military power that came from both. Deep within its borders lay rich iron mines that produced ore of exceptional quality. It was exactly the sort of raw material any army would desperately want, because from that metal came the foundation for powerful weapons strong enough to support an entire military force, and the mines were only part of its value. Ellen County was also home to a legendary guild of blacksmiths, craftsmen, waiting there with the skill to turn that precious iron into weapons, capable of changing the flow of a battlefield. With a sly grin spreading across his face, Adrian's uncle announced that no matter which angle they looked at it from, everything about this place was absolutely perfect. Adrian, however, looked genuinely thrown off by the explanation. He admitted that all he had wanted was to patrol the borders and take a proper look around the royal armory, not get pulled into something that sounded far more complicated. His uncle bowed deeply and asked His Highness for forgiveness, but then calmly delivered the real blow. This matter had been issued as a royal order, which meant that any discussion about weapons was completely off the table from the beginning. Adrian grumbled quietly under his breath, admitting that when he thought about his uncle's position, the explanation did make sense. But behind that irritated expression, his mind had already started working again, silently searching for another way forward. A fierce glint sharpened in Adrian's eyes as one clear conclusion settled in his mind. If he truly wanted to get his hands on a proper weapon, then sooner or later he would have no choice but to storm the royal palace and take one himself. With that bold thought still lingering in his head, the journey continued onward. The carriage wheels kept turning. The guards rode steadily alongside them, and Adrian sat quietly inside, deep in thought, already beginning to shape the next move he would make. Meanwhile, Vale Bollerhard kept himself close enough to watch Adrian carefully, without making his scrutiny too obvious. His aged, sharp eyes followed even the smallest changes in the prince's expression, and the more he observed him, the clearer it became that his nephew was not simply a spoiled royal acting on random whims, Beneath that difficult attitude and troublesome behavior, there was a surprisingly sharp mind quietly working behind the mask. But the road ahead was not filled only with quiet strategies and clever calculations. Inside the cramped carriage, Adrian had already reached the limit of his patience, irritated by the stuffy air and the uncomfortable ride pressing in around him. He snapped for someone to close the window, but Vale Ballarhard rejected the order immediately, without even pretending to consider it. Whether they suffered in the carriage or endured the dust and wind on horseback, the brutal 20-day journey had only just begun. Their route stretched far into the distance, with Ellen County waiting as their first temporary stop along the way. It would only be a short pause, not a true destination, because after leaving that place, they still had to push through another difficult 2-day march before finally arriving at Iron Lion Castle. That stop was supposed to give the entire group a chance to catch their breath, recover from the punishment of the road, and gather enough strength before they eventually turned back toward the capital. But Adrian could not bring himself to care about the practical purpose behind it. At that moment, all he could feel was the miserable, suffocating frustration of being trapped inside the carriage. For 3 entire days, Adrian had been shut inside that same carriage, boxed in by the narrow space, and forced to sit in one cramped position while the walls seemed to press closer around him. There was barely enough room to stretch his legs, let alone move in a way that felt even slightly comfortable. And the endless rattling of the carriage was only one part of the torture. Sitting across from him was someone so unbearably dull that even the silence between them became heavy and uncomfortable. The quiet did not feel peaceful at all. It felt awkward, stiff, and almost painful to sit through. At last, Adrian's patience finally snapped. With boredom digging into him and irritation tightening around his temples, he decided that before anything else could be done, he needed to turn his attention inward and check the actual condition of his own body. The moment he examined himself, the answer became painfully obvious. Ever since using the sword of true Gruhorn, the mana inside his body had been drained to an alarming degree, leaving him nearly empty, as if the very bottom of his power had been scraped clean. Faint blue glow began to gather around Adrian's body, but it was thin and unstable, flickering weakly like a flame about to go out. That fragile light made it painfully clear just how much mana had been torn from him during his previous use of power. There was no way around it anymore. Adrian had to rebuild the mana he had lost. He drew his attention deep into himself, shutting out the discomfort of the carriage, as he prepared to search for every last trace of mana still hidden somewhere within his body. He narrowed his focus until the road, the carriage, and even the people around him seemed to fade away. All that remained was the hollow space inside him, and Adrian began filling it piece by piece, determined not to let even the smallest spark of usable power escape his grasp. Slow, steady waves of blue energy began to ripple around him. As Adrian pulled buried fragments of mana from the depths of his body, the weak glow gradually grew stronger, pulsing with a steadier rhythm and giving off far more life than it had before. Then, in the middle of that concentration, a thought suddenly cut across Adrian's mind. If he could completely fill his mana heart in its current condition, then the possibilities ahead of him would be almost absurd, far greater than anything he had originally expected. All at once, a powerful shock rushed through Adrian's entire body. His eyes snapped open wide, and for a brief moment his expression froze in pure disbelief as the realization struck him with no warning at all. One stunned question rang through his mind with overwhelming force. When had his mana leaked out and spread this badly? The amount of energy moving through his body was far beyond what he had imagined, as if his flesh and veins were still carrying the residue of some ridiculously powerful magical feat. And then, just as suddenly, the answer became perfectly clear. This overwhelming change, this impossible expansion inside him, had come from one thing and one thing only: the sword of true Gruhorn. His mana heart had not merely recovered from the exhaustion it had suffered. It had grown larger, expanded beyond its former limits, and risen to a completely different level. Adrian could feel that transformation spreading throughout his body, reshaping him from the inside like the foundation of his strength had been rebuilt. Because of that change, his body was no longer restricted to the amount of mana it had once been able to hold. The vessel inside him had widened, opening up enough space to contain far more power than before. Adrian had finally crossed into the sword expert stage. With that breakthrough, an entirely new condition for his strength opened before him, changing the path of his growth and revealing possibilities that had not been available to him until now. And that was not the only benefit. The restrictions on some of the authorities Adrian had recovered were beginning to loosen as well. The tight limits that had previously held those powers back were easing, allowing him to access them with a greater degree of freedom. Among all those awakened powers, the legendary Gruhorn sword authority had advanced the most dramatically. Its level had risen with unmistakable force, standing above the rest with a presence so sharp and powerful that Adrian could not possibly ignore it. As the messages faded away from his sight, Adrian's attention was no longer on the road beyond the carriage. He was lounging back against a plush couch, completely absorbed in what hovered above his hands. Two tiny glowing figures, strange miniature forms born from his own power. Watching them float there, he let out a low sound of genuine interest. Adrian leaned his gaze closer to the miniature versions of himself, studying the way each small figure shimmered faintly over his palm. The sight was so unusual, so strangely fascinating, that a quiet, impressed sound slipped from him before he could hold it back. Then a confident smile slowly spread across Adrian's face, carrying an edge that looked almost dangerous. His fingers curled into a fist, and the thrill of newly awakened power seemed to hum through his entire body, making the air around him feel charged with possibility. After breaking past his old limits and reaching a new level of strength, Adrian Leon Burke finally arrived at a breathtaking estate. Its grand, classical architecture rose proudly over the surrounding land, elegant yet massive, giving the entire place the presence of a household built on wealth, authority, and long-standing prestige. Inside the estate, a young man was already waiting to receive him. The moment Adrian entered, the young man bowed deeply, lowering his head with careful respect, and every word he spoke carried the polished courtesy of someone honored to welcome a prince into his home. The young man introduced himself as Torrance Ellen, the eldest son of the Ellen family. With refined manners and a composed posture, he stepped forward and formally welcomed Adrian into their household as their honored guest. As they began moving through the estate, Adrian gave a brief word of thanks for the hospitality. Torrance, acting every bit like a proper host, immediately assumed that the long journey must have exhausted the prince and offered to guide him straight to his room so he could rest. Adrian listened in silence as they walked, his face remaining calm and difficult to read. There was almost nothing in his expression to reveal whether he was tired, interested, annoyed, or already turning his thoughts towards something else entirely. But Adrian had not forgotten for even a second what kind of place this estate was. Ellen County was famous as a major center of weapon production, so from the moment he stepped inside, his attention naturally began drifting toward the weapons displayed throughout the estate. Unfortunately, most of the weapons placed around him were clearly meant to impress the eye rather than serve any real purpose in battle. They shone beautifully and looked expensive on display, but Adrian could tell they were polished decorations, not true battlefield tools. Somewhere beyond all that flashy, useless gear, he still had to find the one special item he had actually come looking for. With that goal fixed firmly in his mind, Adrian sharpened his focus. He pushed aside the distractions created by the elegant halls and gleaming displays, locking his attention onto a single mission: find the crucial item hidden somewhere inside this estate. Nearby, Torrance turned toward an older attendant and asked whether the Blacksmiths' Guild had really taken control of that particular area. The attendant answered carefully that they had indeed done so, but the hesitation in his voice made it obvious that there was more behind the matter than he wanted to say openly. Adrian caught that exchange immediately. The instant the blacksmiths were mentioned, his attention shifted away from the decorative weapons around him and locked onto the area connected to the guild instead. He did not wait for permission, nor did he bother asking for a long explanation. Adrian was already moving in that direction, walking with the kind of decisiveness that made it clear his choice had been made the very moment he heard the word blacksmith. The attendant hurried after him, quickly trying to warn him before things went too far. He explained that blacksmiths were not easy people to handle. They were stubborn, difficult, and rough around the edges, and Adrian should not expect them to welcome him warmly just because he carried the title of prince. Adrian accepted the warning without looking especially surprised by it. He already understood the nature of craftsmen like them. Once people like that became absorbed in their work, they would not easily tear their attention away, not even if a noble lord stood directly in front of them. He understood exactly what the attendant was trying to say. These blacksmiths were known for being as hard-headed as the iron they struck beneath their hammers. But Adrian also knew something else. True craftsmanship was worth respecting, and when dealing with masters of their craft, respect sometimes had to be shown with a generous hand. The moment Adrian stepped into the guild, a wave of scorching heat slammed into him head-on like a solid wall. All around the vast space, furnaces roared with furious intensity, and sudden bursts of flame flashed through the air, painting the workshop in fierce, violent light. The attendant had to raise his voice just to be heard over the thunder of the forge. He warned Adrian that the heat inside was unbearable and that they could leave if His Highness found it too difficult to endure. But around them, the blacksmiths kept hammering glowing metal without pause, filling the guild with the wild rhythm of steel, fire, sweat, and flying sparks. Adrian, however, did not retreat even one step. He stood calmly in the middle of the blistering air, his gaze steady and his determination unmoved, while the endless clang of hammers echoed around him like the beating heart of something being forged from raw flame. Torrance Ellen glanced toward him with clear concern, his eyes lingering on Adrian's face as if trying to judge how much longer the prince could stand it. Without saying the thought aloud, he seemed to wonder whether Adrian could truly endure such a harsh, overwhelming place. The flames continued to roar higher, flooding the entire blacksmith's guild in a fierce red-orange glow. The light flickered across the walls, the tools, and the sweating workers until the forge seemed less like an ordinary workshop and more like the heart of an inferno. Adrian stood in the center of that suffocating heat as if the fire had swallowed him whole. Yet the resolve burning in his eyes looked even brighter than the flames surrounding him, untouched by the pressure pressing in from every side. All around him, the blacksmiths continued their labor with relentless force. Their hammers rose and fell again and again, every heavy strike carrying the weight of tireless effort, trained skill, and absolute concentration. And there, in the middle of all that roaring chaos, Adrian Leon Burke remained exactly where he stood. He endured the oppressive heat without backing away, his gaze fixed forward with an intensity that refused to waver. Then, through the endless roar of flames and the crashing rhythm of metal, one sound rang out more clearly than all the others. It was a clean, perfect strike, so sharp, precise, and unmistakable that it instantly caught Adrian's attention. The hammer kept falling, and every impact carried the unmistakable control of a true master at work. Then, after another measured strike, the smith pulled himself back from the forge for a brief moment, releasing a quiet breath as his eyes noticed a new presence nearby. Standing before the forge was an ancient blacksmith, his body illuminated by firelight and raw strength as he worked with terrifying focus. The hand gripping his hammer seemed almost wrapped in flame, revealing the tremendous power contained in every single blow he delivered. Adrian's eyes suddenly blazed with golden light as realization struck him all at once. This was the one. In that instant, a burning memory rose from deep within him, the image of a roaring inferno, the sight of a legendary sword, and the very first thing he could remember. Back in the present, Adrian Leon Burke stood deep inside the very center of the blacksmith's guild, with sweat slowly trailing down the side of his face. The heat pressed in on him from every direction, thick and relentless, while the entire workshop roared around him like one enormous furnace filled with raging flames, glowing metal, and a violent force that seemed powerful enough to make the air itself tremble. Adelia Byron, standing close at Adrian's side as his loyal attendant, noticed the change in him almost right away. Her gaze lingered on the sweat forming across his face, and although she did not speak immediately, the quiet worry in her eyes made it obvious that she was paying careful attention to his condition. Adrian only gave a short, dismissive sound, brushing off her concern as if the heat was nothing worth mentioning. To him, admitting that the forge was getting to him seemed even more irritating than enduring the sweltering air itself. A brief sigh slipped from his mouth as his eyes moved across the burning guild. In that single glance he took in everything, the rushing flames, the sparks flying through the air, and the non-stop thunder of hammers crashing down against steel. The blacksmith's guild was overflowing with movement, noise, and heat. Craftsmen hurried across the floor in every direction, their hammers falling in a deafening rhythm, while the forges breathed out wave after wave of scorching fire into air that was already almost impossible to endure. Then heavy footsteps began echoing through the vast hall, loud enough to cut through even the roar of the forge. From among the workers, a man forced his way forward, then lowered himself deeply before Adrian and offered his formal respects to the prince. Adelia quickly leaned in closer to Adrian and explained in a low voice who the man was. The one standing before them was Saxon, the master craftsman who stood at the top of the entire blacksmith's guild and commanded the place like its true ruler. But Adrian Leonberg was barely paying attention to the formal greeting. His gaze had already been captured by the forge itself, the molten glow of heated metal, the spray of sparks bursting into the air, and the fierce power radiating from the work unfolding right in front of him. Before Adrian could even react, Saxon suddenly erupted in anger. His booming voice rolled across the guild as he shouted that the prince should be treated with proper respect, barking at the man in front of him like a furious master scolding a reckless troublemaker. Adrian simply looked down at the enraged guildmaster, showing no fear or surprise at all. Then, with a voice so cold and calm that it cut cleanly through the forge's chaos, he made one blunt comment. The man was loud. Saxon froze where he stood, suddenly struck silent. His expression twisted with disbelief, as though he could not understand how the prince had just answered his fury with such a flat, fearless remark. On the nearby anvil, a heated bar of metal continued to glow fiercely. Its surface pulsed with raw, untamed heat, as if it had swallowed the fire from the furnace itself and was still struggling to hold all that burning power inside. Adrian kept his eyes fixed on that glowing bar, and the longer he watched, the more clearly he understood what was happening. Even after all their preparations, the blacksmiths were still struggling to control the heat, and what made it worse was that they were carrying out a process he had never ordered. Saxon snapped back without yielding an inch, his temper still burning hot. He told Adrian that unless the prince intended to step in and manage the furnace himself, then he should stop standing around and getting in the way of their work. Around them, the other blacksmiths kept pushing through the job, hardly slowing down despite the confrontation unfolding nearby. One of them shouted urgently over the noise, calling for his partner to hurry up and bring the tools. Adrian ignored Saxon's anger as if it had no weight at all. His gaze dropped toward the forge, and then, in a calm voice no one in the guild expected to hear from him, he gave a simple command: step on the pedal. His eyes locked onto the furnace with sharp and unwavering focus. In that instant, Adrian's silence no longer felt like mere curiosity. It felt more like a cold judgment settling over the entire workshop, pressing down on everyone inside it. The forge answered with a violent roar. Flames surged upward in a furious burst, while hammer strikes thundered one after another, each impact falling into a relentless rhythm filled with raw, crushing strength. With every blow, sparks burst outward in bright, blinding showers. The sound of steel meeting steel ripped through the guild like a ringing command, sharp enough to slice through the heat, the flames, and the overwhelming noise. Adrian's attention never once left the blacksmith's movements. Each strike carried undeniable force, and as the inferno raged before him, something buried deep inside Adrian began to awaken. A piercing blue light flared in his eyes, reflecting the wild power of the forge back into the flames. The air around Adrian suddenly seemed to explode into motion. Heat, flame, and blinding light twisted together around him, forming a raging vortex that made the space feel as though it had become the center of a violent storm. Through that blazing chaos, the hammer descended again. It slammed into the incandescent metal with such overwhelming force that the impact felt heavy enough to shake the earth beneath everyone's feet. Adrian stood his ground in the middle of that inferno, his gaze still fastened on the blacksmith. The man did not hesitate for even a heartbeat, and each certain strike shaped the metal with such precision that it seemed as though he were carving destiny directly into the blade. Then, without any warning, a tremendous surge of golden energy burst around Adrian and rushed through his body. The sensation struck him so violently that it nearly left him frozen in place, and for a moment, all he could do was reel beneath that force while trying to understand what this strange feeling truly was. Inside his mind, a brutal battlefield suddenly opened beneath falling snow. Countless bodies were scattered across the frozen ground, and there lay the one once known as the demon sword Gruhorn, the legendary ancient hero himself. But for reasons Adrian could not grasp, That vision faded away, replaced by a lavish hall where Vale Ballarhard and Torrance Ellen were speaking gravely about a master craftsman who had spent 100 straight months melting and forging without rest. Torrance Ellen could not hide the confusion on his face as he listened to the story. He asked if all that impossible effort had only produced failure after failure, but Vale Ballarhard merely gave a small shrug and admitted that something like that was not so easy to judge. After all, every sword forged by that powerful white-haired smith was treated as a masterpiece. His skill had built a reputation so overwhelming that people had come to know him by a title that sounded almost legendary, the Master Smith of Swords. What made Sason even more mysterious was the strange way he worked. He would take swords that looked worthless at first glance, blades that seemed damaged beyond saving, and melt them down, yet somehow no one could fully understand how he transformed them through his craft. Then Vale Ballarhard revealed something even harder to accept. For the past month, the old smith had barely slept at all, throwing his body, spirit, and every remaining ounce of strength into the fire of the forge. Hearing that, Torrance Ellen's concern only grew heavier. He pointed out that once a craftsman was no longer young, forcing his body that far made his condition something they had to worry about much more seriously. As the two continued walking toward a magnificent building, their tense conversation carried on between them. With every step, their words drew them closer to the center of the estate and toward the mystery waiting deeper inside. Vale Ballarhard finally said it plainly. The smith was nothing less than a true craftsman. And from that point on, the prince became just as relentless. Morning after morning, Adrian came to the forge, and he refused to leave until night had completely swallowed the sky. Through all those long days, the old smith never once let his hands slow down. Like a living machine built only for forging, he continued swinging his hammer, each movement so fast, precise, and steady that it almost blurred before the eye. Adrian simply watched him in silence. He stood nearby while the forge roared with heat and the hammer crashed down with a deep, powerful clang. Then another blow followed, just as fierce, just as heavy, and just as earth-shaking as the one before it. Eventually, even the people in town became used to seeing the first prince lingering near the forge. What had once been an unbelievable sight slowly became ordinary, and before long, most of them barely reacted whenever Adrian appeared there again. Then, at last, the time came for the prince to depart. His footsteps landed with a quiet, heavy thud as he stepped away from the place where he had spent so many days silently watching the forge. Resting in his hand was a newly forged sword. Its fresh surface gleamed with a clean, sharp brilliance, catching the light in a way that made the blade look as though it had only just awakened into the world. Adrian stared down at the blade, his eyes filled with deep and unreadable thought. The immense force that had gone into its creation seemed to echo quietly inside him, leaving behind a weight he could not easily shake off. The forge blazed again, and with every thunderous clang, golden energy erupted outward in brilliant waves. The master smith poured the full weight of his power into the work, creating something that felt far beyond an ordinary weapon, something closer to a true legend taking form. But back at the estate, Adrian found himself sinking deep into his own thoughts. Too many ideas were racing through his mind at the same time, twisting together so tightly that he could not easily separate one from another. A sense of regret tightened in his chest, no matter how much he tried to push it down. More than anything, he wanted just one final chance to see the master's legendary creation before he was forced to leave. With his back turned to the lavish surroundings of the estate, Adrian carried that silent weight with him. He did not speak his desire aloud, but it showed in the heaviness of his posture and in the faint hesitation that slowed his steps. Still, duty had no intention of waiting for Adrian's feelings to settle. With a heavy heart, he gave the order to his attendants, telling them it was time to go, since there was a party scheduled for that night and they would have to depart early the next morning. What Adrian did not know was that Saxon had been watching him the entire time. From where he stood, the old master smith's expression slowly shifted, and a knowing smirk curved across his face. Deep inside, Saxon wanted the prince to see the completed sword, even if only for a single moment. The magnificent blade now shone with such extraordinary power that it seemed almost impossible for something like it to belong to this world. Just as Adrian began to walk away, a sudden shout rang out from behind him. The voice cut sharply through the moment. stopping him dead in his tracks before he could take another step. Adrian turned back and saw Saxon standing there, unmistakable pride written across the old smith's face. Saxon announced that the sword was complete, and all around them the air began to crackle with energy as quiet gasps spread through the crowd and something extraordinary started to reveal itself. With his golden hair catching the light, Adrian stared upward at the sight unfolding before him. Everyone standing nearby froze in shock, unable to tear their eyes away from the incredible scene taking shape right in front of them. Across the town, beneath the blazing glow of the setting sun, Saxon had finally brought his long labor to an end. 2 extraordinary blades, forged with overwhelming precision and power, now stood completed and ready. Saxon raised a rough, calloused hand and wiped a bead of sweat from his brow. That single weathered palm seemed to tell the whole story of the brutal labor, endurance, and immense effort he had poured into the work he had finally completed. And then, right there before everyone's eyes, the finished sword revealed itself. The newly forged blade shone with a brilliant, almost sacred radiance, its light spilling outward as if something divine had been drawn from the deepest part of the flames and given form through steel. Then came a reveal that no one standing there had been ready for. Saxon stepped forward, no longer appearing as the soot-stained blacksmith who had spent days buried in smoke and fire, but dressed in the refined clothing of a nobleman. With solemn grace and careful dignity, he lowered himself before Adrian and presented the legendary sword with both hands. He lifted the blade toward Adrian, holding it high with the weight and reverence of someone carrying something far beyond ordinary craftsmanship. His voice remained steady and powerful as he formally declared that he was dedicating this sword to His Highness. Saxon's gaze stayed fixed on Adrian's face without wavering for even a second. There was more than simple pride in his eyes. A quiet, unbreakable resolve rested there, making the moment feel even heavier, as though the sword itself had dragged fate into the space between them. Adrian and the people who had come with him could do nothing but stand there in stunned silence. The sudden turn of events had struck them completely off guard, leaving them frozen in place as the extraordinary scene unfolded right before them. The metal looked as if it still carried the heat of 1,000 burning suns inside it. That fierce power had been hammered, folded, struck, and refined over and over again until it finally took on a flawless shape worthy of the overwhelming presence it radiated. Then, with one sharp and powerful swish, the freshly forged blade was drawn free from its scabbard. In that instant, the sword showed itself completely, flashing into view with a force so commanding that every eye was pulled straight toward it. Its polished surface caught every glimmer of light around it, and reflected it back with an almost perfect brilliance. The blade did not simply shine from the outside, it looked as though a quiet, inner radiance had been sealed inside the steel itself. This was not just another weapon pulled from a forge. It was the legendary blade spoken of in the Song of the Smiths, the sword said to summon a sun-like blade and a king. And when Adrian wrapped his hand around that magnificent weapon, the balance and weight settled into his grip so naturally that it felt as though the sword had been waiting for him all along. Saxon watched Adrian closely, studying his reaction with solemn eyes. Then, with quiet confidence, the old smith finally gave the blade its name. This sword, he declared, would be called Twilight. The name Twilight might have brought to mind fading daylight, the edge of evening or darkness slowly creeping in. But in Adrian's hands, the sword did not feel like an ending at all. To him, it felt more like the first pale light of dawn breaking over the horizon. A smirk tugged at the corner of Adrian's mouth as he looked from the blade back to Saxon. With a teasing edge in his voice, he remarked that the old blacksmith had chosen surprisingly elegant words for someone who spent most of his life standing in front of a forge. Saxon seemed genuinely caught off guard by Adrian's response. For a moment, his stern and dignified composure cracked, and all he could manage was a bewildered, stumbling reply, as if the prince's casual remark had completely thrown him off balance. Then the old blacksmith let out a deep sigh, one filled with so much relief that it seemed to drain the tension from his entire body. Slowly, he raised his eyes toward Adrian, who now stood before him holding the blade that had just been born from the fire. Saxon's weathered face still carried every sign of exhaustion, every brutal hour of labor, and every flame he had endured to reach this moment. Yet beneath all that fatigue, there was now a clear glow of triumph, the look of a craftsman who had finally completed something worthy of his soul. Later, with Vale Balorhard and Adelia Bayern standing nearby, Saxon approached Adrian as if he had an important matter to discuss, but Adrian did not let him get very far. Instead, he cut the conversation short and simply told the old smith to take that matter to his uncle. Eventually, night settled over the castle, wrapping its walls, towers, and quiet courtyards in darkness. Adrian decided that he would remain there until morning, while guards kept watch along the battlements beneath the still night sky. Alone inside his room, Adrian sat quietly, but his thoughts refused to calm down. Again and again, his mind circled back to the sword, to Saxon, and to the strange, heavy meaning behind everything that had happened during its creation. While Adrian rested, Saxon stood in silence, his own thoughts fixed on the prophecy. To the old smith, this sword was deeply connected to Adrian's destiny, almost as if twilight had begun taking shape from the very moment the prince first appeared before him. Now awake. Adrian listened as Saxon continued to speak. The old smith said the sword had practically chosen the day of its own birth. Adrian's eyes narrowed slightly at those words, and with clear doubt in his voice he asked whether Saxon truly believed something like that. Adrian's expression slowly became more serious. The weight of Saxon's words settled over him, and for a brief moment he seemed to quietly measure the meaning behind everything the old smith had just revealed. He held the old man firmly, steadying him as the atmosphere between them shifted. Saxon's face changed from simple shock into dawning horror, as if some terrifying realization had finally broken through and reached the deepest part of him.
"I see,"
Saxon breathed, his eyes suddenly snapping wide open. In that instant, a frightening new understanding flashed across his face, sharp and powerful enough to change the entire air between them. Adrian's fingers tightened around the sword as Saxon's earlier words echoed again inside his mind. And now, more than ever before, Adrian felt as though he could finally understand the heavy burden the old man had been carrying in his heart. Still lying there, Saxon whispered once more in a faint, trembling voice. The words came out weak and shaken, as if the truth had only just finished settling inside him and had left his heart unsteady. For a moment, his eyes closed beneath the weight of that revelation. Then, with a sharp breath, they opened again, burning with renewed determination, as though he had finally reached the answer he had been desperately searching for. Saxon looked up at Adrian and slowly stretched one hand toward him. In a quiet but urgent voice, he asked His Highness to lend him the sword, even if only for a short moment. Adrian said nothing as he watched the old blacksmith's hand move toward Twilight's hilt. The air between them grew tense and heavy, as if the entire room had fallen still, waiting to see what would happen next. With a steady grip that carried the confidence of a man who understood steel better than anyone alive, Saxon took hold of the blade. As his rough, calloused fingers closed around the hilt, a deep realization seemed to pass through him. Then, with emotion rising beneath his voice, he gave a heartfelt plea for the future of the sword. Saxon quietly begged that this blade would one day grow to become as great as Adrian himself. His words carried the sincerity of a craftsman entrusting not just a weapon, but a piece of his own soul to the person who would carry it forward. Adrian lowered his gaze toward the sword, and the look in his eyes began to shift. The uncertainty faded, and in its place, a fierce resolve hardened across his face, turning hesitation into something firm and unshakable. His hand closed around the weapon with steady, unwavering strength. In that single grip, it was as if Adrian had already accepted the weight of what Twilight was meant to become. Then Adrian looked directly into the elder's eyes. His answer came without hesitation, filled with absolute certainty, as he declared that it certainly would. Later, Adrian stayed quietly beside Saxon, remaining there in silence as he kept watch over the exhausted old master, while the man finally allowed himself to rest. Saxon's sleeping face looked peaceful now. The tension, pride, and blazing intensity that had surrounded him in the forge had finally softened, leaving behind only the calm expression of a man whose long and difficult work had at last reached its end. Outside, beneath the wide stretch of the night sky, Vale Balorhard and Adelia Bayern continued standing watch, and through that stillness, Adrian's firm promise seemed to linger in the air like an oath that refused to fade. It certainly would. A luxurious box lined with deep red velvet snapped open, revealing twilight resting inside. Against the rich fabric, the silver blade gleamed beautifully, lying there like a royal treasure crafted with care, power, and unmistakable purpose. Torrance Ellen spoke with the smooth confidence of someone well-trained in diplomacy. He explained that the true value of any sword could only be understood once it had been tested in battle, and then, with flawless composure, suggested that it would be extremely convenient for Adrian to keep such a weapon by his side. Adrian, surprisingly calm on the surface, acted as though the issue was nothing particularly serious. He said he had only happened to come into possession of the sword and planned to offer it to his father, then warned Torrance not to misunderstand what he intended. But the moment Adrian's hand wrapped around the hilt, that calm mask slipped ever so slightly. A genuine, almost instinctive smile rose onto his face, silently revealing what he could not completely hide. This was a good sword, an excellent blade in every possible sense. Torrance remained perfectly composed, as though he had expected that reaction from the very beginning. He simply repeated that a fine sword was a gift, and that Adrian should accept it without making the matter more complicated than necessary. Then, with polished confidence and a proud lift in his tone, Torrance declared that the Ellen family's loyalty to the royal family had always been exceptional. Adrian answered with only a small, thoughtful sound, revealing almost nothing of what was going on in his mind. Torrance then smoothly brought his point to an end, saying that serving the royal family was an honor the Ellen family carried with pride. Adrian's true thoughts, however, were far more cunning than his calm expression suggested. At first, he had planned to use this flashy magic sword as bait to reclaim the master smith's real sword, but somehow the situation had shifted perfectly in his favor, and he had gained a perfectly good weapon without losing anything. Beneath the wide open sky, the journey continued onward. The cavalry surged forward at full speed, their horses pounding down the road with fierce momentum. But behind them, the carriages and wagons struggled badly, rattling and swaying as they tried and failed to keep pace with the faster riders ahead. They were already running far behind schedule, and Vale Balorhard had no intention of allowing the delay to grow any worse. With a harsh shout, he drove his troops forward, ordering them to quicken their pace and close the widening distance. Watching the knights move with such intensity, Adrian glanced toward the commotion and could not help making a casual remark. From the look of things, Vale seemed to be incredibly busy. Vale, however, looked genuinely surprised to see Adrian there at all, especially since the prince had been absent from the county for so long. Adrian quickly brushed aside the suspicion by explaining that he had been carrying out a secret mission from the king. Adrian's armor gave a faint creak as he shifted in place, the quiet sound nearly swallowed by the movement around him. At the same time, one thought settled firmly in his mind. His father, the King of Leonberg, had definitely been moving behind the scenes. Vale Balorhard explained the plan with the blunt, no-nonsense tone of a battlefield commander. They would ride straight back to the capital at a blistering pace, wasting no time and leaving no room for anyone who could not properly handle a horse. The moment Adrian heard that, his face stiffened. After one long, painfully awkward pause, he finally muttered that there was one small problem with that brilliant idea. Then Adrian stated the truth directly, without dressing it up or trying to soften the embarrassment. He had absolutely no idea how to ride a horse. For a few seconds, Vale Balorhard's expression went completely blank. Adrian's confession seemed to hit him harder than an actual attack, and a stunned silence fell between them, so heavy and awkward that no one seemed to know how to break it. Standing in front of the waiting horses, Adrian kept his face perfectly straight as he laid out the obvious truth. He reminded them, with complete seriousness, that he had once quite literally been a sword. Then Adrian turned his gaze toward the horses, looking calm but deeply unimpressed by the entire situation. And from there, he asked the only question that made sense to him: how exactly was a sword supposed to learn horseback riding? The journey toward Iron Lion Castle quickly became rougher and more chaotic than anyone would have wanted. Adrian and Taylor Tailheim were tossed through one miserable bump after another, turning what should have been a grand ride into something far less heroic and far more painful. Even with all those problems slowing them down, the group did not stop moving. They pushed forward again and again, forcing their way through every delay, every hard jolt, and every miserable obstacle that tried to drag their advance to a crawl. Adrian's face stayed locked in stubborn determination. his jaw tight and his eyes fixed straight ahead. No matter how unpleasant the road became, he carried himself like someone who had already decided that turning back was not an option. It was messy, exhausting, and nowhere near as elegant as a royal journey should have been, but somehow they managed to complete the trip in just one day. At last, the great Iron Lion castle rose into view on the horizon, and Adrian led his squad of knights straight toward its towering gates. Adrian lifted his eyes toward the massive fortress before him, taking in the sheer size of its walls and the heavy, overwhelming presence it carried. As he stared up at the stronghold, one simple realization settled firmly inside him. They had finally arrived. With the heavy sound of boots striking the ground, First Prince Adrian Leonberg and his companions finally stepped onto the grounds of the legendary Iron Lion Castle. There, York Walladon was already waiting, barely holding back his excitement as he prepared to greet His Highness with proper respect. The proud stronghold, filled with generations of Leonberg blood, honor, and history, now stood open to welcome the prince's arrival. Adrian looked over the welcoming party as a faint smile tugged at his lips. Their enthusiasm was so intense, so openly dramatic, that he could not help thinking the whole reception felt almost ridiculously overdone. Nearby, Torrance Ellen stared at the scene with obvious confusion. After watching the exaggerated welcome unfold, he quietly wondered aloud why they were being received with such an excessive amount of ceremony in the first place. Adelia Byrne, wearing a sly little smirk as though the answer had been obvious to her from the beginning, smoothly picked up on Torrance's confusion. In a calm, amused tone, she said the reason was painfully clear. Then, as if the scene still needed another layer of drama, Arwen Kurgan stepped forward with casual confidence. She glanced at the situation and asked whether she should make things just a little more interesting. Arwen turned her gaze toward Adrian and addressed him in an exaggeratedly formal tone. On the surface, her words sounded respectful, but hidden underneath them was a teasing sharpness that was impossible to miss. With that same composed, cutting manner, Arwen declared that she had graciously granted herself the honor of meeting His Highness once again. Adrian reacted immediately, refusing to let that strange performance continue for even another second. He called Arwen out right there on the spot, demanding to know exactly what she thought she was doing. But before the tension between them could fully settle, a mysterious young woman appeared before them. Her fiery hair drew attention at once, a book was held close against her chest, and a cold, powerful presence radiated from her body. Adrian noticed her instantly, drawing in a sharp breath of surprise. Without wasting even a moment, Adrian moved to shield Adelia Byrne. He placed his body between her and the possible threat, his stance making it clear that any danger aimed at her would have to go through him first. While Adrian rapidly measured the situation in his head, Adelia simply stared at him in clear confusion. She obviously could not understand why he had reacted so suddenly, or why he looked as if he were already preparing for trouble. Adrian pushed the strangeness of the moment aside in his own mind, secretly pleased with himself. He smugly concluded that building such absolute loyalty in Adelia from the very beginning had turned out to be extremely useful after all. A confident smirk touched Adrian's lips, sharpening his expression as he prepared to make his next move. He ordered his loyal followers to keep up with him, then strode forward without the slightest hesitation. Every step he took carried the kind of confidence that made it clear he expected them to follow him without question. A daring grin spread across Adrian's face, his expression showing that he was more than ready to settle things. He boldly declared that everyone should remember the knights now standing behind him, because their loyalty had already been firmly secured. Standing tall with his sword resting casually over one shoulder, Adrian radiated complete confidence. His gaze swept over the knights gathered behind him, as though their presence alone had become another part of his strength. Before him, the Iron Lion Knights stood in perfect formation, their armor flashing brilliantly under the sunlight. Adrian turned to face the assembled warriors head-on and threw out a fearless challenge, demanding to know who among them dared show him the sword of the Iron Lions. The detailed plates and polished edges of a knight's armor gleamed beneath the sun. Every piece reflected the pride, discipline, and fierce reputation carried by the Iron Lions. With a fierce, determined look burning in his eyes, Adrian watched Taylor Tailheim turn away and walk off. The meaning was unmistakable. Taylor had understood the order he had been given and accepted it without hesitation. Then Adrian turned back, a confident smirk spreading across his face as he met Vale Balerhard's gaze directly. He declared that he was staking the entire Leonberg name on this, and that Vale would be personally responsible for how their spar unfolded. Vale Balerhard merely scoffed, asking if there was truly no end to this madness. Meanwhile, Torrance Ellen and York Walladon stared in shock as they slowly realized that the iron-hearted knights of the Leonberg family had somehow been turned into pieces in one enormous bluff. The tension in the courtyard grew heavier as armored knights faced one another beneath the open sky. Then a new challenger stepped forward, announcing himself as Dale Dinant and declaring his readiness to enter the confrontation. Dale Dinant advanced on behalf of his proud family, refusing to show even the smallest hint of backing down. With firm resolve in his posture and voice, he asked for permission to challenge the prince directly. The knight's determination was impossible to miss, and he boldly stated that he would stand before the prince himself. Adrian, however, had no interest in turning the moment into some formal ceremony, so he cut straight through the politeness and told him that permission was not needed. Dale Dinant did not simply let that answer slide. He emphasized that he had still asked properly for permission, making it clear that, even while challenging Adrian, he intended to follow the proper form. Then Dale's tone turned cold as he warned Adrian to be careful. The time for talking had ended, and in the very next instant, Dale Dinant burst forward, his staff blurring as he charged with explosive speed. Adrian's expression tightened, his eyes blazing with sharp concentration as the challenge truly began. A burst of electric blue energy shot forward at unbelievable speed, tearing through the space between them in an instant. The armored attacker, wrapped in a powerful blue aura, launched himself into motion like a bolt of lightning ripping across the courtyard. A young knight was completely caught off guard by the lightning-fast assault. The instant the blow connected, a rough scream tore from his throat, filled with shock, pain, and disbelief. The impact struck with brutal force, throwing him backward through the air before his body crashed hard into the unforgiving ground. From a short distance away, Adrian remained perfectly composed, watching the chaos unfold without the slightest flicker of panic. In his hand, a small blue orb pulsed quietly, glowing with power that looked completely controlled. Another knight stood over the fallen trainee, staring down at the damage with a cold and unreadable expression, as though he were measuring the result without the slightest emotion. Someone shouted Paul Rothheim's name in shock, realizing that the knight lying there was only a first-year trainee, but the one speaking was already in his third year, which made the gap between them painfully obvious. The fallen knight groaned again, pain twisting through his body as the relentless force of the impacts continued to batter him, even after he had already hit the ground. Then another knight roared that he was Raleigh, a magic apprentice. Coughing hard, he poured everything he had into a powerful magical attack. Adrian answered in the next breath, unleashing a devastating sword strike so fast that the blade became almost nothing more than a blur. Debris exploded into the air from the violent collision, scattering across the field in every direction. Yet Adrian remained exactly where he stood, calm and cold, as if the blast had not troubled him in the slightest. Another opponent went down almost immediately, launched through the air by the force of the exchange before crashing heavily onto the ground with a brutal impact. Outside the massive academy, Adrian completely dominated the field while the watching knights stared in awe. Several bodies lay sprawled around him, making it painfully clear that he was fighting on an entirely different level from everyone else there. Adrian simply let out a tired sigh, as if the entire confrontation had been less of a real challenge and more of a boring, tedious interruption. Then, out from the middle of the restless crowd, a knight with dark hair shoved his way forward, cutting through the noise until every eye naturally began to turn toward him. The murmurs around him seemed to split open as he stepped into view. Without slowing down, and without showing even the smallest trace of uncertainty, he threw down his challenge in front of everyone. He made it painfully clear that he had no interest in wasting any more effort on opponents beneath him. If he was going to fight, then he wanted to face the true knights, because everyone else had been moving so sluggishly that they had failed to satisfy him at all. His sharp, steady eyes went straight to Adrian Leonberg, locking onto the prince as if the rest of the arena had suddenly faded into the background. With Adrian standing right there before him, the dark-haired knight called out Arwen's name in a voice that did not shake even once. It felt almost deliberate, as though he was not only making a demand, but also watching closely to see exactly how Adrian would react. Adrian gave only a small, controlled nod in response, his expression remaining so composed that no one could easily read what was passing through his mind. But the dark-haired knight was not satisfied with stopping there. He pressed his demand even harder, and the meaning behind his words became impossible to miss. In his own head, Arwen was already someone who would be taken away with him. A strained silence slowly settled over the arena, tightening around the crowd until the very air felt heavier than before. Even the faintest movement seemed to carry weight beneath that pressure. From her position, Adelia Byron kept her gaze fixed on the confrontation, watching every exchanged look and every spoken word as the tension in front of her continued to rise. Adrian Leonberg stood there with his usual effortless confidence, looking almost as though the entire situation had already been arranged neatly within his grasp. Then he turned his attention toward Vale Ballarhard. Vale reacted immediately, showing the proper respect without delay, lowering his voice and addressing Adrian formally as Your Highness. In that instant, a sly glimmer appeared in Adrian's eyes, small but unmistakable, almost like he had just found something amusing. He swept his gaze across the assembled knights and spectators, then raised his voice enough for the whole arena to hear him. With a tone that carried easily through the crowd, he reminded them openly that he knew very well how much they loved a wager with real excitement behind it. With the mood already pulled tight like a bowstring, Adrian offered a proposal meant to ignite the entire arena at once. This was not some harmless little bet whispered quietly between nobles. It was the kind of dangerous gamble that made people hold their breath, lean forward in their seats, and wait with restless anticipation to see what would happen next. But Adelia Byron had no intention of simply standing there and letting those words pass unchallenged. The moment she realized where Adrian was leading the situation, her expression hardened, her eyes sharpened with obvious irritation, and alarm rose across her face as clearly as if she had spoken it aloud. She interrupted him in a firm, cutting voice, making it clear to everyone present that Arwen was not some prize to be gambled away or passed around for the crowd's amusement. Adrian, however, did not step back from the course he had chosen. Instead, his next command rang out across the arena, carrying the unmistakable force and authority of royalty. He called for Carl and ordered him to bring the sword forward. As soon as those words left Adrian's mouth, the entire gathering seemed to lock in place. It was as if the spectators had all stopped breathing at the same time, waiting to see what kind of weapon the prince was about to place at the center of this gamble. When the legendary sword was finally placed into Adrian Leonberg's hand, the meaning of the challenge changed instantly. The stakes rose far beyond anything the watching crowd had expected. Adrian held the blade before them like the grand centerpiece of the arena itself, then declared that whoever stood victorious in the end would be permitted to claim that weapon as their reward. There would be no delay, no secret agreement made behind closed doors, and no long preparation period where anyone might hesitate and reconsider. Adrian made the terms plain right there in front of every witness. The sword was being offered immediately, in that very moment, as the prize waiting for the winner at the end of the match. For one stunned moment, the entire crowd fell completely silent, as though the arena itself had been struck speechless by what Adrian had just announced. Adelia Byron and Vale Ballarhard both stared at him, their faces frozen in disbelief. Their expressions carried alarm, protest, and the sheer struggle to accept that the prince had truly placed such a thing on the line. Adelia could not let that declaration remain unanswered. She stepped forward with firm resolve and reminded Adrian that his worth could never be measured against a single sword, no matter how priceless or legendary that sword might be. As a prince, his life, his bloodline, and the position he held were worth hundreds of thousands of times more than any blade in existence. She refused to back down even a little. Her voice grew stronger as she insisted that Adrian's royal value was something beyond ordinary comparison. No weapon, regardless of who forged it, how famous its name was, or how perfect its craftsmanship appeared, could ever be placed on the same scale as what he represented. Vale Ballarhard supported her at once, his agreement coming so quickly that there was no room for hesitation or doubt. In his eyes, Adelia had not simply made the correct point. She had delivered it with exactly the clarity, force, and conviction the moment demanded. Before the tension could even settle, another challenger stepped out into the open. Dunham Fahrenheit moved into the center of attention with his head held proudly, presenting himself before everyone. He declared that he was no ordinary swordsman, but an official knight of the Iron Lion Knights, and that he was prepared to unleash the renowned triple chain. Adrian seemed genuinely taken aback by the raw confidence in Dunham's voice. A faint breath of surprise escaped him as he studied the knight's determined expression. He asked whether Dunham truly meant to go through with it, almost as though even Adrian had not expected him to show such bold resolve in front of everyone. As Dunham Fahrenheit accepted the challenge and moved forward, Adrian revealed an extraordinary weapon before him. He introduced the blade as the 17th masterpiece created by the legendary mastersmith Saxon, instantly transforming the moment into something far more dazzling and significant than an ordinary duel. Adrian then laid out the terms with such clarity that no one in the arena could misunderstand him. If Dunham won, that blade would belong to him. Dunham's eyes widened immediately, and before he could even restrain himself, the words burst out of him. The coincidence was so unbelievable and so strangely perfect that he could hardly process it. The sword itself was captivating enough to steal attention before anyone even had time to examine its edge. Even the hilt looked like a piece of fine art, with polished curves and carefully formed details that revealed craftsmanship far beyond anything an ordinary artisan could hope to create. Adrian lifted the sword high above him, making sure every person in the arena could see it clearly. He admitted openly that owning a weapon created by a true master smith had been one of his lifelong dreams. As the blade rose into view, a soft, almost divine glow seemed to pour from it, casting the whole scene in a solemn light that made the presentation feel almost ceremonial. Then Adrian revealed something even more shocking. This was not merely one of Saxon's creations, it was his 100th and final masterpiece. Dunham Fahrenheit stood frozen where he was, stunned that he had never heard even the faintest rumor about such a blade. In that moment, he finally understood just how terrifyingly valuable the weapon was, not only as a masterpiece, but as the last and greatest work of the master smith himself. With fierce, almost defiant determination, Adrian accepted the challenge without holding anything back. A vivid blue aura began to ignite around his entire body, crackling through the air like lightning forced into shape. Dunham watched him closely and admitted that even if some people considered Adrian's chosen road twisted, no one could deny the relentless effort he had poured into walking it. A deep pulse of power rolled outward from Adrian as he made his declaration. Blue energy gathered around his hand, bright and unstable, flickering as though it were alive. In a voice that remained steady despite the force building around him, Adrian promised that he would put absolutely everything he had into the battle about to begin. The power surrounding Adrian swelled even more, humming through the arena like a current that had taken on a will of its own. In that charged moment, his thoughts turned toward the way outsiders might see him. People watching from a distance might call the road before him misguided, judging the path he had chosen without ever truly understanding what pushed him forward. But Dunham Fahrenheit, now surrounded by a faint blue radiance of his own, responded with a scoff. To him, Adrian's burning conviction did not look as noble as it sounded. Rather than true righteousness, it seemed more like a convenient political performance, carefully arranged to stir the emotions of the people watching from all sides. That quiet insult seemed to brush against Adelia Byron as well, cutting into the already strained atmosphere around her. All she could do was stand there with worry spreading across her face, watching as the confrontation closed in tighter and tighter around Adrian. Even Vale Ballarhard, normally so composed and difficult to unsettle, remained seated beneath the strange wash of blue light with an expression that was hard to read. He said nothing, his gaze fixed silently on the scene before him as though he was carefully weighing the meaning behind every action unfolding in front of him. Adrian's eyes blazed with a fierce electric blue glow, and not even for the briefest instant did his conviction waver. In his mind, the road he had chosen was righteous. If walking that path meant doing what had to be done for the sake of his people, then he would not hesitate. Then Adrian turned his gaze toward Adelia and met her eyes directly. His voice sharpened, taking on the weight of something close to a command as he told her to watch carefully. The sudden heaviness behind those words left Adelia completely bewildered, as if she still could not understand what he intended to make her see. In the very next instant, Adrian released a violent surge of power. A massive circle of electric blue energy erupted around him, spreading outward in a blazing ring. Lightning-like strands whipped through the air and snapped in every direction with terrifying speed, turning the arena into the center of a storm. Surrounded by that tempest of raw power, Adrian began to give shape to what this chosen road truly meant. His voice rang out with absolute certainty, and the blue energy raging around him flared even more fiercely. Through that overwhelming display, he made it clear that this was the path they were now walking. Adelia's face remained drawn with worry as she watched him from where she stood, still uncertain about what would happen next or what Adrian was trying to prove through such a dangerous spectacle. Nearby, Vale Balarhard stayed silent, his expression unreadable as ever, while the scene continued to unfold before him. Then, with another explosive burst, Adrian's blue aura changed completely, transforming into a blazing golden-orange inferno. The shift was overwhelming, as if his decision had been sealed not merely through words, but through fire itself. His eyes burned with that same fierce energy now roaring around his entire body. A faint orange light spread across Adelia's face, washing over her features as the worry in her expression slowly hardened into something much stronger. Her eyes sharpened with fierce determination, carrying a silent but unmistakable promise. Whatever challenge stood before her now, she would face it head-on and crush it completely. Leaning back in his chair, Vale Balarhard allowed his thoughts to drift over everything that had happened so far. Quietly, he wondered how many times they had already come to Iron Lion Castle. His gaze shifted toward the teacup resting nearby, and after a brief moment of stillness, he continued turning that question over in his mind. This would make it. The Vale stopped before completing the thought, letting out a low, contemplative hum as he tried to pin down the exact number. The answer was close enough for him to sense it, yet just distant enough that he had to pause and think it through. His thoughts soon moved toward the royal family. The fourth prince had no desire for the throne and would most likely not appear at all. The third and fifth princes had only visited when Adrian Leonberg, the first prince, had been under probation. Vale also remembered that the second prince had come by some time ago. As that memory surfaced, his eyes shifted toward the subordinate standing beside him. With a tired, dismissive motion, Vale waved his hand and let out a heavy sigh. The gesture alone made it obvious that the whole situation still irritated him deeply even now. Time had not washed away his frustration. If anything, recalling it only brought that irritation back to the surface. So this was how terrible Adrian's reputation had become. The first prince should have been acknowledged as the rightful heir, and yet somehow everything had fallen into such a miserable state. Vale's eyes sharpened with anger as the thought settled in, and the look on his face made it clear that he believed his subordinate also carried part of the blame. Vale continued thinking back to the time when the commander of the Third Legion had shown at least a little support for the first prince. His voice sank lower, carrying a thread of regret beneath it, as he admitted that Adrian should never have been allowed to stand so utterly alone. Then Vale snapped at his subordinate, his eyes flaring as he demanded to know why the man had spent all this time acting like some kind of guardian angel. But even as the accusation left his mouth, Vale gave a bitter nod. He already knew the truth. His subordinate had not been wrong, and Vale really had abandoned his own nephew. His thoughts then shifted to another prince, a man who would have become a disastrous ruler in a completely different way. Even so, Vale understood that an ordinary tyrant would at least have been simpler to deal with. A tyrant could be managed, predicted, and kept within certain limits. But then there was Adrian Leonberg, his nephew, and the first prince. Vale remembered the same young man he had once berated for obsessing over some bizarre waxed potion. The memory returned with violent clarity, Adrian's eyes bulging as Vale seized him by the throat, choking him while roaring in fury and demanding to know whether he had completely lost his mind. Vale remembered Adrian's reckless defiance just as sharply. There had been a wild, dangerous madness in the young prince back then, enough for him to lift a sword and strike at his own uncle. In that moment, it was as if the bond of blood between them meant nothing at all. His grip had tightened around the struggling boy with brutal force, while rage twisted Vale's face into something harsh and merciless. Looking down at Adrian in that fury, Vale had branded him a hopeless scoundrel, a foolish prince who seemed to have thrown away every last trace of reason. Vale's eyes narrowed as another memory rose from the depths of his mind, this one carrying the heavy bitterness of the disappointment that had waited for him when he returned to the palace. The recollection settled over him like a dark shadow, drawing his expression into something colder. His own nephew, Adrian Leonberg, had dared to send him poisoned wine, presenting it with no shame at all, as if it were nothing more than a normal gift. And, as if that were not already unforgivable enough, Adrian had even attached a letter to it, behaving as though there was nothing strange, insulting, or monstrous about what he had done. In a sudden eruption of fury, Vale crushed the bottle directly in his hand. His power burst out so violently that the poisoned wine vanished almost immediately, vaporizing into the air before even a single drop could remain behind to do any harm. With that one brutal motion, the last delicate thread of affection Vale Balorhard had still been holding onto was burned away completely. Any faint warmth he had once tried to preserve for his nephew vanished in that instant, swallowed by the force of his anger. What remained in its place was nothing gentle at all, only a cold, sharpened rage and a disappointment so bitter it sank deep into his chest, like a wound that refused to close. No matter where Adrian had found that poison, or how he had managed to get his hands on something so vile in the first place, it could not survive Vale Balorhard's overwhelming mana for even a moment. The deadly liquid was wiped out instantly, burned away until nothing of it remained, and as the poison disappeared into nothingness, it felt as though the very last trace of tenderness Vale had once kept for his nephew was destroyed along with it. Even after that incident, Vale knew the struggle was far from over. Opposing the First Prince's wicked actions felt less like a single conflict and more like an endless battle with no clear finish in sight. By that point, Adrian Leonberg had already sunk so deeply into disgrace that even the thought of dragging him back from it seemed nearly impossible. And yet, no matter how dark those memories were, there was one truth Vale could not ignore. Adrian was still becoming stronger, day by day, wasn't he? That realization sat heavily in Vale's mind, refusing to disappear no matter how much resentment, anger, or disappointment he carried toward the boy. The First Prince had begun to carry himself with the presence of an actual king. Vale pressed that truth even further in his own mind, forced to admit that Adrian, as the eldest prince and rightful heir, had changed into someone almost impossible to compare with the shameful, reckless young man he remembered from before. The man standing before him listened without saying a word, his face carved into a grim and severe expression as each word settled over him. Vale made the importance of the matter clear. This was exactly why Adrian needed power, dignity, and enough standing to face the other princes as an equal, rather than being treated as someone already removed from the race. Vale Balorhard slowly sank down to his knees, lowering himself so deeply that it almost resembled complete prostration. His voice carried the weight of desperate pleading, as though he was begging for his true intentions to be understood. Then, when the full meaning of everything finally struck him, his eyes widened sharply, stunned by the realization that had just crashed into him. He raised one hand to his chin and rubbed it slowly, his brows pulling together while confusion settled across his face. No matter how many times he turned the events over in his head, the pieces refused to line up cleanly. Something still did not fit, leaving him unable to fully grasp what had truly happened. Looking up at the man before him, Vale admitted with a troubled look that he could no longer tell who had changed more, himself or the First Prince. The elder's gaze sharpened as it fixed firmly on Vale. Then, in a tone that allowed no refusal, he ordered him to raise his head, addressing him by the name Silver Lion. As that imposing figure turned away and began walking off with steady, heavy steps, Vale Balorhard could not force himself to remain silent. Urgency rose in his voice as he called after him, addressing him with deep respect and unmistakable gravity as Your Excellency Waladin. Elsewhere, the uneasiness surrounding the situation had not faded in the slightest. Adelia Bayern finally spoke, and although she clearly tried to keep her voice controlled, the worry pressing behind her words could not be hidden. Her concern turned directly toward the First Prince. Under the open sky, the great castle stood in silence, its towering stone walls looming over the scene like a massive witness to the storm gathering inside. Waladin, however, remained utterly composed. He dismissed Adelia's concern with calm certainty, assuring her there was no need to panic. Dunham Fahrenheit, he explained, understood exactly where the line was, and he would never allow the duel to spiral beyond control. But Adelia still did not look convinced. Doubt tightened around her eyes, and her concern only deepened as she pressed him further. Could Dunham truly defeat Prince Adrian in a serious duel when both sides were stepping forward with no intention of holding anything back? Waladin answered with a knowing look, almost as though the answer should have been obvious from the very beginning. He did not offer a long explanation or dramatic reassurance. Instead, he simply reminded Adelia that Dunham was her knight, letting that single fact carry the full weight of his confidence. Adelia, however, only seemed more baffled by his response. Her expression twisted with open disbelief, and she could not stop herself from murmuring that Walladon had changed far too much. To her, the things coming out of his mouth now sounded so strange and unreasonable that they were almost impossible to accept. Then, without even the slightest warning, the training ground exploded into chaos. Dunham Fahrenheit was hurled backward with terrifying force, his body skidding violently across the stone floor before crashing down hard. The impact was so brutal that the entire arena seemed to shake beneath him. Dunham lay sprawled across the ground, stunned so badly that he could barely understand what had just struck him. The force of the blow had scattered his senses, leaving his body battered and unresponsive. All he could manage was a broken gasp, the sound escaping him as shock rolled through him from head to toe. Dunham Fahrenheit had been completely overpowered. He remained collapsed in the middle of the training ground, unconscious and unable to move. Around him, the crowd erupted into stunned murmurs, struggling to accept what they had just witnessed. Adrian had crushed the match so decisively that his monstrous strength could no longer be dismissed. And without paying much attention to the fallen knight, Adrian simply turned away and walked off, blue power still radiating from his body like heat rising from a living flame. From a distance, two stern-faced men watched the outcome unfold in silence. One of them finally spoke, his voice calm and certain, carrying the quiet confidence of someone who had never doubted the result for even a moment. Adrian lowered his gaze, and his fingers slowly curled into a tight fist. It was only a small movement, but the atmosphere around him shifted with it. The air seemed to grow heavier, colder, and much more dangerous than it had been just a moment earlier. A confident smirk spread across Adrian's face as his aura suddenly flared with violent force. Then he made the truth unmistakably clear: Dunham had never been the one they truly needed to fear. Blue power gathered around Adrian's glowing hand as he called for the next challenger. And in that exact moment, an old memory stirred inside his mind, carrying with it the words his uncle had always spoken. He remembered a night soaked in brilliant blue light, a scene wrapped entirely in that strange, luminous energy. Along with the image came the old lesson carved into his memory, that true night only began once 2 rings had been reached. The moment that memory fully awakened within him, Adrian's blue aura erupted with frightening intensity. Waves of raw and unrestrained power surged outward from his body, pulsing through the air as if the memory itself had become a spark and set his entire being ablaze. Covered in crackling blue light, Adrian stood firm without taking even a single step back. The pressure pouring from him was so overwhelming that it proved his earlier words had never been simple arrogance or empty boasting. His strength was there, visible and undeniable, pressing down on everyone who saw it. But even as that terrifying power surged through him, one sharp thought cut straight through the storm. This was still not enough. With strength at this level alone, he could not defeat a dragon that had devoured a feudal knight. That brutal realization settled into him at once, hardening his gaze with cold and renewed resolve. Once Adrian reached that conclusion, the blue energy surrounding him exploded outward again. It twisted around his body and roared into a violent vortex, spinning with such force that it looked as though no ordinary person could ever hope to contain it. A blazing message flashed before Adrian's eyes as trait overload activated. The instant that trait took hold, the storm of energy raging around him seemed to fall into an eerie and unnatural silence. For a moment, all that remained was the fierce glow burning in his eyes. His fingers tightened around the hilt of his sword, gripping it as though the weapon were the one thing anchoring him in place. Blue light continued to pour out from his body in rolling waves until it no longer seemed like the power was merely surrounding him. It looked as if it had become part of Adrian himself. Then a cold, deeply unsettling sensation began spreading through him. His body suddenly felt strange, almost unfamiliar, as though something inside him had shifted. It was like his own flesh no longer belonged entirely to him, or had become something foreign that he could not fully recognize. One of Adrian's eyes changed, igniting with an intricate blue pattern that reflected the terrifying transformation happening within him. He felt it again, that same electrifying sensation from before. It was a surge of power so intense that it did not merely strengthen him, it seemed to rewrite him from the inside out. In the next instant, Adrian moved with the speed of lightning. Brilliant blue energy burst from him in a roaring torrent as his sword tore through the air with a sharp cutting whoosh. His aura flared brighter and wilder, completely untamed, and then he brought the blade down in a devastating strike. A shockwave of blue power exploded from the impact, blasting away everything caught in its path. Adrian descended from above with his sword still extended, while several figures were hurled down hard, completely defeated by the force of his attack. When he finally landed, the impact thundered through the arena. The ground beneath him split open under the brutal force, sending a tremor through the area that seemed to rattle straight through the bones. But even after displaying such overwhelming strength, Adrian suddenly grabbed his chest with a tight, pained grip. Blood slipped from the corner of his mouth, making it painfully clear that power on this level was not something his body could use freely. Every bit of that force came with a heavy price. Outside, the onlookers stared up at the massive structure in stunned silence. Their faces were caught between awe and fear as they took in the destruction spread before them. Broken debris rained down from the shattered building, while Adrian simply walked away from the wreckage, leaving the devastation behind him as though it barely mattered. He released another devastating sword strike, and the moment the blades collided, the sound burst through the air like an explosion. Raw force erupted from the clash, shaking the space around them with a sharp metallic roar that made the impact feel almost impossible to withstand. Adrian gave his opponent no room to recover, not even enough time to draw a single steady breath. He followed instantly with a lightning-fast kick, the blow landing with brutal precision and bone-crushing speed as he pressed the attack without mercy. A rough roar tore from Adrian's throat as power surged violently through his body. His eyes burned with that same wild, unrestrained energy, the force inside him spilling out through every movement as if he could no longer contain the storm raging within him. He swung again with blinding speed, his blue aura bursting outward around him like a violent storm. His opponent barely managed to respond in time, lifting their defense at the very last second to meet the incoming strike before it could land cleanly. Adrian's assault did not slow for even a heartbeat. His movements began to blur together, one strike flowing into the next as his blade flashed through the air like a streak of blue light. His opponent was forced onto the defensive, struggling desperately just to keep up and survive the relentless pressure. With a deafening crash, Adrian's sword came down with full force. Sparks burst outward from the point of impact, scattering through the air as a violent surge of power followed behind them. The exchange no longer felt like a simple duel. It felt like an eruption on a battlefield. Adrian seized the momentum immediately and refused to let it slip away. Blue energy swelled around his blade as he drove his opponent backward, step by step. Every strike forced more pressure onto them, leaving no space to breathe, recover, or regain control. Terror flashed across the opponent's face as their sword began to groan beneath Adrian's unbearable force. Cracks spread through the blade, crawling outward under the pressure of his overwhelming attack. Then, with one final blow that shook the ground, Adrian's glowing sword smashed the weapon apart completely. Adrian's eyes still burned with that unmistakable blue light, showing that the power inside him had not faded even after all of that. A final streak of azure energy sliced through the air, carving a bright line for one brief instant before disappearing, as if the wind itself had swallowed it. When the light finally faded, the only thing left on the ground was a broken sword hilt. It lay there useless and abandoned, a silent piece of proof showing just how absurdly powerful Adrian's attack had truly been. Beside the shattered weapon, a motionless hand rested against the ground, its faint orange glow already fading away into nothing. Adrian stood victorious before the enormous castle, looking over the defeated men scattered around him while a thin blue aura continued to shimmer from his body. Then Adrian threw his head back and laughed, the sound ringing across the area with open triumph. His face was filled with unmistakable satisfaction, as if the victory spread out before him had proven exactly what he had wanted everyone to understand. Meanwhile, Dunham Fahrenheit reported the result to Vale Ballarhard, informing him that Brighton had been knocked completely unconscious. Vale responded with only a calm nod, showing no trace of sympathy as he stated that such a beating was exactly what Brighton deserved for his blasphemy. Adrian, at the same time, stood wrapped in an almost otherworldly blue silhouette. He glowed as though he had become the center of an untamed storm, with energy roaring around him in fierce waves. Yet even that overwhelming power seemed dim compared to the resolve burning inside him, carrying a silent vow that he would face whatever stood in his path. And there, in the heart of that overwhelming force, something new began to take shape. Within Adrian's hymn of sparring, a fresh verse slowly started to form, as though each clash of battle was being woven into the song of his own sword. Adrian wondered if this was finally the moment. Perhaps only now, after climbing to such a terrifying height of power, could he begin to grasp the true sword that was meant for him. The raw energy around him tightened and gathered even more fiercely, coiling around the hilt of his blade with such intensity that the very air seemed charged and trembling. In that single moment there was no room left to doubt what had just taken place. Adrian's hymn of sparring had stepped beyond its previous limits and broken through into an extraordinary grade. The power itself seemed to twist, reshape, and rebuild from within, as if its very nature was evolving on the spot to match the terrifying height Adrian had managed to reach. Adrian slowly lifted his gaze, silently absorbing the change spreading through him, almost as though he had already accepted the violent surge taking hold of his body. Brilliant blue light wrapped around him from head to toe, crawling up from his boots, flowing along his limbs, and gathering thickly around the sword in his hand like a living blue flame that refused to fade. The hymn of sparring was no longer the same technique it had been before. Something more refined had awakened in its place, sharper, heavier, and far more dangerous than the power Adrian had wielded until now. It had become the hymn of dueling, and the instant Adrian understood the meaning of that transformation, a fierce grin spread across his face, bright with triumph and pure satisfaction. From somewhere beyond the dust, still hanging in the air, a voice suddenly cut through the thick silence like a blade. It rang out sharply, filled with alarm and urgency, demanding to know whether Adrian was still all right after the overwhelming clash that had just shaken the entire place. Adrian pushed himself back up to his feet and met the gaze of his steadfast ally. For a brief moment, neither of them needed to say a single word. In a world ruled by strength, pride, and the clash of blades, respect was not something handed out casually. It belonged only to the one who remained standing after victory, the kind of respect granted to a true knight. Adrian turned toward the crowd gathered before him, his presence still burning with fearless confidence, and declared that this was nowhere near the end for the first prince. Vale Balarhard watched him in silence, offering no interruption, yet in his eyes there was a quiet recognition. Adrian's rise had not stopped here. If anything, he was still climbing towards something even greater. Even so, Adrian did not try to make the battle sound easier than it had been. He did not cover the truth with prideful words or pretend he had walked through it untouched. Instead, he admitted plainly that the fight had pushed him all the way to the edge, leaving him with barely enough strength to remain standing on his own 2 feet. Among the spectators watching from nearby, someone let out a cold and contemptuous sneer. The look in their eyes made their thoughts painfully clear. To them, the men standing before them were nothing more than ordinary people, simple men who could never truly grasp the scale or meaning of what had just unfolded. A confident grin pulled at Adrian's lips as he spoke about his devotion to the sword, and his voice carried the bright heat of victory. To Adrian, nothing else in the world could stir his spirit in quite the same way. Nothing could sharpen his senses, awaken his focus, or set his blood burning as fiercely as the blade in his hand. Then Adrian's expression slowly changed, the triumph fading into something more thoughtful. A different realization settled over him. He understood that his friend would hate shallow comfort and empty praise more than anything. To someone like that, losing with honor had far more value than claiming victory through lies, deception, or meaningless flattery. Adrian shifted his attention toward Vale Balarhard, and his thoughts began returning to something that had happened earlier. He spoke as though both of them had seen a moment too important to simply pass over, a moment that still lingered in his mind and refused to be ignored. Vale Balarhard could hardly believe what he was hearing. Those monsters should never have been able to break through Adrian's barrier at all, which meant the mana driving them had been far beyond what anyone had expected. Dunham Fahrenheit agreed at once, his expression turning serious as he acknowledged that the force behind them had been anything but ordinary. With a faint smirk, Vale Balarhard admitted that hearing Adrian speak so obsessively about his sword was strangely pleasing in its own way, but Adrian, kneeling apart from the noise and movement around him, had already sunk deep into his own thoughts. In his mind, he was remembering the moment the world he once knew had shattered, and how the version of himself who had lived in that world had been left behind with it. And yet, after losing so much, after watching everything familiar collapse and fall away, Adrian came to a sudden and surprisingly clear realization. There was still one thing he had never truly managed to throw away, no matter how much had changed around him and no matter how far he had been forced to move from the person he used to be. A vivid image flashed through his mind like the first fierce light of sunrise, showing figures standing in silhouette against that radiant glow. The vision carried the weight of accepting defeat with dignity and honoring strength when it was genuine. In that instant, Adrian finally understood that this was the unbreakable spirit held by real knights. The courtyard beneath the open sky was filled with movement, alive with the presence of important figures gathered in one place. The formal meeting was reaching its end, and the atmosphere carried that quiet ceremonial weight that always came just before everyone began to separate and return to their own paths. Adrian, still wearing the refined bearing expected of a young prince, brought the gathering to a graceful close. His farewell was polished, courteous, and perfectly controlled, each word delivered with the smooth elegance suited to the role he was playing before the assembled nobles and knights. He even offered Count Walledin a refined wish for good health, speaking with manners so carefully arranged that not a single word felt out of place. Count Walledin immediately returned the courtesy in kind, answering with equal formality and telling the prince to take proper care of himself as well. Only after that exchange did Adrian seem to casually remember the Count's name, as though it had finally settled into place in his mind a little late. The realization came lightly, almost carelessly, but it still carried that familiar hint of Adrian's usual carefree attitude. Count Walledin's expression grew faintly uneasy as he asked Adrian to keep their conversations quiet. Then, after choosing his words with careful restraint, he gently suggested that perhaps it would be wiser for the prince to confess openly, instead of allowing everything to remain hidden in the shadows. A sly smile slowly curved across Adrian's face, making it obvious that Count Walledin's cautious warning had not frightened him in the slightest. If anything, those careful words seemed to have the opposite effect, stirring Adrian's mischievous side and making him look even more amused. As Adrian thought about someone else he might toy with next, his hand rested casually near his sword, the gesture looking almost meaningless on the surface. But around him, the shadows seemed to gather a little deeper, quietly suggesting that another move was already forming somewhere inside his mind. The golden sun burned across the wide sky, pouring bright light over the road ahead as the group continued their journey. Before long, they reached a temporary campsite, and Count Walledin chose that place as their stopping point, deciding it would serve as the spot where they would make camp. Adrian responded with nothing more than a relaxed flick of his wrist, giving permission as though the decision barely required any thought from him at all. The gesture was casual, almost lazy, but coming from him, it was still enough to settle the matter completely. Count Walledin kept his eyes fixed on the prince, watching him closely while maintaining a calm and unreadable expression. Beneath that composed face, however, his thoughts were clearly moving fast, silently calculating what Adrian might be planning and what he might choose to do next. Then, while speaking to Adelia Bayern in a tone that sounded almost ordinary, Walledin let an important detail slip into the conversation. Adrian's next major moves were approaching soon, and he mentioned it as though the pieces were already shifting into place one by one. Back in his room, Adrian let out a long, heavy yawn, his entire body giving off the air of someone who had grown completely tired of dealing with the day. He wondered if it was finally time to sleep, though the thought sounded less like a real question and more like a decision he had already made. Then, without disrupting the formal atmosphere at all, Adelia Bayern appeared before him and lowered herself into a flawless bow. Her posture was perfect, her voice controlled, and with the same discipline she always carried, she announced that the prince had returned. But Adrian's mind had already drifted far away from the moment in front of him. Instead of focusing on Adelia, he found himself thinking that maybe his true calling in life was to become an absolute slacker. Of course, in his case, it would have to be the rare and unfair kind of slacker whose natural talent was so great that even laziness somehow looked impressive. Clearly, in no mood to deal with anything troublesome, Adrian simply turned his back on Adelia as though he wanted the entire conversation to end before it could properly begin. Even so, she called out to him cautiously as Your Highness, trying to reach him with care without doing anything that might worsen his mood. Still lying in bed, Adrian cut her off before she could continue properly. His voice came out sharp, impatient, and completely unwilling to entertain the matter. He told her to forget it and leave him alone, making it obvious that he had no intention of listening to whatever she had come to say. A deep, contemplative look slowly settled over Adrian's face, replacing the laziness from moments earlier with something far heavier. As the quiet of the room pressed in around him, his thoughts began to turn inward, pulling him away from the present and into the weight of everything he had been carrying. Dunham Fahrenheit, the famous Manlian knight, possessed swordsmanship on a level most knights could only dream of reaching. Countless warriors would spend their entire lives without ever touching B-grade skill. Yet Dunham had always understood that Adrian was different, especially in those moments when the power of Gruhorn began stirring inside him. At the very summit of the kingdom stood its strongest figure, someone who existed on a height ordinary warriors could barely even imagine. Compared to that overwhelming level, most fighters could do nothing but stand far below and look upward, fully aware of the distance between themselves and true power. But as powerful blue light radiated from Adrian's body, he understood something with a certainty that sank deep into his bones. Even the most talented ordinary people still had boundaries they could not cross. And Adrian had already stepped beyond the limit that kept those people confined. Adrian's thoughts moved quickly, one after another, until he realized that this moment was exactly why he had once searched so desperately for a destiny different from the one forced upon him. The path he had rejected now felt tightly connected to everything unfolding inside him. He remembered the mana chain, that crushing and suffocating force that had once overwhelmed him so completely that escape seemed like the only option left. That was why he had been so desperate to cut himself free from the past that had trapped him, bound him, and held him down. But now, Adrian could see the truth much more clearly than before. Everything had its proper timing. No matter how terrifying or unbreakable a mana chain might seem, there was no such thing as a chain that could never be broken forever. In the end, everything depended on the flow of time. What truly mattered was whether Adrian could endure long enough, keep stepping forward without collapsing, and survive until the right moment finally arrived before him. Adrian had to admit that this new path still was not clear to him. So rather than pretending he already understood it or acting as though he had mastered what lay ahead, he chose to go back to the very beginning and learn again from the ground up. And more than anything else, that was the mindset Adrian needed to carry forward. Not pride, not impatience, not the arrogance of someone rushing toward power. What he needed was the willingness to begin again properly, one step at a time, and keep moving forward. Vale Balorhard reassured him that it was not too late, firmly reminding him that with enough effort even a goal that looked impossibly far away could still be reached. Adrian jolted awake at once, his thoughts spinning in confusion as he wondered whether that intense experience had only been a dream or some brief illusion slipping through his mind. Then a voice struck through his confusion with a sudden question about the Iron Lions. Before Adrian could fully gather himself, Vale Balorhard followed with an even more startling remark, saying that the other princes would never have accepted them with such calm composure. At that moment, Ian appeared with a polished and confident smirk on his face. He casually described the decision as a very wise judgment, speaking with the ease of someone who had arrived at exactly the right moment to approve everything that had already been done. Adrian's expression went completely blank. For one brief heartbeat, every thought in his head seemed to come to a halt. The only thing flashing through his mind was a stunned, silent question: what in the world was happening here? He shouted for his uncle as an invisible pressure seemed to close in around him from every side. Then the realization struck him like lightning, sudden and impossible to ignore. They did not remember him. They did not remember the mana chain. Adrian froze where he stood, his body stiffening while his thoughts stumbled over that impossible discovery. Then, without warning, another memory flashed through his mind, the memory connected to bringing down the Red Dragon. Ian cut into the moment and clarified the situation, explaining that their so-called duet had actually been about crushing the double-chain knight. Then he added, with complete confidence and not the slightest hesitation, that he had already practiced for it. Then Ian stepped forward with firm resolve, his posture carrying the weight of a promise that had waited for a very long time. With clear determination in his voice, he declared that he would finally fulfill the vow he had made long ago. Adrian was left standing there in total confusion, his mind spinning wildly as unfamiliar memories, strange missing pieces, and Ian's bold declaration all crashed over him at once. Nothing around him seemed to connect properly anymore, and the more he listened, the less certain he became about what was truly happening. Vale Balorhard pressed one hand firmly against his chest, and the moment he did, the air in the room seemed to grow heavier, as if his vow had been carved into stone right before everyone's eyes. As both a count of the kingdom and the commander who led the royal knights, he declared, without even a flicker of hesitation, that his loyalty belonged completely to the first prince of House Leonberg. Adrian, however, stood with his back turned, silent and impossible to read, taking in every word from his uncle, as though each solemn promise only made the situation harder for him to swallow. Vale Balorhard's presence towered over the room, heavy and undeniable, as he made it clear that he would support the prince from that moment forward. But Adrian, sitting slumped on the bed with his shoulders loose and his face showing no real comfort at all, could not bring himself to feel relieved. Instead, the first thing that rose inside him was suspicion. A cold little doubt that made him wonder whether this sudden declaration of support was just another carefully prepared trap waiting to snap shut around him. Adrian's expression crumpled with genuine distress, the kind of pain even his usual sarcasm and royal pride could not properly hide. His eyes tightened with strain, his voice carrying a desperate edge as he pleaded with them for one thing above everything else. No matter what happened, that one important secret had to be kept away from him. Vale Balorhard met Adrian's anguish with a calm, unwavering look, his conviction so steady that he offered only one simple answer: Adrian should trust him. Later, beside the carriage waiting outside, Adrian's restraint finally snapped. The frustration he had been holding back came bursting out of him as he demanded, with open disbelief, exactly when he had ever said he wanted to become king in the first place. But by that point, Vale Balorhard's declaration had already spread far beyond Adrian's control. The news raced through the city like sparks catching dry grass, and everywhere it reached, the people broke into celebration. Voices rose from every street, cheers overlapped one after another, and congratulations rained down on Adrian from every direction, whether he wanted any of it or not. Inside a magnificent ceremonial hall, where every pair of eyes seemed fixed on him, Adrian stood at the center of the entire gathering. From all sides, nobles stepped forward with polished manners and carefully measured respect, offering their congratulations in formal tones. Vale Balorhard, Adelia Bayern, Gillian Leonberg, and countless members of the court bowed deeply before him, each movement graceful, precise, and impossible to ignore. Vale Balorhard, now raised officially to the rank of duke, stood before the knights and ignited their spirits with a bold declaration that rang through the hall. In front of everyone gathered there, he proclaimed that Adrian's road toward the throne would become a great blessing for the entire realm. The force behind those words was enough to send quiet murmurs rippling through the crowd. It did not take long before the palace around Adrian began filling with unfamiliar faces. One after another, attendants and servants arrived from the royal court, each of them sent under official orders to serve him directly. Their task was simple but suffocating: to remain near him, wait on him, and tend to every possible need before he even asked. Adrian, however, wanted no part of that treatment. The more those servants hovered around him, the tighter his expression became, and every polite greeting, unnecessary bow, and eager offer of help only seemed to scrape harder against his nerves. Instead of feeling respected, he looked increasingly annoyed, as though every gesture of service was dragging his mood down further. Now that Adrian stood as the emperor, every glance in the hall seemed to follow him. Every respectful bow seemed aimed at him, and every overly attentive servant acted as though the entire world revolved around his presence. But rather than feeling honored by any of it, Adrian looked like he was one step away from exploding. Finally, unable to hold back the irritation building in his chest, he shouted that the whole situation was unbearably annoying. Adrian did not bother softening his voice in the slightest as he turned on his loyal knights and snapped out a direct command. Every single one of those attendants was to be sent back at once. From the sharp bite in his tone, it was obvious he wanted them gone immediately, before their constant fussing pushed his patience past the breaking point. Vale Balorhard, calm and practical even in the face of Adrian's temper, reminded him in a steady voice that there was a problem with that order. Those attendants had been assigned by royal decree, Your Majesty, which meant they could not simply be dismissed just because Adrian found them irritating. Still burning with frustration, Adrian fired back that if they could not be sent away, then they should at least be kept out of his sight before their endless fussing annoyed him to death. For one short, precious moment, a rare silence settled over the royal halls. The constant noise, the endless bows, and the suffocating attention finally pulled back, allowing the heavy atmosphere that had been pressing down on Adrian all day to soften, if only slightly. At last, Adrian was given a small fragment of peace. He lowered himself heavily into an enormous chair, letting his body sink into the seat as exhaustion showed clearly in his posture. With the room finally quiet around him, his thoughts began to turn inward, drifting into a deeper and more serious silence. But that quiet did not last nearly long enough. Before the stillness could fully settle around him, a familiar voice called from beyond the room, cutting straight through the calm as it asked whether Adrian was there. A moment after that, another voice rang out, sharper and far more suspicious. Its tone was tense as it demanded to know why the young prince had come to this place at all, as if simply appearing there was already enough to suggest some hidden scheme. The accusation did not stop there, and Adrian was given no real chance to answer. He was accused of working from the shadows, manipulating everyone while quietly pulling strings where no one could see him. Then came an even sharper point. Gillian Leonberg, the third prince, had apparently been training secretly with Count Balerhard and had even discovered Adrian's position as Grand Duke. Adrian pushed the accusation aside like it was far too exhausting to properly argue with. He insisted that he was much too clueless to pull off a scheme that complicated, presenting himself as nothing more than a lost prince who was still struggling to understand which road he was supposed to follow. Gillian thrust a finger toward him, his anger rising so quickly that it broke through in his voice. He shouted that Adrian had made a serious mistake by trying to deceive him, as though being fooled was the insult that wounded his pride more deeply than anything else. Adrian turned his head with a worn-out, almost hollow expression, and muttered that he had no interest in any of this. Seated alone upon the throne, he let Gillian's anger slide past him, because his mind had already moved to the real source of the chaos. Whoever had caused this mess was the one he silently resolved to track down. Somewhere else, a scarred man watched the unfolding situation with a cold, calculating look in his eyes. The dark, ornate armor wrapped around him caught the light in harsh, sharp lines as he stared ahead without blinking. Then from his mouth came one chilling word loaded with dangerous meaning, uncle. For now, Adrian decided not to strike back right away. Instead, he chose to watch, wait, and let the situation reveal more of itself. If Gillian wanted to treat this like some kind of game, then Adrian would go along with it for the moment, especially since this petty political noise hardly seemed worth his full attention. Gillian, however, had no intention of allowing the matter to disappear so easily. He pressed Adrian even harder, his voice demanding an answer as he asked why Adrian had acted on the Balerhard situation without telling him so much as a single word in advance. Then Gillian made it clear why that silence mattered so much. The Balerhard family was not some ordinary noble house that could be moved around like any other piece on the court's board. They were the only shield standing between the kingdom and the terrifying monsters hidden deep within the northern mountains. A sly grin tugged at Gillian's mouth as he added one more truth. As long as the powerful people in the royal court remembered the cruelty of winter and the brutal threat it brought with it, the Balerhards would remain untouchable. Their role was simply too vital, and everyone with influence knew it. Adrian released a quiet breath of relief, as if one heavy piece of pressure had finally slipped off his shoulders. Gillian, on the other hand, only shrugged as though the whole matter was nothing unusual. To him, the result was simply business as usual, the kind of outcome that would have happened sooner or later, no matter what. Then Gillian's expression grew serious, and the tone of his voice became much heavier. He asked whether Adrian truly believed the fate of a failed firstborn could be changed just by staying quiet, keeping his head low, and doing absolutely nothing. Gillian continued without softening the warning even slightly. His words pressed down on Adrian like something that had to be remembered no matter how the situation around him shifted. This was not a casual remark or passing opinion. It was a reality Adrian could not afford to ignore. Then Gillian stated the truth in the harshest way possible. Adrian's legitimacy as the firstborn son was something fixed and undeniable. And unless Adrian died, that fact would never disappear from the eyes of the kingdom. Adrian's face darkened as Gillian drove that point even deeper. No matter how quietly he tried to stay in the background, no matter how little he acted, or how carefully he avoided drawing attention, silence alone would never be enough to change the way the world looked at him. Later, Adrian found himself turning Gillian's words over in his mind again and again. The more he thought about them, the sharper his resolve became, until something new and firm settled behind his eyes. He needed to find something real, something of his own. Until then, Adrian had always believed that being the firstborn should have been enough by itself. In his mind, that position alone should have carried enough weight to decide the matter and settle everything without needing anything more. Yes, that was exactly how he had seen it. He had treated the fact of his birth as if it were already the answer, as though bloodline alone could determine his value, his future, and the place where he was meant to stand. Around him, the palace halls glittered with overwhelming luxury, from polished floors and towering pillars to grand decorations that silently displayed the power he was expected to inherit. Surrounded by nobles, formal smiles, and the hidden schemes of the court, Adrian watched the kingdom's struggles for power move all around him. Each one reminded him just how heavy the legitimate bloodline of Leonberg truly was. Adrian entered the lavish hall with slow, deliberate steps, his posture calm yet impossible for anyone to overlook. Even before an announcement could be made, the way he carried himself already made one thing clear: the eldest son of the Leonberg royal family had arrived. As Adrian passed through the gathered crowd, whispers began to travel from noble to noble, like a quiet ripple through fine silk. The people around him murmured what their own eyes had already confirmed: Adrian Leonberg, the first prince, had entered the hall. His gaze moved across the luxurious chamber with careful control, taking in every polished smile and every hidden intention behind it. He studied the faces of nobles, the rivals hiding behind courtesy, and the possible allies standing among the glittering crowd, measuring them all in silence. All around the hall, nobles gathered in small, hushed clusters, their whispers weaving through the air like threads of intrigue. Among them stood a sharp-eyed noble with dark hair and glasses, watching the room in silence. His expression was so tightly controlled that it revealed almost nothing at all. Across the room, a mysterious figure in regal purple stood out, even without saying a word. Her face was concealed behind a veil, yet the graceful, composed way she held herself drew the eye naturally, making her quiet presence impossible to ignore. Under the dazzling lights of the hall, Adrian stood with the unmistakable bearing of royalty, his golden hair catching the glow around him. He remained there as the atmosphere gathered itself, the room seeming to hold its breath while the banquet prepared to begin. The first prince, Adrian Leonberg, had arrived before the entire court. His footsteps echoed through the magnificent hall with such confidence and weight that every noble present was forced to notice him, whether they welcomed his entrance or not. He ascended the grand staircase with a fierce, storming momentum, each step carrying a pressure that seemed to push down on the room below. From that higher position he glared over the assembled nobles as though he were already weighing them, judging every last one of them from above. Karl, the dark-haired attendant, was left utterly stunned by what he saw. Unable to hold back his awe, he cried out that Adrian's dignified presence was breathtaking, almost like seeing the king in his prime. With Adelia Byron now standing beside him, Adrian simply smirked at all the commotion and wondered to himself whether this entire display was nothing more than a performance. Adrian let out a soft sigh as his gaze drifted over the crowd gathered beneath him. For a brief moment, he truly questioned whether these people were the respected elders of the kingdom they claimed to be, or just another group hiding something ugly behind polished manners and ceremony. Below him, several nobles seemed to give off a sinister impression, as if a dark glow clung to them and separated them from the rest of the crowd. Each of them carried the same repulsive quality marked by the heart of a serpent. This was not just some simple trait or minor flaw. It was evil karma made visible, born from crushing others underfoot and feeding on that cruelty until it took the terrifying shape of a coiling serpent. Wrapped in the faint presence of a purple aura, Adrian scanned the hall with razor-sharp eyes, silently condemning the vile nature those nobles carried within them. His eyes moved across the room slowly and with great care, focused, severe, and impossible to distract. Then, after measuring the crowd in silence, his judgment finally settled on one person in particular, the one person who seemed to deserve his complete and absolute disdain. Adrian's thoughts began moving quickly as he considered what he needed next. He required attendants, but not merely capable people, and not simply obedient ones either. What he needed were people of absolute purity. Just then a noble stepped forward, bent into a deep bow before him, and dared to open his mouth. Feeling the cold weight of Adrian's disapproval pressing down on him, the noble quickly lowered himself even further. His entire posture became more submissive, almost shrinking beneath that gaze, as he apologized for daring to stand in Adrian's presence at all. But Adrian had already made his decision before the noble could continue any further. This was exactly the kind of person he had been searching for. These people would become the vessels for the seeds he was preparing to plant, and as that thought settled in his mind, his stare sharpened with a quiet and dangerous intensity. Joseph was not just any noble standing among the crowd. His family line had once been granted direct approval by the Emperor of Bourgogne himself, a distinction that should have given him enough pride and composure to endure almost anything. And yet, the instant that name reached his ears, his polished, noble mask cracked. Shock spread across his face before he could bury it, as if the sound alone had struck him harder than a blade to the chest. Then, from the balcony high above the hall, a commanding voice rolled down like thunder and filled every corner of the chamber. The announcement carried the weight of the empire itself, declaring that an important figure from Bourgogne had arrived. Below, Adrian stood with Adelia Bayern at his side, while the proclamation rang out over the gathered nobles with unmistakable authority. Ambassador Guillaume de Bourgogne-Montpellier had entered the hall. The moment Adrian heard that name, his expression fell as if the air had been knocked out of him. For one brief instant, the shining hall, the rustling nobles, and the low murmurs all seemed to fade away into the background. Everything around him blurred into silence, leaving only Adrian's stunned face and the single word that slipped from his lips. A wave of anticipation moved through the hall as the ambassador of the Bourgogne Empire, Guillaume de Bourgogne-Montpellier, finally appeared before them. He stepped into view with effortless elegance and lowered himself into a broad, graceful bow. Under the bright lights, his purple and gold robes shimmered richly, making his entrance feel less like a simple arrival and more like a display carefully designed to seize every eye in the room. When Guillaume straightened again, every motion was smooth, polished, and perfectly controlled. A sly smile curved at the edge of his mouth as his gaze swept across the chamber, taking in the nobles before him with practiced confidence. This was clearly no ordinary envoy carrying a foreign message. The man standing before the court was the renowned ambassador of the Bourgogne Empire, Guillaume de Bourgogne-Montpellier himself. His eyes found Adrian almost immediately, as if the prince had been the person he intended to meet from the very beginning. Then, with a smirk that felt far too familiar for a room filled with ceremony and watchful nobles, he addressed Adrian in a casual tone, greeting him like someone tied to a past between them. "It had been a while, Prince." In that instant, Adrian's eyes erupted with a fierce electric blue glow. A violent crimson pressure surged around him in terrible silence, as though the rage buried beneath his skin had suddenly taken form. It did not need a sound to feel dangerous. The force around him seemed to roar without ever breaking the quiet. The name of that empire hung in the hall like the first strike of an old war Bourgogne. It was a nation built upon an overwhelming military force, with disciplined legions of knights ready to march and spearheads flashing in perfect formation. But for Adrian, that name meant far more than a powerful foreign nation. It belonged to an ancient enemy, one he and his old companion had fought against for centuries, a ghost from 400 years in the past that still burned through his memories like blood, steel, and fire. Whatever trace of calm had been resting in Adrian's eyes vanished completely. In its place, a furious blue light blazed with frightening intensity, sharp enough to make the room itself seem colder. The power inside him began to tremble violently, as if one more breath, one more careless word might be enough to make it burst out of him. That imperial name was not just a political title to Adrian. It was carved deep into the kingdom's suffering, tied to wounds that had never truly closed no matter how much time had passed. Hearing it spoken so proudly in front of him felt less like a formal introduction and more like someone had thrown a direct insult straight into his face. Inside Adrian, pure rage detonated all at once. Exploding through his mind like a violent blast, a phantom vision of crimson blood flooded across his sight, staining everything before him in a horrifying flash. He stood right on the edge of losing control completely, until in the very next instant, the ambassador's hand suddenly clamped down on his arm. The grip was shockingly firm, iron-like, and strong enough to stop Adrian where he stood. Adrian remained frozen in place, his clean, flawless uniform almost seeming stained by the blood-soaked fury tearing through his thoughts. His face had gone terrifyingly still, but it was not the stillness of peace. It was the look of a man holding himself back by the thinnest possible thread, as if all that rage had been locked behind a mask that could crack apart at any second. Adelia Byron, who had been watching Adrian closely from the beginning, reacted immediately to the strange and frightening change in His Highness. Beside her, Joseph could only stare in complete confusion, his face openly showing how little he understood. He admitted that he had never once seen Adrian act in such a terrifying and unstable way before. Adrian, still shaken by the storm of power and anger that had nearly broken free inside him, managed to force out only a brief apology. His voice came out clipped and tight, carrying the strain he could not fully hide. In front of everyone, he admitted that he had completely lost his composure. The ambassador observed the exchange with an unsettlingly knowing look in his eyes, as if he understood much more than he was willing to say in public. Instead of pressing Adrian or exposing anything before the gathered nobles, he simply gave the prince a quiet, meaningful glance. It was the kind of look that seemed to ask a question without needing a single word. Still wrapped in that polished composure, the ambassador then offered to escort the prince. Around them, the nobles and knights remained gathered in uneasy silence, their eyes shifting between one another as they tried to understand the dangerous moment that had just passed right in front of them. Later, inside his private chambers, Adrian muttered irritably that he needed to change out of his clothes. But as he moved, an unexpected realization struck him with enough force to stop his thoughts cold. His old body had been so useless, so painfully weak, that it could not even handle his powers properly, and the discovery left Adrian genuinely stunned. At the same time, Vale Ballarhard narrowed his eyes and fixed his attention on the unfamiliar man who had stepped into the middle of the situation. His expression sharpened with obvious suspicion as he studied the stranger carefully, then demanded to know exactly who this person was. And then the man's identity became clear. The stern, serious figure standing there was none other than Marquis Bielefeld, carrying himself with the calm weight of someone long accustomed to power and importance. Adrian clasped his hands together in thought, quietly repeating the name to himself as he realized that, after all, not everyone had been told what was going on. Adrian watched the people before him with careful attention, letting his gaze linger, especially on Marquis Bielefeld. The space between them felt uncomfortable and stiff, filled with awkward silence, guarded faces and intentions that everyone seemed to be hiding just beneath the surface. Once Adrian found himself alone again, his self-control nearly slipped. He clutched at his head as pain and frustration surged through him together, twisting through his thoughts all at once. His eyes burned with an intense blue glow, revealing that the unstable power inside him was still churning dangerously beneath the surface. Meanwhile, Adelia Byron and Joseph watched him with unmistakable concern written across their faces. Adelia was the first to break the silence, her voice careful and heavy as she said that she had heard something had happened. The air between them grew thick with unspoken words, the kind of tension that made every pause feel heavier than it should. Marquis Bielefeld stood there with a face as hard and unreadable as carved stone, giving away nothing through his expression and offering no easy clue about what he truly thought. With his eyes fixed firmly on Adrian, Marquis Bielefeld showed no intention of softening his words. Another voice cut into the moment as well, pointing out how dangerously unstable Adrian had appeared, as though he had been only a few heartbeats away from causing a serious incident in front of everyone. Adrian's hand tightened against the table as he was forced to admit, even if only to himself, that the accusation might not be completely wrong. Just as it had before, that unmistakable blue light flashed through his eyes, betraying the power that was still stirring restlessly beneath his control. As the unseen voice demanded to know what Adrian thought he was doing, his thoughts spun in uneasy confusion. He wanted to argue that he was not foolish or reckless enough to create such a disaster, and yet even he could not fully explain what was happening to him. What made the situation even harder to ignore was the infamous House Bielefeld, standing so openly at the center of everything and displaying its influence without the slightest hesitation. In this kingdom, Nobles bowed their heads before House Bielefeld with a level of reverence they did not even offer to the royal family. That single fact revealed just how twisted and abnormal the balance of power had become. The atmosphere surrounding the kingdom felt like a powder keg waiting for the smallest spark, so heavily charged that no honest person could mistake it for peace. And when one looked back through history, the relationship had never truly been equal to begin with. From the very start, it had been one-sided, barely worthy of being called an alliance at all. Adrian sank into deep thought over that disturbing truth, his expression tightening as the pieces settled heavily in his mind. He wondered aloud how things could ever have been allowed to reach such a point, questioning how the country had fallen into such a miserable and humiliating state. Marcus Bielefeld only brushed aside the question with a small shrug, as if the answer was not nearly as grand or complicated as Adrian imagined. In a calm, almost indifferent voice, he said that, honestly, it was not some extraordinary story. He spoke of an age when legendary knights had once stood at the front lines themselves, leading the fight with pride and carrying the kingdom's strength on their own shoulders. But as the years continued to pass, the difference in power between the two sides only grew larger and larger. That divide never closed, and it did not remain at a safe distance either. Instead, the gap kept widening with time, stretching farther and farther until it became far too great for the kingdom to ignore. Long before the empire had fully risen into the massive power it would eventually become, the kingdom had already been reduced to a small nation forced to bow beneath its pressure. It had been pushed into submission before it ever had a real chance to correct the imbalance. That cruel piece of history struck Adrian with brutal force. The realization landed heavily in his chest, like a physical blow, something he could neither dodge nor pretend not to feel. At last, Adrian began putting together the scattered fragments of his kingdom's past. Leonberg was only a small country positioned at the edge of the continent, while the Bourgogne Empire had grown into a terrifying powerhouse. And yet at one point in history, Leonberg must have possessed something that allowed it to stand against that giant, some hidden strength that had given the kingdom a real chance to resist. From the beginning, their martial training had been refined with astonishing precision. Every movement, every form, and every lesson had been sharpened over time until it became part of a lasting legacy. Ordinary achievements and almost impossible feats were woven together through the years, turning first into heroic tales, then into legends, and eventually into myths that shaped the very identity of the kingdom. Surrounded by a soft blue glow, Adrian fell into deeper thought about those martial hymns. Slowly, he began to understand that they had never been simple techniques or empty traditions. They had once formed the very heart of Leonberg's strength. At last, he grasped the true meaning behind the martial spirit hymns, the battle anthems that had made his family name legendary. But that understanding brought pain with it, because no matter how glorious that history had once been, the final truth remained unchanged. In the end, they had lost everything. Later, Adrian looked straight at Vale Balorhard, his gaze steady and his decision already locked firmly in place. Without hesitation, without even the faintest shadow of doubt in his voice, he told his uncle that he had completely changed his mind. Vale Balorhard was visibly taken aback, and he immediately asked what Adrian meant by that. But Adrian's thoughts had already gathered around one answer, clear and sharp enough that he could no longer avoid it: becoming king. A confident grin spread across Adrian's face, carrying that familiar mischievous edge that made his expression feel both bold and dangerous. Then he declared that he was actually going to try it. This time there was no uncertainty in his words, only the unmistakable force of a choice finally made. Even after everything Adrian had already done for the kingdom, Vale Balorhard could not completely free himself from the regret tightening inside his chest. As he looked at the path his nephew had chosen, that feeling lingered heavily, carrying both hope and sorrow in equal measure. Adrian, however, did not waver at all. He understood that someday, somewhere down the road, he might end up regretting the path he had chosen, but he also knew with absolute certainty that this was a destiny he could no longer turn away from. A magnificent palace rose into view, grand and imposing beneath the open sky. It was now the second day since the envoy's critical arrival, and even from the sight of the palace alone, it was clear that the tension surrounding the royal court had not eased in the slightest. Dressed in his regal uniform, Adrian kept his face perfectly composed and unreadable. Whatever thoughts were moving behind his eyes, he hid them behind a calm, polished mask, the kind required for someone stepping onto the dangerous stage of the royal court. Vale Balerhard came forward in a rush, bringing urgent news that immediately shifted the atmosphere around them. He revealed that First Prince Adrian Leonberg had disappeared, while Lord Vale of the Northern Balerhard court had already arrived. The moment Adrian heard those words, his expression tightened. A low, uneasy sound slipped from him as the weight of the situation began to settle in, and concern slowly spread across his face. Around them, the nobles reacted with open shock. Gasps broke out across the room one after another, rippling through the gathered court. Adrian and Vale Balerhard were left facing the stunned nobles together, while the tension in the chamber thickened until it felt almost suffocating. A memory flashed back with painful sharpness, dragging harsh words up from the past. He remembered the blatant disrespect that had once been thrown at him, the way others had looked down on him as nothing more than a country bumpkin. Someone foolish enough to stand before royalty without understanding his place. Not a single person there had believed in him. In their eyes, this young man could never truly become king, no matter what bloodline ran through him or what future might have been waiting beyond the narrow limits of their expectations. He had begun life as someone the world would never bother to record, a nameless child born in a village so forgotten that most travelers could pass it by without even slowing their steps, let alone asking what kind of place it was. To everyone else, he was nothing more than one more faceless boy in the crowd, someone with no noble title to protect him, no respected name to stand behind, and even among those already cast aside, he was never the child anyone expected to rise. Yet, even with every disadvantage stacked high above him, and even when the weight of other people's scorn pressed down on him like a hand trying to force him into the dirt, he refused to let himself remain buried. So instead of lowering his head and accepting the place others had chosen for him, he kept moving forward, stepping out under all those cold judging eyes, the same way the moment in front of him now demands that he stand again. Adrian forces his body back up, rising onto his feet, and the instant he stands, the air around him begins to quake. Deep blue power rolls off his body in visible waves, sending a heavy vibration through the space like the entire hall is reacting to his will. His eyes narrow with a frightening clarity, calm on the surface but utterly unshakable underneath, like a sharpened blade sliding free from its sheath, as if some old, life-defining memory has just awakened from the very bottom of his soul. In that moment, he remembers them all. The people who once looked directly at him, stood close enough to see his face clearly, and still somehow failed to understand what had been standing right in front of them the entire time. Even when Adrian had been lost inside a massive crowd, surrounded by countless unfamiliar faces, he had never truly been ordinary. The faint blue ripples drifting from his quiet figure made him stand out, turning his presence into something no one could completely ignore. He remembers standing before the masses with his shoulders firm, his spine straight, and his chin lifted, refusing to bow or shrink back, even while their suspicion and contempt tried to grind him down where he stood. The power resting inside him carried the pulse of royalty itself, a presence far beyond simple talent, the kind of noble pressure only someone worthy of a crown could possess. And still, those same people called him unfit, sneering that he was nothing but a country bumpkin and whispering that if someone like him ever sat on the throne, the whole kingdom would collapse into disaster. As the youngest, he had always been treated as the family's punchline, the one people could mock without hesitation, especially when they compared him to his elder brothers, who seemed more polished, more respectable, and far easier for the kingdom to accept. But beneath every insult and every dismissive laugh, Adrian's eyes burn with a fierce, stubborn light. Around him, that brilliant blue energy flares even stronger, almost as if the determination inside his chest has finally taken shape in the physical world. His resolve hardens until it feels almost immovable, like stone forged under pressure. And every cruel stare, every mocking grin, every glance that once treated him as worthless only feeds the fire raging deeper inside him. Then that strength bursts outward in a bright surge of blue light, not as a threat thrown at the people around him, but as a wordless declaration that the power he carried had been real, undeniable, and impossible to erase from the very beginning. Somewhere among the watching crowd, a stern man with blazing red hair fixes his stare on Adrian. His face stays tense and unreadable, his eyes locked on the young prince as though he is silently measuring the weight of what stands before him. Adrian remains planted at the center of the hall, unmoving as heavy streams of blue energy coil and flow around him. With every passing second, his presence grows larger until the attention of the entire room is pulled toward him like iron to a magnet. Then, in a voice steady with a confidence that almost feels dangerous, he speaks as if the answer has already been settled, calmly declaring that this much should be more than enough. The blue glow in Adrian's eyes intensifies, burning brighter as his voice begins to carry the unmistakable pressure of command, and he says, "You may raise your..." But before the words can fully leave his mouth, a dark and terrifying force erupts from a hooded figure in the distance. Violent purple energy crackles around them, and a low whisper slips into the hall, dragging a sense of dread through the air. The hood falls away, exposing an ancient elf with long flowing white hair and sharply pointed ears, yet even she appears deeply shaken, her expression stiff with disbelief, as though she can hardly accept that a being with such overwhelming power is truly standing there. Adrian keeps his glowing blue eyes fixed ahead, catching the elf's stunned reaction the moment it appears. From that single look, he understands at once someone in this room still knows the true meaning and weight behind his name. This is no ordinary elf, casually entering the royal hall. From the shadows steps a mysterious presence so heavy it changes the entire atmosphere, her dark robes shifting around her while raw power snaps and flickers through the air with each measured step. For just a second, Adrian's iron composure breaks. His jaw falls open as shock and confusion hit him at the same time, because out of all the people who could have appeared here, he can barely believe that Madwoman has shown up. For generations, elves have been admired as the very image of beauty, graceful beings praised as gentle and kind, so refined and benevolent that ordinary people believed they would never bring harm to even the smallest living creature. That flawless image is what most people picture the instant they hear the word elf, a beautiful reputation that has been guarded for more than 1,000 years. But behind that dazzling surface, the truth is far darker and far more terrifying. In truth, elves are a merciless race. They use their breathtaking appearances almost like a weapon, luring enemies in with beauty and grace, only to tear them apart without the slightest hesitation once they are close enough. Even knights born with iron-grade strength, warriors who should be sturdy enough to withstand brutal combat, can become completely helpless once they are caught inside an elf's carefully laid trap. And among the elves, there are some who stand far beyond the rest, monsters hidden beneath elegance and beauty. This woman is an elder high elf, a being who has continued to live for nearly 1,000 years. Her name is Sigrun, the legendary dancing magic swordswoman. 10 years ago, she was part of the expedition that succeeded in bringing down the Red Dragon, and now she stands there with terrifying ease, asking whether he will follow her if his master falls. A confident smile slowly spreads across Sigrun's lips, calm and dangerous, as she promises that if he chooses to come with her, she will keep her companion entertained for all of eternity. Then she pushes the provocation even further, throwing out the question as if it amuses her. So what if he is only a sword? With that bold challenge, she declares that she will show him what it truly means to exist as one. And Adrian knows exactly who she is, the very madwoman who once put him through suffering beyond imagination. Gruhorn can barely make sense of what he has just heard, his mind catching on the question of whether those words really came from her own mouth. But Vale Balerhard confirms it without hesitation, making it clear that the terrifying statement came directly from the king she serves. Facing this strange and unreadable elf, Gruhorn narrows his focus and studies her carefully, searching her face as he asks whether the two of them have ever met before. Sigrun turns her gaze toward him with faint curiosity, then answers with a question of her own, asking why he would think such a thing. Gruhorn admits that this is actually his first time meeting her, and that single answer is enough to make Vale Balerhard react in stunned disbelief. Around them, the powerful figures in the room remain silent, watching as the tension between them grows sharper. The ancient elf merely lets out a soft, thoughtful hum, her gaze resting on Gruhorn with a calm that reveals absolutely nothing, as if every thought behind her eyes is locked away from the rest of the world. Gruhorn's mind begins racing, pulling him back to memories of a guild where power decided everything. Even 400 years in the past, Sigrun had already been a legend, a living weapon whose presence he had once encountered. And if she was already that terrifying back then, there is no telling what kind of monster she has become after all this time. Sigrun speaks with chilling certainty, saying that a sword refined to its absolute peak can cut through anything, and everyone listening finds themselves drawn into the weight of her words. But she makes the heart of her meaning impossible to misunderstand. Only those who have truly reached mastery, only those who have understood the sword from its deepest and most essential level, can grasp what that kind of power really is. That understanding is not something a person can seize through brute force alone. It belongs only to those who have gone beyond ordinary skill, stepping past the limits of common technique and entering a realm far higher than most warriors can even imagine. Then Sigrun directs that judgment straight at him, her voice calm, cold, and merciless as she tells him plainly that he has not reached that level yet. But rather than retreating or showing even the smallest flicker of fear, he simply grins. He meets her verdict head-on with an almost effortless coolness, replying that his tastes are just a little unusual. For a brief stretch of silence, Sigrun says nothing. Her expression stays perfectly unreadable, as though she is calmly weighing his answer in her mind and deciding what kind of person stands before her. At last, with one small gesture, Sigrun brings their sharp exchange to an end, saying that even though their meeting was brief, it was a pleasure. Far away from that tense encounter, on a brutal battlefield swallowed by snow, corpses lie scattered across the frozen ground while a lone warrior in crimson moves forward, each step crunching through the icy silence. His eyes stay sharp and steady as he takes in the grim battlefield around him, reading the bodies, the snow, and the silence all at once. And with quiet certainty, he realizes that for the moment at least he has survived. Elsewhere, inside a lavish room where comfort and elegance do nothing to soften the tension, an older woman looks down at a tiny child. Concern tightens across her face as she murmurs that the little one is far too young for this. She continues examining the child carefully from head to toe, her eyes moving over every small detail. But what unsettles her the most is that empty, distant stare, the way the child seems unable to properly focus on her or meet her gaze. A sudden chill runs through the woman as a terrifying possibility strikes her all at once. Her fear sharpens in an instant, and she wonders whether this tiny child could truly have been brought here to fight against her. The child, however, appears completely unaware of the suffocating weight hanging over the room. They simply stare ahead with that vacant expression, and the blankness in their eyes only makes the woman more afraid that all of this is happening far too early. Her expression grows tense as the full seriousness of the situation settles over her, and she understands that this is bad, very bad. Then, from the small and mysterious figure, an otherworldly glow suddenly bursts outward, shimmering as though reality itself has been shaken. Back inside the royal halls, the mood shifts into seriousness once again, as the conversation moves forward and a confident voice declares that the prince will surely find the perfect match destined for him. But while everyone around him speaks as if the prince's marriage has already been decided and neatly placed into the future, the prince himself grows quiet, sinking deeper into his own thoughts. Choosing a consort is not just a decorative royal custom or some light-hearted ceremony. The woman who stands beside him must have wisdom, kindness, a strong body, and a family powerful enough to protect and strengthen the royal bloodline. And as the full weight of that duty presses down on him, he cannot stop wondering whether he is truly prepared to accept such a heavy bond. Just as that uneasy thought settles in his chest, the attendant suddenly arrives with news that hits the room like a clap of thunder. An elven delegation has come to the palace, formally requesting an audience. Yet the prince does not hesitate, does not pause to reconsider, and does not try to avoid them. He gives his approval immediately, almost as though the decision had already formed in his mind before the words were even spoken. The moment the prince allows the meeting, the attendant wastes no time at all. She turns sharply and moves to carry out the arrangements, her steps brisk and purposeful, every motion showing that she understands this is not the kind of audience that can be handled carelessly. She heads straight toward a radiant figure whose presence seems to command attention without effort. The woman stands with the composed grace of royalty, every small movement elegant and controlled, and the dazzling figure waiting there is none other than Sigrun herself. Meanwhile, inside the chamber, the prince is still trying to process the weight of what has just been said. Elves have not shown themselves in this kingdom for an incredibly long time, so hearing that an entire delegation has suddenly arrived to request an audience leaves him shaken in a way he cannot easily hide. Now standing face to face with that radiant elf, the attendant does not waste breath on gentle introductions or carefully polished courtly phrases. She looks directly at Sigrun and asks the question hanging over everyone's mind. Has she truly come here to become the prince's future spouse? Sigrun responds with a faint, knowing smile, the slight curve of her lips making it seem as if the question amuses her rather than catches her off guard. Then, without showing even the smallest trace of hesitation, she confirms it openly and proudly states that she is a high elf. She then begins to explain her position with calm certainty, making it clear that she is no ordinary wandering elf who casually appeared at court, but someone whose status stands beside the highest nobility of an ancient and powerful bloodline. At the same time, the prince's hand tightens before he even realizes it, his fist slowly clenching while Gruhorn's mind races, desperately trying to understand what Sigrun is truly planning. Sigrun continues speaking as though none of her words are shocking at all, delivering each impossible statement with the same ease as an everyday fact. Her age alone places her far beyond him. She has lived for a full 1,000 years, and ordinary mortal souls could never begin to stand on the same level as hers. Byron can only stare at her in stunned silence, watching as Sigrun speaks so casually, almost like she is discussing something as simple as the weather. Then the high elf adds something even more unsettling, saying that it had been a beautiful day for a human, and that she herself was the reason the prince followed her. Sigrun's eyes sharpen, and her gaze settles over the room with such intensity that the air itself seems to grow heavier. Then, in a voice filled with certainty, she reveals that everything began from the very moment she first laid eyes on His Highness. Gruhorn is struck so hard by her declaration that his jaw nearly drops. The boldness of her claim leaves him frozen for a brief moment, his thoughts stumbling as he struggles to find any proper response to what she has just said. He understands one important truth about elves. When they speak of fate or bonds, they do not toss those words around casually. That only makes Sigrun's claim feel even heavier. Byron, still shaken by the way this high elf is pushing the matter forward with such fearless confidence, can only ask whether everything Sigrun said is really true. Disbelief remains written across Byron's face, her eyes wide and unsettled as she stares at Sigrun. In silence, she can only wonder how outrageously daring this elf truly intends to be. Still rattled by the high elf's reckless announcement, Byron's thoughts begin to spin wildly. She questions everything she thought she knew about fate, and whether Sigrun is actually trying to force destiny itself into becoming a marriage alliance with the prince. As though Sigrun can see straight through those racing thoughts, she offers another declaration that leaves the entire room stunned. With a certainty so firm it almost feels sacred, she says that the prince's destiny has always been tied together with her own. Her words drop over the chamber like a heavy blade falling into silence. For a moment, no one moves at all, as if Sigrun has openly challenged every person present to deny the fate she has just claimed in front of them. Gruhorn is utterly confused, yet he cannot simply dismiss what she says, because he knows elves do not lie about matters of this kind. All he can do is force his disbelief into words, demanding how she could possibly call a connection that deep nothing more than coincidence. The nobles gathered around them begin to lose their composure. Sharp gasps spread through the hall, rushed whispers break out from every direction, and one furious noble nearly erupts on the spot, unable to stomach the sheer arrogance behind Sigrun's declaration. Just when the tension feels ready to snap apart, a crisp tack cuts through the chamber. On the other side of the door, a hand grips the handle, ready to swing it open and break into the charged scene unfolding inside. But even with the door on the verge of opening, Sigrun does not so much as flinch. The ancient elf stands perfectly composed, her presence so overwhelming that without moving a finger, she still seems to dominate the entire room. Then she states her purpose with absolute clarity, leaving no room for anyone to pretend they misunderstood. She came here for one reason alone: to marry the prince and unite their ancient clans together. The elder high elf pins him in place with a piercing stare, her eyes sharp, steady, and impossible to avoid. She presses forward as though his answer should come immediately, not after debate, not after delay, but right here in front of everyone. Meanwhile, Gruhorn stands with the quiet readiness of a veteran executioner who has served loyally for 20 long years. His blade, his posture, and the cold stillness surrounding him all carry the weight of a man who has lived close to death for far too long. Sigrun's dagger-like eyes bore into him as she drives the confrontation even deeper. She asks whether he came here only to uncover the truth, or whether he has arrived to deliver the killing blow with his own hands. A sly smile slowly curls across her lips, and the expression on her face makes it painfully obvious that she is enjoying every second of the pressure, confusion, and shock building inside him. Caught completely off guard by how much she seems to know, Gruhorn can only force out a stunned question. His eyes narrow with suspicion as he asks how she could possibly know anything about him in the first place. In response, a terrifying surge of purple energy rises around Sigrun, twisting and crackling through the air like a storm of raw magic. Gruhorn feels a cold truth settle over him. This woman is a monster, and the depth of her power reaches far beyond anything he can properly measure. A faint blue light sparks defiantly in Gruhorn's eye as he struggles to make sense of her strange claim that their destinies are somehow connected. His face hardens into a silent challenge, especially once he realizes she even knows the hidden truth that he is an executioner. Then Sigrun's voice slices through the room, sharp and mocking, as if she is daring him to stand against her at all. But Gruhorn does not take a step back. With his eyes burning fiercely, he answers with complete certainty, declaring that he knows exactly who he is. Sigrun, however, only continues to toy with him, reminding him that he has been speaking so boldly right in front of an executioner. At last, Gruhorn's patience snaps. He has listened to enough of Sigrun's games, and the look on his face makes it clear that he is done allowing her to twist the situation and control the room however she pleases. He draws a firm line between them, telling her to stop meddling with his destiny and to keep her hands away from the path he has chosen to walk for himself. Sigrun, however, remains completely unfazed, as though his anger barely even reaches her. Her smirk stays right where it is while she casually admits that, for the moment, he is simply an amusing little mystery in her eyes. Gruhorn's expression grows cold as a brutal realization sinks into him. If he allows this situation to remain as it is, this insane elf may one day erase his entire kingdom from history. So, without saying a word, he makes a vow inside himself. He will become something she cannot ignore, a feast so tempting and exquisite that she will never be able to treat him as some passing taste. The instant that audacious thought forms inside him, Sigrun's eyes narrow ever so slightly. For the first time, something like genuine curiosity appears in her gaze, and she asks him who he truly is. Gruhorn answers with a resolve that feels hardened by pain, saying that right now he is nothing more than a prince abandoned by his own father. Even as Sigrun challenges the foundation of his existence, his voice remains steady and refuses to break. But if she is really so curious about him, then she will have no choice but to keep watching. Time itself will eventually show her exactly what kind of person he is going to become. The ancient elf falls into silence, her eyes locked firmly on him. Her stare is so sharp and unreadable that not even the faintest trace of what she is thinking slips through. She had always felt that something about Adrian's trial was unusual, as though the entire ordeal carried a hidden meaning that could not be understood from the surface alone. But now, little by little, the scattered pieces begin to connect inside her mind. At last, the truth becomes clear to her. Everything had been happening because of him. A violent wave of realization crashes into Gruhorn, and the truth lands on him with terrifying weight. That strange heritage from another world suddenly feels far more important and far more dangerous than he had ever understood before. Then, in a burst of blinding light, the scene changes. He appears walking through a magnificent hall filled with warm sunlight, and the moment he steps inside, every noble and every guard nearby turns their eyes toward him. The crowd erupts in shock when they see him standing openly before them, hand in hand with Sigrun. Before a single explanation is offered, the image itself becomes a declaration that no one in the hall can possibly ignore. Standing shoulder to shoulder, the two of them look almost impossibly imposing, like two powerful forces capable of shaking the entire kingdom simply by appearing together in the same place. Then he turns his sharp gaze toward the gathered crowd, his expression steady and controlled. He prepares himself to speak the announcement that will send a shock through everyone listening. And then, clearly and loudly enough for the entire hall to hear, he declares that he is going to be engaged to Sigrun. Even as those words leave his mouth, a part of him nearly flinches in disbelief, as though he has only just realized how naturally and casually he said Sigrun's name in front of everyone. But beneath that bold public announcement, his mind is already moving several steps ahead. He knows he cannot afford to oppose Sigrun openly right now, so this engagement becomes a calculated move. Even if an alliance with the elves seems minor on the surface, he understands that its real value could be enormous. His true goal is far simpler and far more dangerous than anyone around him realizes. Deceive her, pull her close, and turn Sigrun into his own personal spy. After considering every possible angle, he decides this is the strongest move he can make. More than that, he knows the benefits could eventually reach far beyond himself, especially in how much they may help the queen. Sigrun is far too sharp to be fooled by the sweet little performance playing out before her eyes. Even with that calm, polished smile sitting on her face, she sees the engagement for exactly what it is. This is not some innocent romance born from affection, but a carefully placed political move, a piece set on the board to strengthen her position just as much as it benefits everyone else involved. But to Gruhorn, whether Sigrun sees through it or not hardly matters at all. While the rest of the room may be focused on the surface of this sudden engagement, he has already slipped into his own hidden strategy, playing a completely different game from the very first moment the arrangement began. Inside the vast royal hall, where even the faintest sound seems to climb the walls and hang in the air, Gruhorn's thoughts are already racing far beyond the scene in front of him. He plans to twist this entire farce into a weapon, using it to collect influence, allies, and power, until the day finally arrives when he can tear himself free from the grip of that terrifying elf. Adrian Leonberg, a rising legend whose true story has only just started to unfold, has now reached level 23. His strength, speed, endurance, magic, and even his luck have climbed to astonishing heights, backed by an intimidating collection of skills and valuable items. And yet, in that quiet moment, he simply reaches out and closes his fingers around a delicate flower, the fragile bloom looking almost impossibly small against the overwhelming power he now carries. Even so, no matter how much Adrian has grown or how far his abilities have advanced, the King of Leonberg still sits above him on the throne with the stronger hand. Adrian understands that painful gap better than anyone because, in the end, the greatest advantage separating them does not come from training, talent, or effort. It comes from royal blood itself. A sharp gasp slips out of Bayern before she can hold it back, and the breath that follows comes uneven and strained. The full meaning of what she has just pieced together crashes into her all at once, leaving her frozen for a moment beneath the sheer force of the realization. Not so long ago, Bayern remembers, Adrian's uncle Vale Ballerhard had desperately stepped forward, searching for someone who could stand with him in a dangerous political struggle. First, Adrian reached out and seized the flower of Iron Lion Castle, and now, with a boldness that is almost unbelievable, he is reaching toward an elf as well. Most people think they understand beauty the moment a pretty face appears before them. But when it comes to the elves, that ordinary understanding is nowhere near enough. Their charm exists in an entirely different realm, a beauty so overwhelming that it seizes the eyes first and leaves the mind struggling to catch up afterward. A sly, knowing smile slowly spreads across Bayern's lips, carrying both deep satisfaction and a flicker of eager anticipation. And, before long, the duel with him is set into motion, feeling less like a casual challenge and more like an unavoidable collision that fate itself has pulled into the open. Gillian grits his teeth, fully aware that killing Adrian outright would create consequences far too large and messy to clean up afterward. But that does not stop a cold, vicious smirk from tugging at the corner of his mouth as he settles on a better answer. Adrian does not need to die. As long as he is left alive, broken, and still useful, that will be more than enough. A low, ugly sound rumbles from deep in Gillian's throat as he presses one hand over his own face, sinking further into the cruelty of his thoughts. With chilling certainty, he vows to crush Adrian so completely that no pride will remain inside him, no hope will be left to grasp, and no road will lead back to the man he once was. Meanwhile, on a savage battlefield buried beneath relentless snow, Adrian Leonberg stands among the fallen, as if the merciless world around him has hammered him into something sharper, harder, and far more dangerous. In another place, Sturmhilde Stuttgart appears in full armor, his presence heavy and commanding, ready to deliver words that carry the firm weight of law itself. Sturmhilde Stuttgart identifies himself as the Silver Lion and commander of the Royal Knights, and with that authority behind him, he formally certifies the duel. As Adrian is sent plunging from the towering structure, Sturmhilde's voice cuts through the air, declaring one thing with absolute clarity: whatever the outcome of this battle may be, no one will be punished for it. Gillian, however, only lets out a lazy yawn, as though the ceremony, the tension, and all the eyes gathered around them mean absolutely nothing to him. In his mind, this is not some glorious duel wrapped in royal importance. It is simply an exchange of blows, and he expects it to end exactly the way he wants. Then, with almost casual cruelty, Gillian reveals what he has prepared. He says he came ready for Adrian, and even brought a few new toys along, his voice dripping with mockery as he asks whether Adrian likes them. Then he adds, with a sharper edge beneath the words, that he sincerely hopes the first prince will not disappoint the expectations of the kingdom. Adrian feels the pressure crash down around him like an invisible mountain, pressing against his body until even breathing becomes difficult. The only thought he can force through the strain is that he has felt this kind of power before, but this time, something about it is clearly and dangerously different. Gillian stands there wrapped in a faint blue glow, watching Adrian struggle as if the sight only mildly entertains him. With a dismissive tone, he remarks that the pressure must be getting to Adrian, then throws out a challenge, asking whether Adrian will still be able to slap him around after this. Before Adrian can properly answer, Gillian releases a devastating burst of blue energy. The attack slams into Adrian with a brutal, bone-rattling crack, blasting his body backward through the air, while Gillian's cold voice follows after him, warning that the pain will not end simply because the duel eventually does. Adrian is forced to take the impact head-on, his entire body jolting violently beneath the force of the strike. Blue aura erupts around him in a fierce explosion, flooding the space nearby with a violent surge of raw power. The blow rips Adrian from his footing and sends him spinning wildly through open air, blue energy still snapping and crackling around his falling body. Even in the middle of that dizzying descent, his thoughts drift back to the strength he has gained recently, and he mutters to himself that things have become just a little busier lately. Adrian crashes into the ground with a heavy, merciless impact. The force from Gillian's attack tears through him from head to toe, knocking the air from his lungs and leaving his body trembling from the violence of the fall. A raw cry of pain bursts from Adrian's throat, sharp enough to make the watching crowd react immediately. Three noblewomen freeze in place, their eyes widening with open disbelief as the duel turns far more vicious than any of them expected. Even Sturmhilde Stuttgart, the legendary commander of the Royal Knights, cannot fully hide the shock that crosses his face. As he looks at the battered yet still unyielding figure before him, he finds himself wondering whether this young man is truly the same first prince he once knew. And yet, even lying there on the ground, Adrian's eyes refuse to lose their light. Pain is clear across his face, but beneath that pain, a stubborn flame of defiance still burns, making it obvious that in his heart this battle is far from over. Then Sturmhilde's commanding voice cuts straight through the heavy tension and officially declares Adrian, the first prince, the victor. Adrian stands over the fallen Gillian with the weight of triumph hanging around him, while the nobles and guards nearby stare in a mixture of awe, disbelief, and uneasy silence. With the finality of a gavel-striking stone, Sturmhilde delivers the verdict for everyone present to hear. The third prince has been officially removed from the duel, and his decision leaves absolutely no room for argument. A wave of stunned cries ripples through the crowd as Gillian, defeated but not completely destroyed, lies flat on his back and stares up toward the sky. The outcome of this duel has changed his fate, and even the clean, elegant lines of his uniform now look painfully out of place against the chaos burning inside him. That spotless uniform only makes the contrast even sharper. From the outside, Gillian still appears neat, noble, and composed by birth, but beneath that polished surface, humiliation and rage are already twisting through him like poison. Still shaken by his loss, Gillian lowers his gaze as the noble's whispers begin circling around him from every direction. Deep inside, he scoffs at their petty judgment, refusing to treat their muttered opinions as anything worth acknowledging. Across the way, Adrian stands beside Vale Balorhard, while Vale struggles to fully process the scene before him. His disbelief is so strong that he can barely keep it from showing in his voice as he asks whether Prince Gillian truly lost. The shock spreads through the room like a wave. Gillian has been defeated by someone who had only been training for a few short months. Rage twists his face into something fierce and ugly, and he curses Adrian with every bit of fury he can drag up from his chest. Even the hardened guards, men trained to stand firm and keep their faces controlled, cannot fully hide what they are feeling. They stare at the result in front of them with open disbelief, still unable to accept what they have just witnessed. Still rattled by the outcome of the duel, Gillian jerks his head upward and blurts out a sharp question filled with disbelief. The words leave him almost by instinct because he simply cannot bring himself to accept what he has just heard. Somewhere else, Adrian delivers yet another shocking piece of news to Vale Balerhard. The first prince left Balerhard territory immediately after the duel, and now Adrian has disappeared as well. Vale can only stare back at him in stunned silence, barely managing to force out a response. The news spreads quickly. Adrian is heading north, straight toward Balerhard territory. Before long, a massive convoy of carriages and armored knights begins rolling through the enormous gate, leaving the capital behind as the road opens ahead toward the frozen lands waiting in the distance. Inside his private quarters, Adrian sits with bandages still wrapped around his head, watching a tiny furry companion with genuine curiosity in his eyes. He mutters that the little creature has somehow learned how to ride, and since it can now hold the reins, he declares that it is finally time to move on to the real thing. Adrian's fist tightens as a quiet vow settles deep inside his chest. He thinks to himself that he should have kept his mouth shut, and that he still has a long way to go before he truly understands humility. At the same time, his uncle Vale Balerhard confronts him directly, demanding to know why he is trying to leave in such a hurry. Adrian turns his eyes away, fully aware that the banquet has only just ended and that staying a few days to rest would have been the sensible thing to do. But dressed from head to toe in battle gear, with determination burning in his gaze, he admits the truth plainly. There is no longer any place for him in the capital. Somewhere deep within the shadows of power, a dark presence seethes with anger at the arrogance of those who have dared to forget who truly rules this empire. And even while that resentment burns quietly, the hunger for greater authority keeps pushing the hidden schemes forward. Elsewhere, Adrian throws a pointed question at Vale Balerhard, asking whether those supposedly loyal knights had ever been faithful in the first place. Vale answers with a scoff, reminding him that they were mercenaries, not nobles, before asking whether Adrian truly believed that performance had been genuine. But Adrian has already made up his mind. His expression remains firm, his resolve locked tightly in place, and there is not even the faintest sign that he intends to turn back from the road he has chosen. His uncle, however, cannot hide the concern written across him. Vale believes that if they had endured hardship together, their bond might have grown strong enough to become unbreakable. But Adrian's sudden decision feels dangerously reckless. Both he and Vale keep their attention fixed on the prince, who seems caught deep within his own thoughts. Adrian is certain of one thing above all else. If he waits any longer, he will end up tied to that terrifying woman. A cold shiver passes through him as he remembers Sigrun, the elder high elf, and the horrifying truth that every person she ever took an interest in eventually fell into ruin. With a fierce light sharpening his eyes, Adrian swears to himself that he has to become stronger, and he has to do it as quickly as possible before that nightmare becomes reality. Thinking of Sturmhilde Stuttgart, he understands that every effort he poured into growing stronger inside the peaceful capital has now brought him to one clear conclusion. He must escape this situation. Deep down, Adrian knows that true growth, the kind that does not merely strengthen the body, but sharpens the soul itself, can only be found in a place where real danger waits. Meanwhile, back in the capital, Gillian falls into a heavy silence as he gazes out over the endless snowfall. This northern land is the ultimate testing ground for humanity, a place that demands every ounce of strength, willpower, and endurance a person possesses. That harsh truth seems to weigh heavily on Bayern as she looks into the distance as well. It is a merciless land where legends are not simply given to people, but forged through blood, freezing winds, and the desperate will to survive. Facing that reality directly, Adrian's eyes burn with a determination that refuses to waver. For Adrian, there is no hesitation left in his heart. The battlefield, with all its danger, cruelty, and unforgiving violence, is the one place where he truly feels he belongs. Now, deep within the ruthless mountains, buried beneath layer after layer of snow, Adrian raises one hand and gestures toward the ominous peaks looming in the distance. With his eyes fixed on their jagged outline, he confirms that those are the legendary Blade Mountains. This is the sacred border his family has defended with their own blood. And the biting cold around them seems to prove just how unforgiving this land truly is. Beside Adrian, his companion is nearly frozen solid, complaining like a walking icicle that he is about to die from the cold. Adrian simply looks at him and deadpans, asking why he did not just stay inside the carriage if he could not handle it. Adrian Leonberg drove himself farther and farther into the merciless mountain trail, pushing his body through knee-deep snow while the icy wind clawed at his cloak and scraped harshly across his armor from every side. The cold was so brutal it seemed to bite straight through fabric and metal, yet Adrian kept moving as if this entire storm was nothing more than an annoying obstacle in his path. And somewhere in the middle of that miserable climb, an oddly crooked thought slipped into his mind. Was this ridiculous journey somehow making him gain weight instead of wearing him down? But behind that freezing march, somewhere far beyond the storm raging in the present, his uncle's thoughts drifted back to everything he had sacrificed to reach the place he now occupied. None of those losses had been light or easy. Every step that had carried him to power had demanded something from him, and each burden was heavy enough that an ordinary man would have collapsed long before ever reaching the center of authority. He could not help but wonder when the emperor would ever be allowed even a single peaceful moment, if not for his constant labor and tireless watchfulness. And the instant he remembered those fools who dared to look at him as if he were nothing more than some troublesome old man, a sharp, bitter scoff rose inside him, filled with wounded pride, resentment, and unmistakable irritation. Back in the present, Adrian's eyes stayed fixed straight ahead, unwavering and cold. Snow lashed against his face again and again, but not even the smallest hint of weakness crossed his expression. His gaze remained hard and unshaken as he cut through the savage weather, forcing his way forward with nothing but raw willpower. Right beside him, Vale Ballarhard was also battling his way through the ruthless mountain path, keeping his body steady even as the freezing pressure of the storm bore down on him. This frozen route was dangerous enough to break most men before they ever reached the end, but Vale's determination did not waver. Step after step he kept pace with Adrian, crossing that insane white wilderness with a grim, stubborn resolve. Vale turned his face toward Adrian, and although his expression remained stern, the worry in his eyes was impossible to miss. With the wind roaring between them and almost tearing his voice away, he called out loudly, asking whether Adrian was truly holding up all right in the middle of this brutal march. Adrian brushed off the concern at once, raising his voice against the storm and insisting that he was perfectly fine, even though the journey was clearly wearing down everyone around them. But Vale Ballarhard did not stop watching him. He offered Adrian a way to ease the strain, telling him that if the march became too much, they could switch places at any time. Adrian refused without even slowing his steps, unwilling to accept comfort for himself while the others were still fighting through the same freezing hell. The sharpness in Adrian's eyes only grew more intense, like cold steel catching a brief flash of light inside the storm. No matter how much exhaustion pressed down on his body, his will kept burning even brighter. That fierce determination gathered around him so strongly that in that moment, stopping his advance seemed almost impossible. As Vale Ballarhard watched Adrian push forward without the slightest hesitation, a heavy realization settled deep in his mind. Losing the king's favor was not something anyone could simply recover from. Once that judgment fell on a person, it clung to them like a chain, and escaping from its weight was never easy. Even while Adrian's face remained calm and unreadable, his thoughts beneath that composed expression were racing. The royal command weighed on him far more heavily than the snow collecting across his shoulders, and he could feel the hidden meaning behind that order tightening around every knight dragged into this march. Every knight gathered here had been forced onto this path by the king's absolute order. None of them had chosen to march north out of desire or loyalty to the journey itself. Adrian could see that truth clearly in their strained faces, their stiff movements, and the exhaustion that dragged at every step they took. As Adrian looked over the disorder spreading through the group, one thought rose sharply in his mind. If Karl were here, this situation would already have been handled. A bitter scoff passed through him as he studied the men who were supposed to be royal knights. From what he could see, they were nowhere near worthy of such a proud title. He even found himself questioning whether they deserved to be called immediate knights at all, or whether calling them knights in the first place was already being far too generous. In Adrian's eyes, the king, his uncle by blood, but also the oppressive force standing over his life, was nothing more than a stubborn old geezer who seemed determined to make every situation as troublesome and difficult as possible. A small, defiant humph escaped Adrian as he continued forcing his body forward through the snow. Even while he grumbled inwardly, he had no choice but to accept the bitter reality that this body, tied by blood and duty to the king, was now truly his own flesh. Carrying that unavoidable burden with him, he kept driving himself onward toward the north. The king's command and attitude pressed down on the entire group like an overbearing weight, leaving no room for escape and no chance to argue. Through the stinging snow and the vicious northern wind, the knights continued their march. Their bodies were battered by the cold, their strength was being worn thin, but their resolve barely held together as they pushed deeper into the unforgiving land ahead. The frozen wasteland stretched endlessly before them, a vast white world that looked cruel no matter which direction they turned. Adrian did not slow down. Instead, he glanced back toward the people following behind him, his eyes blazing with fierce resolve, fully aware that if they wanted to survive this place, they had no choice but to break through it together. Adrian shouted over the screaming wind, warning the others that if they failed to pick up the pace, the blizzard would swallow them before they ever escaped. And almost as if the mountain itself had heard his words and answered in rage, the weather suddenly worsened. The air twisted violently, turning into a furious storm of snow, ice, and shrieking wind. In the next instant, the snowfall changed completely, as though someone had flipped a switch and thrown the entire mountain into the full fury of a blizzard. What had already been a punishing march now became a desperate charge through chaos. The wind howled so violently that even the person riding beside you felt distant and almost impossible to reach. Adrian remained at the very front, eyes locked on the path ahead, while Vale Balarhard fought to stay close behind him, barely managing to force his voice through the storm. The blizzard swallowed everything around them, turning the world into a blinding white void. The road vanished beneath the snow. The sky disappeared above them, and even the riders just ahead became little more than pale, ghost-like shapes in the storm. With visibility nearly gone, the knights had no choice but to trust their horses, their instincts, and the faint sense of direction that kept them from being lost entirely. Even in that chaos, Adrian continued leading the charge, a brief flash of gold cutting through the swirling curtain of white. Behind him, the knights forced themselves onward with every last bit of strength they could summon, their bodies and horses nearly disappearing into the endless snow whipping around them. Adrian roared into the blizzard, pushing mana into his voice until his command tore through the storm with unnatural force. His order to move faster rang out like a desperate battle cry, cutting through the cold and driving the others to keep pushing forward no matter how much the mountain tried to stop them. The blizzard showed them no mercy at all. Snow slammed into them in thick, blinding sheets, while violent gusts battered them from every direction. Even the simple act of staying upright felt like a battle against the mountain itself, as if the frozen land was trying to knock every last one of them down. In the middle of that chaos, Adrian's eyes instantly caught sight of Adelia Byrne being struck hard by a massive gust of wind. Her enormous shield caught the blast like a sail, yanking her body off balance and dragging her dangerously to the side. The moment Adrian saw what was happening, he turned his voice toward her and shouted through the storm. Vale Balarhard reacted immediately, his senses still sharp even with the blizzard tearing around them. He called back with a quick word of thanks to the prince, acknowledging the warning before the situation could spiral into something even more dangerous. But Vale's worry had not disappeared. He turned his attention back toward Adrian and checked on him again, asking whether he was truly all right in the middle of all this chaos. Adrian answered that he was fine, yet even through the roaring wind, a strange hesitation seemed to linger after his words, as though something about the situation was still pressing heavily on his mind. Adelia was still being battered by the wind, her footing unstable as the huge shield pulled against her with every vicious gust. Arwen Kurgayan shouted toward her in alarm, warning her to be careful, because if the storm kept shoving her around like that, she was going to be thrown down hard. Seeing Adelia nearly tossed about by the storm, Adrian immediately snapped an order toward Arwen. No matter what happened, Arwen had to protect Adelia and make sure the wind did not tear her off her feet. Arwen responded without hesitation, accepting Adrian's command the instant it reached her. At the same time, Vale Balerhard shouted toward Adelia as well, telling her that if she wanted any chance of keeping her balance in that wind, she needed to throw those shields away. Adrian quickly followed up with the reason, making it clear that the massive shields were no longer helping her in any meaningful way. In this kind of violent wind, they had stopped being protection and had turned her into a human kite, catching every blast and dragging her body off balance again and again. His expression hardened as he shouted for her to drop everything, because no piece of equipment was worth gambling her life over. But Adelia, calling out to him as big brother, rejected the order immediately, stubbornly clinging to the shield she could not bring herself to abandon. She tried to explain that the shield was far too large and awkward to simply stop and throw away in the middle of the march, leaving Adrian visibly wondering what she was even thinking. Around them, the blizzard kept crashing into the group in brutal waves, blast after blast, slowing their pace as the endless wind and snow seemed determined to bring the entire journey to a complete halt. Even the strongest knights were beginning to break down beneath the storm's punishment. Their armor and weapons, which had once been meant to protect them, had become heavy burdens dragging at their exhausted bodies. Through the wind, ragged gasps could be heard as one knight began to falter, her strength draining away until she could barely keep moving. Then a heavy, sickening thud cut through the noise of the blizzard. She lost her footing completely and crashed down into the snow, her shield flying from her grasp as her body struck the frozen ground with painful force. A sharp shout ripped through the storm, just loud enough to reach Adrian over the screaming wind. In that instant, he understood exactly what had happened. Someone had fallen behind. Adrian twisted back with a grim look in his eyes, taking in the danger with one swift glance. Then he shouted for everyone else to keep moving forward, because if the entire line stopped in the middle of that blizzard, they could all end up doomed. The fallen knight lay helpless in the snow, pain and exhaustion written clearly across her face as the storm began dusting her body in white. Every second she remained on the ground, more snow gathered around her, as though the mountain itself was slowly trying to bury her alive. Adrian's own horse was barely enduring the march, and from where he sat, all he could do for a moment was watch the disaster unfold with frustration tightening in his chest. The storm made any quick rescue almost impossible. Every step through the snowdrifts was a struggle, and the ground looked ready to swallow both horses and riders if they moved carelessly. As the entire squad began losing strength, Taylor Tailheim, Adrian's right-hand knight, snapped at the struggling soldiers with fierce urgency. He shouted for them to get back up and move, refusing to let them collapse into the snow. Around him, the exhausted knights could barely raise their trembling arms, yet they still managed to salute their prince through frozen breaths and shaking bodies. For days, the blizzard had chased them like a merciless enemy, hammering them again and again without giving them a moment's rest. But at long last its fury began to weaken. Across the endless frozen wasteland, the battered knights continued their march, and far in the distance a faint light appeared, small and fragile, yet bright enough to suggest that this nightmare might finally be nearing its end. Just as the hellish march seemed to be entering its final stretch, Adrian let out a long, weary sigh. His face carried every mark of the ordeal, from the cold that had bitten into his skin to the exhaustion that had sunk deep into his bones. Even now, every step remained a fight. His heavy boots sank deep into the snow again and again, forcing him to drag his legs free before pushing onward through the frozen ground with nothing but stubborn persistence. Then, without any warning, the air around him suddenly fell strangely quiet. Adrian snapped his head upward in surprise, realizing that the blizzard which had tormented them for so long had vanished all at once. If the storm was going to stop, Adrian could not help thinking it should have done so much earlier. But now the sky had cleared in an instant, almost as if the entire blizzard had been some cruel joke played on them by the north itself. Above them stretched an impossibly bright blue sky, and their long journey had finally reached its destination. Before a massive castle gate, Adrian took in the sight of his troops lined up in perfect formation. His boots now struck solid, cleared ground, and after so many days of sinking through snow, that firm sensation felt almost unreal. With each steady step forward, the truth settled more deeply into him: they had arrived. What had started as a desperate fight for survival had now shifted into a powerful, determined march. Adrian strode forward through the enormous, ornate gates of the magnificent castle. The towering entrance opened before him like the mouth of an ancient fortress, one that looked as if it had endured countless northern winters and still stood completely unshaken. From within the castle grounds, the lord of the fortress watched Adrian's arrival with sharp, unwavering attention. He looked like a man hardened by battle, and time, his weathered face marked by experience, while the scar over one eye made his already intense gaze appear even more formidable. Above them, a grand banner bearing the crest of Balerhard snapped sharply in the northern wind. Beneath that symbol, the Lord's voice rang out with firm authority as he declared himself the rightful ruler of Balerhard and the formidable commander of the kingdom's 3rd Legion. Standing tall before the mighty fortress, the Lord carried himself with imposing confidence, his presence made even stronger by the loyal knights positioned at his sides. With formal dignity and unmistakable power, he extended his welcome to the first prince. Adrian lifted his gaze and met the man's eyes directly, his own stare sharp beneath the brilliant blue sky. Sunlight flashed across the intricate golden details of the lord's armor, making his figure seem even more commanding as he stood before the prince. A faint, knowing smile appeared on the lord's lips, as if he were quietly measuring the young prince standing before him. Then, with a broad and formal gesture, he offered Adrian a sincere welcome to Winter Castle. Under the dull, merciless sky of the north, an endless wasteland of ice and snow spread out in every direction, its silent fields stained with the sight of fallen bodies slowly being swallowed by winter. Far beyond the comfort and safety of the settled lands, deep in the heart of the Blade Mountains, a massive castle rose from the frozen earth like a sharpened blade thrust into the storm. This was the kingdom's greatest stronghold for monster slaying, a fortress built for one purpose alone, to stand against the endless tide of beasts crashing down from the mountains. And yet, with monsters flooding in on such a terrifying scale, even this mighty bastion seemed to be slipping toward despair, leaving someone with no choice but to mutter that the situation had become completely hopeless. Prince Adrian stood at his uncle's side, quietly absorbing the grim reality that surrounded Winter Castle. The knife-like cold in the air, the soldiers worn down to their limits, and the staggering number of lives being spent just to keep the fortress from collapsing. His uncle looked utterly disgusted by the place, his face twisted with exhaustion, frustration, and a kind of deep weariness that could not be hidden. In a heavy voice, he made his feelings painfully clear. The moment he finally escaped this frozen hell, he never wanted to set foot here again. Elsewhere within the castle walls, Adrian and Byron spoke about what Winter Castle truly meant. To people on the outside, it might have looked like nothing more than a brutal northern military post, a place where ordinary soldiers were sent to freeze, bleed, and fight monsters. But the truth was far more complicated. Winter Castle was also a proving ground for those born with royal blood, a place where their value could be tested under the harshest conditions imaginable. And naturally, there would always be powerful nobles eager to twist that meaning for their own benefit, using the fortress's danger and prestige as yet another weapon in their political games. A soft click broke through the heavy stillness. A moment later, the door began to open slowly, and the cold silence of the castle seemed to spill into the room, like a frozen breath drifting in from the stone halls beyond. But to anyone born and raised in Galunia, Winter Castle was never simply some distant military assignment or another cruel duty on the northern frontier. To them, this fortress was the very heart of their pride, the purpose they had been taught to carry from childhood, and the sacred ground where life gained meaning through battle, loyalty, and sacrifice. Adrian faced the imposing knight head-on, refusing to lower his gaze as his voice cut cleanly through the tense atmosphere. Then Vincent Balerhard turned away from the gathered crowd and made a declaration that seemed to settle heavily over everyone present. He would step down from his role as acting commander and return to the position that truly belonged to him, the commander of the Ranger Company. His son stepped forward, and the instant he saw his father standing there safely before him, the tension in his face softened with unmistakable relief. The elder Vincent met that look with quiet pride in his eyes, silently acknowledging all the effort, pressure, and responsibility his son had carried in his absence. A knowing smirk slowly tugged at the younger Vincent's mouth. It was the kind of expression that carried relief, familiarity, and a little teasing all at once, as if the heavy knot in his chest had finally loosened enough for him to breathe and even joke again. His father gave him a playful jab, asking if he had seriously thought the old man would never have a child of his own. The younger Vincent shot back without missing a beat, telling his father that he was already far past his prime and should finally learn to take things easy, instead of acting like he could keep pushing himself forever. Then the elder Vincent turned his attention toward Adrian, and the air around him shifted back into formality. Carrying the full weight of his title, he introduced himself as Vincent, eldest son of the Balorhard family. Before everyone gathered there, he acknowledged Adrian as the first prince and formally recognized him as the new commander of the Balorhard Ranger Company. Vincent of House Balorhard stood upright before the first prince, his posture straight, disciplined, and steady. His eyes were sharpened with intense focus, leaving no room for carelessness or casual ease. Every part of the way he carried himself showed that he understood exactly how important this moment was. Adrian responded with the same calm ease he always seemed to carry, offering a casual greeting while a faint smirk touched the corner of his mouth. Even in the middle of such a weighty and formal introduction, he remained relaxed, confident, and difficult to read, as though pressure like this barely reached him at all. But the younger Vincent's thoughts had already drifted toward Winter Castle itself. To him, this fortress was not just an ordinary post buried beneath snow and ice. It was a legendary battlefield, a place where only true warriors held their ground and offered their lives in the name of honor. Adrian stood firmly inside the snowbound castle, his presence cutting through the cold air like the edge of a drawn blade. This was not a place meant for anyone weak of heart, he declared. Only those who were truly prepared to give up everything had the right to stand within these walls. Then Adrian's voice sharpened, and he demanded to know why his father would bring someone like that to a place like this in the first place. Vincent Balorhard Sr. did not flinch beneath the question. Instead, he remained completely composed and calmly offered to guide him through the castle as if Adrian's accusation had not shaken him in the slightest. Adrian's eyes burned even more intensely, making it obvious that he had no intention of letting the subject fade away. He pressed Vincent Sr. again, demanding the real reason that person had been brought here, his voice carrying the force of someone who would not be satisfied with polite evasions or vague, convenient answers. Vincent Sr.'s expression finally hardened, the faint warmth draining from his face as he gave Adrian a blunt confirmation. It was exactly as Adrian had heard. Nothing had been exaggerated, and nothing had been misunderstood. The truth could no longer be avoided. Vincent Sr. had chosen to become Adrian's guardian, which meant the prince would officially be staying at Balorhard Castle. But Adrian had no intention of accepting that answer quietly. He immediately shot back with a sharp reminder about the weakling who had once been driven out of the castle because of their past failures. His words made one thing perfectly clear. He had not forgotten those mistakes, not even for a second. Vincent Sr. listened without interrupting, his face revealing almost nothing. For a moment, a dark shadow seemed to pass across his expression, but whether it came from anger, regret, or something far more complicated, he kept it locked behind a calm and unreadable mask. Then a quiet thought settled deep inside him, heavy but sincere. People were not doomed to remain the same failures they once were. With enough time, enough pain, and a purpose strong enough to pull them forward, a person could truly change. At last, Vincent Sr. turned toward his son, Vincent Jr., and looked at him directly. There was only one thing he needed from him now, but the weight behind that request made the whole room feel quieter, as if everyone understood this was not something he asked lightly. He met Adrian's eyes and demanded that he keep an open mind. Whatever judgments Adrian still carried, whatever memories or assumptions he was holding on to, Vincent wanted him to put them aside. This situation could not be handled properly if Adrian continued looking at everything only through the lens of the past. The tension in the room grew heavier as the three of them gathered around the massive table, and the conversation shifted towards something far more dangerous. Taylor stepped in with a grim warning, explaining that the monster's strength was increasing, driven forward by its own dark instincts and desires. Taylor admitted that far too much about the threat still remained unknown. Even so, with Adrian now present, Hesitation was no longer an option. They had to commit themselves completely. But even after that decision was made, one final obstacle still stood directly in their path. Adrian kept his gaze fixed on the table, his eyes sharp and steady, as though he were cutting through every detail laid out before him. Behind that calm, motionless stare, his mind was clearly moving fast, weighing each report and every piece of information being placed in front of him. Then Taylor spoke the single word that made the danger impossible to dismiss. The real problem waiting for them was the orcs. A massive horde of orcs was tearing through the frozen lands, advancing with such overwhelming force that even the rangers' arrows could barely slow them down. The base was becoming harder and harder to defend, and every new report made the situation sound more desperate than the last. Adrian confirmed the grim reality without hesitation, revealing that he had already begun selecting knights from within the castle to deal with the threat. He was not planning to sit back and wait until the enemy smashed into their walls. Instead, he was preparing a force that would go out and face the danger head-on. He began with a single simple word, but the weight behind it spread across the entire group like an order none of them could afford to ignore. Adrian, the prince, let a confident grin spread across his face, as if the shape of the plan had already become perfectly clear in his mind. With a cold and steady expression, he locked in his decision and made it unmistakable that he would be the one to handle this. But Taylor interrupted again, unwilling to let confidence turn into carelessness. He warned them that the orcs of the Blade Mountains were not enemies anyone could afford to underestimate. One wrong decision, one careless movement, and the entire military operation could collapse into disaster. Adrian listened closely, and his expression tightened as the full weight of Taylor's warning settled over him. The room seemed to grow heavier with silence, and everyone there could feel the seriousness of the enemy they were preparing to face. Taylor pushed for clearer information, refusing to let them move forward on vague fear and rough assumptions alone. He demanded to know exactly how large the orc force was and how much strength they were truly dealing with. What they needed now were numbers, estimates of power, and certainty, not guesses. The answer came back as a grim estimate. At most, there were around 50 orcs. No overlord had been confirmed among them, but that did not mean the possibility could be dismissed completely. They still had to consider the chance that something far more dangerous was hiding behind the main force. Adrian's eyes shifted toward Adrian, and his stare carried a silent challenge that filled the space between them. No one needed to speak the question out loud. That look alone made it clear. Was he truly prepared to take responsibility for facing a threat like this? With fierce resolve, Adrian cut off any further hesitation and insisted that their current preparations would be enough. This was not some minor skirmish they could afford to mishandle. The mountain entrance was a vital ranger route, and if the situation collapsed there, the entire area could explode into a full-scale war zone. Adrian's voice sharpened with doubt as he interrupted, warning that future operations would become a nightmare if they misjudged the threat now. He challenged Adrian directly, demanding to know how he could sound so confident when they were dealing with the terrifying orcs of the Blade Mountains. Still unconvinced, Adrian pressed even harder. He wanted to know exactly what Adrian was relying on, what hidden weapon, special tactic, or strategy he believed would be enough to make such a dangerous plan succeed. Taylor then revealed another crucial piece of information. The orcs numbered only about 3 dozen, and almost as if that dangerous detail were nothing more than ordinary business, he followed it with a strangely casual request for a change of clothes. Adrian did not even blink at the odd timing of the request. He accepted it calmly, treating the matter as something minor and easily handled, and said he would take care of it right away. A hard glint flashed through Adrian's eyes as his expression settled into something cold, firm, and impossible to shake. Once his decision had been made, he gave a single powerful order that cut cleanly through the room: move out. Adrian was completely caught off guard by how suddenly the order had been given. He could only stammer in confusion, still trying to understand where the plan had shifted, as he demanded to know what Adrian meant and why they were suddenly being sent out on a mission involving the orcs. Adrian answered in his usual calm, strategic manner, not even bothering to raise his voice. Their mission, he explained, was to escort and protect the Imperial Knights. But Adrian still could not accept that explanation so easily. He pushed back immediately, confusion and disbelief clear in his voice as he asked why those Imperial Knights would need his protection in the first place. Adrian gave him the answer like a blow. The 3rd Legion was coming for them. Adrian visibly recoiled under the weight of those words, and before he could even fully process what they meant, another order followed right away: get his gear and report back. From a distance, however, someone else was silently watching the entire exchange unfold. The Imperial Knight Joseph kept his eyes fixed on the group, his gaze sharp, guarded, and difficult to read. Without saying a word, he judged them from where he stood, thinking that whether he liked it or not, these soldiers had better prove themselves useful. That thought continued to trouble Joseph, especially when he remembered how badly they had been caught off guard by the blizzard. The memory clearly still bothered him, lingering in the back of his mind like an unresolved problem that had not yet been properly answered. Joseph, an Imperial Knight operating under the cover of a secret inquiry, kept his disguise firmly in place while he observed everything with careful, watchful eyes. High above the snowy peaks, Winter Castle stood alone like a silent guardian over the frozen expanse, its formidable defenses facing a wilderness where weaker creatures moved beneath the shadow of far deadlier monsters. A distant tower rose into the pale sky, stark and lonely against the endless white landscape. Inside the fortress, Adrian's sharp gaze settled on Gruhorn, his expression firm and unyielding as he prepared to speak. He warned Gruhorn that even if he doubted the reported numbers, the orc population was far greater than he imagined. Then he brushed aside Gruhorn's fear of failure, telling him plainly that he was overthinking things and allowing doubt to make the situation feel much larger and more terrifying than it truly needed to be. In the very next moment, Adrian released a violent wave of power straight toward Gruhorn, and a blinding flash exploded between them like lightning tearing open the middle of the hall. His eyes burned with a fierce blue glow as he stepped in, the force of his will crashing down with enough pressure to drive Gruhorn backward. Everyone standing behind them went completely still, frozen by the sudden confrontation, unable to do anything except watch as the tension between the two men erupted right before their eyes. Gruhorn's eyes flared in answer, shining with a sharp golden light that blazed up as if his body had reacted before his thoughts could catch up. It did not feel calm, controlled, or carefully planned. Instead, it looked almost instinctive, like Adrian's sudden pressure had struck something buried deep inside him and awakened a hidden power that surged forward on its own. Yet Adrian stayed strangely calm in the middle of that overwhelming pressure. He tried to summon the status window, expecting the familiar interface to appear in front of him, but nothing happened. There was no response from the system at all. With that silence hanging over him, Adrian's gaze shifted to the detailed armor standing before him, and a quiet question formed in the back of his mind. Was this man actually a triple-chain knight? Among everyone who had returned from the front lines, only one person could truly be called a ranger in the proper sense of the word. The rest might have carried impressive titles, weapons, and the outward appearance of trained soldiers. But once all of that was stripped away, they seemed closer to ordinary scouts than real rangers who belonged on a battlefield like this. As that realization settled heavily inside him, Adrian understood that he could not afford to keep moving based on guesses and assumptions. Before making his next move, he needed to confirm his own condition first. He had to know exactly what limits were holding him back, what strengths he could still rely on, and what abilities were truly available to him in this situation. Back inside the hall, Gruhorn raised his voice and pulled the attention of the surrounding knights toward him. His words cut through the restless atmosphere with enough force to settle the room, making it clear that from this moment onward, everyone needed to stop hesitating and listen carefully. As the mission preparations began, Adrian gave his instructions to Adelia Byron, while a tense look flickered quietly behind her eyes. She kept her face under control, but her thoughts were already moving fast. If Adrian's power slipped out of control at the wrong time, she knew better than anyone that she would be the one caught in the worst of the consequences. Crossing mountains buried beneath snow was not something anyone could survive with weak resolve or careless confidence. Out there, stamina mattered more than pride, titles, or bravado. Every step through that frozen terrain demanded focus, endurance, and a stubborn will strong enough to keep the body moving even when the cold tried to shut everything down. Once stamina dropped too far, the body would begin betraying itself little by little. Limbs would stiffen, breathing would turn heavy, and even pulling one foot out of the snow could become painfully difficult. On those deadly mountain paths where one wrong step could cost a life, that kind of exhaustion was terrifying. And now that Adrian had to travel alongside Gruhorn, he could not help thinking that this man's nagging might actually be even worse than his father's. They pressed forward across the frozen land, their horses driving through the snow with strong, heavy strides. White powder burst up around their legs with every pounding step, and even though the cold terrain seemed to stretch on without end, the group continued riding ahead, refusing to let their pace collapse. Deep in the frozen wilderness, Adrian took the lead and raised his spyglass toward the distant horizon. His brows slowly pulled together as he focused on a small shape through the lens. For a brief second, confusion crossed his face, and the thought slipped through his mind, was that thing out there just a rabbit? But as the image inside the spyglass sharpened, that harmless idea vanished instantly. The figure moving through the snow was dark, heavy, and ominous, with a silhouette far too large and threatening to belong to any ordinary animal wandering through the cold. No, it was definitely not a rabbit. What stood out there in the snow was a massive orc, its green face twisted into a vicious snarl. Its red eyes glowed through the freezing air, and from deep in its throat came a low, animal-like growl that made the threat impossible to mistake. Adrian's expression hardened at once, and every trace of that earlier uncertainty disappeared from his face. Through the spyglass, his gaze locked tightly onto the target, and the full weight of what they had just discovered settled over him in a tense, heavy silence. He quickly passed the information to Gruhorn, making it clear that the figure ahead was not alone. There was not just a single orc waiting out there in the snow, but an entire group moving through the frozen land. Now that they had finally located the enemy, the next decision they made would determine how the entire mission moved forward. Gruhorn narrowed his eyes, and his face sharpened with a cold, focused resolve. Whatever was waiting for them ahead, his stance alone made one thing obvious. He was prepared to face it directly, without taking even a single step back. Without wasting another second, Adrian began preparing his weapons, and the crisp sound of equipment being loaded broke through the tense quiet around them. Standing side by side, he and Gruhorn looked like two blades drawn at the same moment, both ready to meet the orc horde advancing somewhere ahead through the snow. Meanwhile, the orcs continued their unsettling march through the frozen forest. Their low growls rolled between the snow-covered trees, echoing across the wilderness and making the cold air feel even heavier, sharper, and more dangerous than before. The harsh mountain wind lashed around Gruhorn as he stood ready in the snow, scanning the pale wasteland spread out ahead of him. Then, from somewhere in the distance, a primal roar tore through the silence, thick with killing intent, hunger, and raw violence. A confident smirk flickered across Gruhorn's face as he turned toward the approaching threat. There was no fear in his expression, only a chilling calm, as if the danger coming toward him was something familiar. He greeted it almost like an old acquaintance, murmuring, "Well, hello there. Long time no see." There was not even the slightest trace of hesitation in Gruhorn's body. Only raw, explosive force waited beneath the surface, ready to burst free. A blazing inferno suddenly erupted from him and surged outward, but at that exact moment, a monstrous orc packed with muscle and fury charged through the snow, barreling toward him as though it intended to crush everything in its path. Too slow. Gruhorn moved before the orc could reach him, his kicks snapping out with terrifying speed and slamming straight into the beast's face. The blow landed with brutal force, and blood sprayed across the freezing air in a violent red arc. The impact was so overwhelming that the orc's massive body was launched backward, thrown through the snow as if its enormous weight meant almost nothing. Seeing a creature that huge tossed aside so easily made the force behind Gruhorn's strike feel almost unreal. But before that first enemy had even finished collapsing, the ground began to tremble beneath the heavy footsteps of more foes rushing closer. Gruhorn's hand moved toward the hilt of his sword almost by instinct, his body already shifting into position to meet the next wave. The first orc crashed into the ground unconscious, its heavy body sinking into the snow. But the real battle had only just begun. As murderous roars shook the cold air around them, the prince braced himself and then burst forward, his legs blurring with speed as he charged straight into the heart of the fight. He dropped from above like a meteor falling out of the sky, his weapon flashing through the bitter air. The instant he struck, the impact tore into the ground beneath him, sending a violent tremor through the earth, and blasting snow outward in a wide burst of force. His eyes burned with an unnatural light, and Gruhorn's face twisted into an expression filled with pure hunger for battle. In that moment, he did not look like a man simply trying to survive. He looked like someone who had finally stepped onto the battlefield he had been waiting for all along. A geyser of crimson exploded across the untouched snow as the orc's body burst apart in a horrific spray of blood and torn flesh. The clean white field was stained red in an instant, and the thick metallic scent of blood spread through the freezing air. Gruhorn took one slow step forward, his boot crunching down into snow now soaked deep with blood. The sound was heavy, wet, and impossible to ignore, cutting through the battlefield like a grim reminder of the violence that had just unfolded. A chilling smile spread across Gruhorn's face as that sensation settled into him. This was the feeling he had been missing, the thrill of battle, the force of impact, and the clash of life and death that he had been craving for far too long. Standing above the mangled corpse, Gruhorn turned his gaze toward the next wave of orcs and grinned with dark excitement. His voice carried a dangerous kind of pleasure as he said that it was great, as though the battlefield itself had finally given him exactly what he wanted. The freezing air over the battlefield seemed to grow heavier, as if even the cold had been tainted by the blood spreading across the snow. The white landscape no longer felt silent or pure. It felt stained, dangerous, and alive with violence. As Gruhorn stood over the fallen orc, a dark-haired woman behind him suddenly called out in urgent warning. Her voice was tight with tension as she told him it was dangerous, ordering him not to come any closer to the threat unfolding in front of them. Worry was written clearly across her face, but she quickly forced herself to push back against the fear trying to take control of the moment. Even with the danger rising before them, she insisted that she was not trying to approach, making it clear that she understood the risk and was not acting recklessly. Gruhorn, wrapped in his ornate armor, barely reacted to her panic. Instead, he simply shifted his stance and steadied his body, as though what waited ahead of him was not just another clash, but something far greater, something he had already prepared himself to face. A faint smirk touched the edge of his lips, and deep within his eyes, a powerful inner light began to burn. The glow grew stronger, sharpening his expression until he looked perfectly calm and terrifyingly dangerous at the same time. What stirred inside Gruhorn reached far beyond the battlefield in front of him. It stretched backward through time, toward a tale more than 800 years old, buried beneath countless forgotten wars, corpses, and memories. It came from an age when orcs ruled the continent as mighty, unquestioned masters. But this was not the shining legend of some celebrated hero, nor a glorious myth proudly passed down from one generation to the next. It was the story of a man so insignificant to history that he had failed to leave even his own name behind. It was the hymn of a pitiful man who hated orcs with every last fragment of his soul. That hatred had been carved so deeply into him that not even the passing of time could dull it, erase it, or bury it completely. There was sorrow woven into it as well. The image of a father who fought again and again, burning through every remaining shred of strength he had, until his exhausted body could no longer obey the will that kept pushing him forward. A torrent of crimson energy erupted from Gruhorn, swelling outward with enough force to bury countless green corpses beneath a rising mountain of power. This was the short, blazing verse of an extraordinary avenger, a fury born for one purpose alone, to answer blood with blood. As a red pool spread beneath his feet, Gruhorn's eyes blazed like embers rising from the depths of hell. Surrounded by blood, snow, and the remains of his enemies, he began to recite the hymn of his vengeance. His uncle spoke as if he were sharing ordinary news, casually mentioning that he had heard people had died at Winter Castle. Then, almost immediately after delivering that grim statement, he softened the blow with reassurance, telling Gruhorn not to worry too much because he would not have to fight. But that calm mask did not stay in place for long. His uncle's expression twisted with contempt, and a sneer pulled across his face as he asked what anyone could possibly expect that scoundrel of a prince to accomplish. Then came the real point, cold and impossible to misunderstand. That worthless prince was not what mattered at all. The only thing that truly mattered was Balerhard, his hand curled tightly into a firm fist, the silent gesture revealing a resolve he refused to fully put into words. Even without saying anything more, the meaning behind that clenched hand was unmistakably clear. Gruhorn looked up at his uncle, uncertainty flickering across his face as he asked whether he could truly do it. Even with doubt pressing down on him, he still promised that he would do his very best for him. His uncle's gaze bore down on him with a chilling intensity. The words that followed did not sound like simple guidance or gentle advice. They landed more like a command, addressing him with the full weight of duty and rank as the Count of the royal court. Elsewhere, Joseph and Sturmhilde Stuttgart were left shaken by the shocking information they had just received. Joseph could barely force the words out, insisting that this was exactly what he had heard, while the reply came back cracked with disbelief, like someone desperately trying to reject the truth in front of them. Then the battlefield erupted into violence once again. A monstrous orc roared and swung its axe downward in a savage, crushing strike, the force of the blow powerful enough to rattle the air itself. Joseph barely managed to block it, his whole body straining beneath the impact as his mind reeled, unable to understand what kind of insane creature was standing in front of him. The battle gave them no room to breathe, not even for the span of a single heartbeat. Across the snow-covered field, steel clashed, monsters roared, and the frozen ground itself seemed to split beneath the force of the violence. Even Sturmhilde Stuttgart, the warrior known as the Silver Lion, could only watch the relentless assault with a dark and grave expression. But Joseph refused to buckle beneath the pressure. His voice rose above the chaos as he ordered the first rank to hold their ground, tighten the formation, and push forward against the monster. But the orc moved like a beast that had completely snapped its chains. Its axe ripped through the air so quickly that the blade blurred before anyone could follow it, and then another crushing strike slammed directly into Joseph's guard. The impact tore through his entire frame, shaking his bones beneath his armor and forcing a sharp cry of pain from deep in his throat. Joseph could feel himself being driven dangerously close to the edge, and a furious thought flashed through his mind as the pressure continued to rise. Clenching his teeth until his jaw tightened, he roared out a command for the second rank to charge in and seize the opening before their defensive line was smashed apart completely. Then Joseph released a raw, primal shout and threw himself straight back into the fight. This time, there was no hesitation in his movements and no trace of restraint left in his body. Every bit of his focus, every ounce of strength he had, was aimed at the enemy standing directly in front of him. His eyes sharpened until they looked almost as if they had been carved from steel. Behind that fierce stare burned an unshakable resolve, the kind of determination that belonged to a man who had decided he would change the flow of battle with his own hands, no matter what it cost him. Joseph endured one brutal strike after another, each blow crashing against him with terrifying weight. His guard was starting to fall apart under the orc's savage assault, and every impact made it seem as though the monster needed only one more swing to break through him completely. At the very last possible moment, Joseph managed to raise his gauntlet and knock the next attack away. The collision rang violently through his arm, the shock traveling all the way down to the bone, and his entire body trembled beneath the force of that single strike. The orc's overwhelming strength seemed powerful enough to crush hope itself out of the battlefield. Around Joseph, the faces of his allies tightened with despair as they watched him struggle to hold his ground. And yet, even beneath that monstrous pressure, the fire in Joseph's eyes refused to die. He still would not go down. Then, all at once, blue energy burst around him like a storm suddenly tearing open. Joseph launched himself forward in a blur, his body moving so fast that for a moment his figure seemed to vanish from ordinary sight. His attack slammed into the orc's arm with a thunderous impact, knocking the beast off balance for the first time since the clash began. And before the monster could recover, Joseph drove in with a devastating kick straight to its face, sending green blood spraying through the freezing air. The orc howled in pain as its massive head snapped backward from the force of the strike. For the first time since the battle had begun, the monster's terrifying momentum finally broke, and the pressure crushing down on Joseph shifted for even the briefest moment. The force of their exchange was so monstrous that even the orc's own weapon could not endure it. The axe shattered in its hand, bursting apart into fragments that scattered across the battlefield as the snow and frozen ground trembled around them. Gruhorn stood in the middle of the chaos, raw blue energy crackling around his body while his gaze swept over the battlefield, where fallen warriors and torn-up snow lay scattered everywhere. His voice cut through the roar of combat with cold authority as he warned them not to let their weapons slip from their hands so easily. Meanwhile, Joseph could only swallow hard, his throat tightening as he stared at the impossible odds spread out before him. No matter how much he tried to keep himself composed, the unease written across his face was plain for anyone to see. He stood beside Vale Balarhard in another night, the three of them looking out over the desperate clash as their forces struggled against the surging horde. Across the snowy terrain, impacts rang out again and again, while the knights poured everything they had into holding back the endless pressure of the orcs. When Commander Sturmhilde Stuttgart saw how hopeless their position was becoming, he made the grim decision without wasting another second. His command cut sharply through the battlefield, ordering every troop to prepare for retreat before they were swallowed whole. Gruhorn's expression tightened as he accepted the brutal truth standing right in front of him. There were simply too many enemies to deal with cleanly, and as red energy began to rise around his body, he understood exactly how difficult it would be to hold back the entire swarm with such a limited force. One of his eyes burned with fierce intensity, glowing as if the fury inside him had taken physical form. The power swelling through his body reflected in that sharp gaze, violent, focused, and so overwhelming that it was almost impossible to look away. The battlefield erupted once more as a hulking orc released a savage scream that shook the air. A sickening crunch followed almost immediately, and then blood sprayed violently across the snow, splashing the white ground with a gruesome burst of red. Even seasoned warriors like Joseph and Commander Sturmhilde Stuttgart could only stare at the carnage unfolding before them. Their expressions stayed hardened, but the rising tide of battle had become too massive to ignore, threatening to swallow every soldier standing on that frozen field. Adrian's sharp gaze cut through the chaos as his face settled into intense focus. He took in the cruel reality of the fight all at once, every movement, every scream, every body collapsing into the snow, and each detail showed him just how desperate the battlefield had become. Yet in the center of that storm, Gruhorn stood firm and unshaken. His golden hair flashed brightly against the blood spraying through the air, and his eyes burned with fierce resolve as a terrifying fanged maw lunged toward him, its razor-sharp teeth bared to tear through anything in its path. But Gruhorn did not step back, not even by half a pace. With a defiant roar, he planted his feet hard into the ground, and a blazing red aura erupted around him, signaling a powerful counterattack born from pure desperation and unbreakable will. His eyes ignited with an infernal crimson light, and the raw power swirling around him twisted like a raging flame. The aura surged violently, wild and overwhelming, wrapping his entire body in a force that looked almost demonic. From a distance, Adrian and Vale Balarhard could only stare in stunned awe at the prince's explosive power. Adrian barely managed to force out his shock, the words catching in his throat as he questioned what in the world was happening to His Highness. Gruhorn was bloodied, battered, and somehow still standing, his gaze burning like a living inferno. The power he had unleashed continued to surge through his body, making every breath he drew and every movement he made feel heavy with danger. Then he exploded forward again, throwing himself directly into the enemy line without the slightest hesitation. Behind him, a desperate cry of "Your Highness" rang across the battlefield, but he was already moving far too quickly for anyone to stop him. His hand tightened around his weapon, and furious crimson energy began coiling around the blade like a living serpent. The weapon seemed to pulse in his grip, as if it were starving for the next enemy, the next strike, and the next spray of blood. The blade became a vessel of pure destruction, burning with an unholy red light that seemed to swallow the cold around it. Every edge of the weapon looked charged with enough power to tear through whatever dared to stand in his way. Another orc fell beneath his attack, collapsing heavily into the blood-stained snow. But the assault did not stop there, because the horde kept surging forward, wave after wave, driven by endless monstrous fury. He slashed, cleaved, and cut down one enemy after another, his weapon moving with merciless precision. Yet no matter how many orcs dropped into the snow around him, more kept pouring toward him, as if the tide of monsters would never come to an end. Red lightning snapped out from every swing he made, ripping across the battlefield in violent arcs. Each crimson flash carved a path of destruction through the enemy ranks, and wherever that red light passed, bodies fell into the snow. His eyes burned like twin embers, filled with the same terrifying power that surged through his blade. But behind that glow, there was not only madness, There was also a grim, stubborn will that refused to bend, no matter how overwhelming the enemy became. The crimson-edged weapon seemed to thirst for the lives of his enemies, cutting them down as if it had been forged for slaughter alone. Gruhorn stood alone among the fallen, a crimson-clad titan surrounded by bodies, and the terrifying scale of his power was impossible for anyone to deny. Across the frozen and desolate plains, he had once wandered through barren lands ruled by orcs. His relentless march carried him deeper and deeper into enemy territory, as if the entire world around him had become one endless battlefield. In a blur of crimson steel, his blade tore through another enemy, the strike so devastating that only a bloody ruin remained in its wake. The horde before him seemed endless, but his resolve never wavered. His eyes burned with determination as his hand tightened around his weapon, ready for whatever came next. He plunged back into the heart of the chaos, becoming a streak of red that ripped straight through the green tide. Every swing of his blade felt like a declaration, as though he were telling the world that nothing standing before him would ever stop his advance. His mana had already been drained away completely, leaving his body hollow and empty of strength, but he continued moving through sheer will alone. Refusing to stop, he dragged himself forward step by heavy step across the frozen ground, leaving faint crimson traces behind wherever his boots struck the snow. He pushed through pain and exhaustion, as if suffering had lost all meaning to him. It was as though drinking in orc blood and tearing through their flesh had become the only thing keeping the fire inside him burning. And with every step he forced himself to take, the legendary Gruhorn continued onward. The odds should have shattered him long ago, but his spirit remained unbroken, refusing to crumble even as his body was driven far beyond its limits. Still, the farther he advanced, the weaker his body became. Each step made him look more fragile than the last, as if the man hidden beneath all that blood, rage, and power was slowly being worn away piece by piece. The demonic sword in his hand was the only thing still pushing him forward. It burned through what little remained of his life force, feeding his impossible resolve while demanding a terrifying price in return. Everything he endured was for one final wish. That wish had been born from a past where everything had been destroyed, where the world he once knew had been torn apart until nothing and no one remained standing. He remembered that devastation with painful clarity. He remembered the emptiness that followed afterward, the unbearable silence that settled over everything once all that was precious to him had been taken away. He also remembered the warmth of his family, a memory that now felt impossibly distant. What pushed him forward was a requiem, a final desperate prayer offered to the wife and daughter he could no longer reach. And at the end of all that sorrow, a vow of vengeance still burned inside him. It shone in his blood-red eye with a fierceness strong enough to outlast grief, pain, and even the ruin of his own body. When he finally stood before the enemy he had pursued for his entire life and struck them down, crimson aura was already pulsing around his body. Victory belonged to him, but the terrible power surrounding him made the cost of that triumph impossible to ignore. He walked away from the fallen enemy, leaving the aftermath behind him in the quiet snow. The empty white landscape absorbed the blood, the violence, and the crushing weight of the battle without making a single sound. But now, in the present, that same man had been reduced to a battered wreck. His face carried the scars of pain, time, and everything he had survived, leaving behind only a harsh shadow of the glory he once possessed. A weary sound slipped from his lips, low, strained, and completely exhausted. It carried the crushing weight of his entire existence, as though even the simple act of breathing had become yet another burden he was forced to endure. But in the very next heartbeat, the frailty that had seemed to cling to him vanished as though it had never been there at all. His eyes snapped open, blazing with a hellish crimson light, and a monstrous red aura erupted from his body in a violent wave. The force tore through the air around him, crushing any illusion that this man had ever truly been weak or fragile. Inside that single burning eye, a shadowy figure seemed to flicker at the very center, carrying an oath so dark and terrifying that it felt branded directly into the soul. Then he roared like a beast dragged awake from the deepest pit of hatred, unleashing the full weight of his destructive power as crimson energy exploded beneath him and ripped the ground apart around his feet. The raging red storm swallowed him whole, twisting around his body like a living vortex formed from fury, pain, and pure destruction. He looked as though the same power keeping him upright was also devouring him from the inside, with every surge of strength demanding another piece of his life as payment. Gruhorn suddenly shot forward, his entire body wrapped in a crimson inferno that blurred his outline against the chaos of the battlefield. His masked face flashed past like something pulled from a nightmare, and the strike he unleashed came so fast that it seemed to split the air before anyone could even follow its path. The impact thundered across the battlefield with a deafening roar, powerful enough to drown out the surrounding chaos for one explosive instant. The force of the blow tore outward like a shockwave, shaking the broken earth beneath them and making the snow tremble in its wake. Then, without warning, the nature of his power shifted completely. His hand flared with a blinding purple glow, gathering a dense, concentrated force so intense that it looked capable of erasing anything unlucky enough to stand directly in front of it. That compressed power smashed straight into the orc's face, crushing through the beast's resistance with horrifying brutality. Its green skin buckled under the pressure, and its features twisted unnaturally beneath the sheer force of the attack. A guttural scream tore from the monster as it staggered backward from the earth-shaking blow. But elsewhere within that same brutal clash, even the legendary commander Sturmhilde Stuttgart found no salvation waiting for him as a crushing strike landed head-on and sent blood bursting from his face. The monstrous orc loomed above him, enormous and terrifying, its sheer presence pressing over the battlefield like a suffocating shadow. There was no denying the raw power packed into that creature, a crushing mountain of muscle, rage, and violence bearing down on everything in front of it. The force of the attack sent him crashing downward, smashing him through the very ground beneath his feet. Yet even as defeat closed around him completely, he refused to surrender until the final possible instant, his hand tightening into one last clenched gesture of defiance. Broken and battered until he was almost unrecognizable, he lay there with defeat carved into every line of his face. At last, his eyes slid shut, as though the full weight of the battle had finally dragged him into a silence too heavy to resist. Among the scattered snow, shattered armor, and ruined fragments left behind by war, his body rested without the slightest movement. In that frozen field he looked less like a fallen man, and more like a silent monument to an age the world had nearly forgotten. It was a story so ancient that even memory itself could barely hold on to it. Time had worn the legend thin, leaving behind only broken traces, scattered echoes, and fragments that still refused to disappear completely. But at the center of that long-buried chaos, Gruhorn, the Golden Knight, moved with blinding speed, blue energy bursting from every motion he made. The echoes of that forgotten era now survived only in damaged pieces, and only one remaining soul was left to witness the truth of what had truly happened. A young man carried that forgotten history in his eyes, his expression heavy with the weight of everything unfolding before him. Ahead of him, the battlefield raged beneath a blood-red sky, swallowed by chaos, violence, and raw, destructive power that seemed to stain the entire world. Amid the fallen bodies and ruined ground, Gruhorn, the Golden Knight, stood as the victor. His triumph did not need to be explained loudly or decorated with grand words. It was already carved into the battlefield itself, written in blood, broken weapons, and the silence left behind. With fierce and unwavering focus, the young man's eyes burned as he absorbed every detail of that forgotten past. At the center of the violent maelstrom, Gruhorn's voice rang out like a war horn, commanding his forces to crush the orc warriors standing before them. As his knights crashed into the monstrous horde, he shouted for the others to hold the line against the relentless orcs. A raw grunt of effort tore from him, rough and strained, while the battlefield itself seemed to buckle beneath the weight of their desperate stand. With a resolve that did not tremble, he wrapped his hand tighter around the hilt of his blade. The sharp click of steel sounded in the tense air, small but unmistakable, like the first warning note before a storm finally broke loose. Then the memory dragged him even deeper, and a searing blue glow ignited in his eye. In that instant, the young man was pulled fully back into the past, sinking into that battlefield, as though time itself had opened beneath his feet and swallowed him whole. He understood then that the moment for vengeance could no longer be avoided. Around Gruhorn a blazing crimson aura erupted to life, wrapping his body in a fiery glow so fierce that it looked almost impossible to stop. Gruhorn vowed that he would finish that man with his own hands. The moment those words left him, he launched forward, his body surging with pure killing intent, deadly purpose, and a rage that had waited far too long to be unleashed. His blade turned into a savage blur, tearing through the orc ranks with merciless efficiency. A colossal orc was brought down beneath the strike, blood erupting violently as Gruhorn's attack landed with enough force to break bone and scatter the monster's strength. The blade, now soaked in crimson and dripping with enemy blood, reflected the warrior's grim resolve along its stained edge. Every drop sliding down the metal seemed to echo the hatred that drove him forward without hesitation or pause. He moved with a deadly grace sharpened through battle, each step controlled and every motion filled with lethal purpose. His blade drew a faint crimson arc through the air, already poised to unleash another wave of devastation against anything that dared come near him. A powerful strike found its mark, and a guttural roar of pain exploded from his enemy. That single agonized cry marked the beginning of the foe's collapse, a sign that the monster's strength had finally started to break apart. The blade ripped through flesh and bone, sending a violent spray of blood across the battlefield. Gruhorn plunged even deeper into the fray without slowing down, his movements blurring as he cut down one enemy after another like an unstoppable force moving through a sea of bodies. Blood splattered across his face, streaking his features with the proof of every enemy he had struck down. But his expression did not waver. He remained grim and absolute, a warrior focused only on the enemies still standing in front of him. As the battle continued to rage, another verse was added to the hymn of vengeance. Somewhere within that dying chaos, a fading voice spoke of piling up enough bodies, and with every corpse that dropped to the ground, the legend grew heavier, darker, and harder to escape. Before long, the ground truly was covered with enough bodies to rise like a small mountain of the dead. Beneath them, blood gathered into a red pond, forming a gruesome monument to the victory his blade had carved from slaughter. Before that horrific sight, he stood and looked across the landscape he had created with his own hands. This was not a legend born from shining glory or clean heroism. It was a story forged in blood, silence, and the terrible cost of endless killing. Gruhorn knelt before the glowing sword, and his declaration rolled across the desolate battlefield. With the fallen surrounding him, he spoke in a voice heavy with respect, offering a warrior's tribute that carried the solemn weight of a final farewell. His gaze remained sharp, though the fury of battle slowly began giving way to something colder and more solemn. In that moment, the hymn of vengeance changed its shape, becoming a hymn of requiem, as if the bloodshed itself had transformed the meaning of his song. The full weight of the conflict settled over him in the quiet that followed. Victory had been claimed, but the silence around him spoke louder than cheers ever could, revealing the terrible price paid to reach that moment. In the stillness after the battle, he stood tall among his loyal knights and declared that the orc forces had been completely annihilated. His words carried across the field like the final strike of the fight, sealing the end of the enemy's resistance. In his hand hung a tattered red banner, once raised proudly as the enemy's symbol of power. Now its torn fabric dangled from his grasp, no longer a mark of pride, but undeniable proof that the force behind it had been defeated. The wolf's head emblem on the banner, once bold enough to inspire fear, now drooped limp and ragged in the cold wind. Holding that broken enemy standard, he confirmed once more that the orcs had been wiped out completely. His voice rose in a triumphant roar, echoing across the silent plains soaked deep with blood. After all they had endured, after every brutal clash and every fallen body, he proclaimed their hard-won victory for every survivor still left to hear it. He stood firm and resolute, his gaze sharp, steady, and fixed straight ahead. Even after achieving such a victory, his posture made one thing clear: he had not allowed himself to relax, and he was ready for whatever might come next. Then a voice cut into the silence, hesitant and shaken by what had just been revealed. Wait, was that not his name? Was it really Vincent Ballarhard, the heir of a family that had devoted itself for generations to the war against monsters? Now that very same name was being carried by someone connected to the tragic avenger from the distant past. The link was far too precise to feel like a meaningless accident, and the weight of that realization settled heavily into the air. That avenger had thrown away his own life long ago, consumed entirely by the desire to erase the orcs from existence. His whole being had burned itself down for vengeance, leaving behind only the traces of a life sacrificed to hatred. But as he gripped his legendary blade with fierce conviction, he declared that he would show them once again just how accidental this so-called coincidence truly was. The words carried the weight of challenge, pride, and a truth he seemed ready to prove through action. A tattered red banner, marked with a strange symbol, was raised dramatically into the air. Its torn cloth rippled in the cold wind as Adrian, dressed in dark armor, held the pole firmly, his grip filled with conviction and purpose. Then Adrian turned toward Gruhorn, facing him directly as the atmosphere between them settled into quiet tension. Gruhorn listened without saying a word, his attention fixed completely on Adrian and on whatever explanation was about to come. Adrian began explaining the meaning behind the captured standard, making it clear that this was not just some ordinary trophy taken from the battlefield. It carried a specific significance because this was one of the traditions of the Third Legion. Gruhorn's eyes settled on the banner, and a silent question seemed to hang in the space between them. The rule behind it was simple, but the meaning carried real weight. The soldier who showed the greatest bravery in battle earned the right to claim the enemy's banner. A thoughtful expression crossed Gruhorn's face as he held the banner in his hands. Slowly, the weight of that tradition seemed to sink in, making the torn fabric feel far heavier than its battered appearance suggested. Adrian also fell into quiet thought, one hand resting against his chin as he considered the deeper meaning behind the custom. His expression made it clear that he understood this was not merely a battlefield reward, but a symbol tied to honor, recognition, and the courage shown in the face of death. Then, with a deep and respectful bow, the owner of the banner formally offered his greeting to His Highness. The gesture was calm and dignified, carrying the weight of proper respect as the moment settled between them. Adrian's voice cut cleanly through the chaos of the battlefield like a commander's blade through smoke, calm on the surface but carrying so much authority that every knight scattered across the blood-soaked ground could hear each word without straining. And without letting that steady sincerity waver for even a moment, Adrian continued speaking, openly giving honor to the courage they had displayed, a bravery so undeniable that not a single person standing there, after surviving that battle, could pretend not to recognize it. His words rang out across the field like a formal salute offered to the prince's valor, and as the assembled knights listened in silence, Gillian Leonberg stood tall before them while Sturmhilde, Stuttgart, and the others quietly took in the full weight of Adrian's declaration. Gillian's fingers tightened around the captured enemy banner, gripping it as though it were living proof of everything they had taken back through steel and blood, and only then did he begin to speak in a low, steady voice, starting with one firm word, "we." Before the statement could fully leave his mouth, Gillian's gaze snapped straight toward Adrian, sharp enough to stop the air between them, and without needing to say a single thing aloud, that look delivered the order clearly, repeat it, and make sure every soldier here hears it. That silent command seemed to spread over the gathered knights, with the pressure of a drawn sword held at throat level, and Adrian understood it instantly, drawing in his breath before raising his voice to finish the declaration for the entire battlefield. A fierce, unshakable expression settled across Gillian's face, his eyes burning with raw conviction as he stared forward, standing there without even the faintest flicker of doubt, fear, or hesitation. In the very next moment, the battlefield exploded into a thunderous wave of victory, and Adrian, still clutching the enemy banner in his hand, roared their triumph upward as if his shout alone could tear open the sky. The entire company was pulled into that rush of excitement, their voices shaking the ground beneath their boots, while Wintercastle rose ahead of them, and the guards at the entrance burst into wild celebration, shouting praise for the prince as he returned in triumph. Gillian strode forward with the captured banner in his grasp, every step firm, confident, and proud, until he no longer looked like merely a young prince coming back from battle, but like victory itself walking straight toward the castle gates. The smirk tugging at the corner of Gillian's mouth said everything his voice did not need to say. He had done exactly what he had set out to do, and he knew perfectly well how impressive the sight must have been to everyone watching. Yet Adrian, with that stolen banner still in hand, began speaking about what such a thing truly meant, explaining that a standard was never just a strip of cloth in wartime, it was a symbol of power, possession, and the right to claim what had been seized on the battlefield. For a brief stretch of silence, Gillian seemed to sink inward into his own thoughts, his eyes narrowing just slightly, as though he were measuring something only he could see, Before he quietly let a single number slip into the air, 16, Adrian shifted his attention toward him and answered with 18, then immediately followed by confirming that Jillian's own count was 16 as well, leaving the odd exchange suspended between them and raising the obvious question, what exactly were they counting? As Adrian walked through the castle halls beside Sturmhilde Stuttgart, he could only shake his head at the whole situation, his voice dropping into a low, weary mutter, as he admitted just how ridiculous and unbelievable everything was starting to feel. Gillian Leonberg, the Golden Prince himself, stood rooted in place without yielding even a single step, his eyes blazing with determination as his hand tightened around his sword and he declared with complete certainty that the banner belonged to him. Then he lifted the enemy standard high above his head, raising it like a trophy torn from the clash of blood and steel, and the loyal soldiers surrounding him answered at once with explosive cheers that made the air around them tremble. Adrian watched the entire spectacle unfold without saying a word, but deep inside a troubled groan seemed to rise in his mind, caught somewhere between reluctant admiration for Jillian's boldness and the uneasy certainty that this was going to create trouble. Later, an enormous bonfire was set ablaze, and the flames quickly surged to life, devouring everything thrown into them as the towering blaze climbed higher and higher against the darkness. The fire cracked, snapped, and twisted hungrily toward the night sky, and before that blazing pyre, Gillian stood with the solemn presence of a commander presiding over something far heavier than an ordinary celebration of victory. Adrian stared into the restless flames as they churned and folded over themselves, and somewhere deep in his thoughts, a strange, heavy echo seemed to resound, as if the fire before him carried a meaning hidden beneath the surface. Adrian remained there as the dust from the brutal battle finally began to settle, with Gillian positioned nearby and a fierce female knight standing close as well, the three of them facing the grim aftermath together in heavy silence. They had been forced into combat against an elite orc unit, the kind of terrifying enemy force that could have wiped out ordinary soldiers before those soldiers even had the chance to understand what had descended upon them. The female knight's eyes stayed heavy as she looked out across the shattered battlefield, her expression making it painfully clear that the tragedy left behind by the fighting was not something she could simply turn away from. But Gillian, as coldly practical as ever when standing in the shadow of death, stated that victory itself was the only offering powerful enough to properly honor the warriors who had fallen here. He spoke of an old, merciless ritual meant to soothe the spirits of the dead by using the blood of the orcs who had killed them, and Adrian immediately recognized the grim custom in his mind as the ancient Balerhard way. Then Gillian said something that struck with the sharpness of a blade, pointing toward the name they shared and the unsettling similarity in the way both of them looked at the world. Those words left Adrian standing there with a question he could not easily dismiss. The thought pressing into him more heavily the longer he considered it was what he was seeing truly some kind of resurrection? The battlefield around them lay ruined and scarred, but even in that wreckage, a squad of armored warriors still held their positions, their silhouettes rigid and unmoving, while the fading echoes of combat seemed to linger in the air. Adrian's instincts as a strategist sharpened at once, and he turned his hard gaze toward Gillian, demanding to know whether that man and the Third Legion had been moving alongside them from the very beginning. Gillian answered with an almost careless calm, brushing the issue aside by saying it had merely been a ranger unit passing through the area that happened to join the fight, as though such a convenient arrival were nothing more than coincidence. Adrian did not believe that explanation for even a single heartbeat, and his thoughts had already begun moving fast because the more he examined the word coincidence, the more absurd and impossible it started to sound. Gillian had already realized the truth as well, that Adrian had never fully trusted him and had prepared hidden measures of his own, but Adrian was already pushing past that realization, focusing instead on the next urgent problem rising before them. Something about the entire situation still felt deeply wrong to Adrian, especially the question of how an orc combat unit had managed to advance this far upward, and from that unease, a dangerous suspicion began to form in his mind. Then, all at once, the scattered pieces clicked into place inside Adrian's head. A ranger was tracking them, and if that was truly the case, then they could not afford to lose even another moment. His eyes locked onto the distant castle rising ahead of them, making their next objective painfully clear, and just then an approaching procession came into view with a familiar figure leading the return. As the knights thundered toward the castle gates, a booming welcome rolled outward from within the walls to meet them, announcing their victorious return to everyone waiting inside Winter Castle. Gillian could not completely hide the brightness spreading across his face, openly basking in the attention as cheers gathered around him from every direction and rolled over him like a wave. He raised the crimson banner high where every eye could see it, and proudly claimed it as his own, while the crowd erupted into awed shouts for his highness. For any warrior, taking a symbol like that from the enemy was far more than collecting a simple prize. It was proof of victory so unmistakable that anyone could understand its meaning with just one glance. As Adrian watched that grand display unfold before him, he found himself wondering whether the young prince ever grew tired of being praised so loudly, while Sturmhilde Stuttgart merely observed, in her own measured way, just how much time had already passed. Gillian's smile only widened as the celebration continued, his pride almost shining from his face, while the endless wave of cheers kept pouring over him without the slightest sign of stopping. But behind the noise of celebration, Adrian remembered the troubling signs that had been reported from the mountains, and the mood darkened further when the commander revealed that an orc combat unit had appeared far too quickly, right on top of their scouts. Adrian's mind raced through the possibilities in rapid succession. Either the scouts had discovered something enormous, or a serious incident had already happened deep within the mountains. Gillian understood the danger too, and neither possibility gave them any comfort. Still caught in that serious discussion, the two of them continued down the castle corridors, their footsteps echoing through the stone halls, while the weight of everything they had just pieced together followed closely behind. With Gillian leading at the front, the royal party advanced into the inner courtyard, surrounded on all sides by knights moving in tight, disciplined formation like a living wall of armor and steel. Adrian kept his eyes fixed on Gillian the entire time, his expression grave and difficult to read as he quietly observed every motion the prince made, as though studying him for answers left unspoken. Then the commander turned toward Adrian with formal respect, and Adrian responded in the same manner, giving Gillian the recognition he had earned and acknowledging the effort the prince had put forward. Without warning, a mysterious hooded figure stepped toward Gillian, a sly smile curving across their face as their eyes met his directly, bringing a sudden shift in the air around them. "He is definitely not the calmest person around," a woman remarked, and there was no denying her observation, because Gillian's expression had completely changed, his face turning visibly embarrassed after his attitude shifted so suddenly. Then, just as the excitement in the courtyard finally seemed like it might settle, a startled voice suddenly called out toward Adrian, slicing through the lingering cheers with so much disbelief that it sounded as though the speaker could hardly believe he was truly standing there. The same woman from earlier immediately rushed toward him, closing the distance without hesitation, and the relief on her face was impossible to miss now that she could see Adrian had returned alive, uninjured, and firmly standing on his own 2 feet. Adrian recognized her almost at once and quietly murmured, "Adelia," while she hurriedly released all the fear she had been holding back, telling him how terrified she had been when she had no way of knowing whether he had survived or not. Adrian did not cut her off or try to calm her down right away. He simply stood there and listened as Adelia continued worrying over him, her anxious words spilling out one after another before she could properly steady herself. There was nothing hidden in her expression except pure, honest concern, and the way her eyes stayed fixed on Adrian made it clear to anyone nearby just how deeply she had been afraid for him. Meanwhile, a royal banner was unfurled with a heavy, almost dramatic presence, and Sturmhilde Stuttgart stood before it at the center of everyone's attention, pointing toward the emblem as she asked Adrian whether he truly understood what he was looking at. Inside the richly decorated royal chambers, the atmosphere shifted away from the noisy celebration outside, and within that calmer, more formal space, another important conversation began to quietly take shape. The discussion soon became a serious strategy meeting. A ranger unit was being prepared for a dangerous scouting mission into the mountains, where no one could say what kind of threat might be waiting, and Adrian made it clear in a steady, unwavering voice that only the most capable soldiers, the true elite, would be allowed to join. Gillian immediately grasped what that meant and responded like a strategist, pointing out that if their finest soldiers were already being dispatched, then Adrian had no reason to go himself. but Adrian's expression remained cold and unmoved as he answered with a sharp question, asking who had ever said he planned to stay behind. Adrian then turned the pressure directly back onto Gillian, demanding to know why he had come all this way just to deliver that message, only for Gillian to explain that his visit had been made under the commander's direct order. For a brief moment, the silence between them seemed to tighten the entire room. Then Adrian slowly let out a breath, understanding exactly what was happening. His uncle was intentionally pushing him and Gillian into a situation where cooperation was no longer optional. With a casual shrug, Adrian dismissed any chance of arguing further and simply told Gillian to leave. Yet even after being ordered to rest, Gillian could not truly calm himself because his thoughts were still trapped in the brutal afterimage of the battle they had only just survived. Gillian stayed where he was, almost as if his feet had been nailed to the floor, completely swallowed by his own thoughts, his distant eyes making it seem as though the room around him had faded far away. Again and again, his mind drifted back to the battlefield, returning to that strange moment when he had thrown himself so completely into the fight that everything beyond the clash in front of him seemed to disappear. It had been the first time Gillian had ever crossed blades with someone whose mana stood on the same level as his own, and that single encounter shook him far more deeply than he had expected, leaving him desperate to understand what had happened inside him. He knew there would likely be more battles like that waiting for him in the future, especially when even the memories moving inside him felt strangely distant, as though they did not completely belong to him. Because of that, Gillian understood that he had no choice but to master those powers entirely, to seize control of the astonishing abilities sleeping within his body, even though they still felt like something borrowed from another person. He had to make every fragment of that power truly his own. And as he looked down at his hand, he remembered the overwhelming force that had surged through him, something both familiar and foreign, like a hymn of vengeance or a requiem he somehow already knew how to command. Still lost in thought, Gillian suddenly noticed a tiny white bird sitting quietly on the ground in front of him, looking far too calm for such a tense and unusual place, and he could not help wondering what it was doing there. For one brief instant, surprise flickered across Gillian's face. He stared down at the little creature, completely caught off guard by its sudden appearance and the almost ridiculous calmness it carried with it. Before he could stop himself, a confused word slipped from his mouth, soft, hesitant, and filled with disbelief. A birdie? But that innocent little impression shattered in the very next moment, as the bird's eyes suddenly flared with a terrifying purple light and a sinister aura began rippling outward from its tiny body. A rush of terror swept through him, and his thoughts began racing as the bird's unnatural presence seemed to tear open something hidden deep inside him, dragging buried memories violently up to the surface. Before long, Adrian found himself standing before a masked attendant who carried that same strange white bird, a silent messenger that had clearly been sent by someone who preferred to act from the shadows. Somewhere far away, a purple-haired woman with glowing red eyes rested beside her own white bird, a satisfied smile curling at her lips as she wondered whether he liked the present. Adrian understood the intention behind it immediately, but one sharp question burned in his mind. Could something like this really be called a gift? Adrian's face tightened with shock and suspicion, his eyes widening slightly as the true meaning behind that so-called present began to settle over him like a cold weight. He stared at the small white bird, that silent little messenger, and demanded the answer he needed most. Why had the warriors abandoned their post in the mountains? At the same time, almost as if pulled by instinct, his hand reached toward a pulsing red orb radiating dark, ominous pressure. The moment Adrian seized the orb, black energy burst outward around him, swallowing the space in darkness, and a voice echoed through it, revealing that the gift had been given because someone wanted him to finally find an opponent worthy of his overwhelming strength. With an eerie pink glow shining in her eyes, the mysterious purple-haired woman held the red orb close to her, her faint smile carrying quiet satisfaction as she wondered whether her offering had reached him exactly as she had intended. But Adrian did not find any of it amusing. His mind was already burning with the memory of countless knights who had died during what should have been nothing more than a political meeting, even though the truth behind it had clearly been far more twisted. That elf woman belonged to a race infamous for standing back and watching from the sidelines, and it was obvious she had enjoyed every moment of the chaos. She must have savored the confrontation with the orc warlord, mixing hatred, curiosity, and admiration together before judging the entire bloody spectacle as impressive. And somehow, after everything that had happened, she still had the nerve to call it a favor, looking down on Adrian as he wrestled with the aftermath as though the whole disaster had been carefully prepared for his own benefit. Adrian, completely fed up with her games, snapped back and told her to stop fooling around and reveal what she actually wanted, only for the bird to chirp in response, calling him cold. He immediately shot back that he had no interest in one-sided love, but the bird chirped again, as if asking what else she was supposed to do. Then, speaking on behalf of the elf, it revealed that she was simply waiting for the day His Highness finally opened his heart to her. And just like that, the bizarre conversation came to an end. The white messenger bird lifted itself into the air and flew away, leaving Adrian behind with nothing but the absurd weight of what had just taken place. Adrian stood there with the messenger bird perched on his arm as a cold thought settled deep in his mind. Somewhere far inside the mountains, an ancient being was sleeping, something so old and dormant that even imagining its existence felt unsettling. Then a cold, calculating voice slipped into the message, declaring that she would need to act soon because it would be terribly unfortunate if he had already been forgotten. Adrian raised a finger to his lips, turning those words over in his mind with a strange and dangerous little smile as he murmured about how wonderful that sounded. Then the bird shifted on his hand, and another message reached him, causing his eyes to widen just slightly as he whispered in surprise. The bird finally launched itself into the air, but before it vanished from sight, it left Adrian with one final ominous message. Unfortunately, that lovely child did not have much time remaining. A sharp, furious light flared in Adrian's blue eyes, as though the image of blood had suddenly stained the composed dignity he was trying so carefully to hold in place. As the final feather from the messenger drifted silently down to the floor, Adrian's expression hardened, and a fierce new resolve settled across his face. He knew that the elf woman had completely misunderstood the meaning of the song, but her intention was still painfully clear. She wanted a new chronicle where the elves could stand as both spectators and performers, even though their race could never truly become the voice of a song. At the same time, the image of a mysterious figure with spiky white hair and dark equipment flashed through Adrian's mind, moving with frightening precision and a blade ready to strike. And he understood that she treated other people's lives like pieces to be arranged for her own entertainment. But there was one important truth she had failed to understand. When it came to this song, Adrian was the one who would decide how it would be composed. Even so, a sly smile slowly spread across Adrian's face, because this time he would follow her rhythm and play along with her game right up until the moment he could twist it back against her. His thoughts then shifted toward the mystery of the giant's pocket, that forbidden place spoken of with dread, where no one who entered had ever managed to come back alive. Ian stood beside his loyal companion, facing the full weight of the question placed before him. Was he truly certain about pursuing a plan so reckless and dangerous? But Adrian did not hesitate for even a second, declaring that their sacred duty was to protect the people of the mountains, not to recklessly dig into places that should never have been disturbed in the first place. Ian quickly realized that something hidden was involved, his mind recalling the ancient knights in menacing black armor, their red eyes blazing as they once destroyed those very pockets of the world. Then, without warning, a blinding burst of blue energy erupted across the scene, and a legendary glowing sword tore forward with unstoppable force, cutting through everything that stood in its path. Adrian laid the truth out without hiding any part of it. Only those who had gone beyond ordinary human limits and reached the realm of transcendence possessed the strength to rip open the hidden pockets scattered across the world. And yet, even for beings that powerful, there remained one absolute taboo, one forbidden boundary so dangerous that none of them would ever dare step across it. Around them, the snow-covered wasteland stretched endlessly in every direction, cold, silent, and merciless, while the two warriors stood shoulder to shoulder, taking in the bleak white world before them. A small, knowing smirk slowly formed on Adrian's lips as his gaze drifted across the frozen landscape. With the biting wind brushing past him and endless snow swallowing the horizon, he spoke with calm certainty, saying that coming all the way to Calamity had clearly been the correct choice after all. Adrian's confident words disappeared into the icy air, but Vale Balorhard did not respond with the same excitement. Instead, he turned a sharp, assessing stare toward Adrian, the kind of look that seemed to strip away all bravado and search for every hidden danger beneath that reckless confidence. Vale's warning came in a low, firm voice that left no room for misunderstanding, telling Adrian not to even think about setting foot on the mountain's summit. But Adrian brushed the warning aside with an almost casual calm, answering that he had no intention of climbing that far in the first place. Even with that warning hanging between them, not a trace of fear showed on Adrian's face. A faint smile remained there, quiet and unreadable, as if some private rhythm of anticipation had already started beating in his mind and pulling his attention toward the danger waiting ahead. Far in the distance, the towering mountain still seemed to call to him, standing against the frozen sky like a challenge carved from ice and stone. But even Adrian knew that this was not a challenge he could answer right now. At last, their path carried them to the front of an enormous fortress, its massive walls rising heavily above the snow like a stone barrier against the frozen world. The gates remained tightly shut beneath strict watch, giving the whole stronghold a tense, guarded feeling, as though it had been waiting for trouble long before they arrived. For the guards stationed at the gate, the watch had clearly dragged on for far too long. The endless cold, the dead silence, and the dull repetition of duty had worn away their focus, and one of the men even let out a long, careless yawn as boredom briefly overpowered discipline. But Adrian was nothing like those drowsy sentries. Even before any obvious threat revealed itself, his hand had already started drifting toward his sword, his body tightening with instinct, as though he expected violence to break out at any moment. His thoughts climbed toward the mountain peak, wondering what absurd, impossible monsters might be hiding up in that forbidden height. And as his fingers wrapped more firmly around the hilt of his sword, a barely restrained thrill ran through him. He wanted stronger enemies, fiercer battles, and victories great enough to be carved into memory. Standing beside Vale as they looked toward the castle, Adrian could feel it with absolute clarity. The true battles were no longer some distant rumor waiting on the horizon. They were closing in now, and they would arrive much sooner than anyone had prepared for. The great castle stood beneath the relentless downpour like a stubborn giant refusing to collapse, its battered walls making the entire stronghold feel like a battlefield barely holding itself together. Inside, tension pressed down on every corridor, armor clattered with each urgent step, and Vale Balerhard moved upward with the heavy authority of a commander who had seen war far too many times before. Vale met Adrian up on the battlements, with a full scale of the danger finally stretched out before them. Adrian did not try to soften the situation with comforting words or false reassurance. He simply stated the brutal truth exactly as it was. They were completely surrounded up there. Vale narrowed his eyes as he looked down over the enemy forces gathered below, his resolve hardening while he spoke of the people still trapped outside the walls. Nearby, a helmeted guard shouted desperately for more arrows, and with every passing second, the pressure crushing their defenses grew tighter. But Vale showed no sign of bending under that pressure. His expression hardened like iron, cold, severe, and unyielding, the kind of face that told every soldier nearby that whatever came next, he would meet it head-on without retreat. He turned sharply toward the archers and ordered them to hold their positions, his command cutting through the panic with no space left for confusion or hesitation. The guards immediately steadied themselves, faces grim, bowstrings drawn, waiting for the next order from the man who held the line. Then Adrian looked toward Vale, and for just a moment, a faint trace of worry flickered in his eyes. He called him uncle, and that single word cut through the noise of battle, revealing the blood-deep bond hidden beneath all the tension and command. By then, the retreat had already collapsed into chaos. Adrian remained alert in the middle of the confusion, thrusting his hand forward as he shouted a warning, trying to pull everyone back before the danger could swallow them whole. They were running for their lives across the frozen ground, their boots tearing through the snow with every desperate step, while monstrous figures thundered after them from behind, closing the distance with terrifying speed. Vale's face turned grim as he absorbed the report that the Rangers had already begun pulling back. Without wasting even a breath, he demanded to know what kind of enemy could force trained scouts into retreat so suddenly. In the middle of that desperate flight, a hooded leader barked orders at his squad, driving them to move faster and faster through the snow before the monsters behind them could close the gap completely. The orcs, chasing them, were gaining ground with horrifying speed, their hunger and savagery visible in every pounding stride. Then the true terror of the pursuit revealed itself when a massive snarling wolf beast burst forward, exposing the wolf riders hunting them across the snowfield. Back at the fortress, Vale remained firmly where he stood, his gaze fixed on the castle walls as though he were silently calculating exactly how much longer those defenses could endure the pressure bearing down on them. The hooded leader spat out a furious curse, his frustration finally breaking through his discipline as the enemy continued pressing in from behind, refusing to give them even a single moment to breathe. Adrian, his brow tightened with concern, turned toward Vale and confirmed the worst part of the situation. The enemy had already started crashing directly into their defensive lines. From a snowy ridge above, he looked down at the castle below, now swallowed by flames, clashing steel, and the roar of battle. The sounds of war ripped through the freezing air, turning the whole scene into a nightmare painted in white snow and red fire. Then a cold realization struck him with brutal clarity. If nothing changed, if no one managed to buy them even a little time, every last one of them would be wiped out. But Adrian's eyes burned with fierce resolve as he stared into the chaos below. In that instant, his decision was already made. He would buy them the precious seconds they needed, no matter how dangerous it became. Out on the merciless snowfield, a silver-haired warrior faced a monstrous wolf rider head-on without showing the slightest fear, her weapon flashing as it met the charging beast. Close nearby, another fighter planted his feet hard against the snow and roared across the battlefield, declaring himself a great ranger of Balorhard. Adrian refused to step back, even as danger rushed closer from every side. Instead, he shouted for the others to keep running, ordering them not to stop, not to hesitate, and not to look back. The enemy beasts snarled with savage hunger, their wild eyes fixed straight ahead, and their fangs bared wide, as if they were already imagining the flesh they were about to tear apart. Amid the spreading carnage, the ranger threw himself against the horde with everything he had, fighting desperately to hold them back, while a soldier screamed for their general, and the burning castle loomed behind them like a collapsing nightmare. Steel slammed into flesh with sickening force, bone giving way beneath the impact as blood sprayed across the white snow. The siege had gone beyond a simple battle now. It had become a massacre, with every brutal strike sending crimson bursts through the freezing air. Turning toward his companion in the middle of that grim situation, he made one thing clear. What they were doing was not an execution, at least not in the ordinary sense of the word, and certainly not at that exact moment. The monstrous leader and its followers held their positions, occupying the field with an ominous stillness that felt almost deliberate. Above them, the red banner stood out sharply against the snow, like a grim signal planted over a battlefield gone silent. He stared across the scene, carefully taking in every detail laid out before him, and then the truth struck with chilling force. In that single moment, everything finally connected. An ancient being was sleeping deep within those mountains, hidden somewhere far beyond ordinary reach, and now that he had connected enough of the scattered clues, he finally understood what that terrifying truth really meant. A memory of his earlier battle against the orcs flashed through his mind, locking his theory into place with frightening certainty. From that moment on, only one answer remained before him: fight. Meanwhile, the monstrous creature lifted its blazing eyes and released a roar filled with burning conviction, swearing that it would fight with honor and reclaim the name that had been stolen from it. Its thunderous voice tore across the battlefield, raw, heavy, and filled with grim loyalty as it shouted its vow to survive for the sake of its king. Adrian delivered the devastating report to Vale without softening even a single word. The orcs had already broken through their lines, and now they were preparing to launch a full-scale assault. Vale's expression remained carved from stone, but Adrian continued, making it clear that many of their own people still did not grasp just how dangerous and desperate the situation had truly become. With a hard, cutting glare, Adrian challenged Vale directly, telling him that if he still could not believe the truth, then he should look at the brutal reality with his own eyes. Vale's gaze sharpened at those words, and for one heavy, silent moment, the full weight of the crisis seemed to descend upon him all at once. A hand reached out as though to seal a dangerous agreement, but the moment shattered when a sharp cry of pain tore through the air. Then a hulking, green-skinned orc leader roared out his ultimatum. Everyone there, except the mercenaries, would become slaves, whether dead or alive. The orc leader bellowed again, furious and baffled that a mere human could defy what he believed to be the very nature of communication. His roar rolled across the battlefield like an accusation, as though their refusal itself were a betrayal of kind. But Adrian stood beside Vale and the fierce female warrior without wavering, answering the threat with absolute loyalty. Vale's face tightened into grim determination as he demanded to know how that orc had managed to pull off such a move. Then he accepted the challenge without a moment of hesitation, his voice turning cold and lethal as he swore that anyone who dared interfere in the duel to come would answer directly to his blade. He turned back toward his allies, his eyes cutting through them with sharp intensity, and threw out one pointed question. Did they believe him now? But Adrian's face tightened with worry as a cold sense of déjà vu crept through him. The feeling stirred deep in his mind, unsettling and painfully familiar, as though he had already watched this exact situation unfold before. As the pressure around them climbed to the point where it felt almost suffocating, Adrian, Ian, and their ally stood side by side in the heart of the chaos, facing the crisis directly, while even the prince could not fully hide the confusion tightening across his face. Ian's eyes snapped wide with sudden alarm, his expression sharpening as his thoughts began racing at once, trying to grasp what kind of overwhelming force was truly advancing toward them across the frozen battlefield. Beyond the endless white wasteland, the orcs had gathered into a massive army, their numbers spreading across the snow like a dark tide ready to crash over everything in its path. Ian stared into that frozen silence, and a heavy sense of dread sank deep into his chest. Even with that terrifying sight stretched out before them, Adrian's voice cut through the tension with the sharpness of a blade, warning them not to waste their shock here and now, because the real battle had not even truly begun yet. He explained the enemy's movement in the harshest and simplest terms possible. They were coming straight for them. Ian caught the meaning behind those words immediately and asked whether these were the same enemies who had avoided the previous clash. With the ranger standing close enough to hear every word, Ian's mind snapped back to that earlier brutal fight in the snow, where warriors had slammed into one another with pure violence. He confirmed his suspicion, remembering the mountain battle where they had been completely overwhelmed. Adrian then turned his gaze directly toward Ian, his face calm but piercing, and asked him without softening the question at all, whether he was truly prepared to step into the fight. With determination hardening every line of his expression, Adrian declared that he would strike the barriers as quickly as he possibly could, and the ranger answered without hesitation, making it clear that he would stand beside him for the attempt. A confident smirk slowly spread across Adrian's face, and with that sharp glint in his eyes, he pointed out that they already had 2 fighters ready to move. Then realization hit Ian with frightening force, almost like an old memory returning far too clearly. Every part of this situation felt painfully familiar, and he could not help wondering who else could possibly understand what was truly unfolding here. Adrian let out a strange sound under his breath, but Ian did not turn away from him. He fixed Adrian with a firm, unwavering stare and insisted that this was a challenge they had to face with their own hands. There was no space left for retreat anymore. How could he possibly turn his back on the people depending on him when the entire situation was hanging by a thread? And at that exact moment, another figure stepped into the scene, Arwen. Arwen moved forward and lowered herself into a respectful bow before Adrian, her posture controlled, formal, and polished as she addressed him properly by his royal title, calling him Your Highness. Ian, immediately caught between surprise and curiosity, asked how she could possibly know the ancient tongue. Arwen answered with calm simplicity, as if there were nothing strange about it at all, saying only that she had studied it. Ian could barely process what he had just heard, muttering in disbelief that someone knowing such an ancient language was absurdly rare, and that this single fact alone could completely change what they were capable of doing. The more Ian thought about it, the clearer it became that Arwen was no ordinary person. Only someone with the polish, discipline, and refinement of a true noble could even hope to master a language that ancient. At the same time, a twisted goblin-like monster threw its head back and released a rough, ugly roar, a signal so harsh and unmistakable that it made one thing clear. The enemy forces had begun to move. Ian's thoughts snapped back into focus, and almost without meaning to, he found himself comparing Arwen's rare ability to that detestable figure he had encountered before. He decided that it was time for them to return, but deep inside his mind, one certainty remained fixed in place. In this world, true coincidences almost never happened. The moment he entered this world, An elf envoy who had never once interfered with him before suddenly revealed herself, appearing with such strange timing that it almost felt as though his arrival had drawn her out. And then, as if moving according to that same suspicious rhythm, the orc warlord had appeared in Balerhard at precisely the same moment. Now Adrian's face carried a heavy, troubled look, and even he admitted that he did not know what would happen next. He stood there on the frozen battlefield, with bodies scattered across the snow around him, yet his focus remained razor-sharp, leaving no room for distraction, panic, or hesitation. His eyes narrowed, and within that hard stare, an unwavering resolve began to burn even brighter than before. Around them, the empty, snow-lashed peaks rose like silent witnesses to the disaster about to erupt. Beside Adrian, the cloaked figure remained perfectly still, a quiet but undeniable presence at the center of the rising chaos. Adrian understood the truth clearly now. There was no more time to stand around weighing every possibility. The moment for action had already arrived. Then a colossal, green-skinned warrior stepped forward, gripping a massive axe in his hand, each heavy stomp through the snow radiating raw strength, brutal confidence, and overwhelming pressure. Adrian stared up at the towering enemy without flinching, challenging him directly as he asked whether he was supposed to be his opponent, and whether the orc had any problem with that. The orc warlord's tusks flashed as he answered with a deep, contemptuous scoff, the guttural sound making it perfectly clear that he found the very idea ridiculous. Adrian held his ground with his ally beside him as a booming voice ripped across the frozen wasteland, tightening the tension around the challenge before them. The orc warlord loomed over them like a living mass of menace, then promised that their flesh and blood would become his feast. Adrian simply smirked, not shaken in the slightest by the threat, and fired back that the orc warlord's grand speech was so overblown it was almost funny. Even so, the monster standing before them was no ordinary opponent. This was the orc warlord himself, an overwhelming force dominating the center of the frozen battlefield with presence alone. Ian watched the confrontation with growing alarm, his face tightening as he pointed out that the orc warlord's mana was dangerously high, and asked whether retreating might be the wiser choice. The orc warlord sensed the hesitation hanging in the air, and answered it with a primal roar, a battle cry so fierce it seemed to shake the frozen ground beneath their feet. His eyes burned with violent malice, and every part of his massive body seemed to carry the same brutal message. He was ready to tear into battle without holding anything back. Adrian, Arwen, and Ian stood their ground together, their determination refusing to bend even under the terrifying pressure pouring from the enemy in front of them. With his sword blazing in brilliant blue light and his eyes shining with resolve, Adrian shouted that orcs did not fight by the rules of knights. Blue energy surged from his blade and armor as he called out to his comrades. That fierce resolve lit the battlefield like a spark thrown into dry kindling, and Adrian charged straight into the chaos, his glowing sword carving a devastating blue streak through the enemy horde. The empowered blade struck with explosive force, smashing through the orcs' crude armor and sending broken fragments scattering through the freezing air. With one swift and precise slash, Adrian cut through an orc's limb in an instant, showing with brutal clarity just how far above them his combat skill truly stood. But then the orc warlord himself surged forward, his massive body launching into motion as he swung his colossal axe downward and released a furious roar. Adrian did not retreat. His shield snapped upward to meet the crushing blow while his radiant sword shifted into position, already preparing for a devastating counterattack. A thunderous crash burst across the battlefield as blade and axe collided, the sheer force of the impact ripping through the air around them like a shockwave. The orc warlord bellowed in rage, his crimson eyes blazing with fury as the force of the clash drove his massive body backward. Adrian's enchanted sword shone like an unstoppable beacon, cutting straight through the orc warlord's axe as if that massive weapon were nothing more than thin paper, leaving the beast suddenly exposed. On that merciless frozen battlefield, Adrian settled firmly into his stance, his body steady and his eyes locked onto the towering threat standing before him. The orc warlord snarled down at Adrian with open contempt, taunting him by asking whether a fragile human truly believed he could win against him. Adrian answered without the slightest trace of fear in his voice, calm and confident as he told the beast that they were about to find out. The instant those words left his mouth, searing blue energy erupted from Adrian's eyes, and his true power began to blaze openly for everyone on the battlefield to see. Then Adrian exploded forward like a streak of blue lightning, his blade tearing through the frozen air as he launched himself straight toward the Orc warlord. A thunderous crack split the battlefield wide open as the Orc warlord's gigantic axe finally shattered beneath the force of Adrian's strike, splintering apart and leaving the massive beast completely exposed. For one breathless second, even the blood-stained snow seemed to hold still, as if the entire battlefield had frozen around those two monsters at the exact peak of their collision. Then the Orc warlord's fury exploded all at once, his guttural scream tearing through the battlefield as he ordered the horde to kill them and rip those damned orcs apart. Hatred rushed through the army like flame racing across dry grass, and the orcs answered with a single savage roar, ready to butcher anything standing before them. And there, among the bodies scattered across the snow, a lone figure in a red cape stood with his sword driven into the ground, listening as a voice demanded the hearts of the fallen, because those hearts would become its eyes, fed by the ancient hatred of hundreds of barbarians. All at once, a violent storm of blue and purple energy erupted around Adrian, twisting through the air and crackling like the battlefield itself could no longer contain the power building inside him. The aura wrapped around his body with a strange, familiar rhythm, and as he raised his gaze, blue light poured from him across the snowy plain, spreading outward like a silent offering to the vengeful warriors who had once wandered those desolate lands. With a faint blue glow beating from his chest, Adrian quietly measured the situation in his mind. But no matter how many angles he considered, and no matter how carefully he turned each possibility over, the path in front of him had already been decided. Nearby, a ragged flag marked with a skull stood buried in the snow, like a grim signpost planted by death itself. Seeing it there only strengthened the feeling Adrian already carried deep inside him. Coming to this place had been the right decision. The blue light burning at Adrian's chest flared even brighter, washing his face in a cold, sharp glow. His expression tightened, and the resolve settling over him became something solid, unshakable, and impossible to break. Then, from within the darkness hanging over the battlefield, a jagged black silhouette slowly pushed into view, its spiked form looking cruel and unnatural, while a pair of red eyes glowed with a sinister light from within the shadows. The Orc warlord's green-skinned body came fully into sight as he began to speak, but his words broke apart before he could finish them. At the same time, Adrian was swallowed by a raging vortex of blue and purple power, his sword shining at the center of that magical storm, and as energy exploded around him, he declared that they would become sacrifices for his requiem. In that instant, the words "Song of Requiem" seemed to burn through the very air, announcing that the terrifying power sleeping within Adrian had finally awakened. Adrian turned into a living whirlwind in the middle of the battlefield, his body flickering through the chaos like a dark blur. He tore into the orc ranks from behind, cutting one enemy down before the next could even realize where the attack had come from. His leg snapped out with brutal accuracy, slamming into another orc with enough force to lift the creature's heavy body off the ground and send it hurtling backward through the snow. The orc's head whipped violently from the blow, its charge destroyed before it could land even a single attack. And before its body could fully collapse, Adrian's blade flashed again, carving into the next enemy without losing even a trace of momentum. Raw determination hardened Adrian's expression as electric blue energy raced along the length of his sword. The weapon seemed to hum in his hand, vibrating like it was hungry to unleash disaster on anything foolish enough to block his path. The glowing blade continued its deadly dance, slicing through the monstrous horde with merciless precision. Standing over the enemies collapsing around him, Adrian's furious voice tore across the battlefield as he cursed the bastards in front of him. The snowy battlefield descended into chaos as Adrian finally unleashed himself, his blade streaking blue through the storm of orcs. Even a massive orc froze for a brief moment, letting out a stunned grunt as it sensed the terrifying harmony between Adrian's movements, his power, and the killing intent driving every strike. Adrian's face remained cold and unreadable, revealing nothing to the enemies surrounding him. But behind that still expression, his mind was moving fast, piecing together something far greater than the fight unfolding right in front of his eyes. Then, with explosive force, a crimson aura burst into the scene, and Adrian stood at the center of that pressure, radiating overwhelming power as he demanded to know what kind of orc could possibly possess strength like this. Even an orc warrior prince should not have been powerful to such an absurd degree. But that hesitation lasted only a single moment. Adrian's resolve surged back even harder, his eyes blazing with electric blue light as his aura erupted around him like a storm on the verge of tearing the battlefield apart. He shot forward in a blur, his weapon flashing like a bolt of blue lightning. One after another, he tore through the orc lines, leaving shattered armor, blood, and stunned enemies scattered in his wake. As Ian watched that terrifying display unfold before him, the truth became impossible to deny, and he confirmed it aloud with chilling clarity. The enemy standing against them really was an orc warrior prince. Adrian stood tall and completely unmoved, his eyes fixed on the chaos he had carved open with his own hands, already prepared for whatever would come next. With blue aura blazing around his fist, he looked down at his enemy and coldly asked if that was truly all a loyal servant of a king could offer. The orc warrior prince, wrapped in a furious red aura, roared back with pure rage, declaring that cheap taunts like that only made the anger inside him burn even hotter. Before the orc could even move properly, a brutal strike slammed into him with explosive force. He staggered backward from the impact, yet still screamed in defiance that he would spill Adrian's flesh and blood before the Emperor ever arrived. Another blast of blue energy crashed into the orc warrior prince and sent him flying across the white battlefield, his body cutting through the snow like a dark mark against the frozen plain. Adrian did not ease up for even a heartbeat, his whole body crackling with blue power as he prepared to finish the fight. He drove a devastating punch straight forward, and the instant his fist connected with the orc warrior prince, blue force erupted outward in a violent explosion. The impact tore through the ground beneath them, smashing ice and rock apart as though the battlefield itself had been struck by a falling star, until a massive crater opened across the frozen earth. Adrian unleashed a sweeping arc of blue energy that sliced through the air like a blade made from pure light. Then, closing the distance in a flash, he pressed the assault without stopping, his sword moving as nothing more than a blur of ethereal power. The orc warrior prince could only gasp in disbelief, choking out broken sounds as strike after strike hammered into him faster than his body could react or defend. Moving so quickly he nearly vanished from sight. Adrian was already shifting into his next position, lining up the decisive blow before his enemy could recover from the last attack. His blade came down with savage force, sending a crimson spray scattering across the untouched snow. Adrian followed through without hesitation, carrying the full weight and momentum of the attack smoothly into his next motion. The orc warrior prince screamed in agony, a guttural cry ripping from his throat as he desperately clutched at the wound carved across his chest. The sheer force of the blow hurled him backward in defeat, his blood staining the white snow beneath him. All around them, shattered ice and torn earth showed just how violently Adrian's overwhelming power had scarred the battlefield. Adrian stood victorious over the ruined orc warrior prince, whose broken body lay in the snow surrounded by the remains of the army that had fallen alongside him. A chilling silence spread across the field as Adrian turned his eyes toward the distant castle, the final heavy thud marking the end of the chaos. But his thoughts had already moved elsewhere, and a quiet vow formed inside him. Since he had borrowed that power, it was only right to grant its wish. A fierce light sparked in Adrian's eyes, and his expression hardened as resolve rushed through him like a silent gust cutting across the frozen battlefield. Suddenly, a blazing red orb of energy formed in Adrian's grasp, glowing like a concentrated flame held in his hand. He whispered a solemn farewell, and from deep within his mind, a voice answered with reverence as it called out to its king. The crimson light faded away, only to be replaced by a sharp burst of crackling blue aura that ignited around him. Adrian's eyes blazed with otherworldly power as violent blue energy surged from his hand and tore through the spray of blood. Adrian's face was washed in that fierce blue glow, his eyes burning with such unyielding intensity that the sight of him almost became terrifying. The pressure radiating from his stare was impossible to ignore, so heavy that anyone watching would have frozen in place. And in that moment, one chilling thought remained: what kind of eyes were those? Once again, Adrian was thrown into the very heart of battle, a blazing red aura flaring around him as the fighting spun wildly beyond control. Yet deep inside his mind drifted toward the legends of an ancient power said to be hidden beyond those frozen peaks. Suddenly, a shocked voice cut through the roar of combat, unable to believe that Adrian was still alive. At the same time, Adrian and his allies braced themselves against yet another relentless wave of armored enemies charging straight toward them. Then a fierce, dark-haired knight, his face twisted with both determination and pain, forced a guttural roar from deep in his throat and pushed forward despite the agony tearing through his body. Side by side, Adrian and the dark-haired knight carved through the enemy formation, their combined strength crashing into the armored attackers like a storm no ordinary soldiers could ever withstand. But then the dark-haired knight was struck hard, a sudden and brutal blow slamming into him with enough force to knock the breath straight from his body. He fought desperately for every inch of ground, red energy sparking around him in unstable bursts as the sheer violence of the battlefield threatened to swallow him completely. Adrian watched with a fixed, unreadable stare, his expression held unnervingly still as he witnessed the knight struggle beneath the endless attacks crashing down on him. Then Adrian's eyes snapped upward as a colossal winged shadow spread across the sky, blotting out the sun and descending toward them with terrifying speed. He stared into the sky, and the realization that struck him was so sudden, so shocking, that he cried out before he could stop himself. High above the icy, snow-covered peaks, a massive dark object came plummeting down through the air, cutting across the sky like a falling omen. It descended at an unbelievable speed, wrapped in a dark red aura so violent and ominous that the danger was unmistakable long before it ever reached the ground. A colossal projectile, forged in the shape of a spear so enormous it looked capable of punching a hole straight through the heavens, came crashing down into the side of the mountain. The impact thundered through the frozen stone, burying the weapon deep into the ice-coated earth, as if it had been hurled down by the sky itself. And in the middle of that terrifying roar, only one thought burned through Adrian Leonberg's mind. No matter what it cost him, he had to stop it. Adrian planted himself right in the heart of the disaster, refusing to back away even a single pace. His sword was already in his hands, both grips locked tightly around the hilt as he faced the nightmare before him head-on. In front of him, the black spear remained stabbed into the ground, pulsing with a vicious crimson glow that spread across the snow, staining the white mountain scenery with the color of fresh blood. His eyes snapped open wide from the sheer force of what he was seeing, but there was no surrender in that stare. Fear might have struck him, but it never reached the point of breaking him. The spear's red radiance flickered harshly over his face, and under that bloody light, Adrian's unshaken determination looked almost as fierce and dangerous as the monstrous power standing in his way. Then Adrian moved. He threw himself forward with everything he had, raising his blade and bringing it down toward the spear in one committed strike. The instant his steel collided with that overwhelming force, a blinding burst of crimson light exploded between them, tearing through the air like the battlefield itself had been ripped open. But even after Adrian's attack landed, the terrifying power of the spear did not simply vanish. Instead, it scattered outward in a violent surge, ripping through the air and sweeping across the snow-covered mountains with a deafening roar. It felt as though the entire battlefield was being torn apart from within, the frozen world cracking under the pressure of that unleashed force. Adrian dug his feet hard into the frozen ground, forcing himself to brace against the invisible shockwave crashing into him from every side. His entire body strained beneath the crushing pressure, and even he shouted that it was too much to withstand. At that very moment, the spear's crimson energy flared outward in a blinding burst, and a dark-haired knight spun around in terror, her face going pale as she screamed out for his highness. Even with the blast hammering against him like a wall of destruction, Adrian refused to give up his ground. The impact battered his body and pushed him dangerously close to collapsing, but he forced himself to stay upright. Every muscle in him was screaming, yet he poured every remaining ounce of strength into holding his position. Through the swirling snow and the debris flying across the mountain, a cloaked figure suddenly rushed into view. His heavy boots pounded against the frozen ground in quick, urgent steps as he charged straight toward the center of the catastrophe. Dread tightened his expression, and through clenched teeth he cursed under his breath, demanding to know what in the world had just happened. Nearby, the great ranger of Balerhard stood as still as a statue, his eyes cold and sharp enough to resemble forged steel. The violent wind whipped his untamed hair around his face, But even with chaos spreading everywhere around him, his gaze never lost focus. He watched the scene with chilling precision, cutting through the confusion as if he were already searching for the truth beneath the disaster. At the center of the destruction, the enormous black spear still jutted from the earth, buried deep like a curse nailed into the mountain itself. Its dark surface seemed almost alive, crawling with some strange and unnatural power. The longer anyone looked at it, the colder the air seemed to become, as though the weapon carried a presence that could freeze a person from the inside out. The leftover energy in the air continued to snap and crackle around them, making the snow-covered wasteland feel unstable, as if another explosion might erupt without warning. Armored warriors moved tensely through the area, their faces drawn tight as they murmured about the strange sound, the spear buried in the ground, and the dreadful realization settling over them. Their commander was nowhere to be found. Carl's expression twisted with open alarm, the color draining from his face as the fear spreading among the others finally hit him as well. Then his desperate shout rang across the frozen field, giving voice to the terror that everyone else had been too stunned to speak aloud. Without wasting another second, Carl broke into a frantic run. His boots slipped and scraped against the snow as he threw himself forward, his voice tearing through the heavy, freezing silence. When he cried out for His Highness, the panic in that shout carried the awful urgency of someone already fearing the worst. Not far from the commotion, the great ranger of Balarhard remained standing amid the confusion, calm and unshaken, while everyone else rushed around in alarm. His sharp eyes swept carefully across the wreckage, studying each mark in the snow, every broken trace, every disturbed patch of ground, as though the answer to what had happened was hidden somewhere in the chaos. Then, without warning, he lowered himself onto one knee. His attention had caught on something small, nearly swallowed beneath the clean white snow. It was the kind of faint but important trace that most people would have missed completely in the middle of all that panic. Suddenly, Arwen Kurgian stopped exactly where she stood. The female knight's eyes widened in horror, and for one suspended instant, her body went completely still. It was as if the full weight of the disaster had finally crashed down on her all at once, leaving her frozen in place. Her gaze shot toward Adrian, and there he was, sprawled across the icy ground, pale and unmoving, with only a faint ghostly blue aura flickering around him. In that same instant, another cry of anguish ripped through the freezing air, so raw and desperate that it cut straight through the howling wind. Arwen dropped down beside him without the slightest hesitation, her knees striking the snow as her trembling hands moved over him in a desperate search for any sign of life. Her voice came out thin and strangled when she spoke, barely holding together as fear tightened around her throat. She called Adrian's name again and again, each cry rising higher, until it nearly cracked into a scream. Every desperate word sounded like an attempt to drag the fallen prince back from the edge. But silence answered her each time, and that silence made the terror around them feel even heavier. Her eyes darted over his face, searching for the smallest movement, the faintest twitch, anything at all that could prove he had not slipped away from her. She needed him to breathe again, and with every passing second, the horrible fear that she might already be too late pressed harder and harder against her chest. Arwen carefully lifted Adrian's head into her arms, cradling him as gently as she could, even though her hands were shaking. Then she leaned down close, pressing her ear against his chest as she listened with desperate focus. A heartbeat, a breath, even the faintest sign of life, anything would have been enough. Then a wet, broken, gurgling sound slipped from Adrian's lips. It was weak, uneven, and almost lost beneath the wind, but there was something so unnatural and chilling about it that Arwen felt her blood run cold the moment she heard it. A second cough followed soon after, rough and ragged, as if his body was fighting to claw its way back from somewhere far beneath the surface. But even after that painful sound, Adrian's eyes remained shut, and he still gave Arwen no clear response. The weight of that moment pushed Arwen past the limits of what her own body could endure. Blood rose from her mouth as she strained herself desperately to save him, forcing everything she had into keeping him alive. Around them, the icy wind screamed across the desolate battlefield, sweeping over the snow, the blood, and the broken steel scattered nearby. And then, like the first fragile spark of a miracle breaking through absolute despair, Arwen realized that Adrian was breathing again. Her hoarse voice caught in her throat as she forced the words out, and that tiny sign of life gave her just enough hope to hold on in the middle of all the horror. Relief washed across Arwen's face in a sudden trembling wave, softening the terror that had filled her eyes only moments earlier. But even though Adrian had started breathing again, she understood immediately that this did not mean the danger had truly passed. Still shaken after pulling him back from the brink, Arwen heard low murmurs beginning to spread nearby. The soldiers whispered among themselves in disbelief, wondering if the boy before them really was the legendary prince. He looked so young, so small lying there in the snow, and yet they had heard him spoken of as a monster on the battlefield. Carl stepped in at once, cutting through their careless speculation before it could grow any louder. With the firm loyalty of someone who knew exactly who Adrian was, he reminded them that the person lying before them was not some ordinary warrior. This was His Highness, the prince himself. Then from Adrian's lips came a sound so faint that the wind almost swallowed it. He called Arwen's name. The instant she heard it, her heart jolted, and she cried out to His Highness as relief and fierce determination surged back through her all at once. At last, Adrian's eyes began to flutter open, and that single sight lit something inside Arwen like a flame. She looked down at him, battered, wounded, barely conscious, and felt a silent fury burn through her chest. Those damned orc bastards were going to pay for what they had done. But then Adrian did something so reckless that it stunned everyone around him. Even in that ruined state, even when every part of his body should have kept him pinned to the ground, he forced himself upright. His eyes blazed with stubborn defiance as he roared that he would not become some trophy head for the orcs to carry away. The sheer nerve of it was almost impossible to believe, especially when he could barely keep himself standing. But Arwen understood exactly what Adrian was trying to tell her. He was ordering her to hurry up and end the battle, to finish off the enemy before this dragged on any longer. With a quiet sound of acceptance, she took that command into herself. Carl turned toward Arwen, confusion written clearly across his face as he tried to understand the prince's sudden outburst, but Arwen no longer needed anyone to explain it to her. Her eyes were already fixed on the battlefield ahead, focused and steady, as if the next step had become completely clear. A powerful aura began to rise around Arwen as she settled into a firm fighting stance. The sword in her hands started to glow, and the sharpness in her eyes made her intent unmistakable. She was ready to end this battle with one clean, decisive strike. The battlefield erupted back into motion, turning once again into a violent storm of flying snow, flashing weapons, and bodies crashing together. Armored knights hurled themselves at the shadowy monsters in front of them, and through the chaos, a steady voice rang out over the fighting, declaring that Adrian was right. The clash only grew more savage as the knights pressed forward with desperate resolve, their weapons carving bright arcs through the swirling snow. A commanding voice thundered for them to finish things quickly, and amid that chaos, a dark-haired warrior wrapped in crimson shot across the battlefield at impossible speed, moving like a blur of pure destruction. Later, Adrian forced himself upright with a rough, guttural groan. Pain twisted through every inch of his body, but it still failed to extinguish the fire burning in his eyes. His expression hardened into a furious snarl as he glared toward the unseen enemy and spat a defiant curse at the damned orc bastard responsible for all of this. Carl rushed to Adrian's side immediately, unable to hide the worry on his face. Leaning in close with urgent concern, he asked whether His Highness was truly all right after everything that had happened. Adrian lowered himself back onto the bed, his heavily bandaged arm lying stiffly beside him. A weary sigh escaped him, carrying both pain and irritation, before he admitted that his arm hurt too. But then Adrian's gaze dropped, and the pain on his face shifted into something darker and more bitter. More than the injury in his arm, what truly hurt was his pride. Beneath his exhausted expression, anger and frustration continued to smolder as the battle replayed again and again inside his mind. He had not even managed to properly cross blades with the enemy face to face. Before he could truly confront them, everything had collapsed in one devastating instant, leaving him with nothing but the ugly aftermath of a battle gone horribly wrong. In the end, all he had managed to do was cut down a few orcs before being blasted across the battlefield like some helpless fool. And now here he was, lying in bed, wrapped in bandages, unable to move freely, and trapped with nothing but his own irritation As Adrian silently burned in that frustration, another voice suddenly broke through the tense room. Someone bowed deeply before him, lowering their head with unmistakable respect, and thanked His Highness for everything he had done. Carl and the other guards followed as well, bowing their heads as they explained what Adrian's actions had made possible. Because of him, they had been able to save someone who had already abandoned all hope. Still bent in sincere gratitude, Carl offered their deepest thanks to His Highness, and the honesty in his voice could not be mistaken. But Adrian could only scoff inwardly at their praise. To him, those grateful words felt painfully misplaced. The only thing running through his mind was how completely, miserably, and humiliatingly the battle had gone wrong. Then Carl's expression turned serious, and the mood in the room shifted along with it. He began reporting everything that had happened while His Highness had been unconscious, carefully laying out the situation one detail at a time. The first report landed like a heavy blow. It was still too early to say anything with absolute certainty, but judging from how the situation was unfolding, Winter Castle was likely going to fall into the hands of the invading orcs. Then Carl delivered an even more shocking revelation. The body they had discovered in the mountains had not belonged to some ordinary orc soldier. It was the corpse of their king. Adrian, still shaken from the battle and worn down by his injuries, could barely process what he had just heard. There was actually an orc king out there. The very idea alone was enough to leave him stunned. Adrian had always known orcs as scattered, violent creatures, monsters that rarely moved with any real structure or discipline. But Carl explained that they were more than simple brutes. They were vicious opportunists as well, brutal creatures willing to turn against even their own kind the moment it served their interests. Then Carl's tone sank into something much lower and heavier, as if the very air around the sick room had turned colder with his words. He fixed Adrian with a grave, unwavering look, and asked if he understood what people called an orc that had clawed its way above the rest of its savage race, gathering enough strength and authority to rule over them as a true king. Carl's expression remained solemn, making it clear that this was not some battlefield rumor born from fear, nor an exaggerated story passed around by shaken soldiers after surviving a nightmare. A creature like that truly existed, and the title attached to it carried a weight far beyond anything given to an ordinary orc chieftain. Orcs were creatures raised in violence from the moment they were born. In their world, crushing, clawing, and killing even their own kind was nothing strange at all. Wherever they marched, mercy never followed behind them. Enemy, ally, or anything foolish enough to stand in their path, it all ended up trampled under their feet just the same. And yet, even among those savage hordes, even among masses already drenched in bloodlust and brutality, there were rare monsters who existed on an entirely different plane. From inside the orc's own chaos, one overwhelming being could rise up, possessing such monstrous strength that ordinary chieftains seemed small and meaningless beside him. An existence like that was not simply praised with the plain title of king. Out on the battlefield, where soldiers witnessed its strength through blood, screams, and destruction, that monster came to be feared by a far more dreadful name, the orc warlord. High above the empty snow-buried peaks, a terrifying figure stood alone in the middle of a battlefield littered with fallen warriors. The freezing mountain wind swept violently around him, tearing across the white landscape, but he did not move at all, as if even the storm itself had no power to shake him. His black armor was jagged and angular, cutting a cruel silhouette against the pale, lifeless sky. Behind him, a torn red cape dragged through the snow like a war banner soaked in endless slaughter. This was the frenzied Lord of War, a presence so cold and murderous that even the shadow at his feet seemed to whisper death. Adrian said nothing for a long moment, falling into a deep and uneasy silence. His face tightened as he weighed the danger now looming over them. Even if their defensive preparations were already underway, finding the orc warlord before that monster arrived at the gates would be a brutally difficult task. Carl continued, keeping his voice controlled even though the tension in it was impossible to miss. He pointed out that gathering information by tracking down the orc warlord's subordinates would be just as difficult. And when the subject shifted toward Adrian using that magic sword again, Carl's hesitation showed plainly on his face. Adrian stared back at him, genuinely baffled by what he was hearing. To him, the logic simply did not fit. How could the underlings serving the orc warlord possibly be even harder to locate than the terrifying monster standing above all of them? Karl stepped slightly closer to the prince, meeting Adrian's gaze with the seriousness of a man who had already accepted what needed to be said. He admitted that there was something they had to ask of him. Beside him, the great ranger of Balorhard supported that request with a grim expression, confessing that they desperately needed Adrian's strength because none of them had ever faced an orc warlord in battle before. Karl agreed immediately, without allowing even a heartbeat of hesitation to pass. The look on his face made one thing clear: this was no ordinary mission, and it was certainly not some routine battlefield decision. They were about to step into unknown danger, where every choice from that moment forward might demand a terrible price. Then Vale Balorhard, wearing a sly grin that felt oddly out of place in such a tense atmosphere, produced two mysterious items. He told them to examine one closely while handing the other straight to Adrian. The prince could already feel his patience thinning, as if this entire situation was becoming more troublesome with every passing second. By that point, Adrian had listened to more than enough of the explanations, theories, and arguments circling endlessly around the room. In his eyes, they had dragged the matter out for far too long. It was time to stop talking around the problem and finally bring everything to a proper conclusion. Even as the meeting continued around them, Karl tried to rein in Adrian's rising irritation. He urged him to calm down and focus on recovering first. His words remained respectful and carefully chosen, but the worry beneath them was far too obvious to hide. Adrian was still confined to the bed, his body nowhere near healed enough for him to move the way he wanted. Karl stood close beside him, watching every small shift with visible concern, and warned that His Highness was pushing himself far too hard for someone in such a battered state. Adrian slowly lifted his eyes, and for a moment something heavier than simple annoyance crossed his face. His injured body remained still against the bed, but his mind was clearly turning over something far deeper and more serious than the conversation unfolding around him. Karl remained at the bedside, leaning in just slightly as he asked whether there was anything else Adrian needed from him. His voice was practical and composed, but his eyes never drifted away from the prince, carrying the quiet concern of someone prepared to act the instant something went wrong. While Adrian tried to rest, something enormous began stirring deep inside him. Beneath the exhaustion, beneath the pain still clinging stubbornly to his body, the raw force of the blue flames started to churn with restless intensity, like a power waiting for the moment it could finally break free. That power was unlike anything Adrian had ever felt within himself before. It surged beyond the boundaries he thought he understood, swelling past his old limits with such absurd force that even he could sense just how overwhelming and unnatural it had become. Still recovering and barely able to steady himself, Adrian gave only a short response on the outside, but inside his thoughts were anything but calm. Pain, unfamiliar power, and the terrifying information he had just absorbed all twisted together, leaving his mind caught in a violent inner storm. Even with all that turmoil, there was still a decent heart buried beneath Adrian's sharp tongue and harsh temper. Nearby, a powerful armored figure turned his attention toward Karl, and with a heavy presence that seemed to fill the room, demanded to know what Karl truly thought of the prince. The armored man's stare was cold enough to feel like a blade, sharp and intense, as if it could cut straight through steel. He stood perfectly still, wasting not even the smallest movement, and every part of his posture carried the weight of a strength that no one present could simply ignore. Adrian lowered his gaze as the pressure of the conversation settled heavily over him before it had even fully unfolded. The armored man continued without softening his tone, declaring that the prince's real power would only awaken after every weakness inside him had been stripped away completely. Those words struck Adrian like a hammer coming down without mercy, forcing his eyes wide open in shock. Off to the side, Karl watched with a troubled expression, visibly shaken by how ruthless it sounded, silently wondering whether the prince was being driven toward a path far too cruel for any person to endure. Adrian's expression hardened as the meaning behind the armored man's words finally settled in. This was not only about forcing him to become stronger. The same brutal expectations would eventually fall upon the loyal knights standing beside him as well. The armored man showed no sign of doubt, not even the slightest crack in his conviction. His face stayed cold. His stance remained firm, and the certainty radiating from him felt as solid and unbending as iron forged for war. Karl could no longer keep his discomfort hidden, and at last he pushed back. He asked whether this method was going too far. But the armored man answered with sharp, unyielding firmness, insisting that Adrian was the Empire's final hope, and with the crisis pressing closer by the day, there was simply no other path left for them. As shimmering blue energy gathered in the air and slowly began taking shape, something vast and profound unfolded before Adrian's eyes. It felt as though a truth hidden deep within mana itself was rising to the surface, revealing its form through that brilliant glow. True transcendence was not some convenient blessing that appeared for anyone who merely wished for it. It belonged only to those who had reached the highest mastery of mana manipulation. Warriors capable of guiding its flow with the same natural ease as drawing breath. Karl explained that such power had never been granted to ordinary knights. No matter how skilled they became with a blade, no matter how many battlefields they survived, that higher realm of mana had always remained out of reach, standing beyond what normal warriors could grasp. That truth left Adrian staring in quiet silence, a question slowly forming behind his eyes. If knights had always been excluded from that level of power, then why had fate allowed certain people to step so far beyond everyone else? Even so, Karl continued, there had to be a deeper reason behind that difference. Some people were chosen, shaped, and carved by fate itself, almost as though the world had marked them from the very beginning for a purpose no ordinary person could ever fulfill. Adrian listened without cutting him off, and for a brief moment, a faint glimmer of understanding passed across his expression. Karl assured him that he held no resentment toward that difference, no bitterness toward those chosen to walk a path that rose far beyond everyone else. Karl made his point with a knowing look, the kind of gaze that showed he had carried these thoughts inside him for a long time. There was acceptance in his eyes, but also a quiet certainty that Adrian could not easily dismiss. Even the elves, born with a natural closeness to magic, could have reached such heights with far less pain and struggle. For them, reaching toward mana was almost instinctive, a gift woven into the very way they lived and breathed. But it was humans, supposedly average, limited, and lacking any special gift, who interrupted the roads laid out for the chosen. Mana was not merely dead energy to be gathered, shaped, and spent. It was a living current that resonated with everything it touched, and through that resonance its sound could become the rhythm of a chanson. Even those who could not create mana songs of their own still possessed the possibility of performing them. In that sense, the human body itself could become the greatest instrument, carrying and expressing a power it had never been naturally born to command. Karl lifted a pulsing sphere of mana in his hand as he revealed an even more astonishing possibility. Even someone who was not recognized as a true mana user might still learn to control the mana flowing within their own body. This kind of life training, or mana training, was not just some distant theory with no place in reality. It meant that a mana ring could resonate with other forms of mana, creating a deeper connection, and if that connection were pushed far enough, perhaps the person themselves could become the perfect instrument. Adrian held on to every word as Karl laid out that strange, almost impossible theory before him. The implications were enormous, and even Karl, wearing a deeply serious expression, admitted that he could not promise whether such a thing could truly be achieved. A dark, troubled look settled over Karl's face as he sank further into those revolutionary thoughts. It was clear that even he understood how dangerous, astonishing, and uncertain the idea became once it was spoken aloud. Elsewhere, high atop a dangerous snowy peak, Arwen Kyrgian stood firm against the raging gale. Her silver hair whipped wildly around her face, but her posture remained steady, her blade-ready composure making her look almost like living proof of the extraordinary human potential Karl had just described. Adrian's thoughts sank even deeper into the structure of mana, imagining how every living thing might carry its own vibration inside that invisible flow. If all existence truly possessed a rhythm, then even those born without natural gifts might still become vessels for a far greater symphony. But to Adrian, the true breakthrough was not simply letting that power pass through him like a puppet being moved by unseen strings. What mattered was seizing that force with his own will, taking hold of it completely, and forcing it to obey his command. Then, without warning, something jolted through the image forming inside his mind. A sudden and unmistakable presence tore into that mental projection, sharp and intrusive enough to rip him away from the depths of his inner world. Adrian was dragged back toward reality by a familiar, intensely focused stare hovering far too close to his face. Then a voice cut through the quiet with startling sharpness, demanding to know why he was even inside this space. His eyelids trembled, then slowly began to open as he woke, shaking off the last heavy remnants of sleep still clinging to his thoughts. For a brief moment, everything before him remained hazy and unclear, as though his mind had not fully settled back into his body. Then Adrian's eyes snapped open wide in pure shock. Whatever drowsiness had still been clouding his face disappeared in an instant, replaced by sudden alarm as he realized exactly what was right in front of him. Adrian let out a startled yelp the moment he found Carl looming directly over his bed. The sight hit him so abruptly that his entire body jerked in reaction, as if the shock alone had yanked him completely back to life. By the time the earlier quiet had fully disappeared, Carl and Adrian had already gotten themselves dressed and prepared to move. Whatever faint trace of relaxation had remained in the room vanished all at once, replaced by a tight, sharpened tension. Carl wasted no time pressing Adrian about his uncle, and Adrian answered just as quickly, explaining that Vale Ballarhard had slipped away at some point while Adrian was still asleep. Carl kept his gaze fixed firmly on Adrian, quietly watching every subtle shift that crossed the prince's face. He could tell there was something weighing on him, some heavy thought digging deep enough to twist his expression from the inside. But no matter how long Adrian seemed to wrestle with it, he never gave a clear answer, and that only made Carl feel that this situation was hiding something far more complicated than it first appeared. For a while, Adrian remained silent, his presence oddly distant as his unfocused eyes stared past the room around him. It was as if he was no longer seeing the walls, the bed, or Carl standing nearby, but some faraway problem only he could understand. Anyone looking at him could tell his mind had been caught by a conflict too large, too tangled, and too heavy to put into simple words. In the dim and oppressive stillness of the room, Carl understood right away that reaching Adrian in this state would not be easy. Trying to force a useful answer out of him while he was trapped so deeply in his own thoughts felt almost pointless. It was like placing a bet after already knowing the odds had been stacked against him from the beginning. Then, without the slightest warning, a voice cut through the silence sharply enough to make Adrian flinch. The words themselves were simple, merely announcing that he was awake, but inside that tense room, they landed like a sudden shock racing through the air. At that instant, an overwhelming presence began to rise around him, fierce, steady, and completely unyielding. It felt like the aura of someone who had never once learned how to retreat, someone who could stand alone before countless enemies with only a single blade in hand and still refuse to fall. The power surrounding him erupted outward in a violent surge, blue energy twisting and whipping through the air like a storm that had been given physical form. And yet, no matter how wildly it raged, every current still bent beneath his command, flowing exactly where his will forced it to go. His eyes blazed with an unnatural brilliance, shining so fiercely that the entire room seemed to tremble with ancient power. The presence of a true swordmaster was moving through him now, something old, absolute, and terrifyingly alive beneath the surface of his composed expression. Blue energy continued to pulse around Carl, and Adrian could only stare at him in stunned silence. The man in front of him had clearly stepped into a realm far beyond ordinary swordsmanship, as if he had finally discovered a soul strong enough to contain and match the immense force now surging through him. Carl's lips curved ever so slightly, forming a faint smirk that was small but impossible to miss. His eyes remained sharp and composed, carrying the calm confidence of someone who understood exactly how much had changed in that single moment. Now completely awake, Adrian slowly raised his gaze toward Carl and admitted that it was because of him that he had awakened. This time there was no teasing tone in his voice, and no sarcasm hidden underneath his words. He spoke with rare honesty, giving Carl a sincere thank you from the heart. Carl, however, answered with the same dry cynicism he always carried, brushing off Adrian's gratitude as though it were nothing worth making a fuss over. With a tired little remark, he muttered that people really did start changing when they found themselves standing close to death. Adrian blinked, clearly thrown off by the sudden chill in Carl's voice. Still unsure what had caused that reaction, he looked at him with visible confusion and asked if Carl was angry about something. Adrian had already been acknowledged as a sword master before this moment, but the overwhelming new strength that had awakened inside him had pushed him into a completely different realm. He was no longer only a man who had mastered the blade, now he had become something far closer to a magic sword master. A faint crackle of lingering energy still hung in the air as Carl replied in a cool, almost indifferent voice. He said he was not angry, and the irritating calmness in his tone made it painfully clear that, at least on the surface, he truly did not consider himself upset at all. But that calm attitude only made Adrian's irritation grow sharper. From Adrian's point of view, Carl had completely misunderstood the situation, and the fact that he sounded so certain about his own conclusion made the exchange even more frustrating. Deciding not to waste any more time on that subject, Adrian shifted to the question that actually mattered. His eyes narrowed with renewed focus as he asked Carl what he had gained from everything that had just happened. Carl lowered his gaze toward the marks that had been left behind, answering in a tone that was vague and difficult to read. What he had gained, he said, was an opportunity to remove something, or at the very least, the first milestone that would allow such a thing to become possible. His face revealed almost nothing, staying calm and unreadable as he spoke. But behind that steady gaze, Adrian could sense it clearly. Carl was holding back far more than he intended to say out loud. Later, Adrian stood near the window, silently turning Carl's strange answer over in his mind again and again, while already thinking about what should come next. Then Carl, with a level of casualness that almost felt absurd, suggested they should try walking there, as if he were proposing an ordinary stroll instead of the start of another dangerous journey. Adrian let out a quiet breath, hoping that whatever came next would not spiral into an even larger mess. But with everything already moving forward, that hope felt thin and fragile, like a piece of ice ready to crack apart at the slightest pressure. Adrian told himself that Carl was not actually angry with him. He was only disappointed. But somehow that thought hurt even more, because disappointment felt colder, quieter, and much sharper than open irritation ever could. Carl stood over him with that same hard, unbending presence, his expression offering no warmth or comfort at all. Then, in his usual blunt manner, he warned Adrian not to raise his hopes over something that might turn out to mean absolutely nothing. His face remained completely unreadable, closed off, and still like a stone wall. In the silence that followed, the only thing breaking the tension between them was the faint rustle of movement somewhere in the room. At last, Carl began to move, and the way he carried himself made it obvious that he had questions of his own. But even after acknowledging that much, he made it equally clear that he had no intention of asking any of them. Now standing there properly dressed, Adrian pressed him once again, demanding to know what Carl had truly gained from all of this. Carl, however, refused to give him the straightforward answer he wanted, and simply replied that Adrian already understood the situation well enough. Adrian tried to push past that evasion, frustration beginning to color his voice as he asked where Carl had obtained the fel. He had no patience left for vague hints, hidden meanings, or words that only circled the truth. What he wanted now was a direct answer. But Carl's thoughts had already turned inward, focused on the changes that had taken place within himself. And judging from the look on Adrian's face, that transformation was not something the prince could bring himself to view with any real happiness. With one final sweeping motion, Carl turned away and walked off, leaving Adrian behind with nothing but those cryptic words. The grand chamber around him suddenly felt far too quiet, filled with the heavy weight of everything the two of them had left unsaid. Across the frozen wasteland, an endless green tide of orcs stretched all the way toward the horizon, their sheer numbers forming a horrifying contrast against the white snow. As the horde pushed closer and prepared to strike, a dark red surge of energy suddenly erupted from Adrian's body. Adrian shot forward through the snow like a blur, cutting straight through the charging orcs before they even had time to understand what was happening. The monsters screamed in shock and panic, unable to believe the reckless madness of a single human throwing himself directly into their ranks without the slightest hesitation. But Adrian was not standing against that battlefield alone. Right beside him was Carl, his eyes steady and unshaken as he watched the approaching threat. Silent and grim, he looked like a blade held perfectly still, waiting for the exact moment it needed to fall. The energy around Adrian swelled higher and higher, gathering until it reached a violent peak, and his hand began to burn with a terrifying crimson light. Then, in one explosive release, he sent a swirling torrent of dark power ripping across the battlefield, tearing through everything in its path and leaving countless orcs broken and scattered across the snow. When the attack finally came to an end, Adrian stood in silence, staring out over the snow-covered landscape ahead of him. The ground still bore the scars of the devastation he had unleashed, split open and torn apart by the raw force of his power. Standing beside him, Carl took in the ruined battlefield with calm, measured eyes and remarked that it had been a remarkable speculation. His voice remained steady, almost disturbingly composed for someone looking at a stretch of snow that had just been ripped apart by overwhelming force. Far in the distance, a mass of dark red energy began twisting and gathering, immediately pulling Adrian's attention toward it. As the crimson aura flared and revealed a towering armored figure within its glow, Adrian questioned whether that was the orc warlord. In the foreground, two heavily armored orcs also fixed their focus on the approaching threat. Carl shook his head without even a second of hesitation. That simple denial was enough to make the air around them feel colder, because it meant the monster before them was not even the greatest threat waiting out there. Keeping his sharpened gaze locked on the distant figure, Carl explained that the bastard was one of the bravest among the generals. He was among the rare few powerful enough to stand behind the orc warlord himself and follow him directly into battle. And just as Carl had said, the crushing presence before them belonged to one of those fearless generals. Even from far away, the weight of his power pressed down over the battlefield like something physical, spreading across the snow and making the air feel heavy. His crimson aura pulsed with raw and brutal strength, making his overwhelming power impossible to ignore. Rising from the carnage stood a colossal orc, his eyes blazing like infernal embers. He was a nightmare to knights and swordmasters alike, and his presence alone seemed to dominate the entire snow-covered battlefield. Bathed in that sinister crimson glow, his massive body looked like a living monument to untamed violence. His green-skinned face twisted around razor-sharp fangs, and his burning eyes shone with destructive light, giving shape to the terrifying legend known by one savage title, the Night Slayer. Just as knights drew strength from mana, orcs possessed a power that belonged uniquely to their own race. What they released was not refined magic, not elegant technique, and not anything polished by discipline. It was a raw crimson force known as battle aura. To sharpen that power and make their battle aura even more formidable, orcs threw themselves into combat more obsessively than any other race. For them, battle was not merely instinct, survival, or bloodlust. It was the path that allowed them to climb toward greater strength. They took countless heads in their endless pursuit of power, becoming stronger through slaughter after slaughter. And among those blood-soaked ranks, a rare few orcs would occasionally rise far above the rest, becoming elite monsters who carried an enormous amount of battle aura within their bodies. Their eyes burned with a fierce, predatory light, sharpened through countless battles and endless killing. These elite orcs became so sensitive to aura and killing intent that powers and intentions invisible to others could be seen clearly with their own eyes. That heightened perception, that terrifying ability to read forces and murderous intentions that should have remained unseen, was known among the orcs as awakened sight. The battlefield stretched before them like a frozen graveyard, a silent record of complete defeat. Red cloaks lay scattered across the untouched white snow, marking the places where fallen warriors had collapsed and never risen again. Standing before that grim sight, Carl revealed what truly made a Night Slayer so horrifying. A warrior like that did not simply swing a weapon and crush his enemies through brute strength alone. He controlled the battlefield through a power that most opponents could not even perceive. Against a monster of that level, ordinary strategies and tactics began to lose their meaning. Even the most brilliant generals could be rendered helpless, because the Night Slayer did not merely fight his enemies. He observed them, dissected their defenses, and exploited every weakness with merciless precision. And the reason that power was so frightening was painfully simple. He could see everything with terrifying clarity, picking out the weakest link and the most vulnerable target before anyone else had time to react, then striking exactly where the damage would be most devastating. Vincent's grip tightened around the hilt of his sword until his knuckles turned pale, the strain in his hand making the tension in his voice even clearer. When he spoke, his words came out low and dangerous, warning that a Night Slayer was not merely a brute with sharp instincts. It was the deadliest blade roaming the battlefield, the kind of monster that waited patiently for the smallest gap before cutting down its prey. And as Adrian listened, a cold weight pressed into his chest because Vincent's warnings sounded far too accurate to brush aside. From within the darkness, a chilling figure seemed to emerge. its body swallowed almost entirely by shadow, while a pair of blue eyes burned through the black like frozen fire. That eerie glow alone was enough to send a terrible question through everyone watching. Was this really the kind of enemy standing before them? A monster powerful enough to carry the horrifying name of Night Slayer? Then the attack came without warning, flashing down with the speed of lightning. A blade tore through the air from above, wrapped in crackling blue power, moving so fast and so fiercely that it looked as if the space around the strike was being split apart by its edge. The orc answered with a deep, savage snarl, its crimson eyes snapping toward the blade descending on it, its huge body tensed for the impact, muscles tightening beneath its rough skin, while the heavy chains around its neck rattled sharply as it prepared to meet Adrian's strike head-on. But Adrian's sword came down with thunderous force, smashing directly into the monster's body before it could escape. The moment steel struck flesh, a violent shockwave erupted from the point of impact, ripping outward through the freezing air and shaking the battlefield around them. The force behind that blow was so immense that the space surrounding the strike seemed to twist and cave in on itself. For one breathless instant, it felt as though Adrian had not simply cut into the orc, but had driven his sword down with enough power to bend reality under the weight of the attack. The orc's gigantic body was hurled backward by the impact, staggering violently as blood burst from the wound in a crimson spray. With its size and weight, it should have been nearly impossible to move, yet against Adrian's overwhelming strength, even that massive frame was blasted aside. The soldiers standing nearby could only stare in disbelief, their mouths hanging open as they tried to process what they had just witnessed. One of them barely managed to whisper that it was unbelievable, because Adrian had thrown that monstrous beast away as if its enormous body weighed nothing at all. And even after that brutal impact, Adrian's attack still had not ended. His blade kept driving deeper into the orc's body, tearing through thick flesh as fresh blood poured out and splattered across the white snow beneath them. For a brief moment, the sword remained lodged inside the orc's massive frame, still vibrating with raw and violent power. The monster's body trembled around the buried blade, pinned completely in place by the force that had pierced through it. By then, the sheer brutality of Adrian's strike had already torn away the orc's arm. Adrian finally ripped his sword free in one clean, merciless motion, giving the beast no opening to recover, no chance to steady itself, and no time to regain its footing. A thin trace of crimson energy clung to the edge of Adrian's sword, glowing faintly against the cold air, before it slowly faded away. Only after that final shimmer disappeared did the colossal orc collapse, its huge body crashing heavily into the snow. From farther back, the soldiers watched in stunned silence, completely unable to understand the level of strength Adrian had just revealed. That orc had not been an ordinary foot soldier. It had been a true powerhouse, the kind of monster that should never have been defeated so easily. Then Vincent's voice cut through the silence, sharp enough to pull everyone out of their shock at once. Once again, he reminded them of the terror carried by those monsters known as Night Slayers. His warning struck at the soldiers' assumptions like a blade. They had just watched that monster fall, but Vincent made it clear that treating one defeat as proof of weakness was reckless. With an enemy like that, judging too quickly could become a fatal mistake. Adrian turned toward them as a faint blue aura began to rise from his body, flickering in the freezing air around him. His expression sharpened, and without the slightest hesitation, he rejected their assumptions, making it clear that they had not understood what they were really looking at. The soldiers froze at his blunt response, and even Vincent looked shaken for a moment. None of them had expected Adrian to dismiss their judgment so directly, especially right after everyone had seen that monstrous orc brought down with their own eyes. Adrian spoke in a plain, unwavering tone, telling them the simple truth. In this world, appearances could never be trusted, and when it came to orcs, the things that seemed most obvious on the surface were often exactly what led people to the wrong conclusion. But Vincent was not ready to accept that explanation without resistance. He pushed back firmly, insisting that no matter how strange, vicious, or powerful they became, orcs were still orcs in the end. Adrian answered with a small, knowing smirk, the kind of expression that made it obvious he had heard that kind of thinking plenty of times before. Then he returned the sharpest reply possible, telling Vincent that he, more than anyone else, should understand just how dull and limiting that way of seeing things truly was. But in the very next moment, Adrian's expression changed completely. Shock flashed across his face, his eyes widening as though he had realized something a second too late, and a single word tore from his mouth. No. Then his voice shifted, falling into a cold, unsettling calm that made the entire moment feel even more dangerous. With a certainty that carried its own weight, Adrian said simply that he had already warned them. Adrian pointed ahead, toward the place where his hooded companions stood ready for whatever was coming next. He knew exactly how the approaching enemy would look at them. Not as a serious threat, not as opponents worth caution, but as easy prey waiting to be swallowed whole. He warned them that if they left everything to him, they would not even have enough time to react. The message behind those words was unmistakable. The next move would come fast, brutally fast, long before anyone could properly prepare for it. As the tense argument continued, Vincent laid out the situation in a firm and controlled voice. The others had already received their orders, but in his eyes, that still did not mean they had the experience needed to handle what was about to happen. Vincent pressed the point even harder, insisting that even if orcs were supporting the enemy, there was still no reason for His Highness to become their target. To Vincent, Adrian did not need to place himself directly in danger, when others could still manage the battlefield. Adrian's gaze dropped to Vincent's wrapped arm, and his eyes stayed there with a sharp, judging intensity. He did not need to say much. That single look made the injury impossible to ignore, calling attention to the wound Vincent was trying to treat as if it were nothing serious. Vincent glanced down at his own arm, almost as if Adrian's stare had reminded him how obvious the injury really was. A small, awkward sound escaped him before he could gather himself enough to form a proper answer. Adrian's expression hardened until it looked almost carved from stone. His eyes sharpened with a fierce and unwavering resolve, making it clear that no matter what anyone said next, his decision had already been made. Vincent admitted that his arm had not fully recovered, but even so, he refused to step away from the fight completely. He promised that when the moment truly came, he would still join the battle and do whatever needed to be done. Adrian cut him off before Vincent could push himself any further, telling him to calm down while calling him directly by name. The way he said Vincent's name made it clear that what he needed now was not reckless courage, stubborn pride, or another wounded man trying to force himself back into battle. With his gaze fixed on something beyond the room itself, Adrian stated that the enemy they truly needed to face was not the one Vincent believed it to be. At the same time, the matter of the Night Slayers still lingered between them, hanging in the air like an argument that had not yet reached its end. Then a deep, resonant thrum rolled in from outside, so heavy that it made the air itself feel unstable. Beyond the window, an ominous red glow pulsed and shifted in the distance, and Vincent stared toward it with a grim look, sensing a restless, merciless presence growing stronger with every passing moment. The dark red energy outside continued to twist and churn, thickening like a storm gathering strength just before it broke. Vincent then delivered the grim report to Adrian. The presence was now moving toward Winter Castle. Adrian immediately caught the contradiction in those words. Winter Castle had been destroyed long ago, so the idea that something was now approaching it felt wrong from the very start, as if the report itself carried a deeper and more unsettling meaning. Vincent's expression did not soften in the slightest. If anything, his face remained even darker and more severe, as though that contradiction only made the situation more disturbing rather than less. Then Vincent revealed the rest of the information. Whatever that entity was, it would make landfall in just 1 week, and the deadline settled over the room like a sentence that had already been handed down. Adrian absorbed the news without showing even the faintest sign of panic. As a leader, he simply gave a steady, controlled acknowledgement, keeping his voice calm despite the crushing weight of what Vincent had just told him. Arwen Kurgan concentrated with everything she had, her mind racing as she tried to locate the hidden weapon and stop its movement before it was too late. At the same time, Vincent explained the battle plan, making it clear that their purpose was not to wipe out every enemy on the field. Their true goal was to draw out the one commanding them. Vincent snapped his attention toward the troops and demanded that every one of them listen carefully, his voice cutting straight through the tension like a command no one could ignore. He repeated the heart of the plan once more. Annihilating the enemy was not the objective. The entire operation depended on dragging their leader into the open. At the central wall, A commander raised his voice and rallied the knights with a fierce shout, ordering them to hold the line no matter what came crashing toward them. Their duty was to endure, to keep standing, and keep the enemy engaged until the main force or the true leader hiding behind it finally revealed itself. On the east wall, more knights stood ready in tight formation, their armor and weapons catching the harsh light around them. Every man stationed there had braced himself, watching for the first sign that the enemy's advance had begun. The west wall was guarded just as heavily, lined with warriors prepared to meet any threat head-on. From one side of the fortress to the other, the entire stronghold had become a living wall of steel, discipline, and stubborn determination. As the pressure continued to rise, a sharp command rang out across the walls, ordering the archers to prepare. In perfect unison, bows lifted, strings were drawn tight, and every arrowhead angled down toward the enemy gathering below. A massive impact suddenly slammed into the castle walls, shaking the stone, rattling armor, and striking fear into the nerves of the defenders all at once. In that same breath, they answered the attack by releasing a storm of arrows into the chaos below. The deadly volley crashed into the charging orcs, punching through their thick hides and sending sprays of blood across the battlefield. The front ranks of the horde staggered beneath the relentless rain, their momentum breaking under the force of the arrows. One orc screamed in agony as arrows pierced into its body from several directions at once. It reeled beneath the barrage, its furious roar twisting into a raw, wounded howl of pain. But then another orc stepped forward, a hulking brute carrying an enormous shield, moving into the arrow storm with terrifying composure. Without the slightest hesitation, it raised its guard and blocked the incoming volley with practiced, brutal precision. Its defense held firm under the storm, the massive shield absorbing impact after impact as arrows hammered against it. For the moment, the brute refused to give even a single step, standing solidly against the rain of death from above. Then a knight clad in dark armor roared from the ramparts, his voice carrying over the clash, screams, and chaos below. He dared the invaders to keep coming, challenging them to keep throwing themselves against the fortress walls no matter how many fell. Vincent's command ripped across the battlefield, fierce enough to cut through the roar of war and the screams rising from below the walls. Standing high above the chaos, he ordered the archers to keep firing without the slightest pause. This was not the moment to hesitate or conserve strength. Their arrows had to keep falling again and again until the pressure finally broke the orcs' advance. The castle archers obeyed at once. Bowstrings snapped in rapid rhythm, and another deadly wave of arrows swept down from the wall like black rain. The shafts cut through the air before plunging into the orc formation below, piercing green flesh, staggering the front ranks, and forcing the horde to endure yet another merciless storm from above. But even that brutal barrage failed to stop their momentum completely. The orcs continued to push forward with terrifying stubbornness, their bodies packed around a colossal siege tower as they forced it across the battlefield. Inch by inch, the towering weapon rolled straight toward the castle walls. The monstrous siege tower drew closer with every heavy grind of its wheels, its enormous frame looming over the battlefield like a moving fortress built for one purpose, to crush through their defenses. Vincent recognized the danger immediately. His eyes narrowed sharply as the threat became too massive for anyone on the ramparts to ignore. At the top of the siege tower, an orc commander glared down toward the castle, its expression twisted with savage anticipation as it waited for the moment they reached the wall. Then a desperate warning shout tore through the battlefield, urging the defenders to stop that tower before it was too late. Vincent planted his armored feet firmly against the stone beneath him, bracing his body for the counterattack that had to come next. In the following instant, electric blue energy burst to life around him, crackling through the air like a storm gathering at his command as he prepared to move. Then, from seemingly nowhere, a red blur ripped straight through the chaos below. Blood exploded from an orc, caught completely off guard, and Adrian appeared in the middle of the battlefield, his strike blazing crimson as he smashed the creature away from the castle wall with explosive force. Adrian's golden hair whipped wildly through the air as blood scattered from the impact, turning the moment into a violent flash of motion and color. From above, Vincent took in the chaos spreading along the wall and let his voice thunder over the battlefield, ordering the soldiers to shove the invaders back and send them tumbling down. Even after all that, the orcs still refused to stop. Their massive siege tower groaned beneath the weight of the horde surging around it, and every grinding movement sounded like another defiant blow against the castle's desperate attempt to hold its ground. Down on the battlefield, Adrian moved with the ferocity of a beast finally unleashed. He tore through the green-skinned horde again and again, his blade cutting a path through the chaos until another orc collapsed beneath the relentless pressure of his assault. The rumble of the siege tower grew louder, sending a cold tremor through the fortress foundations as it crawled closer with horrifying certainty. Watching its approach from the wall, Vincent barked out urgent orders demanding that the sling be brought forward so they could make the orcs believe those walls would never fall. But the orcs answered with a primal roar that rolled across the battlefield like thunder breaking over the snow. A tidal wave of green bodies surged forward all at once, their savage war cries shaking the ground beneath the castle and drowning the air in bloodlust. Sunlight blazed over the distant peaks, throwing long and dramatic shadows across the fortress trapped beneath the siege. Under that harsh light, the tower kept grinding forward, looking almost impossible to stop. A moving mass of wood, iron, and hatred pressing toward the castle's final line of defense. The battlefield had turned into a slaughterhouse, and at the center of that madness, a colossal orc warrior carved through the enemy lines with savage strength. Its enormous axe swept through the fight again and again, each swing carrying enough crushing force to destroy anything unlucky enough to stand in its way. Standing over a mound of defeated enemies, the beast threw its head back and unleashed a deafening roar. That battle cry rang across the field like a brutal declaration, as though the monster itself was claiming the entire war zone as its own. High atop the castle wall, Vincent looked down over the endless horde with a grim, worn expression, one thought repeating in his mind: the monsters just kept coming. Beside him, Arwen Kirgayan fixed her gaze on the monstrous figure below, a chill running through her as she wondered whether that thing could truly be one of the legendary Night Slayers. Arwen's eyes stayed sharp and unwavering, refusing to tremble even as the situation grew more dangerous with every passing second. Her posture remained steady, but the threat below was impossible to dismiss. It pressed against the fortress like a living nightmare waiting for the smallest opening. The strain showed clearly across Vincent's face as he admitted the harsh truth. Their forces were nearly at their limit. Arwen, however, still clung to one thin thread of hope. Even those relentless monsters, she believed, had to be feeling the weight of the battle by now. But the siege tower continued to grind forward, its massive shadow stretching toward the castle like an omen of doom. Then the realization struck the defenders with terrifying clarity. Winter Castle's walls had a fatal weakness, and the enemy was closing in on it. The orc horde pressed onward without mercy, their savage roars tearing through the frozen air around the fortress. And just when the situation already seemed desperate enough, an even colder realization spread among the defenders: wolf espers were moving within the enemy ranks. A hulking orc warrior suddenly lunged forward, raising its weapon high above its head. Its massive body barreled toward the defensive line with murderous force, ready to smash through anything foolish enough to stand in front of it. The attack drove straight toward the heart of the defensive line, made even more dangerous by the chilling presence of the wolf espers moving nearby. Adrian refused to retreat, meeting the charge in a furious clash of steel before barking for Arwen to handle the rest. Then he lifted his shield and deflected another brutal blow, his eyes never leaving the monster in front of him. His fingers tightened around the hilt of his sword, gripping it with focused, controlled intensity. In the very next breath, blue lightning began to crawl along the blade, crackling over the steel like a living current waiting for the command to burst free. With a calmness so steady it almost felt unnerving, Adrian asked Arwen whether it was time to dangle the bait. Then he moved without wasting another heartbeat, swinging his power-charged sword in a devastating arc. Adrian unleashed the Song of Requiem, and a blinding wave of destructive energy burst outward from his strike. The force swept across the battlefield with terrifying brilliance, swallowing everything in its path as it tore through the chaos ahead. From deep within that chaos, a horrifying beast began to take shape. Its crimson eyes burned with pure malice, glaring out from the darkness like a nightmare that had finally stepped into the waking world. A cataclysmic wave of dark crimson energy exploded outward, shaking the entire battlefield with its brutal force. But Adrian did not fall back for even a second. His body blazed with brilliant blue aura as he launched a devastating counterattack, cutting straight through the enemy lines. From a distance, Vincent watched the clash unfold, feeling the overwhelming power pouring out from the battle even where he stood. Concern tightened across his face because the sheer intensity of what was happening made the danger impossible to ignore. With his expression dark and grim, Vincent confirmed the fear that had been weighing on him. The power unfolding before his eyes was exactly as the stories had described, and now he was seeing it for himself. Then a small, knowing smirk crossed Vincent's face, cutting through the grim tension for just a brief moment. Even with danger pressing in from every direction, he declared that their strategy had worked. But the battle was nowhere near over. Adrian stood firm beneath the harsh light, his golden hair blazing around him, his eyes burning with the unyielding spirit of a warrior who had no intention of taking even a single step back. Then a fresh surge of dark energy erupted across the battlefield, cold, suffocating, and terrifying enough to make the air itself seem to sink. Someone announced that it had finally arrived, and in the next instant, the true horror revealed itself. The colossal orc warlord, wrapped in malevolent crimson power, charged forward at the head of its frenzied horde, and just as that overwhelming presence threatened to crush every remaining hope, the terrifying news rang out. The Night Slayer had officially entered the battle.